The story begins with a young man who suddenly opens his eyes and discovers that he is sitting in a high school classroom. The main character's name is Fang. He has read many novels about reincarnation, so he quickly accepts the fact that he has been reincarnated. However, unlike his previous life, this world still has the university entrance exam, but it also has something called martial artists. Fang rushes to an internet cafe to search for information about martial artists. After searching, Fang is extremely astonished. In this world, no matter what major task you want to undertake, there is one prerequisite: being a martial artist. Martial artists are divided into 9 ranks. Not only do they hold extremely high social status and power, but only martial artists can open companies. Only martial artists of rank 4 can become provincial governors, and to open a multinational company, one must reach rank 7. Therefore, the martial artist exam has become the only path for countless people to change their lives. Fang is determined to pass the martial arts university entrance exam, but the exam is not as simple as it seems. The registration fee alone is 10,000, which makes many people hesitate. Fang suddenly thinks about whether, after crossing over, he might be a rich second generation. But after returning home, the reality is that he is just a poor child. Without a doubt, Fang has a lively younger sister named Fangwan, who takes care of Fang and his sister. His mother, Liu Qian, only works in the mornings and has a monthly income of only 80. His father, Fang Mianyan, is just an ordinary worker in a ceramics factory, earning only 3.00 a month. In front of the Huangjing family, they are at the lowest level of society. Fang, for a moment, doesn't know how to speak. After much internal struggle to change his fate, Fang grits his teeth and speaks. When he says he wants to take the martial arts exam, the whole family is very surprised, but his father doesn't hesitate and takes out a bank card, which has 10,000 yuan prepared in it. In front of his son's dream, the father chooses to support him. Fang looks at the bank card in his hand, both shocked and moved, making a firm decision that this reincarnation will be different, and he will make his family's life better. The next day, Fang goes to the bank to withdraw money. As soon as Fang touches the money, an interface appears in front of him, and a system voice rings out, "Condition met, system successfully connected." Isn't this the standard of cheating software? It's unbelievable, the joy of the wealthy. You can't even imagine it. At this moment, Fang is studying his system. After withdrawing 10,000 from the bank, his asset value becomes 10,000. Fang investigates and discovers that if the money doesn't belong to him, even if he touches it, it won't be recorded. Small amounts won't be recorded either. What's bothering Fang now are the 2 values, blood and spirit. How can these values be increased? Fang begins experimenting with various methods, doing yoga, bowing to Buddha, transforming into Ultraman. But after a series of actions, the 2 values still don't change. Fang angrily says, "If I can't increase my blood and spirit, I'll make you go serve the box lunch." Just as he speaks, the asset value rapidly changes, and Fang whole body starts emitting a strong red energy. A ding sound is heard, and the asset value drops to 0, but the blood value increases to 1.1. Fang immediately feels the change in his body. His heart rate starts to increase, his veins are cleared, and his whole body feels more comfortable than ever. But suddenly, he realizes something and quickly turns to look at the table. The 10,000 is still on the table. At this moment, he breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out that using asset value doesn't affect the money. In fact, the next day, Fang goes to school to register for 5 subjects. His classmates are very surprised and ask him how much blood he has. Fang doesn't know whether 1.1 is high or low, so he doesn't answer. At this moment, a classmate next to him says that he has 10 cal. Fang is astonished. He only has 1.1, and the gap is too large. Seeing that he doesn't answer, Ho, a classmate, invites him to his house after school to test, as he has a small blood measuring device worth 100,000 yuan. Fang feels very confused. Wasn't the most expensive heart rate monitor in his previous life only a few yuan? After school, Fang goes to Ho's house and sits on the chair to test. Ho gapes at the screen, staring at it for a while before he can't believe it and says, Fang Ping's blood value is 113 cal. He had just spent 10,000, but in just one night, he became the second highest in the class in terms of blood value. It turns out that the way the system counts is different from reality. The 1.1 blood value displayed by the system actually corresponds to 113 cal. In reality, the system just omits the 3 of 1.13. Fang Ping is very happy when he returns home. In front of his sister, he boasts a lot, saying that with 113 cal, he is second in the class. Doesn't this mean he will definitely pass the martial artist exam? His parents are very happy when they hear this. They know that to become a martial artist, one not only needs to train the body, but also needs to take supplements. Therefore, they grit their teeth and take out 20,000 yuan, which they had painstakingly saved. Liu Qiang calls Fang Ping into the room. Fang Miangyang, with a proud expression, hands 20,000 yuan to his son. Fang Ping is both moved and surprised. At this moment, the system's asset value changes from 0 to 20,000. Fang Ping understands very clearly that this 20,000 wasn't easy to earn, so he must use it cautiously. If used to buy supplements, he doesn't know how effective it will be, while the system seems more reliable. Therefore, Fang Ping decides to use 10,000 of the asset value to increase his spirit by 0.1. This effect is different from the blood value. It's more like a young girl stroking her head, increasing her clarity, focus, understanding, and memory. Fang Ping becomes so excited that he stays up all night doing homework, and the next day, when he goes to school, his eyes can barely stay open. He draws his sword directly and uses a lock neck technique. The news of Fang Ping's blood value of 113 cal spreads throughout the school after Og Ho, with his big mouth, spreads it. While the students are gossiping, the class teacher hands Fang Ping a stack of theoretical materials about the martial arts exam and assigns an important task to those who are taking the martial arts exam. He said that he had persuaded the homeroom teacher several times before finally securing the opportunity for them to pick up Wang Jinyang, a freshman from Nanyang University. Wang Jinyang was someone with many opportunities to learn, and given his talent, diligence, and skills, he would surely be welcomed. A group of people went to pick up their senior, Wang Jinyang, who was given a warm welcome. There was an even more important reason for the excitement. He had become a martial artist since his first year. However, Fang Ping had no idea who Wang Jinyang was, and his ignorance sparked waves of anger. A passionate female student stepped forward to educate him. In reality, Wang Jinyang's family wasn't wealthy, but he had never given up on the martial arts exam. He persevered in his studies and eventually passed the martial arts entrance exam with the highest score, entering Nanyang University as the top student. He was also the first in his class to gain admission to the Nanyang Martial Arts University. After entering Martial Arts University, Wang Jinyang never slackened, always maintaining a strict physical training regimen. As a result, he became a martial artist in his first year. This time, Wang Jinyang returned to his old school to give a lecture. Banners were displayed inside and outside the car, creating a spectacle that made Wang Jinyang feel embarrassed. On the way, he took the opportunity to share some tips about the martial arts exam with the younger students. The martial arts exam is divided into 5 sections, with the most difficult being the physical fitness test and the survey. To pass the martial arts exam with 110 cal of vital energy is still very difficult. However, if one can control their emotions, the results will be very different. Joy, sadness, anger, and pain can all stir up the vital energy. Anger, in particular, is simple, crude, and effective. If one cannot control it, just imagining being humiliated will work well. Once the physical fitness test is passed, the survey becomes a little easier. It mainly evaluates explosive strength, endurance, and flexibility. But if you can't even kill a chicken, you're of no use. Don't even think about fighting people, because killing someone is much harder than killing a chicken. Fang Ping was stunned upon hearing this. Why were the words "kill someone" so casually spoken by Wang Jinyang? Fang Ping returned home and thought it over, concluding there was only one possibility. Wang Jinyang had actually killed someone. However, he didn't have much time to think, because according to Wang Jinyang, His vital energy of 113 cal was still insufficient. So, Fang Ping spent 10,000 in asset value to increase his vital energy by 0.1. But this time, the reaction was completely different from last time. Fang Ping suddenly felt his heart as if it were about to explode. His whole body was in excruciating pain, with veins popping out, and even breathing became difficult. Had he overdone it? He shouldn't rush to increase his attributes, as it could suddenly result in death. At that moment, Fang Ping collapsed onto the bed, unable to bear the pain. He still didn't understand why the previous increase in vital energy had been so comfortable, but this time it almost killed him. Fortunately, he felt a little better now. He hurriedly put on his school uniform and went to the hotel to pick up Wang Jingyang for school. In his rush, he accidentally bumped into the new tenant on the floor above. But this person was strange, wearing a hat and mask, holding a small knife. Fang Ping didn't think much of it and quickly got on the bus to pick up his senior. Wang Jingyang walked over, and Fang Ping patted him on the back, saying that to become a martial artist, physical fitness was fundamental. Although he didn't know what kind of supplement Fang Ping had taken to raise his vital energy so much, it was not good to carelessly use such a powerful drug. If you're not careful, it could cause even bigger problems. Just taking supplements without physical training is just greedy excess. Fang Ping shyly thanked him. That evening, Fang Ping followed Wang Jinyang's advice and began training his body vigorously. Surprisingly, after increasing his vital energy, he wasn't tired at all despite the intensity of the workout. At this point, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind. Turning around, it was the new tenant he had met earlier in the day. Fang Ping worriedly entered his house, and from the news, he accidentally saw a level 2 martial artist who had killed his partner after a robbery. According to the investigation, the last location the criminal had been seen was in the outskirts of the city. Seeing the knife on the screen, Fang Ping felt a sense of familiarity. At night, when Fang Ping went to sleep, he suddenly woke up from a terrifying nightmare. Wasn't that the knife of the man from upstairs? Why was this guy acting so strange? There was a killer upstairs, and instead of running away, he had actively knocked on the door, casually entering the killer's house to watch a football match. He even brought 2 cups of soy milk. The killer tightly grasped the soy milk cups, deeply angry. How had he been dragged into this by the kid? Was Fang Ping sent to capture him? After thinking it over, he could only feel helpless, watching Fang Ping continue to chat and laugh in front of him, but still forcing himself to smile. Don't be fooled by this kid's youth, especially if he's from the monitoring department. It's best to be modest. After a while of trying to dismiss Fang Ping unsuccessfully, the killer had to give up. Not knowing when the match had ended, Fang Ping pulled the curtains and was about to help the killer clean up, but was immediately pulled back. How could a killer's room be casually exposed to others? The killer lied, saying he was allergic to UV rays. But Fang Ping insisted that since the living room wasn't cleaned, they should clean the bedroom. The killer once again stopped Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled, "We're both guys, you know." The killer started trying to dismiss him for the 999th time. Seeing there was no other way, Fang Ping finally prepared to leave. The killer breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Fang Ping tripped on a box on the floor, rolling around on the ground. The killer panicked, not because Fang Ping had fallen, but because the weapons in the box had been exposed. He immediately rushed over, kicked Fang Ping away, then drew his knife, ready to silence him. Just as he was about to strike, the killer suddenly felt dizzy. It turned out that Fang Ping had spiked the soy milk with a drug that doubled its effect. Taking advantage of the situation, Fang Ping grabbed a wooden stick and struck the killer on the head. The killer immediately stood up, still formidable as a second-rank martial artist, and threw a punch straight at Fang Ping's face. Fang Ping hurriedly pushed him away. He had worked hard to be reborn. How could he die here? Therefore, he struck with a wooden staff. The killer was too badly injured and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After tying the killer with rope, Fang Ping immediately went to check the loot. To his surprise, he had collected quite a lot. The killer was furious and cursed Fang Ping. But Fang Ping was not an obedient child. He was tempted by a large bag of loot. The killer realized he could exploit this situation and immediately proposed a deal to Fang Ping. If Fang Ping let him go, the cash and the drugs would belong to him. The cash and drugs, worth 5.24 million on the market, shocked Fang Ping. A few vials of medicine, worth millions, had fallen from the sky. The killer convinced Fang Ping to make the deal, claiming there was no loss, as the bag contained valuable medicinal pills like bone rejuvenation pill and internal organs pill. Highly valuable and rare items that ordinary people couldn't acquire. Even a martial artist's body was ultimately still that of an ordinary person, and without cultivating hard bones, they couldn't protect their fragile internal organs. Once their blood energy exceeded the limit, their body would certainly explode. The killer argued that instead of handing him over to the police, Fang Ping should let him go and gain these valuable items. If Fang Ping tried to kill him and take everything, the killer had already contacted a higher power. If they couldn't reach him soon, they would surely come after Fang Ping for revenge, which would be far worse. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. While he was reluctant to let go of such a large bag of treasures, he knew he absolutely couldn't release the killer. If he did, he would surely die on the spot. At this moment, he came up with a win-win solution. Seek Wang Jinyang's help. Resources were extremely valuable to martial artists, and Wang Jinyang would likely think the same way. If Wang Jinyang wanted to monopolize them, Fang Ping would be left with no way out. If he delayed any longer, the anesthetic would wear off, and the killer would certainly kill him to cover his tracks. Betting on Wang Jinyang was a better option. At least he had a chance of getting out alive, rather than lingering and risking everything. Finally, Fang Ping made a decision. He swung the staff again and struck the killer. The young man saw the system displaying his asset value as 2.40 million and was overjoyed. With that, passing the martial arts exam was no longer a problem. This young man's name was Wang Jinyang, the top scorer in Yangsong City's martial arts university exam. As a first-year student, he had already become a martial artist. He received the mission to capture the killer, who was none other than the one Fang Ping had caught. At that moment, Wang Jinyang was out on a nighttime mission when his phone rang, and it was Fang Ping calling. He answered the phone, and Fang Ping told him he had caught the killer. Wang Jinyang was half skeptical. When meeting the killer, even he had to be very cautious, let alone Fang Ping, who wasn't even a martial artist yet. Despite thinking this way, Wang Jinyang quickly made his way over. To his surprise, everything was true. This junior was incredibly strong and had captured the killer on his own. Fang Ping didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He wanted to split the loot he had just collected. Wang Jinyang had planned to probe a little, but Fang Ping pulled him straight into the deal and handed over the right to split the loot to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang was stunned. His junior was quite clever. He didn't hesitate and decisively handed over 2 second-tier kidney tonics and second-tier skincare pills, telling Fang Ping not to use them yet but to trade them for first-tier ones and an additional 10,000 in cash. Then, Wang Jinyang searched the killer's body, finding a red pill, expensive and just what he needed to break through his current realm. He took it without hesitation, leaving the rest to Fang Ping. He would deal with the killer on his own. Fang Ping didn't need to worry anymore. After splitting the loot, the system's asset value immediately surged to over 2.4 million. However, compared to the market value of 3.5 million, there was still a significant difference. The system didn't cheat anyone. Faced with this situation, Fang Ping was very satisfied. He suddenly remembered about giving a statement. He turned around, looking at him with great surprise. Wang Jinyang, with a fierce look in his eyes, said that the criminal had resisted arrest and was shot dead on the spot. Do you believe it? This high school student is worth 1 million. Currently, he was preparing to buy his first house after his asset value reached over 3.4 million. The system interface that had been there before had shattered, and a newer, more scientific and modern interface appeared before his eyes. However, he didn't expect the system to be this practical. When Fang Ping had no money, the system only showed a single figure of 10, which wasn't accurate enough. Now, with his asset value exceeding 3.4 million, not only had the interface been upgraded, but he could also use his asset value to exchange for blood energy points. It was now more detailed and operable. Indeed, in this day and age, if you don't have money, you can't do anything. At this moment, Wang Jinyang sent a message to Fang Ping, saying he had sent some useful things. Fang Ping was very curious. While in deep thought, his little sister's private wake-up service arrived. Fang Ping's waist was suddenly jumped on by his adorable little sister, Fang Wan. But even though they were siblings, there still had to be some reciprocity. So, he pinched her soft cheek. Fang Wan handed him a package, saying it was from Wang Jinyang. Fang Wan couldn't believe her brother knew such a famous person from the city. She quickly pulled Fang Ping away to get Wang Jinyang's autograph. Fang Wan shared her plan to get rich. In this city, of the 5 female students, at least 3 liked Wang Jinyang. The school had 3,000 female students and an additional 500 male fans. If she sold an autograph for 1 yuan, she would collect 35,000 yuan, which rounded up would be almost $1 million, right? But when she came to her senses, she realized her brother had disappeared, happily enjoying himself alone. Fang Ping was walking down the street, opening the package to check. It turned out that Wang Jinyang had sent him 3 training manuals. Previously, he had studied the materials and learned that to become a martial artist, 2 conditions had to be met. First, the blood energy must reach at least 150 cal. Second, the bones must be trained, not just by taking medicine, but through professional training methods. He was worried about where to find such methods, but unexpectedly, they were sent directly to him. However, the intensity of the training was increasing, and the small yard in front of his house was no longer enough. He needed a place that was both spacious and quiet. So Fang Ping decided to look for a house. Sure enough, when you have money, nothing is a problem. The broker, with a squinted eye, immediately made assumptions and treated him dismissively, thinking that a high school student wouldn't be able to afford a house. But this attitude changed immediately when Fang Ping pulled out his bank card and asked if he could get a discount for paying in full in cash. The broker's attitude became enthusiastic. There was indeed a discount of 5%, and on top of that, all management and maintenance fees were waived. The deposit could be paid immediately, and Fang Ping could even get a partial rent exemption. The house was already furnished, so he could move in right away. All the paperwork was handled by the broker, and Fang Ping didn't have to worry about a thing. The issue of his training location was solved, but how to explain this to his family was still a tricky problem. As a result, Fang Ping decided not to tell them. He then went shopping for some supplies and gym equipment. On the way, he saw news about martial arts masters exchanging techniques, which excited him. He set a goal for himself. He was determined to become a martial arts master. His bank card had just been swiped, and it was already taking what others coveted. Indeed, spending money made him feel great, spend continuously, and the joy would keep coming. With the location and facilities settled, Fang Ping immediately began his physical training. The human body is made of bones, flesh, meridians, and internal organs. Martial artists must integrate all aspects of their bodies. Therefore, combining training methods with specialization would give the best results. Wang Jinyang had high expectations for Fang Ping and directly called to offer guidance. Fang Ping was practicing the first stage of his training, focusing on upper and lower body coordination, capable of both striking and evading. Fang Ping listened carefully, understanding that he must focus on his central area, but Wang Jinyang reminded him that focusing on the central area carried risks. If injured, there was a chance of crippling his legs and being unable to walk normally. However, Fang Ping didn't overthink it. He only considered that if he couldn't win in a fight, at least he could run away. This understanding was quite impressive. At this point, Wang Jinyang once again reminded Fang Ping that although training methods and techniques could improve his blood energy limits, his actual blood energy would decrease as a result, preparing for the upcoming martial arts exam. Therefore, training must be done in moderation. After the call ended, Fang Ping eagerly began his training. As Wang Jinyang had said, his blood energy and mental state both decreased, but with money, he could do whatever he liked. Just pour money into it, and as long as his body could handle it, his training would progress quickly. Only someone with a system could do this. Those with a golden touch were different from ordinary people in this way. What system? The system could restore blood energy and mental state, even raising their limits. Fang Ping was extremely excited. If that was the case, the martial arts exam would be a breeze. After a month of intense training, the day of the decisive exam finally arrived. Fang Ping confidently walked into the exam room. The first part of the exam was a physical checkup at the health center. Fang Ping was chatting with his classmates when suddenly, a middle-aged man called him over. It was the deputy director of the city's education bureau, Tan Ping. Why was such an important person from Yangsong City looking for him? He called Fang Ping to a corner and said, "If you don't wake up early, you won't get the porridge." Fang Ping asked directly what the issue was. Tan Ping didn't beat around the bush. He explained that the number of candidates meeting the standard in the exam was an important evaluation criterion for the Education Bureau, and this year's situation wasn't looking great. Wang Jinyang had previously mentioned Fang Ping to him, and since Fang Ping was recommended by Wang Jinyang, he must be extraordinary. Tan Ping hoped that Fang Ping would reveal his blood energy before the exam to intimidate students from other schools, affecting their confidence and performance. It was clear that the old fox wanted to use Fang Ping to apply pressure on the other schools. Fang Ping naturally didn't want to do that. Revealing his blood energy before the exam would affect his physical test afterward. Tan Ping seemed to have anticipated that Fang Ping wouldn't easily agree. He said that later, he would compensate Fang Ping with a blood energy pill worth 900,000. Since there was a benefit, Fang Ping happily agreed. Just then, a conflict broke out between the Yangsong School's candidates and those from other schools. Fang Ping saw an opportunity and stepped forward, releasing his blood energy to dominate. All the other candidates immediately knelt on the ground. Tan Ping, standing next to him, was shocked. This kid's blood energy was almost on par with that of a martial artist. Finally, after 10 years, Yangsong had a new potential martial artist. Fang Ping walked into the health center, and the other candidates were whispering, discussing who had just revealed such overwhelming blood energy. The pressure was too much. Just as Fang Ping was feeling pleased with himself, he was suddenly grabbed and pulled into a nearby dark room. It was Tan Ping. That was an excellent hiding technique, just like in those romance novels, Tan Ping said. He then took out a top-grade blood energy pill and insisted Fang Ping take it to become a potential martial artist. Fang Ping refused firmly because the effects of the top-grade pill were too strong. If someone who wasn't a martial artist took it, not only would it harm their foundation, but it could also be fatal. Seeing that Fang Ping wouldn't agree, Tan Ping said this was an order from the director of the Education Bureau, Kim Guk Mayom, and a request from a third-tier martial artist. This was a threat. Fang Ping firmly replied, "Sorry, my brother is also a third-tier martial artist." Tan Ping was taken aback, realizing his threat had failed. He quickly shifted to a softer approach, saying that he was also being forced to do this, and that if Fang Ping agreed, they could negotiate the terms. It seemed like he could still make a profit. Fang Ping spoke up, 2 top-grade blood energy pills, plus 2 million in cash. Tan Ping quickly agreed. "No problem, I'll speak to Director Kim." Before leaving, Fang Ping said, "Tan Ping can tell Kim Guk Mayom that I want 3 first-grade blood essence pills. He can keep 1 for himself, just give me 2. Tan Ping was utterly stunned. This kid, still thinking about bribing me? Is this really a high school student? The person Wang Jinyang had his eye on was truly no simple figure. In the examination room, a long row of testing booths was set up. Many candidates had already finished their tests, but no one had reached the 120 kcal blood essence threshold. It was Fang Ping's turn. Kim Guk Mayom hurriedly asked for the monitoring screen of Fang Ping to be opened. In fact, Fang Ping didn't need to take any blood essence pill, but he pretended to take one. He pulled out a regular blood essence pill and swallowed it. The medicine quickly entered his body, and blood essence power surged into him. Fang Ping threw his head back and let out a roar as the blood essence power exploded. The test data quickly surged, and a small beep rang out unexpectedly. He had reached the 149 kcal limit for potential martial artists. Fang Ping passed the exam with a smug look, but he didn't realize that the world of martial artists was fraught with danger. After the test, all the candidates gathered in a room to wait for the judges to announce the results. This year, the passing score had been raised to 115 kcal, and many students groaned. Fang Ping remained calm. When the judges announced the list of successful candidates, Fang Ping, with a blood essence score of 149 kale, was ranked first in Yangsang. Fang Ping was happy to hear the result, but when he saw the students who didn't meet the standard, he couldn't help but think that this martial arts exam was no test for ordinary people. Financial issues were very important. He approached a girl who had failed and encouraged her, even inviting the group of friends to go for a nice meal. On the way home, they encountered a man with strange symbols drawn on his face. The man approached and began criticizing martial artists. It turned out he was from a cult. The group ignored him and quickly left, but he followed them relentlessly. Seeing this, Fang Ping had to release his blood essence pressure to stop the man and then left with his group. The next day, Fang Ping participated in a survey and a professional test. After the test, the students were all cheerful, unaware that another disaster was about to strike after the exam pressure. At the school gate, several men holding iron rods suddenly pushed open the car doors and rushed toward the students who had just exited the school. A loud explosion was heard, and one student fell to the ground. The men, like wolves among sheep, began beating wildly. The students scattered in a panic. At this moment, Fang Ping was still puzzled about what was happening when a woman suddenly appeared behind him. She punched him, and he barely managed to raise both hands to block the blow. The power was so strong, it seemed she had trained her bones and limbs. Fang Ping looked at the strange symbols on the woman's face and realized that she was from the same cult as the man from the day before. Fang Ping sidestepped and kicked her, but she blocked it lightly and flexibly. Fang Ping thought, "It hurts. This is the enemy hurting me without trying to." Before Fang Ping could react, the woman suddenly grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood. The woman raised her fist, preparing to land a fatal blow. Fang Ping, shocked, kicked her ankle, causing her to lose her balance and miss the punch. The punch even cracked the ground beneath them. The woman smiled wickedly and threw another punch. Fang Ping wondered, "Am I going to die here?" Just when it seemed hopeless, the woman was suddenly knocked away like a firecracker, crashing into a nearby railing. Blood flowed from the man's fist as he stood over the fallen woman, who had died instantly from the punch. Fang Ping was stunned. The man was incredibly powerful. As the blood dripped, Fang Ping realized that he had almost been killed before even becoming a martial artist. The man who had saved him turned out to be the deputy director of the city's investigation department, a ruthless character. At that moment, Tan Zhenping also arrived, looking worried. He checked to see if Fang Ping was hurt. After confirming Fang Ping was fine, Tan Zhenping spoke with an old man about the incident. It turned out that a self-styled cult was behind it. Not long after, a young man from the investigation department came to report to the old man. The members of the cult involved in the incident had been arrested, but many students were injured, and many might not make it into the martial arts university. As for Fang Ping, who had experienced this event, he finally realized that he was still too weak. In a world where the strong were revered, only by becoming stronger could he survive. But Tan Zhenping told Fang Ping that many martial masters nowadays didn't train martial arts techniques. They only honed their bones and nourished their blood essence because it wasn't necessary. Even in situations like this, the investigation department would handle it. There were many people like him who became martial artists and then chose to become public servants. Fang Ping was disappointed. It seemed that martial artists were mainly decorative weapons. Tan Zhenping suggested taking Fang Ping home to personally visit his parents. At Fang Ping's house, Tan Zhenping said he would arrange for Fang Ping's father to work as a security guard at the education department with a monthly salary of 5,000, plus social and medical insurance. This job was much better than working at a ceramics factory. After saying this, Tan Zhenping left. Fang Ping took the opportunity to mention that the education department would also reward him with a house. He finally found a reasonable excuse. The next day, Fang Ping took his parents and little sister to the house he had purchased earlier. The Fang family was amazed that, even without becoming martial artists, they were already enjoying such benefits. Fang Ping called it a scholarship and asked his family not to share this treatment with others. His family believed the excuse he made up happily. After watching the news with his family and seeing martial artists helping the public, Fang Ping realized that martial artists weren't as useless as he had thought. At that moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly called. Fang Ping said that his blood essence had reached 150 kl, and he had completed his first bone training. He wanted Wang Jinyang to teach him martial arts techniques. Wang Jinyang replied that 150 kl was the standard for a normal person to become a martial artist, but not to rush to breakthrough. The higher the blood essence, the better it would be for the future. He advised Fang Ping to complete his second bone training first, as there was a hidden hack and even a master who could guide him. This young man truly had boundless potential. Wang Jinyang truly made a move against Fang Ping. What exactly happened recently? Wang Jinyang called Fang Ping and asked if the bone refining process had slowed down. Indeed, it had, because Fang Ping's physical and blood essence levels had reached the limit of a martial artist's breakthrough. Naturally, the training speed would decrease. Wang Jinyang advised Fang Ping to soak in a body-strengthening solution to speed up the process, but it wasn't available in Yangsang. He had swapped from another school and would send a few bottles to Fang Ping. The cost of 3 bottles was 50,000, extremely expensive. Martial artists truly used money to push forward their progress. He had to train hard. Money couldn't be wasted. With the body-strengthening solution, after a month of diligent practice, Fang Ping's blood essence reached 170 kal. The martial arts exam results finally came in, and the Fang Ping family nervously watched the computer screen. Fang Ping's major score was 85, the exam score was 98, and his blood essence was 149 kal. With this score, both major martial arts universities would fight to recruit him. At this moment, Wang Jinyang sent a message, saying he had arrived in Yangsang and wanted to meet Fang Ping. When the big brother himself took the initiative to meet, what would happen? Fang Ping found Wang Jinyang playing basketball with a little girl. He couldn't help but tease, seeing the girl shyly hide behind Wang Jinyang. He thought his little sister Fang Wan was much cuter. After Wang Jinyang spoke a few words, the girl obediently left. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang punched Fang Ping. "What do you think you're doing?" he said. "All right, it seems you've completed the second bone refining. Let's fight a bit." Before Fang Ping could refuse, Wang Jinyang punched him, sending him flying. "With your body, you want to learn combat skills?" He then jumped up and kicked. Fang Ping quickly retreated, thankfully dodging. Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly, impressed by Fang Ping's quick reflexes. Fang Ping smiled, replying, "Not bad, it's all thanks to your guidance." Wang Jinyang attacked again, but midway he spoke. "The first time we met, I thought you were mediocre, but 2 months later, you've completed your second bone refining. Your talent is truly impressive." Fang Ping felt shy at the praise. Wang Jinyang hoped Fang Ping would join Nanyang Martial Arts University. So he came here to recruit him. Faced with the enticing conditions of Wang Jinyang and the massive resources of the 2 major martial arts universities, which one would Fang Ping choose? Recently, Wang Jinyang suggested that Fang Ping join Nanyang Martial Arts University. He mentioned he was the president of the university's martial arts club and could help Fang Ping secure resources for free before reaching third-tier martial artist status. Fang Ping was shocked. Before reaching third-tier martial artist, just the refining pills and body-strengthening solutions would cost over 10 million. Truly generous. Wang Jinyang didn't force Fang Ping, saying with his abilities, he could easily enter either of the 2 top martial arts universities. This wasn't the first time Fang Ping had heard about them. Were they really that good? Wang Jinyang explained, "Of course they're great. Every year, the government provides these universities with enormous resources. Many powerful figures and celebrities have graduated from there. They also supply substantial financial backing, so when students break through to first-tier martial artists, they get free bone and blood essence pills. Every year, thousands of new students enroll, and the costs total at least 800 million annually. Truly wealthy." Another point is the number of tasks. Beyond school allowances, most resources have to be earned. Unlike regular universities, where tasks are rare, these 2 martial arts universities are different. One is in Kimdo, the political center, and the other in Mando, the commercial center. Both are big cities with countless tasks and generous rewards. The most important aspect is the faculty. This is something regular martial arts schools can't match. At Namyang, the minimum requirement for teachers is 3rd-tier martial artists. 4th tier can become advisors, and 5th tier can be school leaders. For the other 2 universities, teachers must be 4th or 5th tier, and 6th tier can become numerous advisors. From what I know, Sanghai's martial arts school has 4 grandmasters. Fang Ping was shocked. 4 grandmasters, that's incredible. Wang Jinyang told him to think it over before leaving. Fang Ping was torn. Where should he choose to go? Today, Fang Ping received his acceptance letter and prepared to arrive at the university early to get familiar with the environment. His parents and Fang Wan went to the train station to send him off. Amid the reluctant farewells, Fang Ping boarded the train to the martial arts university. So, where did Fang Ping end up choosing? As the train reached the station, Fang Ping couldn't help but sigh. This was truly the commercial center of China. Streets full of martial artists. Nothing like the small city of Gangsong. At this moment, a railway police officer approached, asking Fang Ping to show his ID. Fang Ping handed it over. The officer scanned it with a device, and the screen showed his blood essence at 199 kl, but without martial artist registration, so he couldn't move freely. Fang Ping was confused. But I'm not a martial artist. The officer seemed skeptical. Fang Ping explained, I'm a first-year student at Mando Martial Arts University. A first year with blood essence that high? That's impressive. The officer took Fang Ping to register for a temporary martial artist ID. In big cities like Mando, martial artists were seen as walking weapons, so they imposed these restrictions. Under the officer's guidance, Fang Ping successfully completed his martial artist ID registration at the gates of Mando Martial Arts University. Fang Ping was amazed at the size of the university. This is Mando Martial Arts University? The gate is so grand. A voice behind him suddenly said, it looks so old-fashioned. A young man with blue hair and a long sword approached. Are you a first-year student at Mando Martial Arts University? He asked. I'm a third-year student from the Weapons Academy, said Jin Bongqiang. In the confused expression of Fang Ping, Jin Bongqiang swung a sword toward him. Fang Ping froze, terrified. What's your name, Junior? The man asked again. A second-time Diquat practitioner? You can stand firm already. All right, go ahead, tell me your name. Jin Bongqiang entered the school, and after a quick glance, he realized that Fang Ping was someone who had undergone 2 rounds of Diquat, but was not yet a martial artist. He seemed to have arrived at the correct martial arts university, Mando. As Jin Bongqiang walked through the school, he suddenly recalled the voice of the person he had just encountered. It sounded so familiar, but he couldn't place where he had heard it before. At that moment, he reached into his coat pocket and gripped a few bottles of Diquat elixirs he had just exchanged. This time, he was confident he could complete the bone refining process. Once that was done, he would be sure to crush Fang Ping completely. As for the martial arts club at Namyang University, they could talk all they wanted, but weren't they just Wang Jinyang's faction? Fang Ping, filled with anticipation, stepped into the university. The large gate was impressive, and he wondered what the inside would be like. However, as he followed the new student guide to the student registration office, he was surprised to find a shabby building instead of the grand entrance he had seen. Had he been tricked? Fang Ping walked into the lobby, where a middle-aged woman was reading a book. He handed her his admission letter and identification. As the woman verified his details, she complained about him reporting early, saying it added to her workload. Not only was the building old, but the attitude was bad as well. She swiped his ID card, and then her expression suddenly changed. A second-tier martial artist with 199 kal blood energy. She quickly stood up and smiled at Fang Ping, arranging for him to stay at the university's hotel. The change in attitude was swift. The woman asked if Fang Ping had plans to break through to a higher martial artist rank, offering to immediately arrange for a mentor to assist. Fang Ping was confused since classes hadn't started yet, but she reassured him that in the major universities, the ability determined the treatment. As a second-tier martial artist with refined bones and blood energy at the peak, he was undoubtedly a talent among the new students. If he wanted to break through, the university would provide the necessary support. At this moment, Lee Sum-tak, the hotel's guest services manager at Mando Martial Arts University, ran in, drenched in sweat. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." He smiled and quickly helped Fang Ping with his luggage before leading him outside. A flash of grandeur appeared, and Fang Ping couldn't believe that he had such luxury transportation. This treatment was indeed overwhelming. Lee Sung-tak brought Fang Ping to an extravagant room, which surprisingly had a private gym and an open kitchen. "How is all this free?" Fang Ping asked in amazement. Lee Sung-tak explained that since Fang Ping was a second-tier martial artist with the Diquat stage, his room was better than others. With that, Lee Sung-tak left. Fang Ping felt that he had truly joined the privileged class now. The feeling of being treated like royalty was fantastic, but the money was quickly running out. What should he do now? In the restaurant of the Mando Martial Arts University Hotel, Fang Ping was deep in thought. He had recently been preparing for the third stage of Diquat, which would cost quite a bit of his assets. As his strength increased, so would his need for resources, which would only grow, not shrink. He couldn't continue like this. He needed a continuous income source. The only way was to start a company. Although the structure of this world was different from the one he had reincarnated into, the general development trends were similar. In the future, the internet would definitely be the main trend, with online shopping and mobile payments being indispensable. All of this required a lot of technology and money, which made it very difficult to implement. Right now, Fang Ping only had 1.6 million in cash, not enough to open an online shopping company. But a logistics company would be easier to start, with low technology requirements, and a steady income was possible. The only problem was that Fang Ping was still unfamiliar with Mando, and he needed to focus on his cultivation. He needed someone familiar with the environment here to manage the company. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Two customers in the restaurant were intentionally causing a scene, putting their hair in their food and demanding compensation from the restaurant. Fang Ping was about to stand up and teach them a lesson when Lee Sung-tak, the manager of the hotel department, appeared. With just a few words, he made the troublemakers flee. Fang Ping praised Lee Sung-tak for his quick action. Lee Sung-tak, noticing Fang Ping, hurriedly bowed 90 degrees. Fang Ping commented that even though Lee Sung-tak wasn't a martial artist, his position at the university's hotel must have been earned over many years. Lee Sung-tak responded that it wasn't a long time, just exactly 8 years. The new graduates from the university usually had higher positions than him. Fang Ping asked if he had considered becoming a martial artist. Lee Sung-tak quickly replied, "Of course, I would love to. Being a martial artist would increase my salary 3 to 4 times." Fang Ping inquired when that would happen, and Lee Sung-tak sighed, saying it would take at least 5 years, by which time he would be over 30 and his blood energy would have dropped by at least 1 rank. Fang Ping reassured him, saying, "In 3 years, I can help you become a martial artist, and you won't have to spend a single penny." Lee Sung-tak was shocked, and Fang Ping confidently added, "So, do you want to join me?" Unbelievably, Wang Jingyang had done it on his own, sweeping through 2 prestigious universities, Mando and Kimdo. A month later, as the sound of bones cracking echoed, Fang Ping finally completed his 3rd round of Diquat. His blood energy increased by 6 points, and his mental strength grew considerably. The results were impressive, though the cost was high, nearly 2 million in assets for just 1 round. But it was well worth it. The 3rd round of Diquat would be faster than the 2nd, and most importantly, he had accomplished what even Wang Jingyang could not. After wiping the blood off his body, Fang Ping smirked, thinking, "Tomorrow's the first day of school, and I'll be able to show off in front of my new classmates." The next day, after checking in, the new students began heading to the dorms. The university had divided the new dorms into 4 sections, ranked by the students' entrance scores. The first section was for the best, and Fang Ping, walking proudly under the envious gazes of his peers, entered the first section. Fang Ping opened the door to the dormitory and was stunned. It was more like a luxury suite than a student dorm. Although Fang Ping had enjoyed a month of special privileges at the Mando Martial Arts University Hotel, he couldn't help but marvel at the university's financial power. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Fang Ping opened it to find Fu Changding from the room across. Fu Changding was handsome, and his scores were even higher than Fang Ping's. "Are you going to leave me alone?" Fu Changding asked, teasing. Fang Ping politely introduced himself. Fu Changding was taken aback. Wait, are you from Namyang? You must know Wang Jinyang then. Fang Ping responded, he's a senior of mine from the 3rd year. Fu Changding immediately became excited. He's the model for our generation of martial artists. Last year, he wiped out all the first-year students in one go at Mando Martial Arts University. Wait, what? Fang Ping was shocked. A few days ago, he even caused a ruckus in my hometown, Kimdo, and on his first day there, he took down 8 martial arts schools. Fang Ping couldn't believe it. These schools were guarded by mid-level martial artists. After Fu Changding left, Fang Ping was excited. The power of Wang Jinyang was overwhelming. Looks like he would need to train harder. As Fu Changding walked out, his face turned serious. If hearing about Wang Jinyang made your blood boil like that, he must have completed the 2nd stage of Diquat. No, he might even be stronger than that. Have you ever seen a school like this? Fu Changding continued. We haven't even chosen our majors, and we're already fighting for the first day of school. All new students of Mando Martial Arts University gathered in front of the training building. The noise was deafening, and the host was sweating, but no one was listening. Just then, a tall blonde man appeared and barked, "All of you, quiet down." His voice echoed as a powerful blood pressure swept across the area, overwhelming the students. Many of them fell to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. Fang Ping and Fu Changding trembled as they realized that the man was Duangjing, the dean of the Weapon Academy at Mando Martial Arts University. He was a true grandmaster martial artist. Huangjing announced, I am the one in charge of this entrance exam. The building in front of you is where you will choose your academy today. The first floor represents the Academy of Humanities, focusing on politics and culture. The second floor represents the Academy of Manufacturing, focusing on alchemy, weapons, and martial arts. The third floor represents the Academy of Tactical Direction, focusing on military strategy. The fourth floor represents the Weapon Academy, focusing on real combat. After 5 minutes, all the students entered the building and went to their respective academies. An hour later, the building was sealed off. Many new students began to complain. This is too simple. Why not just split us up directly? Wanjing smiled maliciously. Each floor is limited to 400 people. If you exceed that number, all the students on that floor will lose 30 points. He reminded them, the basic score for new students is 50 points. 1 point equals 30,000 in cash. 3 points can buy a blood key pill. The students were shocked by this revelation. It was only the first day, and the competition was already this intense. Fang Ping was also amazed. It seemed the entrance exam at Mando Martial Arts University was no simple matter. Just then, Fu Changding called Fang Ping over. Do you want to team up and do something together? Fu Changding said that the Weapon Academy had the most resources and the best faculty, so many people would choose the 4th floor. If they teamed up, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the 4th floor. But this didn't mean they would be able to get guidance from the best instructors. Fang Ping was annoyed. Why? He asked. Fu Changding explained, all the instructors of Mando Martial Arts University will observe the students' choices. They will select the ones they like. So we need to stand out in this process and catch the attention of the instructors. Fang Ping thought about this. Wang Jinyang had also said that choosing a good advisor was very important. So if they could attract the attention of all the advisors, wouldn't they be able to pick whichever one they wanted? This made Fang Ping more certain that teaming up was the right choice. Just then, Huangjing spoke again. The president of Mando Martial Arts University once said that real martial artists have to fight for what they want. Now, let's start enjoying your first lesson as martial artists. The hall fell silent. Suddenly, all the new students rushed into the building. A mentor remarked, the physical condition of the new students this year is decent. Huangjing snorted, you kids don't understand anything. You're all just full of blood energy. One mentor sighed, everyone goes through this phase. Huangjing's face darkened as he said harshly, the underground situation is becoming more dangerous. A group of elite warriors has fallen in battle at the front lines. Students with this level of ability are simply not enough. The mentors dared not speak further. After the students rushed to the 4th floor, suddenly, a student was kicked and slammed into the wall. So, a first-tier martial artist is this strong and still can't get up? He complained. Why is the fourth floor still not full? Why can't we go up? A person on the fourth floor laughed disdainfully. If you don't have at least 140 cal of blood energy, you're not qualified to be here. The student who was kicked was powerless, his blood energy far below theirs. Just then, Fang Ping shot up the stairs. Before the person blocking the path could react, Fang Ping kicked him in the face, knocking him unconscious. The others stared in astonishment. This was an impressive move. Fang Ping stood tall, his expression smug. Before I came to Manhwa, everyone told me this school gathered a lot of geniuses. So, I gave up the huge benefits at Nanyang University and chose Manhwa. But I didn't expect that the students here were so weak. Manhwa doesn't even deserve its top-tier reputation. All the advisors were extremely stunned. This kid was so arrogant. Guangjing angrily said, "All freshmen, listen up. If you defeat this arrogant brat, you will get 50 points. Immediately, all the freshmen's eyes lit up as they moved towards Fang Ping. This was different from what I imagined. I just wanted to attract the attention of the advisors at first, but Fu Changding was now in a panic. Fang Ping smiled strangely. So, do you want to fight them, or fight me along with them? Fu Changding, being the good teammate, responded, "What's the point of fighting one person when we can all fight together? Or if two people fight a group, we won't lose face." Fang Ping laughed, then loudly said, "If defeating me earns you points, what if I defeat them?" There was a moment of silence. Then Wang Jing's voice came through the loudspeaker. "Non-martial artists earn 1 point. Martial artists earn 5 points. Fang Ping clapped his hands. Principal Wang is really stingy, but it's better than nothing. The show was about to begin. Inside the observation room, the crowd was discussing Fang Ping and Fu Changding. Some people even recognized that he had completed the Diquat third stage 3 times and guessed that his connection to Wang Jinyang was probably not ordinary. At that moment, a loud bang was heard as Fang Ping kicked a freshman, sending him flying before he could relax. A punch suddenly came from Fang Ping's side, but he dodged, grabbing his opponent's arm with his right hand and delivering a blood-condensing punch with his left. The freshman was immediately sent flying several meters, but Fang Ping was also panting heavily. The drain on his blood energy after a single fight had been too great. Just then, someone suddenly rushed towards Fang Ping, and in the blink of an eye, was in front of him. Fang Ping was startled. The speed was fast. It turned out to be the leader among the freshmen, a martial artist who had reached the second stage of Diquat. Fang Ping took a punch to the chin, but he didn't fall down. His training in maintaining his stance had paid off. At that moment, a girl with purple hair suddenly jumped up, holding a long sword and saying, 50 points, I'll take them. Fang Ping's stamina had already been exhausted, and he quickly focused his mind, using 100,000 asset points to restore 100 points of blood energy in an instant. He narrowly avoided Yang Soman's sword strike. Luckily, the system was there, but those asset points still needed to be saved. Yang Soman was shocked. How did this guy's blood energy recover so suddenly? Before she could react, Fang Ping kicked her in the face, sending her flying backward and crashing into the students behind her. What, no mercy? Kicked her in the face. Seeing her friend being hit, Zhao Xuimei also charged at Fang Ping. She came from behind him and threw a punch. Fang Ping dodged and countered with a punch of his own. Zhao Xuimei fell hard to the floor. The crowd was in an uproar. This guy is using hacks. He's been fighting for so long, but his blood energy hasn't decreased. That's right, but too bad there's no reward. Fang Ping shouted toward Fu Changding, telling him not to fight martial artists in a one-on-one battle, as it would waste too much blood energy. There are plenty of non-martial artists. If you fight one, you get 1 point. Fu Changding responded, Of course I know, but these people have too much blood energy, and I can't recover in time. While speaking, Fu Changding was punched. It was a disaster for him. Countless people fell around Fang Ping, and Fu Changding was running around the field. A martial artist who had reached the second stage of Diquat rushed toward Fang Ping, and Fang Ping retaliated. Let's see if I can block this one. The air suddenly became still. Chen Yuanxi's face changed. Fang Ping quickly pulled his hand back. Chen Yuanxi, embarrassed, kicked at him. Fang Ping grabbed a male student nearby. "This has nothing to do with me." Fang Ping smiled awkwardly. "A punch can't tell the difference." At that moment, Jono suddenly shouted, "Yang Somen, Jiao Suime, each lead a team and take turns attacking." Fang Ping, Chen Yonxi, and Dang Son Jian lead a team to control Fu Changding. Fu Changding's eyes widened. "No way. I just took blood energy medicine and still haven't recovered. Fang Ping, help me." Fang Ping replied, "I'm too busy. Take care of yourself." Fu Changding, stunned, fell to his knees. "Please don't hit my face." Some students from other floors ran over, excited to watch the intense scene. After everything was settled, the people around Fang Ping sighed in relief. "I didn't expect it to cost so many asset points." Suddenly, Fang Ping looked up and saw the students watching him. A wicked smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect someone would come to gift me points." He slowly walked toward them, and they hurriedly stepped back. "Stop. We're not freshmen on the 4th floor." He smiled. "The principal didn't say we couldn't fight. If students from other floors are here, then they can stay." Finally, the freshman orientation for the new students ended. The students slowly left the training building, but all of them were in a sorry state. Fang Ping was also carrying Fu Changding out. "Man, you really got wrecked." Fu Changding suddenly shouted, "We've defeated thousands of people. Although we lost, it's still glorious." Fang Ping, helpless, said, "All right, just stay quiet. You've been beaten to a pulp, so don't talk." Fu Changding, still unsatisfied, muttered, "And you're fine, huh? Not a scratch on you." Fang Ping pretended to be modest. "Because I'm strong. A little king, no matter how powerful, is still a child." A voice filled with terrifying authority suddenly came from behind. Fang Ping and the other person froze. It was Huangjing, the headmaster of the Weapon Academy. A female advisor, who had been helping Huangjing, introduced the schedule. When Huangjing approached, all the freshmen quickly made way. Fang Ping looked after him. "This is the pressure of a grandmaster's level? It's terrifying. But one day, I will be stronger than him." Just then, Huangjing's voice came through the loudspeaker, asking the freshmen to go to the corresponding training field to choose their advisors. Fang Ping said, "Why hasn't anyone mentioned our study points?" Fu Changding replied, "Maybe the headmaster is too embarrassed to mention it." Before they could finish, a red-haired advisor came over. "The study points will be distributed later. After the division, the academy will tally the points for you. Such a small matter doesn't need a grandmaster like the headmaster to handle." Fu Changding quickly pressed Fang Ping's head down and said loudly, "Sorry, advisor, we were wrong." Fang Ping was confused. "What's going on?" Fu Changding explained, "This man is a 6th grade expert. Tang Feng is the best under the dean. Offending him is not a good idea. You performed well in the department division test this time." Tang Feng gave an expression of consolation. Fang Ping thought Tang Feng was praising him and smiled, raising his head. But the next moment, he felt uncomfortable. It turned out he was praising Fu Changding instead. Tang Feng, still offering consolation, said, "Despite being surrounded by so many students, you fought without retreat. You truly have the spirit of a martial artist." Fang Ping was speechless. He didn't retreat because he couldn't retreat. Is this advisor blind? After praising Fu Changding, Tang Feng turned to Fang Ping with a contemptuous expression and said, "I dislike dishonest students." Fang Ping struggled to contain his anger and ignored Fu Changding. After Tang Feng finished speaking, he turned and left, saying to Fu Changding, "When choosing your advisor, you can come straight to me." Fu Changding quickly consoled Fang Ping, telling him not to be angry. Tang Feng is famous for not sparing anyone. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and muttered, "I will definitely make this lie and regret it." The young man, reborn 10 years ago, successfully activated his system, becoming someone everyone wanted. Even the fierce female advisors were coveting. The freshman division test ended, and it was time to choose an advisor. Freshmen went to the training grounds, where each advisor's table had different requirements for recruitment. The tables listed various conditions: no limits on gender, a minimum of 2 trials, only 5 people recruited, blood vitality over 180 points for selection, and a preference for cute girls who loved swordsmanship. Fang Ping looked around, uncertain of who to choose. Each advisor excelled in different fields, so finding the best fit for himself was the key. Although many advisors required the students to be martial artists, with Fang Ping's 3-time Tokat achievements, no one would turn him away. He turned to Fu Changding and asked, "Have you decided which advisor you're choosing?" Fu Changding seemed hesitant. "You take your time thinking." Back then, Advisor Baekhyaki was elegant and graceful, so many people liked her. At this moment, Fang Ping looked in the direction of Wu Vyudi. Her appearance and name matched well. She was indeed a weapon. The selection requirements at her table were quite direct, even a custom order. "Aren't these the top-performing students from the division test?" Fang Ping thought helplessly. There was also an intern student, and this older sister was really strong. As Fang Ping was about to leave, Wu Hudi suddenly opened her eyes, which had been closed, and spoke to Fang Ping. "Come to me. I guarantee you will be safe at school." Fang Ping was surprised by her bold tone. "But is there danger in the school?" Wu Hudi responded, "You know Wang Jinyang, right?" Fang Ping wondered, "You think no one knows him?" Wu Hudi gave a faint smile and continued, "Last year, that guy came to the Martial Arts Academy and injured many students from your level. With your connection to Wang Jinyang, do you think you can live through university life peacefully?" She went on, "You wouldn't want to face those upperclassmen who despise Wang Jinyang every day, would you?" Before Wu Hudi could finish speaking, Tang Feng walked over and slammed his hands on the table. "Students of the Martial Arts Academy aren't so petty." Wu Hudi stared at Tang Feng and replied, "If they were just fellow townspeople, that would be fine. But Wang Jinyang is Fang Ping's mentor. Do you dare to guarantee that your students won't resent him?" The question stunned Tang Feng, who didn't know how to answer. Wu Hudi stood up and continued, "When martial artists of the same level fight and lose, it's a major grudge. As long as Wang Jinyang is undefeated, they won't let it go." She turned to Fang Ping and said, "If they bully you, tell me. Your teacher has a powerful shield, and even the strongest can't touch you." In that instant, Fang Ping was shocked. No wonder this older sister was so arrogant. Wu Hudi didn't care about Tang Feng's anger, and, while walking toward Fang Ping, said, "The tasks my students handle carry a lot of risk. I won't deny that, but once you choose martial arts, you must learn to compete for it." Wu Hudi patted Fang Ping on the shoulder and continued, "I've looked into your background, ordinary family, no martial artists. For you to enter the Martial Arts Academy, you need to understand that with your conditions, it will be much harder to achieve anything in martial arts than others." She smiled. "But I'm different. I have shares in a medicine company, and you can take as many pills as you like." Fang Ping was astonished. "Take as many pills as I want." This method was truly impressive. Seeing Fang Ping's incredulous expression, Wu Hudi laughed and said, "Do you think I'm lying?" She casually took out 10 blood vitality pills and handed them to Fang Ping as a gift. The pills shimmered in her hand. Fang Ping thought to himself, "This older sister is really generous. She just gave me 10 blood vitality pills, worth millions. According to her, this would bring a lot of benefits, right? It would be foolish not to take advantage of it." Fang Ping eagerly accepted the pills. The system's notification sounded, and his asset value increased by 1,000,000. Fang Ping grinned. "Thank you, advisor. I'll follow you from now on." Wu Hudi didn't waste time talking, and immediately handed him a key to her dormitory. "You can come to me if you have any martial arts problems." Fang Ping remarked, "Definitely someone from the industry." Then, Tang Feng spoke up again, "You should take responsibility for your students." Wu Hudi's response was calm. "In the years I've guided students, over half of them have been injured before graduating." Fang Ping suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Why didn't Tang Feng say this sooner? Was it too late to regret it now? Wu Hudi glanced at Tang Feng. "That's none of your business. I'll handle it." Just then, Zhao Xumai stepped forward and asked, "Could I choose you as my advisor?" Wu Hudi responded, "Of course, welcome to join." Fang Ping couldn't believe it. Tang Feng was right, and someone still dared to choose Wu Hudi. This woman was indeed formidable. Fu Changding came over and put his arm around Fang Ping, whispering, "Her real name isn't Wu Hudi, it's Yu Bongyu." Fu Changding continued, "Although her student casualty rate is quite high, Her strength is no less than Fang's. Fang Ping appeared skeptical. Then why didn't you choose her? Fu Changding responded quickly. Because I want to learn weaponry, so I chose that teacher. Fang Ping laughed and asked, aren't you afraid the lion's path will cause trouble for you? Fu Changding stammered, afraid of what? Am I Fu Changding someone who's afraid? Besides, Jono, the top of our class, and Yang Suman, who ambushed you earlier, both chose him. Does he really care about someone as insignificant as me? Fang Ping asked, really? You must have prepared yourself for it, right? The advisor selection was over, and the two headed to the logistics department of Manhwa to prepare for academic points collection. Fang Ping asked, how many points do you think we can exchange? Fu Changding replied, I got beaten up and ended up like this, so if they don't give me a few more points, how could it match my looks? At the service desk for new students, Fu Changding approached first. Excuse me, can you check my academic points? In his mind, he imagined a suave and charming demeanor, but the reality was always harsh. The teacher at the window gave him a goosebumps-inducing stare and asked for his name and ID number. After hearing the points, Fu Changding couldn't believe it. What? I only got 45 points? There must be a mistake. Sir, if you have questions, go to the dean. This isn't something I handle, the teacher responded. Next, it was Fang Ping's turn. He stepped up and was told his reward was 152 points. The teacher was astonished, thinking, I've been working here for 3 years, but this is the first time I've seen a new student with so many points. Fu Changding's face turned pale. This is way higher than mine. Fang Ping smirked. Well, I'm way stronger than you. Fang Ping then asked, besides exchanging for medicine, do academic points have other uses? The teacher explained, a lot, from small things like food and rest to big ones like using special equipment or borrowing ethnic items. In Manhwa, there's almost nothing points can't solve. Academic points in cash can also be exchanged. 1 point equals 10,000 in cash. 30,000 can exchange for 1 point. Fu Changding felt dissatisfied. That's a bit too sneaky. The teacher put on a serious face. The school doesn't encourage students to use money for exchanging academic points, but some students have no choice. Without exchanging points, they can't even afford meals. That's why we provide an opportunity for the wealthy students like you. Fu Changding awkwardly said, don't say that, I wasn't planning to exchange. Fang Ping sighed, no matter how much money you have, you can't withstand this kind of business. Fang Ping opened the system and was surprised to find that he had already earned quite a bit of asset value. Including the blood energy pills from earlier, his total assets now amounted to over 4 million. He smiled. Next, we'll head to the resource exchange to prepare for some medicine. For new students, only partial exchange rights are granted. But for us, under level 3, it's enough. Looking at the exchange list, Fang Ping pondered. A first-grade internal organ guard pill cost 2 million in the market, but here it was only 60 points, which equals just 600,000. His eyes lit up. So, I can sell the medicine for profit and increase my asset value. Truly a genius move. Back in the dormitory, Fang Ping lay on his bed thinking, if it weren't for the system, I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against these martial artists. After 2 Diquat breakthroughs, martial artists focus on strengthening their bones, making them much tougher than me. No matter how strong I get, I'm still just a 3-time Diquat. He concluded, if I fight head-on, my bone strength is far weaker than theirs. Tomorrow, I need to head to Yobanyu's dorm to find her. I need to break through to first grade level quickly. This is the beginning of my experience transfer. The first semester will set a new record for me. After the battle for the new students, Fang Ping realized that his strength was still lacking, so he sought out Yobanyu to quickly break through and become a martial artist. Therefore, the next morning, Fang Ping went to Yobanyu's dorm. She sleepily opened the door and said, "This body of yours looks great already." Fang Ping, after all, was just a young boy, and his blood rushed to his face in an instant, making him blush deeply. Yobanyu pulled Fang Ping closer, asking, "Is it really that good looking? Or should I get even closer to see more clearly?" Fang Ping said, "Actually, it's not like it's impossible." The two of them went to the living room. She asked, "What's going on this early?" In the evening, Yu Bongyu brought two people to a steakhouse. Looking at the blood-soaked steak in front of Zhao Xuime, she gagged. Yu Bongyu casually remarked, "You'll get used to it after vomiting a few times." Used to it? How could I get used to this? Fang Ping couldn't help but mutter in dissatisfaction. Seeing such a bloody scene and then being invited to eat a steak still covered in blood, it's definitely intentional. Yu Bongyu continued, "You and Diquat can only eat dried rations or raw food. If you have an energy mine, you can cook the food, but it won't be as good as exchanging it for pills." Then, Yu Bongyu turned to Fang Ping and asked, "How does it feel to carry corpses around every day?" Fang Ping was silent for a moment before replying, "It feels like being a martial artist, but it's not as glamorous as people think." Yu Bongyu asked further, "Have you ever thought about participating in a life-or-death battle? Those kinds of battles could help you accumulate some combat experience and be very useful in improving your strength." Fang Ping immediately broke into a sweat. This situation was too sudden. Zhao Xuime, who was beside him, quickly raised her hand, signaling that she could join. Yu Bongyu gave her a helpless glance before turning back and saying, "No, you're too weak." Zhao Xuime was not convinced and immediately retorted loudly, "I'm not weak. I'm at level 4 in body training, skilled in basic combat techniques, and my skills are almost on par with the combat stage. I'm not afraid of the people in today's life and death arena." Yu Bongyu calmly replied, "Whether you're afraid or not is not important. What's important is that you haven't really come into contact with blood yet." Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Xuime frantically shoved the steak into her mouth, trying hard not to vomit, but in the end, she couldn't hold it in and ran to the bathroom. Fang Ping was confused, wondering why Zhao Xuime was so eager. Yu Bongyu explained, "Suimi's father was a level 4 martial artist who died in a battle at Thianam Diquat. Now, every force is trying to get a piece of the business her father left behind. Without power, she can't protect her family's legacy. That's why she longs for strength." Then, she looked at Fang Ping and added, "She's not like you. You don't have any drive at all." Fang Ping shuddered and quickly retorted, "I have drive too." Yu Bongyu smiled. "Not wanting to die is also a kind of motivation." Fang Ping rebutted, "What do you mean by a kind of motivation?" Yu Bongyu rested her chin on her hand and said, "If you're too afraid to enter a life-or-death battle, how about trying a regular match?" Fang Ping felt helpless. She had said all this, what else could he do? "Well, try it out then." In the underground arena, the noise never stopped. The arena owner smiled and said to Fang Ping, "Don't be nervous, brother. A regular match is pretty safe. Normally, they won't intentionally kill anyone." Fang Ping asked, "Boss, I just want to know, will there be a reward for winning?" The boss paused for a moment, then said, 50,000 per match. "It's not much, but you can still place a bet." He whispered to Fang Ping, "The opponent your master picked for you is an experienced top-tier first-level martial artist. The odds are at least 3 to 1. Fang Ping suddenly became excited. "In that case, I'll bet 1 million on myself." "I'll bet 5 million on you," she said. "If you lose, you'll owe me." The teacher escorting him added. Fang Ping remained silent. This teacher was gambling with her student's life. At that moment, Zhao Xuime also appeared. "I'll bet 1 million on you, Fang Ping." "Good luck." Fang Ping suddenly felt like he might vomit blood. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out, "Good evening, handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Let's welcome the two fighters to the stage." The entire audience roared with excitement. The announcer continued, "Let's give a warm welcome to the undefeated king of boxing, the peak martial artist Hakdi." As soon as he finished, a man with a distinct scar stepped forward with an imposing presence. The audience cheered and shouted his name. The announcer followed, and now, a brave newcomer, the Sword King, Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled and waved to the crowd, but the audience responded with the universally recognized gesture of disappointment. Zhao Xuime, trying not to laugh, commented, "What a silly name. Why isn't he using a sword if he's called the Sword King?" Yu Bongyu, on the other hand, thought the name wasn't stupid. Fang Ping intentionally used a familiar impression to mislead his opponent. Yu Bongyu explained to Zhao Xuime, saying, for example, "Nail Chin is very good with a spear, but he can also teach you other weapons. Tang Feng's fists and kicks are formidable, but he's also skilled with weapons. You all think Nailchin doesn't have any restrictions. Tang Feng's fists and kicks. Those two people will let you slaughter them however you want. So, be careful or you'll die without even knowing why. After speaking, she turned to Zhao Xuimei. Learn from this. In the future, don't just think about your enemy's nickname. Zhao Xuimei quickly took out her notebook and started taking notes. In the arena, Fang Ping still used his signature move, as usual, pretending to be weaker at the start. After a while, Fang Ping's attack made Hakdi frown. Can you stop talking nonsense? Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Before Hakdi could react, Fang Ping jumped in front of him and landed a blow. Hakdi quickly raised his hands to block, but the kid had already taken the initiative. Fang Ping didn't give Hakdi any chance to breathe and launched another punch. Hakdi could only keep defending, thinking to himself, this kid's not a middle-tier first-level martial artist. The audience below, eager for the fight, shouted, counterattack, Hakdi. Don't go easy on the rookie. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly squatted down and said, watch this. Annoyed, Hakdi quickly lowered his right hand, only for Fang Ping to land a hook straight to Hakdi's jaw. Hakdi spat out blood and staggered back, stepping hard with his left foot to steady himself. Taking advantage of the opening, Fang Ping quickly threw another punch straight to Hakdi's face. In a critical moment, Hakdi had no choice but to raise both hands again to block. A smirk spread across Fang Ping's face. His blood quickly condensed at his right foot, and the next second, a powerful and bloody kick was unleashed. Hakdi, shocked, immediately shouted, I surrender. Fang Ping's right foot stopped beside Hakdi's head, and with a thud, Hakdi collapsed to the ground. I admit defeat, he said. Fang Ping clasped his hands together in submission. The entire arena went silent, and the audience stared, unable to believe their eyes almost popping out. Zhao Xuimei also clenched her fists in front of her chest, astonished. The next moment, the entire audience suddenly erupted in excitement. Yinobangyu calmly observed the scene. In less than a minute, the battle had little benefit for Fang Ping. It seemed something more stimulating needed to be done. Finally, the task could be accomplished. Fang Ping was assigned as the team leader. Fang Ping said, I'll carry the load, you all just relax. At that moment, Fang Ping was at the reward exchange, ready to collect his prize. A man pushed a suitcase towards him, saying, this is 3.05 million. The counter won't be responsible if anything falls out. Count it carefully. As Fang Ping touched the suitcase, a sound rang out, the system notification. His asset value increased. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Fang Ping smiled in satisfaction. Earning so much money in just a minute was truly amazing. Suddenly, another system notification rang, and his asset value exceeded 10 million. The system level upgraded. The interface quickly shattered and upgraded successfully. It reconnected, and several words appeared on the screen. New feature unlocked, I code. Fang Ping thought, this means he could now directly use the system to code. Normally, Diquat was a very complex and dangerous process, but he decided to try it. Fang Ping immediately focused and performed Diquat. His entire body's vitality surged, and in the blink of an eye, the system sound echoed. Diquat succeeded. Fang Ping felt the change in his body and truly felt the progress. If it really only took a moment, didn't that mean he could reach the peak of 3rd grade? At that moment, the system sounded again. Expenditure of 100,000 assets. Fang Ping immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. 1%, he thought. A bone alone had cost 10,000. If this continued, forget about 3rd grade. Just reaching 1st grade peak would cost at least 10 million. Immediately, 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Indeed, nothing was easy. That night, Yu took the two of them back to Mao. On the way, Fang Ping tried to get some money from Yu and Zhao Xuimei, but it was in vain. When he heard that charming Zhao Xuimei could bring in a lot of money, Fang Ping smiled and gave up. The next day, at Mao's logistics office, where tasks were assigned, the members of the special training class gathered. Tang Feng said, the mission authority of you all has been activated. Over the next month, you can come here to receive tasks. The students were all very excited. Great! Finally, we can receive tasks. Fang Ping smiled, thinking, this is good. It will give us another way to accumulate asset value. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted. What's going on here? After a month of training, you're still so sluggish. It turned out to be the headmaster, Huangjing, arriving. Huangjing walked forward and said sternly, the situation in hell is getting tense. The demand for strong individuals is growing. Cultivating strong individuals requires many resources. You must win in the exchange competition for the school to receive enough resources to cultivate even more powerful individuals. He then added, therefore, you kids must prepare well. Understood? Understood. The students stood at attention. Tang Feng continued, next, you'll be divided into 5 teams. Each team will be guided by one advisor. The team that completes the most tasks will receive an additional 100 points for learning. Moreover, the top 10 students will represent Mao in the exchange competition this year. He then called out loudly, Fang Ping, Zhounou, Fu Chengding, Yang Soman, Chen Yonzi, and 5 of the students who had outstanding strength were chosen as team leaders. Everyone, familiarize yourself with the list and get to know each other. Fang Ping's team consisted of Zhao Xuemei and Dang Songjiang, who ranked at the top of the special training class, while 3 others, Zhang Hao, Zhang Ping, and Li Dashing, were at the bottom of the ranking. Fang Ping was slightly uncomfortable. Aside from Zhao Xuemei and Dang Songjiang, the others are weak. Was this grouping done on purpose to make things harder for me? Fu Changding ran over to put his arm around Fang Ping's shoulder, saying, why the long face? I heard they set this up in advance to balance the strength of the teams. Zhu Xiaopiang stepped forward and said, I'm your advisor. During the mission phase, you'll decide what tasks to take, but my job is just to make sure you get back alive. Just after the team was formed, a disagreement arose. Fang Ping said, I'm the team leader, so I'll make the decisions. Anyone who doesn't like it can challenge me to a solo fight. At that moment, Zhu Xiaopiang spoke again. I won't interfere with other matters, so don't ask for my opinion. Fang Ping wondered if this indifferent attitude was meant to be fair. Advisors weren't supposed to guide their own students, right? Zhu Xiaopiang appeared older, and since Manhwa wasn't as popular with schools, he didn't have many students, but his strength was certainly trustworthy. Fang Ping tapped on the device screen to enter the mission system. There were 4 types of missions: military missions, bounty missions, police missions, and school missions. The difficulty decreased from military to police to school. School missions weren't necessarily easier, but the rewards were linked to the difficulty. Looking at the list of available missions, Fang Ping thought about which one to choose. Missions were very important, and a month would pass quickly. Other teams would definitely be looking for high-reward missions. The key was to find a balance between time, difficulty, and reward. Still, he decided to start with the simpler tasks for practice. Having made his decision, Fang Ping immediately clicked on the screen to accept a mission to capture the top-ranking wanted criminal, a first-grade martial artist. When Dang Songjiang saw that Fang Ping had chosen such a simple mission, he was displeased. Just a first-grade mission? Our strength isn't bad. The result will affect our chances in the exchange competition. With such a small reward, there won't be much left after we divide it among the team. If you want to be cautious, we should at least take a second-grade mission. Fang Ping glanced at him coldly. Have you ever fought a second-grade martial artist before? Dang Songjiang immediately fell silent, realizing he hadn't. Then where's your confidence coming from? Fang Ping continued, this isn't a competition. The wanted criminals will fight back. If anyone is attacked while going alone, they could die. Even if you don't care about people's lives, if someone dies, the next mission will be harder. Dang Songjiang casually responded, it won't be that bad. Aren't we supposed to have an advisor with us? Zhu Xiaopiang, however, remained silent, not responding. Fang Ping glanced at Zhu Xiaopiang without showing any particular attitude. Then, he scanned the others with a sharp gaze, saying, I'm the team leader, so I'll make the decisions. For the next month, everyone must listen to me. I don't want to play democratic voting games with you. If anyone has a problem, you can challenge me one-on-one. Dang Songjiang gritted his teeth in discontent, but said nothing in the end. Fang Ping looked at the mission description and stated, "The target of this mission is a man named Linking. According to the document, the last place he was spotted was in the backed-in area. Also, he has a gambling addiction. Therefore, the plan is to search the underground casinos in backed-in." Jiaxuimai spoke up, "But there are a lot of casinos in backed-in. What if we can't find him?" Fang Ping replied, "If we can't locate him within 3 days, we'll abandon the mission and accept a penalty of a 10% reduction in rewards. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we leave in an hour." After finishing, he turned and walked away. Watching Fang Ping's retreating figure, Dang Sonjiang and Zhang Hao whispered to each other, "The reward points aren't worth the time spent searching. So cowardly. What choice do we have? He's the team leader. Looks like we just have to bear with it." A while later, the team arrived in the backed-in area. At one underground casino, Fang Ping coordinated through the headset. First, split into groups to search. If you spot the target, don't act alone. Notify the other groups first. Once we regroup, we'll make our move. Team B Zhaoxuime reported, "We're in the main hall. No sign of the target yet." Zhang Ping coughed, "The smoke here is too thick. We're in position at the back door, but it seems like the casino staff is already watching us." Through the headset, some voice concerns, "We're students with no experience. Even in disguise, we stand out too much here." Fang Ping reassured them, "Don't stress. Just avoid acting suspiciously. At worst, we'll just get questioned. Keep searching." He then sighed helplessly. As expected, during real missions, everyone starts to panic and reveals their severe lack of experience. Fang Ping turned around and saw Ju Sa-pyong standing in a corner, entirely detached as if he were just an outsider. Fang Ping looked at Ju Sa-pyong's cold, expressionless face and wondered if the man would help in case of unforeseen circumstances. No, he thought, probably not. At least, not until everyone else is completely wiped out. After all, the deaths and injuries of students might be exactly what Martial Arts Academy wants to see. Behind this logic was a cold principle of equivalent exchange. Regardless of how much they emphasize life and death to new students, in the end, it's just rhetoric. Danger and death are mere abstract concepts, until they happen right in front of you. But if sacrificing a few weaker students leads to the awakening of the elite new students, it's a profitable trade. Why are new students participating in this exchange tournament and not stronger third-year students? Because new students are weak, and their deaths aren't significant losses. But if they manage to make a name for themselves in the competition, the academy will value them more. So it's worth trying this exchange. Fair, yet cold, Martial Arts Academy operates this practically. At that moment, a voice came through the headset. "Team leader, this is Team B. We've spotted the target." Fang Ping immediately ordered, "Follow him closely and notify the others. Everyone, move to converge there. Do not act until we're all assembled." However, Dang Sonjiang had already made his move. Fang Ping was a suitable candidate for team leader, but overly cautious. "Is that so? Then let's cause some trouble for him," thought Dang Sonjiang. Earlier, Dang Sonjiang spotted the mission target but acted on his own. Before Fang Ping and the others could arrive, Linking had already been killed by Dang Sonjiang. Dang Sonjiang complained, "We wasted so much time for a reward of just 120,000 points. The points we earned are hardly worth it. I told you, with our strength, we should take on harder missions." Fang Ping sternly responded, "I already told you to wait until everyone was present before taking action." Dang Sonjiang retorted, "The target wasn't strong. I could handle him alone. There was no need to wait for everyone. Besides, if the target escaped, would you take responsibility? Stop wasting everyone's time just because you're the leader." This time, Zhaoxuime was upset and scolded Dang Sonjiang. "What do you mean? If it weren't for Fang Ping's deduction of the target's location, how could you have caught him so quickly? Everyone else was helping too." Dang Sonjiang argued, "This mission has already cost us a lot of resources and manpower. And in the end, no one earned much from the reward." Jiaxuime snapped angrily, "How can you say that? Fang Ping did it for everyone's safety. None of you want accidents to happen and end up dead, right? If you're so afraid of dying, then why become martial artists?" At this point, Dang Songjiang stood up and furiously shouted at Fang Ping. Team leader, remember that we're martial arts academy students, martial artists, not cowards afraid to take risks. Fang Ping coldly stared at Dang Songjiang, saying, if you're dissatisfied, you can leave now. I'll request the school to assign you another mission. Anyone else who wants to leave can go with him. Dang Songjiang gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Damn it! If it weren't for him having killed 2 peak first-grade warriors, I would have taken him down long ago. Looking at the others, who seemed comfortable, Fang Ping's expression turned serious. The first mission was too easy, so easy that everyone's overconfident now. That's not good. In the principal's office, several advisors were reporting. Chen Yunxi might not be suitable as a team leader. She lacks decisiveness. Fu Changding is decent. He knows how to manage relationships with teammates and considers everyone's opinions during missions. Jono tends to act alone and has taken on an extremely difficult mission. Yang So-man is average. Fang Ping is very capable, a suitable team leader candidate. But he's a bit overly cautious. The principal responded, keep observing Fang Ping. Isn't he quite steady? Let's give him a slightly more challenging mission next time. I want to see how he reacts to danger. Will he run, ask for help, betray his teammates, or fight to the death? Raising an elite takes time. There's much more to observe. Fang Ping's team returned to the mission assignment area. Zhu Xiaopiang announced, for this mission, Dang Songjiang gets 25% of the reward. The 2 who found the target share 25%, while the remaining 7 share the remaining 50%. Liu Dashing grumbled, so does that mean we're doing this mission for free? Dang Songjiang stepped forward and said, it's fine. Our second mission is to take on a peak first-grade task. That way, everyone can earn more rewards. He then looked at Fang Ping with a dismissive expression. Am I right, Captain? Fang Ping lowered his head and said nothing. Dang Songjiang walked to the computer and said, we'll choose this mission ourselves. The mission details popped up. The target was a peak first grade, a high-risk target with a reward of 15 credits. Looking at the mission description, the group discussed, this mission isn't bad. The credits are more than usual for tasks of this kind. With all of us working together, taking down a peak first grade shouldn't be hard. Let's choose this one. Fang Ping glanced at the mission board, furrowing his brow. The reward for this mission was significantly higher than the others. Why would a peak first grade criminal need 3 peak first grade individuals to form a team? A cold sweat trickled down Fang Ping's face. This mission isn't right. Immediately, he glanced at the video screen, wondering how their instructor could not see the problem with this task. But since the instructor didn't say a word, it meant the mission was either safe, or they were intentionally being given a problematic task. Fang Ping said, we can take this mission, but I need to remind everyone. Given the high reward, the target is definitely not ordinary. If we can't beat him, we retreat immediately. Survival is the priority to complete the mission. Dang Songjiang replied, got it. We're not going to seek death. We're students from the top martial arts school. Besides, he's just a peak first grade. We have so many people, there shouldn't be any issues. Fang Ping stayed silent, hoping he was overthinking things. Meanwhile, no one noticed Zhu Xiaopiang's smile. The next day, everyone arrived at the rendezvous point. Fang Ping clenched his fists, thinking that his blood energy had reached 290 points, equal to a typical second-grade martial artist. As long as they didn't panic and make mistakes, they could fight, even against a second-grade opponent. However, Fang Ping's team didn't expect that the mission would nearly cost them their lives from the start. Just now, Fang Ping's team arrived at the mission location in the eastern outskirts. Fang Ping looked at the military information and said, Shifeng is likely hiding here, a village near the port. I think he's planning to escape by sea at night. Jiao Xumei looked at the military information in surprise. The address is this detailed? Did the military assign this task to the school because they're short on people? Fang Ping rubbed his chin, pondering. It seems more complicated than that. This mission should have gone to the investigation department, but now it's under the military. Perhaps Shifeng killed a martial artist connected to the military. The military can't spare anyone above a second-grade martial artist right now. Zhu Xiaopiang spoke up. You're right. On one hand, the military wants to provide training opportunities for newcomers. On the other hand, they're sending a warning. Some new martial artists, with a bit of ability, think they're above others. They kill, burn, and bully the weak, not caring for human life. The military's investigation is giving these tasks to martial arts students, so you can understand that no matter how high your status as a martial artist is, if you make a mistake, you'll face corresponding consequences. Fang Ping thought to himself, indeed, the power of martial artists can't be underestimated. Even a beginner's strength can significantly affect society. Martial arts schools train large numbers of martial artists directly. Through these missions, students learn about power and responsibility. This approach really fits the worldview of this world. Fang Ping then began to plan the daytime strategy. If we mess up here, it will cause a lot of unnecessary attention, just like before. We should start searching at night. Xiaoqing then said, I think we should act during the day. Fang Ping was surprised. Why? Xiaoqing explained, during the day, the people in the town are all at work, so it won't cause a commotion. Also, the target is planning to take the water route at night, so right now, he must be waiting at some location. If we go to the location the military provided, we can investigate and gather clues. If the target shows up, we can take him down together. Hearing Xiaoqing's analysis, Fang Ping smiled. The previous mission's target was discovered by him. Although his strength wasn't the greatest, he was calm and observant. Unlike Dang Songjiang, it seemed their team had a strategist now. With that, Fang Ping decided to move out according to Xiaoqing's plan. A group quickly made their way toward the target's location, arriving at a simple wooden house by the shore. Fang Ping assigned Zhao Yuhong, Weak Ping, and Jian Hao to guard outside. Don't let anyone get close. Then he turned to Dang Songjiang, you knock on the door. Dang Songjiang was startled. He didn't expect Fang Ping to have him go first. Fang Ping grinned, with your strength, you're one of the strongest among us. You won't get killed just by opening the door. Plus, we'll divide the rewards based on contributions. The one who takes the lead will definitely get a higher reward. Dang Songjiang awkwardly rubbed his nose. That's true. When it matters most, it still depends on me. At this point, Jiang Hao asked, where's the instructor? Should we continue without him? Fang Ping sighed and replied, it seems my guess was right. Let's keep going. Some of them hid by the door while Dang Songjiang stepped forward and knocked, is anyone home? You threw trash in front of our door. Take care of it. There was no response. Dang Songjiang knocked again, don't stay silent. I know you're home. Still no response. What now? Dang Songjiang turned to Fang Ping, who signaled him to keep going. Dang Songjiang knocked harder and shouted, open the door. If you don't, I'll call the police. Finally, there was a voice from inside, I haven't thrown any trash here. This has never happened before. You're the first to come. Open the door. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt a surge of power, his blood energy fluctuating. He shouted, move back, and pulled Dang Songjiang away. The next moment, a loud explosion rang out as the door flew off, creating a large hole. A man quickly charged out of the house. Wasn't this the target of their mission, Shifeng? Shifeng moved extremely fast. Before anyone could react, he dashed straight toward the beach. Hurry, chase after him. Fang Ping shouted. To everyone's surprise, one of the martial arts instructors was so cold-blooded that he forced a high-level criminal to fight with students. Just moments ago, Fang Ping's team had been targeting Shifeng, but now, Shifeng had broken down the door and fled. Fang Ping's team quickly chased after him. Dang Songjiang swung a strike at Shifeng. You can't escape. Shifeng crouched to dodge. At that moment, Fang Ping moved quickly and positioned himself in front of Shifeng. Fang Ping kicked, but Shifeng swiftly avoided it. He had no intention of engaging with Fang Ping and continued running toward the beach. However, Zhao Xuemei had already been waiting for him at the shore, holding a long stick, ready to fight. Shifeng quickly braked when he saw her, assessing the group surrounding him. He thought to himself, it seems these are martial arts students, not the military or the investigation bureau. They are underestimating me, but it doesn't matter. I'm here to complete the mission, and with so many students around, it shows their strength isn't impressive. I shouldn't waste time on them, but I can't afford to let anyone follow me either. With that thought, he charged toward Jiaxuime. Jiaxuime prepared to strike, but Shifeng smirked. His blood energy gathered in his right hand. Seeing this, Fangping immediately yelled, "Suime, get out of the way!" Jiaxuime was startled but quickly jumped to the side. Shifeng continued his charge toward the beach. Dang Songjiang was not pleased. "Why did you let Suimi dodge?" The target was about to be captured. Fangping's expression darkened. "This target is stronger than we thought. If she hadn't dodged, Suime would have died from his attack. That's his second-grade bone technique. He's already perfected it." Jeoking and Wukibeng were both shocked. No way, the mission description clearly stated he was a peak first grade. Dang Songjiang yelled, "Don't be afraid. Even if he's second grade, he's still a beginner. If we fail, we'll lose credits. Don't let him get away." Shifeng heard this and was slightly surprised, thinking, "They don't know I'm second grade." He sneered, mocking, "So martial arts students today are this clueless. It seems it's finally the end for them." Fangping was also suspicious. The mission description clearly stated the target was a peak first grade. So how had he suddenly turned into a second grade? Was the mission system malfunctioning? At that moment, Shifeng had reached the beach, grinning as he thought, "Good thing I'm clever. I prepared a boat to escape ahead of time." Suddenly, he froze, sensing a terrifying surge of blood energy coming from the boat. Shifeng's face changed in fear. The blood energy is too strong. His legs buckled as he dropped to his knees. He couldn't believe what he saw inside the boat. What grade was this? Fourth? Fifth? No, it couldn't be. It felt like sixth grade. The presence in the boat gradually faded. Shifeng gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. Martial artists and students from the Martial Arts Academy are here. They must be using me for training. At that moment, Shifeng calmed down, thinking, "Either way, I'm dead. I might as well fight back with everything I've got." Some of the group saw Shifeng suddenly stop and became suspicious. Fangping also sensed the powerful blood energy coming from the boat. His brows furrowed. "That blood energy, it's from Instructor Jusa Piang. He's forcing the target to fight us." Fangping was angry. The instructors of the Martial Arts Academy are really cold-blooded. They've seen too many life-and-death situations. They only care about their own survival and don't care about the lives of others. If someone in our team gets hurt or dies, it might push the stronger ones to improve. To them, that's worth it. That's why Ju Suk Pyong is using his blood energy to pressure the target into fighting us. Shifeng, now cornered, exuded killing intent and turned, saying, "I'll kill one of them to break even. Kill two, and I'll profit. If I'm going down, I'm taking a few with me." Fangping gritted his teeth. "If we complete the mission, I'll settle the score with Ju Suk Pyong." Jiangping nervously looked at Fangping. "Captain, do you think we can beat a second grade?" Fangping said grimly, "No matter the outcome, we can only fight now. Don't panic just because he's second grade. As long as we don't let him defeat us one by one, we can win." Fangping shouted loudly. "Everyone else, fall back. Dang Songjiang, Jacques Suime, and I will move forward." Understood. The others quickly halted, while Fangping and the other two charged ahead. Shifeng, seeing the trio approaching, thought to himself, "These three must be the strongest among the students. The one in the middle must be the team leader. He won't be easy to deal with. Let's start with the girl." He turned and dashed toward Jacques Suime. She yelled, "Don't underestimate me," and swung her staff toward him. But with a sharp snap, Shifeng grabbed the staff tightly. Jacques Suime tried to pull it back, but it wouldn't budge. Fangping and Dang Songjiang moved to flank him, forcing Shifeng to leap into action. Shifeng quickly channeled his blood aura into his left hand, and with a burst of strength, even flung Jacques Suime aside. He then evaded a kick from Fangping, while simultaneously raising his left arm to block Dang Songjiang's attack with the staff. What quick reflexes! Those watching from a distance grew anxious. Shifeng was single-handedly overwhelming Fangping and the other two. "This isn't good. Should we go help them?" someone suggested. After a moment of silence, Jeoking said, "Hold on. Follow the team leader's instructions." With a loud thud, Dang Song-jiang hit the ground hard. Shifeng followed up by knocking Jiaxueme to the ground with a powerful strike. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ping leaped toward Shifeng's back. Gathering his blood aura at the tip of his foot, Fang Ping delivered a fierce kick. Shifeng, using the staff for support, twisted his body and countered with his own kick. With a crack, Shifeng's shoe burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. Shocked, Shifeng quickly retreated several steps, creating distance as pain shot through his left foot. He was surprised. I didn't expect this brat's kick to be so powerful. Suddenly, Dang Song-jiang shouted, bringing a blade down toward Shifeng's neck. Unfazed, Shifeng swung his staff to block the strike, then forcefully knocked the blade away. His strength was overwhelming. Dang Song-jiang's hand went numb from the shock, and before he could recover, Shifeng attacked again, striking his left arm with the staff. A sickening crack echoed as Dang Song-jiang's arm fractured. Clutching his arm tightly, he quickly retreated. At this moment, Fang Ping leaped up, catching the falling knife, then swiftly slashed downward, severing Shifeng's left hand that held the stick. He followed up with a reversed slash aimed at Shifeng's neck. Seeing the knife about to strike, Shifeng unexpectedly turned his body, astonishing everyone. He used his severed arm to block the blade, and then, with his right hand, grabbed the back of the knife, clamping it against his severed limb. What a tenacious man! Fang Ping was stunned. Using a severed limb to seize an opponent's weapon at such a critical moment was an extraordinary tactic, minimizing his cost while neutralizing the opponent's advantage. Shifeng's combat experience was undeniable. Fang Ping quickly called for backup, and the surrounding team members rushed in, overwhelming Shifeng in a chaotic fight. Seeing Shifeng struggling to resist, Fang Ping's lips curled into a faint smile. The gap between first-grade and second-grade martial artists wasn't insurmountable. Now that Shifeng had lost an arm and was severely injured, victory seemed certain. Just then, Shifeng let out a ferocious grin. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he laughed weakly. This time, it was my mistake. I didn't expect to be killed by a bunch of brats like you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shifeng suddenly reached out, grabbing Dang Song-jiang's wrist and screamed hysterically, "Even if I die, I'll drag one of you down with me." Dang Song-jiang's face turned pale with fright. "Damn it! He wants to take me down with him, but I don't want to die." Desperate, Dang Song-jiang shouted, "Fang Ping, save me." At the critical moment, Fang Ping acted in time. A sharp cry echoed as Shifeng's eyes instantly lost their light. His body trembled before finally collapsing with a thud amidst the horrified gazes of everyone. Dang Song-jiang was so terrified that his eyes widened. Fang Ping, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground with relief. "Finally, he's dead," he muttered. Zhou Yuhan burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. "We finally won. We're all alive. This is amazing." Jiaxueme, however, sobbed with guilt. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry. If I hadn't lost my weapon, everyone wouldn't have been injured so badly." Fang Ping comforted her, saying, "There's no need to apologize. That was a second-grade martial artist. Stealing your weapon was effortless for him." Others chimed in, "Exactly. A second-grade martial artist is too strong. If it weren't for the three of you holding him off, we'd all be dead." Jiaoqing and Zhang Hao, glancing at Dang Song-jiang sitting on the ground, voiced their displeasure. "If it wasn't for Fang Ping, I can't imagine what would have happened to this mission." "Right. Even though we won, the medical costs alone will eat up dozens of study points." Dang Song-jiang, drenched in sweat, pleaded, "Don't look at me like that. I'm seriously injured too." Fang Ping looked toward the small boat docked by the shore and said with a meaningful tone, "It seems we need to have a proper talk with the instructor. How did a peak first-grade target suddenly turn out to be a second-grade martial artist? A team leader must never fear death, or they'll endanger everyone. Just now, our team almost got wiped out. Despite this near disaster, they had successfully completed their mission and eliminated Shifeng. However, Zhu Xiaopiang arrived with his hands behind his back, commenting coldly, 'What a poor performance. 10 people, 3 with alloy weapons, yet you struggled so miserably. And the target wasn't even that strong. Fang Ping, Jiaxuime, or Dang Song-jiang. any of you could have won. Fang Ping sneered. Not that strong, huh? You must think highly of me, teacher. May I ask why the mission described a peak first-grade target, but turned out to be a second-grade one? Is there something wrong with the Martial Academy's mission system? The other members voiced their dissatisfaction, raising their voices in agreement. Ju Sa-pyeon, however, remained calm and explained indifferently, "This is normal." Perhaps he broke through temporarily, or the information was inaccurate. From the 15 study points reward, can't you infer the difficulty? The group fell silent. Fang Ping then turned to Ju Sa-pyeon and asked, "But teacher, when Shifeng was escaping, someone used blood aura to force him back into the fight. That was you, wasn't it?" Ju Sa-pyeon's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Fang Ping to be so perceptive and quickly deduce his intentions. Yet, he didn't deny it, responding nonchalantly, "Yes, it was me." Fang Ping patted the dust off his pants, stood up, and said slowly, "Carrying out missions is our job. As the instructor, if you don't help, fine, but causing trouble for us is unacceptable." He continued, his expression growing serious, "And don't make excuses. Shifeng wasn't a newly promoted second-grade fighter. The mission information was false from the start." Ju Sa-pyeon's eyes flickered. "So, what do you want?" Fang Ping smirked. "I want the mission reward doubled, and the Academy's reward doubled 2-60 study points in total." Ju Sa-pyeon scoffed coldly. "You're quite greedy. Even third-grade missions don't offer that much." Fang Ping shrugged. "You're a sixth-grade powerhouse and our instructor. We wouldn't dare act against you. But isn't the Martial Academy a place that upholds rules? If you had simply observed without interfering, we'd have no complaints. But you intervened, nearly causing our entire team's destruction. Isn't that a violation of the rules?" Ju Sa-pyeon fell silent. Fang Ping pressed on, "Teacher, I'm guessing you don't have the authority to decide the rewards, right? Then we'll just have to speak with the principal." The others chimed in, voicing their support. Dang Song Jidong, drenched in sweat, muttered, "Fang Ping's truly incredible. He always ensures a top deal." Seeing Fang Ping's unyielding stance, a faint smile appeared on Ju Sa-pyeon's lips. This kid really knows how to play. But as a team leader standing up for his members' benefits, it's not bad. Stroking his beard, he finally said, "Fine, 60 study points, but just this once." "Teacher is the best," cheered the group excitedly. Fang Ping was hailed as a hero. However, Ju Sa-pyeon called Fang Ping back and warned, "I must remind you of one thing. In battle, don't overthink. Fear of losing teammates will only make you die faster." Fang Ping remained silent. The teacher was right. This time, he had hesitated. Facing Shifeng's second-grade strength, he'd thought of retreat rather than risking it all. Turning back, Fang Ping said, "Thank you, teacher, for the advice. As a leader, being afraid of death can indeed jeopardize everyone." The path to strength was perilous, but as a martial artist, how could he retreat? After completing the mission smoothly, Fang Ping and the others returned to the martial arts training hall. Inside the training room, teams were whispering and discussing the completion of each team's mission. Fang Ping, looking at the system interface, was very pleased. The money from before, combined with the reward, had brought their total assets to 11 million. Earning assets through missions was faster than selling medicine. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The other team's back. People began to chatter. "I heard they lost one and had 3 injured. Looks like Jono got too carried away and took a second-tier mission." A boy, wrapped in bandages and shivering, spoke up. "The teachers won't intervene unless we're all dead. It seems that in the school, people like us, those without a martial artist backing, don't matter. They only save the elites." One person suddenly grabbed Jono by the collar and shouted, "If you hadn't insisted on taking the second-tier mission, my friend wouldn't have died, and our team wouldn't have been so badly injured." Jono kept his mouth shut, not saying anything. The bandaged boy said in pain. Fang Ping's team also faced a second-tier martial artist, but no one died. Seeing this, Jacques Suimei and Jao King sighed. It seems Fang Ping was right before. The so-called rewards. These missions are just a way to exchange lives. At that moment, Jiang Ping, looking at Fang Ping nervously, said, "Even the school's leaders haven't spoken up. We should rest a few more days." The others also looked at Fang Ping. He sighed helplessly. We can't afford to stop now. We need to take this opportunity to earn more rewards to prepare for future second-tier missions. The strong survive and the weak are eliminated. One step back means you keep falling further behind. Stopping now is equivalent to giving up. He looked around at the group. Anyone want to back out? Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Dang Song-jiang shouted, "We've come this far. There's no backing out now. A small injury like this is nothing. I'll be fine after a couple of chicken drumsticks." Fang Ping smiled inwardly, helpless. Although Dang Song-jiang was a bit hasty, he wasn't a bad person at heart. Sui Mi also clenched her fists, speaking with determination. "We're martial artists." Everyone immediately became energized. "Yes, we're martial artists. How can we retreat? Fear isn't my style." Fang Ping smiled in satisfaction. "What's going on here? A second-tier mission and 2 teams are coming. Even the leader of the intelligence department is here." Meanwhile, in the training hall, Fang Ping was receiving a new mission on the computer, surrounded by everyone, all watching him closely. He said, "Now, we'll focus on recovery while taking simple first-tier missions to earn some rewards. Once everyone's injuries improve, we'll switch to alloy weapons and take on second-tier missions." For the next period, Fang Ping's team started completing missions furiously. Missions like sweeping through areas to find missing children, helping a cat cafe, taking care of cats, and apprehending first-tier wanted criminals. After completing one mission, Fang Ping looked at the knife in his hand and thought, as expected, a knife is far more lethal than shoes. It's more suitable for situations like this. At this moment, Dang Song-jiang looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, you're a bit too ruthless." Fang Ping fell silent. It's all paid for with lives. In the 7 missions completed so far, 4 criminals had been killed, and with the 2 students from their school, they had killed 6 people. In the past, he never would have imagined he'd become so ruthless. Was this the kind of training that would allow him to grow? In the training hall, Fang Ping and the others were discussing the leaderboard, debating the scores displayed on the screen. Even with Shifeng's double rewards, we only came second last time. No matter how hard we try, the rewards for first-tier missions are still too little. Dang Song-jiang looked at Fang Ping and smiled. Everyone's been improving. Maybe we should try second-tier missions. Fang Ping rubbed his chin thoughtfully. According to the system, my average Diquat score is increasing by 2 pieces a day. It's rising quickly, and now it's reached 47 pieces. If this keeps up, I'll soon break 300 points. My blood aura is even higher than many second-tier martial artists. Even if I face another second-tier martial artist, I can handle it on my own. Besides, everyone's improved a lot, especially Dang Song-jiang. Therefore, Fang Ping said, let's split into 3 groups. Jiao Xueme, Dang Song-jiang, and I will take on a second-tier mission. Xiaoqing, Wu Peng, and Zhang Hao, you 5 will take first-tier missions. Zhou Yuhong and Zhang Ping, you 2 are injured, so you'll handle reconnaissance and information gathering. We'll go complete the mission. You 2 will receive 10% of the rewards. Zhang Ping and the other person were overjoyed. If we all did the mission together, we might not even get 5% of the points. But now we get to continue recovering while helping out. The team leader's so considerate. Jiao Xueme asked, if we split into 2 teams like this, what about the instructors? Dang Song-jiang grumbled, we can't count on them anyway. They'll only step in if we're all dead. Fang Ping felt helpless. Let's leave them out of it. Dang Song-jiang was still holding a grudge over what happened with Shifeng. The scene shifted to Fang Ping and the others, 3 people arriving at an abandoned building in Taegang City. Their mission this time was to deal with a second-tier cultist. A cold sweat ran down Xiao Xume's cheek. Standing here like this, doesn't it seem a bit too obvious? At that moment, several people approached. From their outfits, they seemed to be students from a martial arts academy as well. The leader, with green hair, waved a greeting. I'm Wang Wanjin from Dongwu Martial Arts Academy. Fang Ping responded politely, hello, we're students from the Magu Academy. The green-haired student explained, we're a team from a local martial arts school in Taegang. We're here for a mission. Fang Ping was surprised. You're all students here. The green-haired student nodded. Yes, our small martial arts school can't gather many new martial artists, so the three schools in Dongwu work together to train and complete missions. The others introduced themselves in turn. Fangping, analyzing their blood aura, realized the strongest of them had around 250 points, close to Dang Songjian's level. He understood now. These were somewhat stronger martial artists, but the situation was still puzzling. Why were two teams here for the same mission? Was there a problem with the mission system? At that moment, with the roar of engines, several cars from the intelligence department arrived. Fangping became even more confused. There was even a leader among them for a second-grade mission. Did they really need to mobilize so many people? After a woman with purple hair and glasses stepped out of the car, she looked toward the group and asked, "Which one of you is the martial artist?" "What? You want us to abandon the mission? Are you joking? I want to see how strong the new martial artist freshmen are." At this moment, a female leader from the intelligence department stepped out of the car and asked, "Which one of you is the martial artist?" Fangping spoke up. "We are the martial artists. I'm the team leader, Fangping." The woman with purple hair looked at Fangping, confused. "This is a second-grade mission. You only have 3 people." The green-haired man was startled. It turned out that they had taken a second-grade mission. Dongwu students were shocked. "You only have 3 people. Why is no one else here?" "But our target is a peak first grade," someone asked. "What's going on? Is there a mix-up?" Fangping also shook his head in confusion. At this point, the purple-haired woman spoke up. "The situation is a bit complicated. Let me explain. Your mission's target is Yao Jincheng, who is a second-grade martial artist. He wasn't operating in this area, but moved to our Taegang recently. Wang Wanjin, your target is Zhang Jiqiang, who is indeed a peak first grade. But now, because of the cult conference, both mission targets happen to be in this building. As a result, the mission is far more dangerous than initially planned. The latest intel suggests that at least 5 martial artists are inside, but their exact rank is unclear. Additionally, there are dozens of cult members within the department, and they've set up a perimeter outside." After hearing the purple-haired woman's explanation, the Dongwu students looked at each other, cold sweat beading on their faces. But Fangping responded calmly, "Understood. As long as we don't interfere with each other, we'll be fine." Dang Songjian folded his arms across his chest and casually added, "If we still have the energy, we can help each other out." The Dongwu students were left speechless, hearing about such a situation without panicking at all. How could martial artists be this confident? How strong were they? At this moment, the purple-haired woman called out to the green-haired man, "Wang Wanjin, I need to speak with you privately." The green-haired man couldn't believe it. "What do you want?" "We should consider abandoning the mission," the purple-haired woman said. "This is just my personal suggestion. Right now, there is at least 1 second-grade martial artist and a peak first-grade inside, along with other cult members. The martial artists mission was actually issued by the military, and it's much more dangerous than our intelligence department's mission. We had originally planned for you to act together, so it would be easier to complete your first-grade mission. But now, we find that you've only come with 3 people. Martial artists do have good abilities, but in any case, you're all the pride of Dongwu, and we don't want to see you risk your lives. So, if you can, we hope you'll reconsider, or wait until their mission fails or the second-grade target is eliminated. You should head inside." The green-haired man suddenly spoke up. "Is the martial artist really that strong? You're saying they're all first-grade martial artists?" The purple-haired woman replied, "According to the records, even though team leader Fangping is 3 times Diquat, they are all still first-grade." "Well, we really appreciate your kind offer," the green-haired man interrupted. "But I want to witness the strength of these new martial artists." "All right," the purple-haired woman said, looking worriedly at him. "With our encirclement, the cult members shouldn't dare chase after you. But if things go south, retreat immediately. Your survival is the most important." A short-haired male student nervously spoke up. "Wang Wanjin, do we really have to go inside? We're being dragged into this mess with the martial artists." The green-haired man, however, firmly replied, "They're 3 first-grade martial artists, and we can't lose face now." At that moment, someone suddenly pointed to the large gate ahead. Heiwan Wanjin, the martial artists seem to have already gone inside. Why are we still waiting outside? Are they keeping us out? Just then, Zhao Xuimai charged into the building. Moments later, a man suddenly rushed out from inside, panicked. Dongwu's students immediately shouted, "Someone's coming out, but it's not the target. Our mission is Zhang Jiqiang, right?" At that moment, Zhang Jiqiang screamed in terror, "You didn't keep your promise, I'm going to fight back." He lunged forward, grabbing one of the students and wildly hitting him. Several others rushed forward to subdue him, but it was impossible to control him. Is he crazy? At that moment, the green-haired man came from behind and choked him out. There was a cracking sound, and Zhang Jiqiang was down for the count. Dongwu's students were completely confused. He said we didn't keep our promise, but we didn't do anything. What's going on here? The green-haired man stood up, thinking that this peak first-grade martial artist shouldn't have died so easily under his hands. Suddenly, he had an idea and quickly turned his gaze toward the large gate. What had happened to Zhang Jiqiang before he encountered them? Real combat was the best way to improve strength. The young man had rapidly gained power, going solo and easily slaying a second-grade martial artist. The green-haired man slowly pushed open the large gate. The next moment, his pupils constricted as he looked inside. The cult members had been completely wiped out. Two Dongwu students walked over and said, "Wan Jin, we should leave now. The second-grade martial artist is the real threat." The green-haired man, momentarily distracted, replied, "Second grade? You mean that guy?" They followed his gaze and saw Yao Jincheng's head lying motionless on the ground. The students were astonished. What a ruthless strike! Did the martial artists take advantage of the situation? It looks like Wang Wanjin was still talking when they finished everything. The scene then cut to Fang Ping and his group, who were sitting in the car on the way back. Fang Ping, smiling, said, "Let's summarize what happened in the battle earlier." Both of them were silent. Dang Songjiang finally spoke, "You summarize first." Fang Ping scratched his chin and said seriously, "I'm thinking if I should switch to a heavier weapon, like an axe or a hammer. If we're talking about killing, a heavier weapon can unleash more power. A knife is just too light." Dang Songjiang's face was filled with disbelief as he slouched into Fang Ping's seat. "Too light? You didn't Diquat again, did you? How is your arm so strong?" Zhao Xuimei looked out the window with a look of disbelief, recalling how Dang Songjiang was dealing with the first-grade martial artist and other cult members, so she didn't see what was happening on Fang Ping's side. But since she was in charge of keeping watch and the Dongwu members were at the door, she could see clearly. Fang Ping and Yao Jincheng weren't just wielding swords, they were releasing all their blood energy. In a few short seconds, Fang Ping had struck over 50 blows, each one exploding with blood energy. The opponent was a second-grade martial artist, not weak in terms of blood energy, but Fang Ping had exhausted it all using those dozens of strikes. Zhao Xuimei asked Fang Ping, "Your blood energy isn't used up yet? We are both first grade, even though you're 3 times Diquat. The gap is still too big." Fang Ping's forehead suddenly broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head as he quickly explained, "Actually, I'm at my limit already. It's because you all handled the other enemies that I could fight with ease." Fang Ping sighed with relief. He had just released too much blood energy, and Zhao Xuimei had noticed it. But he had managed to cover it up. Soon, Fang Ping shifted his thoughts, realizing that, if he had enough wealth, theoretically, supplementing blood energy could be endless in battle. Once blood energy was exhausted, the system could replenish it immediately. So as long as he fought using blood energy, he would never lose. At this point, Dang Songjiang commented, "Those cult members are so weak. I still wanted to fight that second-grade guy a bit more." Dongwu's target was Zhang Jiqiang, who was much weaker than Shifeng, and besides, he had seen that Fang Ping only needed 2 strikes to kill the strongest among them, then collapsed to the ground. The situation was like this. Fang Ping grinned wickedly, saying, "Bring me the valuable items and stuff. I'll let you go," which is why what happened earlier occurred. Zhang Jiqiang, seeing Dongwu members outside, shouted, "You people don't keep your word." Dang Songjiang added, I told you, just kill him off at that point, and we'd be done. Then he flashed a wicked smile. Anyway, in the end, the valuables weren't even taken by us. Unexpectedly, the cult member, who was fat and well-fed, said nothing. Zhao Xuimai laughed and said, Fangping, you really care about Dongwu, huh? Fangping casually replied, it's nothing, just a casual thing. Meanwhile, over at the abandoned building, Dongwu members were still cheering, happily saying, the martial arts practitioners really care about us, huh? They purposely left the target for us and even helped us nearly kill him. This time we've made a profit. They didn't expect that Fangping, the one they called, was pretty good. The one with green hair remained silent, thinking maybe his intention was because he was too weak to be worth killing. Back in the vehicle, Dang Songjong confidently said, that strike on Zhang Jiqiang was quite beautiful. But if he's really the top martial student of Dongwu, the national exchange competition isn't something to worry about. At that moment, a bell rang, and all three of their phones suddenly rang at once. It was the current credit ranking. Team Fangping had 132 points. Team Jono had 128 points. Zhao exclaimed in shock. What? We're only 4 points ahead. The three of them exchanged a knowing look, then quickly turned the car around, heading toward their next mission location. We can't let Jono catch up. We have to secure first place. The youth leading the team will claim the top spot and fill their bags. Perfect, it's time to change to divine gear. At the martial arts training building, all the trainees were lined up neatly. Huangjing said, the 1-month deadline has arrived. Now, I will announce the rankings of each team. Team Fangping is in first place with 186 points. The first place team gets an additional 100 points, bringing the total to 286 points. Fangping sighed, what a pity. If we had completed that last mission, our points could have reached 200. Jiao Xuimei was drenched in cold sweat. We've done quite well. You should be satisfied. Team Jono accumulated 179 points. Team Fuchangding came second with 150 points. Team Yangsoman came third with 138 points. The last team, Team Qinyungsi, came fourth with 100 points. Throughout the month, all the teachers had observed everyone's performances. Jono, due to his recklessness, caused the death of a teammate. 30% of his earnings would be deducted as compensation for their families. No objections, right? Jono bowed his head in self-reproach, saying, no objections. Fuchangding and Yangsoman ensured the safety of their teammates and completed their mission, fulfilling their duty as team leaders. Team Fangping, using the strategy of dividing into two smaller teams to accomplish tasks simultaneously, was highly commendable. As for Team Qinyungsi, with the lowest score, their teammates were seriously injured, and the team was disbanded. They need to reflect on their issues. After a month of missions, Huangjing continued, I believe everyone has gained a lot of experience. Some have sacrificed, some have been injured, and some have returned with their bags full. Martial artists grow through each mission and real combat. Throughout this month, the teachers have been evaluating everyone's abilities to decide who is suitable for the reserve team. I don't need to emphasize the importance of the national exchange competition and its connection to the honor of the school. Now, I will announce the list of those selected for the reserve team, based on the evaluation results. Fangping, Jono, Fuchangding, Yangsoman, Dang Sonjiang, Zhao Xuimei, Sueji, Li Juk. Jono is in the reserve team. Immediately after, Tang Feng closed the document and prepared to leave. The trainees were still confused as to why only 9 people were selected. Tang Feng approached Chen Yongxi and said, I suggest you transfer to the Arts Academy. Martial arts isn't suited for you. You have good blood energy, and you're among the top in the class, but you lack the qualities needed to become a martial artist. Martial artists must be combative, but your performance has been disappointing. You can't protect your teammates and always retreat when facing enemies. Others around began to talk. I also think she's not cut out to be a martial master. Even though she comes from a martial family, with plenty of resources, she can't protect her teammates, always retreating when facing enemies. Fangping was also reflecting. Chen Yunsai was a 2-time Tokat martial artist, and her strength was among the top 5 in the class, but her personality was truly weak. Tang Fang was right. Perhaps Chen Yunxi should consider another direction. A moment later, Chen Yunxi shouted, "Teacher Tang Feng, I will try my best. Please let me join the reserve team." Tang Feng slightly smirked. "Then you'll be the last member of the reserve team for the exchange competition." Chen Yunxi was dismissed. Fang Ping looked at the number displayed on the system and felt very satisfied. After last month's mission, his study points had now reached 161, and with the additional ammunition and weapons seized during the mission, his asset value had reached 12.08 million. It was great, so Fang Ping went to the Ma Wu exchange shop. An old man with white hair was playing with a walnut. "Oh, isn't that you, student Fuong? What do you want to exchange for this time?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "My vitality has increased again, and I want to exchange for a heavier, more powerful weapon. I need something more convenient to carry as well. Quite a few requirements." The old man stood up and said, "Follow me." He led Fang Ping to the weapon storage and proudly introduced, "In Ma Wo's exchange shop, there's nothing you can't exchange." He then pointed to a long knife in the cabinet and said, "How about this knife?" The young man, using his bargaining skills, replied, "I want to exchange this divine weapon at a lower price." At the same time, he received the favor of a seductive female teacher and obtained a mid-grade battle technique. This life of cheating is amazing. At that moment, the white-haired old man led Fang Ping to the weapon storage and introduced the Fuangqi blade, which was made entirely of earth-grade alloy, weighing 32 caddies, 1.8 meters long, detachable for easy storage and carrying. Fang Ping stroked his chin, thinking that this blade seemed to meet all his needs. The old man then said, "This good blade will cost you 320 study points." Fang Ping immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. 320 study points is almost equivalent to 10 million in cash. Fang Ping held up 2 fingers. "Too expensive, it should only be 150 study points." The old man clenched his fist and said angrily, "Are you out of your mind? You can't bargain like this." Fang Ping opened his eyes wide, looking pitiful. "Teacher Lai, I don't have many study points left on my card. Can't you give me a discount?" The two then began a fierce negotiation. 10 minutes later, both were sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Soon after, the old man brought out a box containing the Fuangqi blade and scolded, "I can't talk anymore. Take your knife and leave now." The old man tightly gripped Fang Ping's hand, trembling uncontrollably. Fang Ping immediately gave a thumbs up and smiled smugly. "You're the best, teacher." The old man thought, "This little brat knows how to bargain too well." The old weapon exchange was reduced by 90 study points, plus 4.5 million in cash, just enough to break even. Watching Fang Ping leave, the old man thought, "Freshmen have it hard when it comes to training resources. Saving study points makes sense." He happily opened the door to the room, even using cash. I guess he really doesn't have many study points left. But the next second, student Fang Ping exchanged for 50 regular Qi and blood pills, deducted 150 study points, and had only 11 study points left. The old man was furious, his mouth foaming. Damn it, not a bit of saving. Not a bit of poverty. Turns out, the study points were saved up to exchange for pills to sell. In the training room of the practical training building, Fa Changbing looked at Fang Ping with envious eyes, staring at the Fuangqi blade in his hand. Fang Ping said, "Not seen you for a few days, and you've already exchanged for a new weapon. Still earth-grade alloy." Fang Ping quickly explained with a smile, "Today's the day for change. As class leader, I have to be well prepared. I can't look down on my opponents." "You're challenging us, right, Soman?" Soman confidently said, "Fang Ping, don't think you're the only one improving." Jono clenched his wooden staff and charged toward Fang Ping. "I become stronger during this training, and this time, the class leader position is mine." A little later, Fang Ping looked at Jono lying on the ground and said, "I didn't even get to use my new knife yet. You said you're stronger." Then he started crying. "I told you not to cry, but you're still crying." Soman, shaking all over, quickly turned away and crossed his arms in front of his chest, pretending to be disdainful. I never said I wanted to be the class leader. Scene transition. Yu called Fang Ping and Jiaxuimei to her dorm. With less than a month left until the student exchange competition, the current strength of both of you is still too weak. Then she turned to Jiaxuimei. Suimei, go and use the second grade key and blood pill for cultivation. Speed up Diquat, 1 pill every 2 days. Before the competition, you must reach peak first grade for a chance. Jiaxuimei immediately looked embarrassed. 1 pill every 2 days? On Fang Ping's face, a cold sweat dropped. He raised his hand to estimate the market price of the second grade key and blood pill, which was 700,000. Even if using study points to exchange, it would still cost 20 points per pill. In 1 month, the total cost is more than what I spent on the knife. Jiaxuimei was silent for a moment, clenched her small fist, and said resolutely, I understand. I will complete the foot bone cultivation before the competition and reach peak first grade. Fang Ping also impatiently asked, what about me? Yu yawned. You want to learn higher-level battle techniques, right? Yes, that's right. Fang Ping scratched his head. I've completed the foot bone cultivation at peak first grade, and my Tuai and blood are at 300 points. My warrior punch skill has reached minor mastery. Yu calmly said, got it. Study the materials on this technique. The middle grade technique introduction. The middle grade knife technique, first form. She then yawned and went upstairs. The techniques you learned before were low level. So you don't need to study the textbooks for middle grade techniques, which involve more detailed theory and complex separation techniques. If you don't understand anything, wait for me to wake up and ask. Fang Ping was dumbfounded, staring at the middle grade battle technique in his hand. Who named this? This name is ridiculous. Yu explained. The Blood Fury Mad Blade was created by Governor Zhang of Nanyang when he was at the 6th grade. I met him before, and he agreed to teach you. Fang Ping stared intently at the Blood Fury Mad Blade, thinking carefully. Simply put, it's a series of explosive moves. The Kyuai and Blood Slash technique has 7 strikes in total, with the strongest being 7 consecutive strikes. The last strike will consume all the Tui and blood, and if it hits, the opponent dies or you do. Fang Ping excitedly waved the manual. Looks amazing. It feels like if I control my Tui and blood well, it should be easy to master. Immediately, he grinned wickedly. His vital energy was constantly increasing, and he thought, if that's the case, can't I just keep chopping forever? No one will be my opponent when that time comes. I'm itching to get on the field and test my new knife and new sword technique. The little brat dares to steal my company? He clearly doesn't know his place. You're dead for sure. With 1 strike, he killed the 2nd grade martial artist. At this moment, Fang Ping was studying the techniques his teacher had given him. The middle-tier martial arts technique used the power of vital energy to greatly increase movement speed. After reaching the stage of battle without obstacles, you could concentrate your vital energy at your feet. Fang Ping was quite satisfied with this footwork technique. If I can't fight, then I'll just run faster. It's perfect for me. However, he wondered how to achieve the battle without obstacles stage. So Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang, I still can't break through. Can you give me some advice? Wang Jinyang replied, the most crucial point for the battle without obstacles stage is controlling the center of gravity of your body. Doesn't the school have a pond? Go there, take some water, and try to adjust your center of gravity until the water doesn't rise above your knees and doesn't spill. If you can do that, you'll break through. At that moment, in the Southern Martial Arts District at the Diquat entrance, Wang Jinyang hung up on Fang Ping's call. Jin Bongxiang clenched his fist and said, Fang Ping really picked the right time. In a little while, we'll be entering Diquat, and there won't be any signal. Wang Jinyang replied with pride, it took me months, but I finally wiped out the demon tribe. Now there's just a 5th grade leader left. This time, I'll make sure to kill him. Jin Bongxiang elbowed him. Wang Jinyang smugly added, when I get out of Diquat, I'll definitely reach the 4th grade. Jin Bongxiang warned him, don't get too cocky or you'll drag me down. Scene change. Fang Ping climbed out of the martial arts pond. A few female students by the pond were gossiping. It seems someone in swimwear keeps falling into the pond lately, but it looks more like they're falling in by accident. Isn't it cold? Is the person okay? Fang Ping was so cold his face turned pale. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is that old man Wang messing with me? I've been practicing the middle-tier sword technique lately. One strike can explode 35 points of vital energy. To recover the loss, I need 35,000 worth of assets. And with all sorts of strengthening elixirs, I've probably spent over $1 million in training costs. The money's fine, but now others are calling me a fool. It's so infuriating. At that moment, Fang Ping's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lee Sum-tak. Scene change. Fang Ping and Lee Sum-tak arrived at Dongsheng Company. Fang Ping held the Fuanqi sword, full of energy, while Lee Sum-tak nervously explained. The boss of the opposing company is a martial artist, a second-grade practitioner. They've been using some tricks to prevent our delivery personnel from going upstairs. Fang Ping, already irritated from his training, was frustrated and thought, I'll use this guy to practice my skills. At that moment, a man in a suit walked over, smiling, and extended his hand. I'm Wei Dongsheng from Dongsheng Company. You must be Fang Ping from Fang. It's an honor. Fang Ping ignored his pleasantries and bluntly said, Wei Dongsheng, your company is obstructing Fang's operations. Do you have anything to say about it? Wei Dongsheng smirked, then spread his arms wide, mockingly saying, Sir, take a good look. I'm a second-grade martial artist and you're only a first-grade. For a small issue like this, your company needs the boss to handle it personally. We, on the other hand, have over 100 regular employees. I think your tiny company should just hand it over to me so I can teach you how to run it. Fang Ping, uninterested in wasting words, said coldly, We're both martial artists, so let's settle this the martial artist way. Then, Fang Ping slammed the Fuanqi sword into the ground and said, I challenge you. If you win, Fang won't expand any further. If you lose, Dongsheng will learn to be more respectful. Wei Dongsheng scoffed confidently, I suggest we raise the stakes. If I win, I'll buy Fang for 2 million. If I lose, I'll pay you 3 million and Dongsheng will belong to you. He signaled his subordinates to bring over their weapons. Fang Ping smiled and said, Let's begin then. Wei Dongsheng drew his large sword and stepped forward. His subordinates stepped back in fear. Wei Dongsheng slammed his feet into the ground, first launching a strike toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping gripped the Fuanqi sword tightly with both hands and countered with a vertical slash. A loud crack sounded. Wei Dongsheng's right hand was shaken, and his large sword nearly flew from his grip. What? Wei Dongsheng was shocked. He blocked my strike and my hand is numb. Before he could react, the blade of Fuanqi's sword was already pressed to his throat. Fang Ping silently thought, martial artists in society are much weaker than I imagined. Using all his strength, he disabled Wei Dongsheng's arm. Looking at Wei Dongsheng lying on the ground, Fang Ping said coldly, You lost. With that, he turned and walked out. Director Lee Sum-tak, the takeover of Dongsheng is now your responsibility. Lee Sum-tak, watching Fang Ping leave, was filled with excitement. The CEO is so strong. The final meeting before the student exchange competition confirmed the team lineup. I want to be a member of the main team, a girl said in a frenzy. Fu Changding rushed into Fang Ping's dorm and shouted, Big news! The student exchange event is going public and will even be on national news. He held up his phone. Look at this. They're selling tickets for the event and will be streaming it live nationwide. He looked worried, then added, Martial artists' battles can be bloody. Do ordinary people accept that? Fang Ping turned calmly and said, So now you just realized. Fu Changding posed and said, Wasn't I busy secluding myself and training before? I've reached the first grade peak. You know, if anything troublesome comes up, you can come to me. Fang Ping grinned slyly. I've been thinking lately, should I just break through to second grade for fun? Fu Changding was immediately drenched with cold water. Fang Ping continued talking about the public competition. My teacher already told me, the school won't allow the public to see the bloodiest scenes. There will be grandmasters controlling the situation, ensuring the death toll is kept low, so we'll be safe. Fu Changding rubbed his head and said, Fang Ping, I remember your family isn't martial artists. If they see you injured on the arena, they'll be so worried. Fang Ping smirked and started showing off. It's fine. They won't watch me getting hit. They'll only see me hitting others. In front of the practice building, the entire reserve team lined up. Tang Feng spoke up. Today is the last meeting before the competition. Everyone gather here. Out of the 10 of you, 5 will become members of the main team, and the other 5 will be reserves. If any main team member is injured or loses all their vital energy, the reserve members will take their place. The main team consists of Fang Ping, Jono, Fu Chengding, Yang Somin, and Dang Song Jiang. Fang Ping will be the team captain. The other 5 are the reserves. At that moment, Jiaxuimai suddenly shouted, "Teacher, I want to be on the main team." I challenged Dang Song Jiang. Dang Song Jiang laughed and said, "Xuimei, do you think I'm the weakest of the 5? All right, I accept your challenge." The challenge between Jiaxuimi and Dang Song Jiang began. With a loud cheer, both sides rushed in. Jiaxuimi took the initiative and attacked, her staff swiping downward. Dang Song Jiang blocked with his sword and grinned, "I've been training my upper body strength first. You can't beat me in terms of power." Immediately, he used both hands to apply force and swung his sword again. Jiaxuimi didn't fight head-on, but jumped to dodge the attack, then planted her staff on the ground and launched a rapid series of kicks. Fang Ping couldn't help but admire. Teacher Yu Bongyu once said, "Sui Mei had to work harder than ordinary people to preserve her family's legacy." A month ago, her strength was weaker than Dang Song Jiang's. Now, she can match him blow for blow. Dang Song Jiang faced Jiaxuimei's frenzied kicks, only able to defend with his sword. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "She's progressing so fast. I have to end this quickly." Immediately, he pushed Jiaxuimei away with force, then stomped his foot. The ground cracked open, and a fiery aura emerged. Jiaxuimei's staff was sliced away in one strike. Dang Song Jiang seriously continued to swing his sword. "It's over. Surrender." At that moment, Jiaxuimei, in the shocked eyes of everyone, saw the large sword suddenly stop mid-air. Jiaxuimei had grabbed it with her hand, but not by the blade. Blood flowed down the sword. Jiaxuimei gritted her teeth and said, "The outcome is still undecided, Dang Song Jiang." Dang Song Jiang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "You don't have to take this so seriously. We used to be teammates after all." Ignoring his words, Jiaxuimei suddenly kicked upward. Dang Song Jiang's sword flew out of his hands, and his body fell hard to the ground. Jiaxuimei caught the falling sword and rushed toward Dang Song Jiang, stopping just in front of him. "I'm done. I surrender." Dang Song Jiang trembled and shouted, "Jiaxuimei wins." The main team lineup was finalized. Fang Ping, Jono, Fu Chengding, Yang Somin, and Jiaxuimei. Finally, the first National Martial Arts Student Exchange event officially began. A young man said, "I want to defeat a second-grade martial artist famous nationwide." Meanwhile, in the martial arts competition arena, the noise continued until it gradually settled. Suddenly, a strong voice came through the loudspeakers. The martial arts exchange event is not a concert of celebrities. Everyone, quickly take your seats. No disruptions. This is the first time the Martial Arts University is open to the public. This martial arts competition must be taken seriously. The entire venue immediately fell silent. Qin Hao ended the call. He stood up, feeling tired after a long day of work. Qin Hao walked past a photo of him and his father, heading towards the bedroom to rest while reminding, "Mom, remember to wake me up for the night shift so I don't oversleep. I'll take a nap for about 3 or 4 hours. Wake me up, okay?" Hyo-sung, holding the keys, stood next to Jang, who was eating a pastry, asking while on the phone, "Where's the gathering?" Hee-sung opened the door while still on the call, and a voice from the phone said, "Once the party's over, I'll send you the address, kid." Qin Hao had no idea what the night shift was about. As soon as he entered the house, Hyo-sung asked again about the gathering. "Wait a second. Just tell me the location first. If it's a bar, then forget it. But if it's for dinner, that works." After hearing the response, Hyo-sung agreed, saying, "All right, I'll bring my friend from my hometown to meet you." Jiang He, upon hearing this, was taken aback, looking confused at him. Hyusong continued his phone conversation. See you tonight. Hyusong turned around. Jiang He coughed lightly into her hand and said, Oh, tonight I'll take her out to party. Jiang He, puzzled, held a piece of pastry and asked, What does party mean? Upon hearing Jiang's question, Hyusong sat down, waved his hand to explain to her, and reminded her that it was about going out to enjoy modern life a bit. You'll find out tonight, just remember to pay attention to my expression and don't cause a scene. Jiang looked at the boy, teasing her gently, and replied, I understand. Suddenly, Jiang changed the subject, looking at Hyosung, who was carrying the cat on his shoulder, and curiously asked, Did you just say that those weird martial arts skills were all fake? How can people create such strange things? She thought it was really bizarre. Hyosung, stroking the cat in his hand, explained, It's not that it's bizarre, it's to seek stimulation, like keeping a cat. Once human survival needs are satisfied, there naturally arises a demand for spiritual needs, whether it's pets, movies, or games. All are meant to satisfy certain human desires. Your place doesn't have novels? Jiang asked, sounding dazed when she heard the word novels, unsure of how to respond. I've never read any. Hyosung raised a finger to explain more clearly. For example, the storyteller at the tea house often tells some strange folk tales. It's to satisfy everyone's curiosity. In simple terms, where there's demand, there's supply. Got it? The essence of working is just that. He raised his hand, mimicking the exchange of money and goods for Jiang to understand better. Others pay to find you to solve problems, and once you solve them, you can get paid. In this society, everyone pays others to solve problems. For instance, we all have to go out to eat every day, and then there's bubble tea, ordering food from outside, or those advertisements for clothing stores on the street. It's all for you and me. Everyone needs someone to solve their problems, and then they get paid. Jiang was stunned listening to Hyosung's explanation. Meanwhile, everyone seeks others to solve their problems but is also helping others solve theirs. For example, when you play games after learning, you can help others play and earn money. Then use that money to find others to solve problems like eating or shopping for clothes. All social transactions operate like that. After listening to the explanation, Jiang felt enlightened and murmured, No wonder Hyosung is like a landlord. He doesn't need to go out to work all day, and he even has someone bringing food to him. Jiang turned to look at Hyosung and continued, So after solving the issues of being full and warm, those spooky movies help people solve their boredom. Then people pay to watch them, and they get paid to produce them. As Hyosung heard Jiang say this, he hugged the cat and walked towards the fridge, saying, Right, smart move. Catch this. Jiang was startled, quickly grabbing a can of soda that was unexpectedly tossed to her. Hyosung cheerfully said, That's the reward for the right answer. Jiang curiously stared at the soda can in her hand. She looked at Hyosung with suspicion, asking about him holding her back, and you keeping me here. I don't earn a penny helping you. Is it also to satisfy your spiritual needs? Hyosung hugged the cat and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think. The cat, being pampered, happily rubbed its paw against Hyosung's face, while he turned to the girl and cheerfully said, Maybe that's true. Actually, I don't know either. If you want to stay, just stay. Jiang was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned bright red, stealing glances at the boy playing with the cat and secretly admiring him, thinking, The chivalrous truly is a good person. She reached out to open the can of soda in her hand. However, the bubbles unexpectedly sprayed everywhere, causing Jiang to react too slowly. Seeing this, Hyosung covered his mouth and laughed, then stepped over to help her get a paper towel. As night fell, the stars sparkled in the sky. If everything you do has to have a purpose, then this world wouldn't be interesting at all. Hyosung and Jiang were on their way to the gathering. Hyosung happily introduced, In a bit, it might get a little crowded, but it's fine. Eat whatever you want and drink whatever you want, just no alcohol. Suddenly, Hyosung glanced aside. Ah, we're here. As soon as Hyosung saw the sign, he said, and Jiang instinctively pointed to the store, asking, Is this the place? Hee-sung stood beside her, hands on his hips, saying, mainly to experience these things, it's still a bit new for you. The two entered the store, and Hyo-sung said, let's go, tonight the big shot treats, so eat comfortably. Jiang looked around curiously while Hyo-sung focused on his phone. Due to the noise in the store, Jiang instinctively covered her ears, feeling uncomfortable. The two paused before the room door. Hyo-sung said, it's right here. He opened the door and stepped inside. The noise of people inside was incredibly lively. Hyo-sung's arrival drew everyone's attention. Wang Zijun, holding a mic in one hand and hugging the girl with the other, turned around to look and said, Hyo-sung is here. Jiang frowned upon witnessing this. Hyo-sung seemed indifferent, looking at everyone playing cards, and walked over to ask, have we started yet? Wang Zijun cheerfully told Hyo-sung, hey, since we're all free anyway, why don't you sing a song so I can choose a game? Hearing this, Hyo-sung replied, wait a moment, let me sit down first. After Jiang and Hyo-sung settled in their seats, Jiang felt a bit anxious, looking around timidly and sitting quietly next to Hyo-sung, feeling shy as she tightly clasped her hands on her lap and bowed her head. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her. Hyo-sung's voice rang out, if you're hungry, just eat this. Have a little something. The food will be brought up later. It's just dry seeds anyway. With your strength, you could probably crush them. Hee-sung said casually, leaning on his hand. Jiang then reached out to take the dry seeds. Holding the seeds in her hand, she brought them close to Hyo-sung's ear and said, what did you say? I can't hear you. At that moment, Hyo-sung realized, oh, it's too noisy here. If I don't speak loudly, you won't hear. He immediately leaned in closer, pointing at the dry seeds in Jiang's hand, and repeated, I mean these. You should try to crush them. Jiang blushed at this action. She then peeled one seed, and with a crunch, the shell broke apart. Surprised, she put it in her mouth to taste. Hyo-sung saw her expression and happily asked, you don't have these where you are. I remember this type of fruit has been around for a long time. I've never seen it before, but it's really good. Jiang praised the fruit while eating, her eyes sparkling as she tried this new food. Suddenly, Jiang exclaimed in surprise, turning to whisper to Hyo-sung, this is really delicious. Seeing this, Hyo-sung crossed his arms and joyfully watched her adorable expression, saying, then eat more. Hyo-sung suddenly fell into thought. After all, this was a karaoke place, and no one would be paying attention to this side. It wouldn't matter if Jiang crushed the seeds. Even if someone saw, they would only be surprised at her strength. After that, Hyo-sung firmly grasped a bottle of wine, smiled, and lifted it up, saying, come on, Wang Zijun, let's have a drink. Wang Zijun, who was singing, was interrupted and frowned, warning, hey, I'm in the middle of a passionate performance. Immediately, everyone raised their glasses, shouting in unison, cheers. The two drank heartily. Jiang couldn't take her eyes off Hyo-sung as he happily drank with everyone, her eyes brightening as she pointed at the wine bottle and said to Hyo-sung, I want to drink this. Hearing this, Hyo-sung frowned and waved his hand, reminding her that girls outside must know how to protect themselves and shouldn't drink alcohol, which is dangerous. Jiang sighed, saying, I've drunk before, I won't get drunk. Hee-sung was truly the most stubborn guy of the year, pointing his finger at Jiang and speaking in a teaching tone. The alcohol content here is higher than the rice wine where you are. Even if you won't get drunk, you shouldn't drink. Jiang pouted and said, I just want to try a little bit, just a tiny bit. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hyo-sung like she was acting cute. Hyo-sung helplessly supported his chin. Facing this girl and having to compromise, you can only try a little. Jiang was extremely happy, watching as Hyo-sung poured wine into a glass. Hyo-sung and Jiang attentively raised their glasses to drink. He then asked her how she felt about the taste. Jiang tightly closed her eyes, savoring the flavor, and then held the wine glass down, quietly responding, it's not good. Hyo-sung couldn't hear her clearly and leaned in to ask, what did you say? Jiang leaned closer, clearly articulating each word to Hyo-sung, I said it's not good. Wang Zijun, seeing the two whispering to each other, felt uncomfortable and called out, "Hey, what are you two doing? It's broad daylight, in front of so many people." Hee-sung turned to look at Wang Zijun, waving his hand as if to say, "Don't worry about me," and then said, go away, you keep singing." Wang Zijun smirked, refusing to let it go, moving closer and then draping his arm over Hyo-sung's shoulder, asking, "I was going to ask earlier, is this your girlfriend? Aren't you going to introduce her?" Jiang felt a bit shy, looking at the two boys chatting. Hyo-sung shrugged off Wang Zijun's arm, frowning as he replied, "Just a normal friend. Jiang is from the village." Hyo-sung then turned to Jiang, introducing, "This is my good friend, Wang Zijun, the second son in this area. He's a big shot." Jiang responded with a giggle. Hearing Hyo-sung introduce him like that, Wang Zijun angrily exclaimed, "What kind of introduction is that?" Wang Zijun then stroked his chin, his eyes teasingly flickering. "Just a normal friend, huh? Can I be friends with her then?" Hearing this, Hyo-sung immediately cursed. "Get lost, Wang Zijun. Don't even think about it." Feeling uncomfortable, he asked his close friend, "What's wrong with me? Why am I not as good as you?" Hyo-sung squinted, crossing his arms confidently, saying, "Are you as tall as me? Are you as handsome as me?" Not wanting to back down, Wang Zijun raised his hand confidently. "I'm not inferior either, I have money." Wang Zijun's answer left Hyo-sung speechless with anger. Wang Zijun stood up, looking at Hyo-sung with his hands on the back of the chair, saying, "All right, enough talk. Let's get started. I'm starving." Jiang, sitting beside him, was still focused on peeling the pine nuts, making crackling sounds. Wang Zijun walked over to the screen to find a song and continued singing, saying while searching, "There are still a few people who haven't arrived yet. Don't rush the vocals." He added, "I always wanted to hear you sing Meow Meow in the Kwangdong version." Qin Hao complained, "Damn it, I'm on duty tonight. Is there still a shift like this in the world?" Wang Zijun said unhappily. Hyo-sung felt annoyed at his friend's arrogant attitude. "This rich kid," he retorted. "Now Qin Hao is a people's protector. People like you who are lazy are the real parasites of society." Jiang, sitting next to him, was eating while glancing at the two talking. Everyone continued singing and having fun. The whole room was very lively. Watching everyone singing joyfully, Jiang curiously whispered to Hyo-sung, "What is everyone doing here? I find it too noisy." Hearing this, Hyo-sung thought for a moment and realized bringing her to the karaoke was not necessary, but if she wanted to learn about life, then of course, it was best to be exposed to as much as possible. Experiencing modern activities is also an aspect of accumulation. In short, integration is beneficial. Hyo-sung smiled, waving his hand in explanation. "Just treat it like a celebration. Mainly, it's his girlfriend's birthday, so he invited a few people to make it lively. This place is open for everyone to get closer. Each person has different purposes. Some come just to drink, while others enjoy singing and the lively atmosphere, and some want to socialize and make friends." Jiang ate while listening to Hyo-sung talk. Seeing the peeled pine nuts in Jiang's hand, Hyo-sung praised her, saying, "You're doing well. Peel a few for me." Hearing this, she peeled a few nuts and handed them to Hyo-sung. The sound of the pine nut shells being crushed continued to ring out. Hyo-sung happily accepted them, thanking her, and then asked, "But do you know how to sing?" Jiang shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Hyo-sung raised his hand with a smug and confident smile, saying, "Even if you can't sing, I won't let you sing. Let this hero sing for you." Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the entrance. A man wearing glasses opened the door with an expressionless face, and his arrival attracted everyone's attention. Hyo-sung was also surprised. "Why is this guy here too?" Ryangja walked over from somewhere, glancing at the two sitting on the couch before turning to another place. Hyo-sung was looking at his phone when a sound nearby caught his attention. He noticed a plate full of pine nut shells and asked her in surprise, "Are you this hungry?" Jiang shyly replied, "A little bit." He turned to her, smiling, and said, "Just wait a bit longer. There will definitely be a huge cake soon." Mentioning food made her eyes light up as she asked. A huge one. Then she imagined the shape of the cake in her mind. Jiang thought to himself that nothing here was too hard to swallow, though the worst was when he first arrived and snuck some buns that weren't enough to fill him. The burgers had been a bit stale for 2 days, but even so, they were much better than thin porridge and plain water. She was still lost in her thoughts about food when Wang Zijun came over with a microphone and said to Hyo-sung, "Kinhao isn't here, let's sing." Hee-sung took the microphone and replied, "Just one song, okay?" Seeing him holding the microphone, she leaned closer to look at it. Curious about the novelty, she pointed to the microphone and asked, "What's this?" Since Jiang leaned too close to the microphone, her voice suddenly became very loud. "What's this? What's this?" This startled her, and she immediately exclaimed, "Why is my voice so loud?" Hyo-sung quickly covered the microphone with his hand and moved it away, reassuring her, "Don't be scared, this is called a microphone. It's not some monster or ghost. I'll explain it to you in detail later." After hearing this, she replied, "Okay." He then thought to himself that at least in the future, when they went out and heard a loudspeaker, she wouldn't be frightened and say that someone had great power anymore. He stared intently at her beautiful, adorable face. Hyo-sung blushed and thought, "I suddenly want to pinch her cheeks," and involuntarily reached his hand toward her. At that moment, Jiang noticed her staring at him, causing him to stop. He quickly retracted his hand, awkwardly pretending to whistle to cover it up, while thinking to himself that he would have to try pinching her cheek sooner or later. Hyo-sung and Wang Zijun sang a duet, creating a joyful atmosphere in the karaoke room. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Someone singing along with Wang Zijun said, "It seems like everyone has arrived. Let's start right now." At that moment, someone pushed a huge gift box into the room. Wang Zijun stood next to the box and said to everyone, "Sorry to keep you all waiting for so long. Let's not beat around the bush. Today is my girlfriend's birthday." After saying this, he turned to look for his girlfriend but couldn't find her familiar figure. He exclaimed loudly, "Hey, where's my girlfriend?" The blonde girl replied, "I think she just went outside." He continued to ask, "Where did she go?" The blonde girl answered again, "I don't know." Hee-sung showed a look of disgust, thinking, "Happy birthday to the girlfriend." The result is that when cutting the cake, we find out she's disappeared. He thought the girl who sang with him earlier was his girlfriend. Soon after, Wang Zijun was peering outside looking for his girlfriend but couldn't find her. He returned to the room and said to everyone, "I don't know where she went. Let's just continue having fun. We'll leave the cake for her and drink until she comes back." He took a beer glass and walked over to Hyo-sung, asking, "Is this your new girlfriend?" Hyo-sung replied, "Yeah, we've been together for a little over a month." Hyo-sung teased, "It's been a while. Looks like you're about to break up." Wang Zijun angrily said, "Shut up. We are true love." Jiang looked confused, not understanding what the two were talking about. She thought, "Girlfriend, true love." She walked over to Hyo-sung and quietly asked, "Is a girlfriend like a wife?" Wang Zijun, hearing this, stared at her and asked, "What are you asking?" Hyo-sung scratched his head and replied, "No, a girlfriend is just a term. Everyone is different." He continued to smile and said, "For example, his girlfriend will be someone else's wife in the future." Upon hearing this, Wang Zijun angrily said, You. Then he scratched his head, looking confused, thinking about it and agreeing. Jiang turned to Hyo-sung and asked, "What about you?" This question was too sudden for Hyo-sung, who didn't have time to react. His face turned bright red as he didn't dare to look straight at her, glancing away to answer, "I'm a homebody." For homebodies, a girlfriend is just an object, like a piece of paper or even just a concept. Upon hearing this, Wang Zijun laughed so hard he almost cried, replying, "Haha, you know yourself best." He then stared at the two and asked, "Are you two really just friends?" Hee-sung replied irritably, "What else would it be?" Then he forced a laugh to cover it, saying, "Haha, it's been a while since we talked. Let's raise a glass." At that moment, he thought to himself, "If only I hadn't lied to Jiang Yi before, Explaining clearly about girlfriends now would definitely be a joke for Wang Zijun. So he decided to change the subject. Jiang Yi stood behind him, looking at him with a fierce gaze. Wang Zijun looked at his watch and said, "It's so late now. I'll go outside and call my girlfriend first, and we'll continue talking later." After that, he walked outside. Hyosung immediately said, "Go ahead." After he said this, he sighed, which confused Jiang Yi. A voice startled Hyosung. "Hyosung, have you changed your girlfriend again?" Upon hearing this, he replied, "What's it to you?" Jiang Yi turned to see who it was. Ryanja adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "Don't be so fierce, I'm just asking a little. Your girlfriend is really pretty this time. Where did you find her? Teach me. I've been looking for a long time and can't find one." Upon hearing this, he replied, "Why?" He turned to face the person, sneering and raising his hand as if pressing a button. "I don't like to mock you because you're too ugly." In the karaoke room, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, stood around a large gift box, all holding glasses of wine. Ryanja, holding a glass, smiled with little warmth, pointing at the glass and saying, "Hyosung, don't be so polite. Let's clink glasses." A decisive voice of refusal rang out, "No drinking." Ryanja continued to provocatively say, "Hearing that, I tell you, Hyosung." Before he could finish, Hyosung interrupted, "You try to pull any tricks." Hyosung's face darkened, looking very uncomfortable. Straining to suppress his anger, Hyosung continued, "Ryanja, I don't want to argue with you today. Can you just stay put?" From a distance at the entrance, someone opened the door and entered, observing the situation before him and thinking, "Damn, these two are about to fight." He was shocked. They had been classmates for many years and even shared a room, and it was wrong for them to be so at odds. Initially, he called Ryanja to join in the fun, but now the situation was too tense. Hyosung still shot a hostile glare at Ryanja, whose face had also darkened. Wang Zijun stepped between the two, raising his hands to stop them. "Hey, you two, let's talk properly. Don't get physical." Then he turned to Ryanja, saying, "Ryanja, don't provoke him." Ryanja smiled and replied, "What's the problem? We're just drinking. It's been a long time since we met. Why are you looking for trouble?" At this moment, Hyosung turned to Wang Zijun, shot him a glance, and asked, "Did you call him here?" Wang Zijun responded hesitantly, a bit frightened, saying he didn't want to and that it was all in the past. Hyosung questioned him about the past, his gaze revealing indifference and aloofness, evoking unhappy memories. He calmly continued, asking where this was coming from, stating he never considered it an issue. Wang Zijun, slightly worried and sweating, turned to Ryanja, asking what he wanted to do since he claimed it was nothing. Ryanja gently adjusted his glasses and replied, "Of course, it was nothing, just wanted to invite Hyosung for a drink." Hyosung slowly responded, saying he was just uncomfortable looking at that unpleasant face, clarifying that it wasn't anything personal. Ryanja quickly retorted that Hyosung didn't like him either. Hyosung interrupted, asking if the last time he hit him wasn't painful enough. Jiang Yi, observing from the side, felt uneasy, wondering if a fight was about to break out. Other girls were also gossiping about Hyosung and Ryanja. Wang Zijin suddenly felt something was off and rushed to ask the 2 young men when had they started fighting. He raised both hands, as if trying to intervene, and asked what was wrong with them, questioning Ryanja's childish behavior. Ryanja had been standing still, firmly holding his drink. Wang Zijin advised him to let it go, suggesting that Ryanja let his girlfriend in to celebrate the birthday. Ryanja, smiling and rubbing his hands, replied he was only there to offer a drink, wondering how it escalated to this. He then insisted, raising his glass to Hyosung, saying that if Hyosung drank with him, they could call it even, but Hyosung resolutely refused, angrily shouting that he wouldn't drink. Jiang Yi stood stunned beside him. When Ryanja realized he couldn't persuade Hyosung, he turned to invite Jiang Yi instead, saying he would toast to his sister-in-law. Jiang Yi, taken aback, asked, "Sister-in-law? Me?" Ryanja continued to flatter, calling her a beautiful sister-in-law. Hyosung chimed in, coldly clarifying that she wasn't drinking, and that she wasn't even his sister-in-law, advising Ryanja not to stir up trouble. Jiang Yi finally protested, saying loudly, "No, I'm not." Hyosung took the opportunity to remind Jiang He not to talk to that guy, who was very disgusting. Wang Zijun slightly bowed his head and quickly said to stop, urging Ryanja to go back. Wang Zijun, after pushing Ryanja aside, moved cautiously towards where Hyosung and Jiang Yi were sitting. As soon as Wang Zijun sat down, he jumped straight to the point, asking when the two had fought. Hyosung put down his glass, replying that it had been a long time. If he had known that guy was there, he wouldn't have come. Wang Zijun said, "If I had known you two were like this, I wouldn't have called you." Hyosung took a sip of his drink and said it had been a while, but he found that type of person uncomfortable and ugly. Jiang sat silently eating watermelon, eavesdropping on their conversation. At this moment, Jiang Yi asked, "Why does he see me as a sister-in-law?" She asked this shyly, her cheeks flushed and very adorable. Hyosung immediately replied, "Because he's ugly," pointing towards Ryanja, but his gaze was fixed on Jiang Yi. The two locked eyes intimately, and then Hyosung asked her, "Do you think I'm more handsome than him?" Jiang Yi, following the direction of Hyosung's hand, looked at Ryanja and quickly assessed, "You're more handsome than him." Hyosung leaned closer and asked, "So do you think I'm handsome?" Jiang Yi, shy and blushing, didn't know how to respond. After that, Hyosung narcissistically remarked, "We're all beautiful like this. Sitting next to each other is indeed a handsome couple." It was easy to understand why those dimwits saw it as a couple. Wang Zijun suddenly shouted, "Wait, wait, who are the dimwits?" "At first, I thought you two were a couple." Hyosung replied slowly, "Your brain always has issues. It's no surprise to hear you say that." Wang Zijun angrily shouted, "Damn it, looks like we have to fight then." Jiang Yi, confused, asked, "But why are handsome men and beautiful women considered a couple?" Hyosung pointed at Wang Zijun while saying, "I don't understand how their brains work. They're not normal. It's best not to talk to them, not even this guy." Wang Zijun angrily shouted, "I have a girlfriend," just as a beautiful, curvaceous girl walked in, talking on the phone. Wang Zijun rushed over, reminding the staff to turn off the lights and cut the cake, because his girlfriend had arrived, and it was time to start. The 5-tier birthday cake, primarily in light pink and red, looked very appealing. Jiang marveled at the cake, exclaiming how big it was and asking how they would finish it. Hyosung immediately responded, "Yes," but upon thinking, something seems off. Hyosung rested his chin in thought, glancing at the cake, feeling a bit cautious and sensing something wasn't right. Jiang's round eyes were fixed on the cake, and at that moment, all she could see were the strawberry and cherry cakes floating in the air, along with images of people throwing cake at each other, reminiscent of a war returning a few minutes earlier. Hyosung took Jiang's hand, telling her to follow him. At this moment, Jiang was still confused, not understanding what was happening. Hyosung instructed Jiang to be quiet and sit next to the sofa, reminding her to hide there. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Jiang to hide well, not to make a fuss, and that if he didn't call her, she shouldn't come out. "I'll get you a big piece of cake," he promised. Jiang stayed silent, hiding her whole body except for her head. She thought to herself, "I wonder what flavor the cake is. But why do I have to hide to eat it? Is there a rule?" Countless questions appeared in Jiang's mind. She kept her eyes on the people standing near the cake, eagerly anticipating it. The freshly cut cake was placed on a plate, and Jiang thought, "Is this really cake? It must be delicious." Suddenly, the cake was smashed right in the face of an anonymous friend, an act that seemed to ignite the war among everyone. People began to slice the cake and throw it at each other. Jiang looked on in confusion, not understanding what was happening. A hand slowly reached out as if trying to grab something, and it turned out that hand was aiming for the cake, which seemed about to topple over due to the chaos. While Jiang He was still in a daze, a familiar voice rang out, "Why are you out here? Didn't I tell you to hide well?" Hyosung gently leaned down. He had just gone out to protect her, wanting to get the most intact piece of cake to give to Jiang. Hyosung asked, "What's wrong?" As he sat down next to Jiang, he sighed, This crazy party is exhausting me to death. He handed the cake to Jiangyi and said, I knew that Wang Zijin bought such a big cake just to play cake throwing. This is the piece I got before it got thrown. Try it. Jiangyi slowly took the piece of cake. Hee-sung watched her intently as she gradually brought the fragrant piece to her mouth, but her expression seemed sad. Just as Jiangyi put the cake in her mouth, Hyo-sung quickly asked, So, is it good? Jiangyi replied while eating, It's very good. In her heart, Jiangyi thought, I wish Yainang could try this cake too. This is called cake. Yainang doesn't even dare to eat baked goods and only drinks a few large bowls of water. If she could eat such a delicious piece of cake, she would definitely smile with her eyes squinted. Jiangyi was truly a kind girl, thinking of others while eating. Hyo-sung and Jiangyi focused on watching everyone throw cake at each other. Jiangyi sighed and with a bored expression asked, Why throw away such good food? Even if the landlords are rich, it all comes from hard work. After hearing Jiangyi, Hyo-sung glanced at her and quickly replied, Because that's one of its purposes. If you like to eat it, next time I'll buy some for us to hide at home. Eating a little wouldn't be a waste. Jiang remained pensive, reflecting on how good food was wasted when thrown away, especially when it stained clothes while people looked so joyful. Clearly, with such a comfortable life, they were seeking excitement by watching others play. The large cake from earlier had now diminished a bit. Jiang remarked that this was the best era. The sound of high-heeled shoes echoed loudly. Jiang was still deep in thought, observing everything, her mind filled with numerous thoughts. The plate of cake in front of her was now just an empty plate, while the plate of oranges remained untouched. Watching everyone play, Jiangyi wondered if this was indeed a prosperous time. Still feeling very disappointed, Jiangyi had a sorrowful expression, while Hyo-sung turned his face away, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Suddenly, Hyo-sung stood up and patted Jiangyi on the shoulder, saying, They're done playing now, it should be safe. You don't need to hide here anymore. I'll wash my face first, then we can go. At this moment, Jiangyi sat up straight in her chair but kept her head bowed. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sister-in-law, Hyo-sung left you here? Jiangyi looked up, confused, following the sound of the voice. Ryangja approached, teasingly asking, Do you want to get acquainted? Jiang quickly replied, I don't want to talk to you. It seemed she remembered Hyo-sung's warning that Ryangja wasn't a good person and told her not to talk to him. But Ryangja shamelessly sat down next to Jiangyi and said, Why so fierce? Did Hyo-sung tell you to say that? Jiangyi deliberately avoided him, casting an unfriendly glance at Ryangja. Ryangja's gaze was fixated on Jiangyi. Noticing something unusual, he asked, You look clean. Haven't you been playing with everyone? Let me give you some. Ryangja quickly swiped a bit of cream from the cake and held it out towards Jiangyi, intending to smear it on her face. Jiang was on guard and quickly stood up, distancing herself from Ryangja, asking, What are you doing? Ryangja casually replied, Everyone else is covered in cream, but you look too clean. Just a little won't hurt. Jiang widened her eyes, looking at Ryangja's hand coming toward her, frightened to the point where her hands clenched into fists, making a creaking sound. A hand reached out and grabbed Ryangja's shirt. It was Hyo-sung, coldly leaning in to ask, Who gave you the guts? Ryangja began to feel frightened, cold sweat pouring down. Right after, Ryangja received a punch from Hyo-sung, who asked as he hit, Who gave you the guts? Ryangja was hit so hard that saliva sprayed everywhere, his body bending down. After being hit, Ryangja clutched his stomach in pain, shaking all over, while Hyo-sung's grip remained tight, his face flushed with anger. Ryangja wasn't willing to back down either, his eyes bloodshot, cursing under his breath, before hitting Hyo-sung back. At this point, Hyo-sung had started bleeding from the punches. Unexpectedly, he fell back onto the table, causing everything on the table to crash to the ground in pieces. Wang Zijin, not knowing where he had gone, opened the door to see the scene before him and shouted, Damn it! They are fighting again. No one around intervened, only taking out their phones to record the fight. Wang Zijin yelled loudly, Stop! Listen to me! Hyo-song and Ryangja were still grappling with each other. At this moment, Hyo-song had managed to pin Ryangja to the floor and was beating him up. Wang Zijin struggled to push through the crowd that had gathered to watch, shouting, "Turn on the lights! Turn on the lights!" As the lights turned on, everyone regained their senses and hurried to intervene. More accurately, they could only pull Hyo-song away since Ryangja had been beaten to the point of not being able to resist. However, the two men couldn't pull Hyo-song off. He was furious, clinging tightly to Ryangja's shirt. Unexpectedly, a hand from Jang Hee appeared from behind, grabbing Hyo-song's collar and pulling him back towards Ryangja. Wang Zijin also timely ran over, using both hands to hug Ryangja from behind, pulling him in the opposite direction. Everyone around was surprised by Jang Hee's strength. She could pull Hyo-song away with just one hand and looked quite relaxed compared to the two men, who, despite using all their strength, couldn't stop the two men. Those nearby shared the same thought. This girl is really strong. With just one hand, she pulled him back. At this moment, Hyo-song, in Jiang's grip, calmed down, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still looked at Ryangja with hostility. Ryangja, facing him, also wasn't backing down, using a gaze that seemed ready to devour him. Hyo-song looked back, as if ready to charge at any moment. Just a little lapse in attention, and the two would clash again. This made Wang Zijin, standing behind alone, unable to control the situation. It required the two men beside to simultaneously hold on to Ryangja's arms to manage to stop him. At this moment, Wang Zijin stood behind, his face twisted, using all his strength to hold Ryangja, constantly cursing under his breath. "Damn it! Why did I let them be together?" Hee-song raised his hand, using his index finger to pinch one nostril, then forcefully blew out the blood that had pooled inside. The other nostril sprayed out. Once done, he used his finger to wipe away the mess, raised his head to look directly at Ryangja, whose demeanor was aggressive, and said to Wang Zijin, "Wang Zijin, happy birthday. It turned out like this. Or do you want a few punches too?" Hearing his name mentioned, Wang Zijin angrily replied, "I actually want to give both of you a few punches." After saying that, he turned to everyone around and apologized, wanting to quickly end the party. "Sorry, everyone. Let's disperse. Let's meet up again another day." This got a bit chaotic. Hyo-song and Ryangja, standing nearby, had calmed down and no longer needed anyone to hold them back. After everyone left, only those involved remained in the room, with broken pieces of bottles scattered everywhere. At this moment, Ryangja sat slumped on the floor, while Hyo-song and Jiang Yi stood next to each other not far away. Hyo-song looked at Ryangja, took out a piece of paper stuffed in his nose to stop the bleeding, and casually taunted, "So, can you stand up now? If you can, let's continue fighting. If not, I'm leaving." Ryangja, sitting opposite, had taken off his glasses, one hand on the ground with his knee bent, the other hand holding the glasses on his knee. Hearing Hyo-song's words, he responded with a fiercely intimidating gaze. Before he could say anything, Wang Zijin, standing next to them, propped one hand on the table and the other on his hip, immediately interjected to stop the impending fight. "What are you fighting for anymore?" He then moved closer to Hyo-song, scolding and worriedly asking, "Are you okay? Your face is all swollen." At that moment, Hyo-song's face was already bruised, but he calmly replied, "I can handle it, it's nothing." He then asked Ryangja again, "Do you want to fight more? You really have guts, don't you? You dare to touch my girlfriend. If you have any objections, let's settle it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Suddenly, two people appeared outside the room, one after the other, coming toward them. The sound of knocking echoed, causing everyone in the room to pause and look at Wang Zijin, who was irritated by the interruption. He went to open the door and asked, "Who is it at this hour?" Before him stood two police officers. The older officer, with an experienced expression, raised his hand to gently touch his cap and greeted, "We received a report of a fight here." Wang Zijin suddenly recognized one of the police officers as someone he knew and exclaimed, "Qin Hao." This remark caused the younger police officer standing behind to be taken aback. The older officer turned back to ask, "You know him?" At that moment, the younger officer remembered what had happened a few minutes earlier on their way to the karaoke room. He had jovially mentioned to the older officer, "I often come here with friends. Who knows, I might run into someone I know." Back then, the older officer had just smiled and brushed it off. Realizing this, he was now stunned as dark thoughts crossed his mind, making him simply respond, "Very familiar, let's forget about it." The two officers then began to enter the room to investigate. The room had turned chaotic, with broken bottles and plates scattered everywhere. Hyo-sung and Ryanja were preparing to resume their fight. The appearance of the two police officers surprised Hyo-sung, who immediately noticed the bruises on his face and the scratches on his body. Ryanja looked at the two of them from top to bottom and adjusted his glasses, remarking with annoyance, "You two are playing rough." Wang Zijun hurriedly explained, "We were just having too much fun singing. It got a bit out of hand. Who knew someone would have the time to call the police about a fight?" After saying this, the two officers leaned in close and whispered to each other. Wang Zijun covered his mouth and said, "Are you really working as a police officer? That uniform looks pretty impressive." Qin Hao proudly adjusted his collar and replied, "What else would it be?" Meanwhile, the older officer approached Hyo-sung and Ryanja, asking, "What's going on here?" Ryanja stammered, "It's nothing really." Jang Yi, standing behind, looked at Hyo-sung with worry when she saw him respond similarly, just like he said. However, his expression was awkward as he spoke that sentence. Even Qin Hao, standing at a distance, sensed there was an issue between the two and thought to himself, "This seems serious. I'll ask this side first. If this side is fine, then the guy with the glasses probably is too." The older officer shared the same thought. He approached closer, holding a notebook, and began his inquiry with Hyo-sung. He asked for his ID. Hyo-sung scratched his head, replying, "Whose birthday party would I bring my ID to?" Seeing this, the older officer requested him to read out his ID number. After collecting the personal information, he looked at the broken beer bottles nearby and asked, "Are you saying there was no fight just now?" Hyo-sung hurriedly raised his hand to scratch his head while constantly waving his other hand and smiling, replying, "No fight at all. I don't know who has the time to joke around like that." However, Ryanja, standing beside him, suddenly stood upright, pushing his glasses coldly and saying, "There was a fight. He hit me." The older officer looked at the two sternly, asking, "Was there a fight or not?" At this moment, everyone in the room turned their attention to Ryanja. He calmly replied, "Yes, there was a fight. What kind of birthday party ends up like this?" Hearing this, Qin Hao approached Hyo-sung and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "Hey, Hyo-sung, was there a fight or not?" Hyo-sung could only helplessly reply, "What he said, if he says there was a fight, then there was." At this moment, Wang Zijun jumped in with a reconciliatory smile, saying, "Come on, it was just a joke. There's no fight here. We just drank a bit too much and got a little excited. Now we're just talking nonsense." His words left Hyo-sung, standing beside him, feeling helpless, staring at him. The older officer snapped his notebook shut and decided not to argue further, saying, "Everyone needs to come with us to the station." Hee-sung stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Yi behind him, telling Wang Zijun to help. "I'll take my sister home. I'll go with that guy." Wang Zijun thought to himself, sometimes it's his girlfriend, sometimes it's his sister. But on the surface, he quickly replied, "Don't worry." However, the older officer, just as he was about to leave, turned back and said to everyone, "Everyone must go. We need to clarify things." This caused Hyo-sung, who was pulling out the paper stuffed in his nose, to freeze, thinking, "It's over." Hyo-sung stepped in front of Jiang Yi and smiled, saying, "No need. My sister is still in high school, and she hasn't finished her homework yet." The other friend stepped forward with a smile, pointing at himself, "I've been here the whole time. Whether there was a fight or not, I know best." The older officer had already lost patience with this group and shouted, "If you're going, then go. Stop delaying." His words startled all three, even Qin Hao, who was a familiar face, could do nothing but shrug and smile awkwardly. I'm just new here. My word doesn't carry weight. But Hyo-sung continued to protect Jiangyi. My sister just came from the countryside. She's never been to places like this. Don't scare her. Hearing this, Kin-hao walked over and had to turn back from the karaoke room, irritated, saying, "We're not cannibals. We just want to understand the situation." But in his heart, he was thinking about something else. He heard that this guy just got a girlfriend, and he thought it was this girl. He observed them standing not far away. Hyo-sung was still standing in front, protecting Jiangyi behind him, while Wang Zijun stood next to him with both hands in his pockets, and Ryanja was behind, head down, one hand clutching his injured arm. At this moment, the group had exited the bar and stood in front of the door. Kin-hao deliberately slowed his pace, moving closer to Hyo-sung with both hands in his pockets, teasingly asking, "Hyo-sung, where's your cousin? How old is she in high school now? We're friends. Your sister is my sister. What's her name?" Hyo-sung furrowed his brow, suspiciously replying, "Are you checking her household registration? High school students don't even have ID cards. She just came to stay with me for a few days. Her name is Jiangyi. Haven't you heard her name mentioned?" Jiang, walking beside Hyo-sung, silently looked at him without saying anything. Upon hearing the name Jiangyi, Kin-hao immediately turned to her, pointing at his face and smiling brightly. Remember, I'm your brother." Hyo-sung frowned and asked, "What about her real brother? She's scared of strangers. Don't make her scared." In front of the bar, 2 cars arrived to pick them up. One was a police car, and the other was Wang Zijun's car. At this moment, Wang Zijun was standing next to his car with his girlfriend who accompanied him that night. He turned to Kin-hao as they just came out of the bar and said, "Kin-hao called you. Why didn't you come? Now that it's all done, you come to catch people. Come on, here's your car, you can borrow it. I want to try the police car and see how it feels." After that, the whole group got in the car and headed to the police station. The streets at night were still bustling with bright lights. After driving for a while, the car finally stopped in front of the police station's gate. As soon as they got out of the car, Wang Zijun turned to Hyo-sung, just getting out of the car next to him, and said, "Hyo-sung, you can go home." Hyo-sung, facing him, immediately retorted, "Home? That's my sister's place." This caused the police officer to speak up to end the conversation. "Come on, don't argue anymore. What time is it? Hurry up and go in to take your statement." After saying this, he turned around and walked into the police station. Hyo-sung followed behind, hands behind his head, eyes darting around slowly, while Jiangyi was curious, having not stopped looking around since they got out of the car. At this moment, Hyo-sung's face clearly showed anxiety and unease. He thought to himself, "This is getting a bit tense. This feeling is what they call a guilty conscience." He realized he had to control his temper. Glancing at Jiangyi walking next to him, he saw her raising her hand to count the information she just heard about herself. Cousin, high school, no ID, birthday. Then she looked up at Hyo-sung, both hands clenched, as if she had made a decision. Seeing the adorable expression on Jiang's face made Hyo-sung immediately feel more determined. After all, he had to face this, so he decided to get acquainted first. Upon arriving at the police station, they were separated for their statements. Hyo-sung and Ryanja, as the 2 main characters, were interrogated together. The 2 sat facing each other at a rectangular table, heads bowed. The police officer sat at the head of the table, arms crossed over his chest, elbow resting on the table, starting the investigation. "Tell me what happened. Who goes first?" Hyo-sung spoke up first, frowning at his 2 hands. "It was just a fight. I hit first because he was cursing." After saying that, the police officer asked him to recount what happened in detail, and Hyo-sung pushed the issue to Ryanja, saying, "Let him talk." At that moment, the police officer requested Ryanja to explain. He asked Hyo-sung to report the entire process. Ryanja thought to himself that this time, being here was probably not good. But he couldn't suffer in silence. He decided to make a scene. Hyo-sung hit first, and he would definitely be in trouble first. However, on the outside, he still acted innocent and weak, reporting to the police that it was initially just a joke. It was just a joke. Then he hit me. I don't even know why that happened. As he spoke, he gestured wildly to describe the situation. After hearing the testimonies of the two, the police officer could only helplessly tilt his head back, sighing without being able to say anything. Then he looked straight at the two with a furious expression, suppressing his anger. Can you detail this? Do you know what detail means? What do you mean by joking? What did you say, and how did he respond? Then which sentence led to the fight? How did he strike you? How did you resist? Understood. Facing a series of rapid-fire questions from the police officer, the two could only bow their heads on the table, trembling. The police officer in front of them had bright eyes like headlights, staring at them fiercely, making them momentarily unsure of what to say. At this point, the police officer straightened up, leaned back in his chair, and tapped on the table impatiently. What are you still thinking? Just say what happened. After a while, still no one spoke up to answer. The police officer then looked at Hyo-sung, saying, "You go first." Hyo-sung, leaning on his hands, was suddenly called out and jumped in surprise. Ryanja next to him quickly jumped in to speak. "Let me start. I just wanted to propose a toast. If you don't want to drink, then fine. I won't force you." Ryanja spoke with a face as if he were the victim. The police officer confirmed, "Is that so?" However, Hyo-sung next to him was not focused. He was thinking about Jiang-hee. For Jiang-hee, being exposed to a police station this early was too much. The girl was completely unfamiliar with the modern world, and now she was being questioned by Kin-hao next to them. He didn't know what the situation was like, whether she said something wrong. Hyo-sung did not react to Ryanja's testimony. The police officer reminded him, "Are you in a daze? I'm asking you." The words made Hyo-sung snap to attention. At that moment, he pulled his hands behind his head, leaned back in the chair, and casually replied, "Yeah, something like that. It's just that the beginning is incorrect. He acted strangely and cursed at me, so I struck him. I think whether I hit him or not, as long as I say he provoked me first, that should suffice." Ryanja quickly retorted, "I was just joking." However, the police officer did not believe this at all, waving his hand. "You've already fought and still say it was just a joke. Who would believe that?" After that, the entire room fell into silence again. No one wanted to say anything. The police officer had to speak up and ask, "So how do you two want to resolve this?" Both individuals suggested shaking hands to reconcile. Ryanja was astonished upon hearing this and pointed at Hyo-sung, saying, "Shouldn't we be arresting him?" The officer raised his hand to signal number 1 and number 2 to explain. "This is called a brawl. If we arrest anyone, both of you will be taken in. If you feel seriously injured, go get a medical examination. At that time, we can temporarily hold for compensation, but we have to consider the specific circumstances. Your stomach is injured, it's just a slight bruise. I doubt anything serious will show up." Ryanja lifted his shirt to check the injury and only saw a small bruise. Hyo-sung thought to himself, being arrested is out of the question. That guy has work to do. After this thought, he provocatively smirked at Ryanja, considering either rethinking the handshake reconciliation, getting arrested together, or acknowledging the injury on Ryanja's face. This remark made Ryanja furious. The officer next to them listened in confusion, asking, "Why are you so familiar with this?" Ryanja immediately jumped up and yelled, "He hit me first." He was still aggrieved, thinking that getting hit would mean he could throw that guy in jail, but instead, they ended up fighting. The police officer didn't give him a chance to retort and continued, "Find him NDT 500 and you NDT 200. He will be detained for 8 days, and you for 5 days. Either go get your injuries examined or accept mediation. Choose one." Ryanja helplessly sat back down in his seat, clenching his fists and slamming them on the table, fuming that the matter was resolved. Hyo-sung came out of the police station's restroom, and Kin-hao was waiting outside the door, arms crossed, leaning against the wall with one leg straight and the other bent. As soon as he saw Hyo-sung come out, Kin-hao quickly approached, carefully examining the injury on Hyo-sung's face. The injury would probably take a few days to heal. "It's late. Do you need me to take you home?" Hyo-sung focused on applying a band-aid, And after finishing, he replied to Qin Hao, "No need, you have work to do. It's not good to leave your position without permission. It's fine at night." Before he could finish, Qin Hao covered his mouth, catching Hyo-sung off guard. Qin Hao signaled him to be quiet, looking around cautiously, reminding him not to say anything foolish, as there was an unseen power in that place. Hyo-sung, unable to speak with his mouth covered, could only mumble, "What's wrong with you?" At this moment, Qin Hao returned to normal, released his grip, and stood up straight, pointing outside, saying, "Don't be polite. Let me take everyone home." Hee-sung held his neck with one hand and coughed while using the other to support himself on his thigh, trying to decline, saying, "No need, we call the taxi. Where's my sister?" Qin Hao replied that he told the girl to come inside, but she refused to wait. "Wang Zijin is outside catching the breeze. Why is that? I saw her. Our little sister seems a bit silly, doesn't she?" At this moment, Jiang Yi and Wang Zijin were standing outside the police station, enjoying the night breeze. Wang Zijin leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, while Jiang Yi sat down on the ground, hugging her knees with her arms resting on the wall, looking pensive and worried as she listened to Qin Hao. Hyo-sung immediately rebutted, "You're the silly one. She's much smarter than you. Enough talk, we're leaving now. We'll catch up outside another time." Wang Zijin looked at his phone and saw it was already 12:42 a.m. The screen showed a picture of him and his girlfriend leaning against each other, making a heart shape with their hands under a starry night sky. He began to feel anxious. Damn, is it really 1 a.m. already? He sighed, thinking, why is Rangja still not done? Just as he finished his thought, he heard Hyo-sung's voice from behind. "What are you two doing here? Aren't you cold?" At that moment, Hyo-sung walked out of the police station with both hands in his pockets. Wang Zijin responded, "It was too stuffy inside. I couldn't take it anymore. Look how noisy it was." Hyo-sung was still furious, thinking, "Who said it wasn't my fault? Next time, I must give that guy a lesson." Jiang Yi stood up slowly beside him. Hyo-sung raised his hand to his forehead, looking around. "Where's your girlfriend?" Wang Zijin answered, "She couldn't stand it and fell asleep in the car. How about I conveniently take you two home as well?" The three were walking on the sidewalk, leaving the police station. Hyo-sung didn't want to bother Wang Zijin anymore, so he spoke up. "We can call a taxi. It's late, so you should head home early." He thought to himself that it wasn't convenient to talk about Jiang Yi with outsiders. Wang Zijin replied, "All right, I'll wait until you two can call a cab." Outside the police station, it was deserted, with the wind blowing fiercely. Leaves rustled and fell with the wind. The three had just stepped out of the police station and stood by the roadside. Hyo-sung and Wang Zijin were shivering from the cold wind, their faces scrunched up, and their noses running uncontrollably. They wrapped their arms tightly around themselves and sneezed. Wang Zijin, his face frozen, trembled as he said, "It's really cold at night this season." After saying that, he suddenly realized something and turned to scold. "If it were the old days, you would have taken off your jacket for your girlfriend." Hearing this, Hyo-sung and Jiang Yi were both taken aback, looking at Hyo-sung. The modern, weak boy casually replied, "She's not cold." Jiang Yi, the strong girl from ancient times beside him, also calmly confirmed, "That's right. I'm not cold." Seeing this situation, Wang Zijin thought about it, and Hyo-sung suddenly recalled the important question from earlier, wanting to confirm, "Are you my sister or my girlfriend?" Hyo-sung didn't know how to answer and could only curse under his breath. Wang Zijin thought to himself, "It seems unclear what their relationship is." When the taxi arrived at the apartment complex, the two got out of the car. Hyo-sung stretched his back, finally back home. After speaking, they walked home. Hyo-sung shoved both hands into his pockets, walking ahead, while Jiang Yi followed behind. They walked a distance without anyone speaking. Hyo-sung was lost in thought, unsure how to start a conversation, while Jiang Yi silently followed, not revealing what she was thinking. He looked at the deserted street ahead, pondering, "Why is this heroine so quiet on the road? It feels like I'm stumbling home drunk in the middle of the night." Bored with this thought, Hyo-song turned around to look at Jiang-yi behind him, signaling her to hurry up. Walking next to me like this makes you look like a pervert. Jiang immediately countered with a cute expression. I'm not a pervert. Hee-sung replied, if you walk next to me, then you aren't anymore. Jiang happily responded and took a long leap to catch up with Hyo-sung. Hyo-sung, with both hands in his pockets, cheered, well done. Now I declare you are no longer a pervert. Jiang walked beside him and immediately rebutted, I was never one. Hyo-sung got home and immediately flopped onto the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. On the floor next to the sofa were a pile of empty soda cans. Jiang looked at Hyo-sung sprawled beside her, gazing up at the ceiling with a sigh. Finally done for the day, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, he remembered there was something he wanted to ask Jiang, so he sat up and asked, what did Kin Hao ask you at the police station? How did you respond? Jiang quickly replied with the answer she had memorized at the police station. I said I was his sister, a high school student here to attend a birthday party. Just then, Bidao ran over, clinging to Jiang affectionately as she continued, I can't say anything else. Hee-sung gave her a thumbs up and smiled professionally, praising the heroine for her cleverness. But inside, he thought, now I get it, that's why Kin Hao called her silly. Jiang bent down and playfully pinched Bidao's chin, commenting, it seems like the officials here aren't so scary after all. Bidao, pleased with Jiang's affection, showed clear signs of enjoyment. Hyo-sung, sitting beside them, responded, of course, they aren't scary. As long as you don't show any signs of violence, nothing will happen. Being locked up for a long time still gets you free meals and lodging. After saying this, Hyo-sung crossed his arms and stretched, reflecting, getting into a fight wasn't so bad. I even got to take Jiang on a tour of the police station. Other than wasting some time and it being a bit annoying, everything was fine. The important thing is that Jiang handled everything really well. Thinking about this, Hyo-sung turned to Jiang, who was engrossed with the cat, and asked, don't you realize how dependent you are on me right now? You listen to everything I say, and even when that guy insults you, you hold back. Jiang rested her face against Bidao and calmly replied, I don't understand anything, so I can only do that. Hearing this, Hyo-sung propped his chin in his hand and asked, aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Jiang suddenly blushed, stammering, you wouldn't do that. You're a good person. Jiang set Bidao on her lap, petting it and smiling to herself, thinking, he always helps me. If I don't listen to him or trust him, I might as well leave and fend for myself before I fully understand and integrate into this world. Right now, the only person who can help me is Hyo-sung. Thinking this, Jiang added, he hasn't even touched my face yet. At this moment, Hyo-sung had sat down next to Jiang, resting his hands behind his head and leaning back against the sofa. He replied calmly, if he had touched your face, he'd probably be lying flat on the ground by now. Suddenly, Hyo-sung lowered his hands and started scratching his face and rubbing his neck. He coughed a few times, feeling awkward, and said, our fight looked like kids playing house. By now, even Hyo-sung couldn't hold back, rubbing his nose. Jiang, next to him, witnessed the whole scene, her ears and cat-like eyes showing a puzzled expression, thinking, is this really what he calls a fight? At that moment, Jiang was sitting and petting Bidao on her lap, looking at Hyo-sung, hugging a pillow with his chin resting on it, his legs crossed, and said thoughtfully, because he deserves to be hit. People like that should be hit. There are many types of people in this world. For example, those who like to wear nice clothes and designer shoes but can't afford them. Then they see you wearing them and feel uncomfortable, jealous of you, and treat those close to them poorly. Those things are so much better than him. Yet he thinks it's only natural. He considers himself inferior to others. It's obvious that others' wealth is a given. Then when those around him live better than he does, he feels uncomfortable. What do you think, is he sick? Jiang listened seriously as Hyo-sung poured out his thoughts, feeling shocked and confused, thinking, is there really such a thing in the world? Hyo-sung frowned and said, there are two types of people I can't stand. One is those with strange personalities, and the other is those who are clingy. Jiangyi, not understanding, asked what clingy meant in the modern world. Hyo-sung squeezed the pillow, starting to explain, it's a type of creature, either they have everything or they die. You'll understand later. Jiangyi, hearing his explanation, thought of a little dog licking her hand, completely incongruous with what Hyo-sung described, unable to comprehend it. Hyo-sung ended the conversation there, reminding her to hurry and take a shower since it wasn't early anymore. Jiangyi was startled by this and quickly agreed. A little later, the sound of water came from the bathroom as Jiangyi took her shower. Hyo-sung sat on the sofa, hugging the pillow with his eyes closed, thinking that having someone to talk to at home wasn't so bad. If only after showering, he could hold her and sleep together, that would be great. At this thought, Hyo-sung suddenly opened his eyes wide, thinking, why am I having such strange thoughts? He looked down, his expression doubtful, thinking, why am I having such thoughts? Just then, a noise came from Jiangyi finishing her shower, and she walked over to Hyo-sung. At that moment, in Hyo-sung's view, Jiangyi had just finished her shower, her cheeks rosy, her wet hair sticking to her face, her innocent eyes, holding a hairdryer to dry her hair. Hyo-sung hurriedly sat up, his voice trembling as he quickly said, you can dry your hair yourself today. After that, he noticed his ears were red as he hurried away, saying, I'll go take a shower too. Once he entered the bathroom and carefully locked the door, he leaned against the bathroom door, bowing his head to see that the room was still foggy with steam from Jiang's shower. He covered his face with his hands, feeling his face heat up and his whole body tremble, thinking, what a temptress. After showering, he saw Jiangyi sitting at the table drying her hair from a distance. Jiangyi turned to him, asking, haven't you seen many girls with short hair on the street? It's pretty common here. At this moment, Hyo-sung had already torn off the bandage from his face, responding casually, hairstyle is each person's freedom. If they want, they can shave it all off. Suddenly, he became aware of what he had just said, turning to Jiangyi, do you want to cut your hair? Jiang looked at the hairdryer and started to speak, but Hyo-sung quickly interrupted, don't cut your long straight black hair, it's beautiful. Yet in his mind, the image of Jiangyi with short hair made him unable to accept it. After that, he walked closer to Jiangyi, took the hairdryer from her hand, and said seriously, from now on, I'll help you dry your hair, so don't think about cutting it anymore. Jiang quickly replied, okay. The hairdryer buzzed, blowing air and causing her hair to flutter slightly. Jiang asked suspiciously, is it very common here for guys to help girls dry their hair? Behind her, Hyo-sung awkwardly smiled and replied, it's very normal, very normal. After that, both of them were busy with their own thoughts. Hyo-sung silently dried her hair while looking at Jiang's strands of hair in his hands. Jiang also remained silent, allowing Hyo-sung to dry her hair. An unusual yet harmonious atmosphere formed between them. Once her hair was dry, he turned off the hairdryer and placed it under the table, turned around, waved his hand, and said, okay, I'm heading to my room now. I'll turn off the living room light first. You should go to bed early too. Jiang, he watched Hyo-sung reach for the light switch, and the entire room fell into darkness. Good night, he said as he walked into his room. Jiangyi gently ran her fingers through her hair, looking toward the spot where Hyo-sung had just disappeared, softly replying, yeah, good night. She returned to her own room. At that moment, Jiangyi was sitting on her bed, holding her phone, the glow from the screen illuminating her face. She focused on typing something, with good night appearing in the search bar. Though she wasn't sure if it was correct, Jiangyi believed those were the right words. The search results on her phone displayed a song related to good night. Jiangyi pressed play, and a melodious tune began to resonate from the phone, surprising her. Immediately, she wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, the singing still echoing from within. Couples exchanged a few casual good-night wishes, evoking vague feelings only to easily let go of them. Feelings were always caught in a dilemma, unable to suppress the good-night wishes from a partner. Caught up in emotions, sometimes close, sometimes distant, the music resonated throughout the room as Jiang listened, gradually drifting into sleep. Morning sunlight streamed directly into Hyo-sung's room, waking him up. As he stepped out, he found Jiangyi sitting in front of the computer, not knowing since when. He greeted her. "Good morning." Jiang replied, "Good morning." Hee-sung asked her, "I overslept. Shall we go eat breakfast together?" Jiang replied, "I'm working." He responded, "All right, I'll go buy breakfast then." At this point, he had already changed clothes and was sitting down lacing his shoes at the door. Bideo ran over and sat next to him. While lacing his shoes, he thought to himself, having lived with Jiangyi for a while, he had been influenced too. His life had become much more orderly. What was breakfast like before? He stepped outside to buy breakfast, slamming the door shut. At this time, only Jiangyi was left alone in the house. She turned her head to check, confirming that Hyo-sung had gone out, which made her feel at ease. Turning back, she saw herself holding a stylus, writing something. The search bar displayed the phrase, "What is a girlfriend?" Seeing the results before her, Jiangyi read while pondering, all the while hoping Hyo-sung was out buying breakfast. Alone in her small room, Jiangyi was focused on searching for something on the computer when she suddenly froze for a moment, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Then, with both hands gripping the stylus, she began to type faster and faster on the keyboard. The content she was searching for at that moment was, "Is there really a ghost in this world?" After a while, Hyo-sung finally returned. As he closed the door, he said, "I'm back, let's eat breakfast." Jiangyi was slightly startled, sitting quietly in front of the computer screen for a moment before replying, "I'm working." Hee-sung felt a bit shy but continued to persuade her, "Working is fine, but you need to take breaks too, like for breakfast, for instance." Hearing his persistence, she suddenly turned around and irritably said to him, "I'll eat later." Jiang hurriedly stepped forward, taking a baozi from her bag. Hee-sung continued, "I didn't buy much, just eat this to stave off hunger. Lunch is almost here anyway. This time, I bought baozi and soybean milk." She ignored that remark and instead asked another question. "I've been playing for so long now. Can I help others play too?" Just then, she suddenly remembered something. According to what Hyo-sung had said, making one run a trip at the mine would yield NDT 18, and here there were 6 baozi. Running for one day could last for 3 days. Wait a minute. Let me find you an account to see if you can manage it. Hee-sung took out his phone and replied, secretly thinking to himself that after all, playing games was just finding something for Jiangyi to do, to avoid the situation where she might run out at midnight to scare people or want to wander outside. Hearing this, she became visibly cheerful, her face lighting up with a bright smile like the morning sun. "Really, I want to try. I feel more at ease." She excitedly took a bite of the baozi in her hand. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Hyo-sung couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that only when she understands this world will he be able to find her a proper job. Jiang suddenly exclaimed excitedly, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at the meat-filled baozi. Hyo-sung chuckled, replying, "Slow down. There's plenty more." After finishing, there were still crumbs on her lips as she continued sipping her soybean milk, holding the cup tightly with both hands. She lifted her head to look at Hyo-sung, her face displaying obvious tenderness, shyly commenting, "The food here is so delicious." However, Hyo-sung, sitting on the chair typing away on the computer, merely responded coolly, turning his head to say, "It's not your first time eating here." Hearing this, a fleeting expression of disappointment appeared on Jiang's face, and her voice grew softer. "But I really think it's delicious. The dessert from last night was also very good. Everything here is tasty." At this moment, Hyo-sung fully turned around to say, "As long as it's delicious, that's all that matters. By the way, when is your birthday? I'll make you a big cake so you can eat it all by yourself." Jiang stood silently at the door for a long time. Hearing this question made her even more awkward, and she stammered, "I don't know." This answer made Hyo-sung lift his head, and to ease her embarrassment, he cheerfully said, "You don't know your birthday. Then, what about the day you came here? Let's consider that your birthday in this world. How do you feel about that?" Hearing this, Jiang looked a bit surprised. her face instantly brightening. She then asked excitedly, "Really? Then next year I can eat cake, right?" Her sparkling eyes waited for the answer. To have a birthday and eat cake seemed to bring her immense happiness. Seeing that hopeful expression, Hyo-san couldn't help but look away, thinking, it's just a cake and it makes her this happy. Not wanting to make her wait until next year, he said, "Actually, today is also fine. I can go buy one later as a makeup for this year." Jang was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Really? Thank you, sir." Then she suddenly became shy and worried, saying, "That's too wasteful. A delicious cake like that must be very expensive." Hyo-san didn't want her to think too much and immediately took out his phone to open an online cake shop, clicking away while replying, "It's not expensive, just wait and eat." A little while later, Jang remained in that shy position, quietly sitting on the chair holding her cup of soybean milk. Hyo-san beside her was intently selecting a cake when he suddenly asked, "By the way, do you have any coins with you? I remember that during the Tang dynasty, they mainly used coins and rarely used silver. If you have some coins, you could probably sell them for a decent price. The older, the better." Jang shook her head worriedly and replied, "I don't have any money. Linang keeps all the money. The few coins I have are sewn into the corner of my clothes by Linang for emergencies." As she spoke, she instinctively reached into the corner of her clothes to take out the coins. Then she widened her eyes, as if realizing something, and her hand dropped helplessly, trembling slightly. She tightly clutched the cushion in silence. It took her a long time to become aware of her chaotic emotions, realizing that there would be no one to remind her anymore, no one to tuck money into her clothes. Hyo-san, lost in thought, didn't notice her distress. He scratched his head and said gloomily, "I prepared wrong." Then he leaned back in his chair, staring out the small window, lost in contemplation. "These coins are practically useless. One or two won't do anything. If I had more, I might as well keep them in my pocket. That's why I sewed the silver into my clothes, just in case. But who would have thought that on this trip, he would end up here? Who would have guessed that those coins would hold no value? He couldn't tell how much silver he could exchange for. This was the era of abilities and scenery shifting. It was a sunny day, and the streets were sparse. Only a few people were walking on the sidewalks when Kin Hao was riding his motorcycle on the road when he unexpectedly met an acquaintance, an elderly woman carrying a basket of vegetables to the market. Seeing him, she hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Isn't this Kin Hao? Out on patrol?" The young policeman cheerfully replied, "Just finished my patrol. I have to go home." The middle-aged woman continued to praise him. "Oh dear, you've worked hard." Kin Hao then said, "It's my duty." Uncle stopped his vehicle in front of a small building and walked up the steps, thinking to himself, "I must say, being the guardian for the people does feel quite fulfilling." Upon returning home, Kin Hao opened the door and stepped inside, saying, "Dad, I'm back." Suddenly, a small dog with shiny golden fur appeared before him. Kin Hao asked in confusion, "Where did this dog come from?" His father, pointing at the little dog, replied seriously, "It's old Wime's dog. You'll train it later to be a service dog. I'll take it for walks." Hearing this nonchalant remark, Kin Hao could only helplessly ask, "Dad, I'm a boy. How am I supposed to know how to train a dog? I'm a policeman, but I don't know how to train a service dog." Kin Hao irritably explained, "I'm a policeman, but I also don't know how to defuse bombs." Ignoring his son's words, the old man picked up the little dog and said, "You're a policeman after all. If you raise a dog, it will naturally become a service dog." Hearing this, Kin Hao could only remain silent, thinking to himself, a policeman who thinks he's a service dog. Quick reactions indeed. Exhausted, Kin Hao walked over to a chair and sat down. He casually asked, "What's its name, Dad?" The old man immediately replied, "Haven't thought of one yet. We need to give it a really impressive name. You wait while I look it up in the dictionary." Kin Hao was surprised and retorted, "When you named me, did you ever put that much thought into it?" The old man answered, "Exactly. I'm not arguing with you anymore." Kin Hao suddenly remembered something important and quickly turned to ask, "Does Hyo-san have a younger sister, Dad?" Hearing Qin Hao's question, his father immediately turned his head to look at him with a puzzled expression, asking, Hyo-sung has a younger sister? I've never heard of that. Are you interested in someone? Qin Hao helplessly leaned back in the chair and replied, It's nothing, Dad. I was just asking casually. After saying that, he started looking up at the sky, as if concentrating on some thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled that the two families had been very close in the past, often gathering on holidays. When he and Hyo-sung were not yet born, their parents had discussed a potential marriage alliance. As a result, both families ended up having sons, so the marriage talk fell through. While Qin Hao was lost in thought, his father continued to ask, Is there no particular reason? Why are you inquiring about someone else's younger sister? Hearing this, Qin Hao replied, Last night I met a girl. Hyo-sung said she's his cousin, very beautiful but a bit strange. His father fell silent for a moment. Somewhat surprised then, as curiosity struck him, he said, Beautiful? Oh, maybe someday I'll go ask Hyo-sung's dad about it. Hearing his father speak so seriously, Qin Hao felt confused. She treats me like a scenic painting, and Dad thinks otherwise. After that, both father and son fell silent. The young man continued to sink into his thoughts. Initially, he hadn't thought much about it. He just felt that the cousin was a bit foolish. But recalling Hyo-sung's demeanor at the karaoke bar, he couldn't say that she was wrong either. It was clear that this matter had some intention behind it, viewing him as a foolish policeman. Suddenly, Qin Hao realized that he had been too concerned about someone else's affairs. The scene shifted to Hyo-sung and Jiangmi walking down the street together. As they reached the end of the alley, Hyo-sung smiled brightly and waved to the security guard sitting there, asking, Hey Joe, have you seen any ghosts lately? The old man happily replied, No. That sorcerer really isn't just talk. After the ceremony, it was peaceful. Right after that, he glanced at the teapot in his hand and continued, There are some things you just can't help but believe. I've lived more than half my life, and I've seen everything, but this is the first time I've encountered a ghost. Upon hearing this, Hyo-sung turned pale and could only force a smile, saying, Yes, haha. He then thought to himself, Surely, when the old man retires, he'll have time to go for walks, and will tell this story with embellishments, writing a memoir titled, The Years I Worked as a Security Guard. Someday, when his grandchildren grow up, he'll recount it to them. Thinking this, he hurriedly pulled Jianghe away from there, trying to avoid more questions. The two strolled down the street filled with red autumn leaves. Hyo-sung turned to tease Jianghe. Did you see how scared he was? Jiang reluctantly admitted, I won't act like that again. She had a slightly unhappy yet adorable expression as she stubbornly said, They all think I'm your girlfriend. Hyo-sung replied nonchalantly, Well, they think so. She hurriedly refuted, But that's not true. Knowing she was unhappy, Hyo-sung gently removed a fallen leaf from her hair and said softly, Of course. Didn't I already tell them? If they don't believe it, that's their problem. Let's go have some lemonade. Saying this, Hyo-sung walked ahead, and Jianghe silently followed. After a moment, her cheeks suddenly flushed as she grumbled, although she didn't know why they thought that. But they were innocent and slept in separate rooms, not crossing any boundaries. At most, they just shared meals and walked together, helping each other dry their hair. Thinking of this, Jianghe ran up to Hyo-sung's side. At this moment, Hyo-sung was buying lemonade, saying heroically, As long as we have no regrets in our hearts, that's enough. Each of them held a cup of lemonade as they continued strolling along the road. Jiang spoke up, asking, What do girlfriends usually do? I'll try to avoid those things so there won't be any misunderstandings. Hearing this, Hyo-sung unconsciously raised his hand to list the actions of couples, roughly mentioning going for walks and dining together. Jiang listened attentively, thinking about living together. When she heard this, her face showed a startled expression. When he added, Oh right, also drinking milk tea together, her face gradually distorted, and sweat began to pour down her forehead. Jiang awkwardly stopped, stammering, before she could finish her sentence. Hyo-sung cheerfully encouraged her, But your situation is special, so you're the exception. You can't reason like the others. Jiang the worriedly asked, "Really?" Then she looked at the cup of lemonade in her hand, thinking, why is such a delicious drink associated with couples? Seeing the trash can nearby, she intended to throw away the remaining drink, but after thinking it over, felt she shouldn't do that. So, she held onto the cup of lemonade and ran back to Hyo-sung, then cheerfully asked, "So we just need to keep our hearts at peace, right?" He smiled and replied, "That's right. We're both pure, there's nothing to worry about." When they reached the cake shop, he pointed at the door, and Jiang followed closely behind him. "Yes, as long as we're pure, let others say what they want." She blushed, thinking, "This is the cake you ordered, right, Hyo-sung?" Thanking Hyo-sung as he received the beautifully packaged cake with a red bow from the shop staff, they began their walk home. Jiang seemed to intentionally keep her distance from him, staring at the cake box, thinking, such a cake must not be cheap. Now I owe Hyo-sung even more. In the silence, Jiang suddenly cheerfully said, "Last time you said your job is to help others solve problems and then get paid. So, do you have any problems you need my help with?" Hearing her, Hyo-sung was taken aback, asking, "Oh." Then he forced a smile, thinking, I never expected this heroine to care about making money. Trying to redeem herself, huh? Quite clever. Hyo-sung replied coldly, "I don't have any problems. Even if I did, you couldn't help me solve them." She persisted, asking, "What's the problem?" He teased her a bit, saying seriously, "My problem is that I lack a girlfriend." Jiang thoughtfully considered how to resolve this. Seeing this, Hyo-sung started to panic, wondering if this heroine really took it seriously. Sure enough, she suddenly blushed. Hyo-sung became even more flustered, thinking, is she agreeing? But even if Jiang agreed, he wouldn't dare to make a move. He walked while looking at the girl who was deep in thought, and suddenly her eyes widened as if she had found a solution. Something special radiated from her, the light of righteousness. She seriously declared, "I can't help you kidnap a good girl. Sorry, that's the rule of Daedangra." Hearing her speak so sincerely, Hyo-sung froze, thinking, okay, I've been overthinking it. He placed his hand on the gift, thinking, what I like about Jiang is that when she encounters something unfamiliar, she firmly believes it's entirely fake, refusing to listen to my explanations, just thinking, could this really happen? Then she either trusts or half-trusts, verifying it herself or pondering it. Not knowing is not scary. What's scary is thinking that a small part of what you see is the entire world. Suddenly, Jiang tugged at his sleeve and quietly asked, "Is it normal to do things like that on the street?" Hearing her question, he looked in the direction she pointed and saw a couple kissing, which made him a bit annoyed. Hyo-sung told her, "No, that's a corrupt behavior against the customs." She exclaimed, "Oh, I thought." Then he added, "Isn't the place you're from very open?" "Yes, during the Tang dynasty." What she said, Hyo-sung had heard before, which intrigued him, so he turned back and asked, "What happened next?" Because that old man studied history his whole life. If Jiang were to say that those historical events were all fake, it would be shocking news, but she didn't understand, so he said, "In a society as open as that, it's hard to believe you've never seen this before. But what do emperors, officials, and cultured men have to do with me?" At this moment, Hyo-sung suddenly realized, scratching his head and sighing. It's true that everything recorded in history books is about some grand minister, some emperor, or talented scholars and poets. But what does that have to do with ordinary people like Jiang? And what about stories of wandering knights with swords, drinking and eating meat? Those were merely his own imaginings. Hyo-sung then told Jiang, "When you have time, tell me about the daily life of those factions back then. I find it very interesting." He wanted to hear her stories, but she remembered the village full of starving people and said, "My life isn't as interesting as it is here. You wouldn't want to hear it." But he only saw it as a story to listen to, so he didn't mind too much. By this time, the sun was beginning to set, and the two of them had returned home. When they opened the cake box, Jiang was incredibly excited. He picked up the candles and said, "These are my birthday candles. I don't know how old you are, but I told the bakery staff to prepare 18 candles. just stick them on the cake wherever you want. Jiang followed his instructions, sticking the candles in her favorite spots. After she finished, he said, "Let me turn off the lights a bit." She wondered why they had to turn off the lights. He explained, "That's called a ritual." After the lights were turned off, Hyo-sung told her to sit down, saying, "Jiang, the heroine of today, please close your eyes and make a wish. Just whisper your wish." After making a wish, she was to open her eyes and blow out the candles. Not too hard, right? At this moment, Jiang's eyes sparkled before the birthday cake. "So, hurry up and make a wish. This is the first birthday party I've ever had, and perhaps this is also my first wish. It will surely come true." Then she began to pray with her hands clasped. Hyo-sung stood beside her, whistling as he waited for her to finish. After a while, she opened her eyes and saw Hyo-sung very close in front of her. Both of them blushed and awkwardly turned their faces away. After a moment, he pretended to cough and asked if she had made her wish. She nodded, and he said, "Then blow out the candles." After blowing out the candles, Hyo-sung turned the lights back on. She found this ritual quite strange. It was indeed a traditional custom from the West. Wanting to preserve this moment, Jiang had turned around and asked with sparkling eyes, "Can I use my phone to take a picture to remember this?" If she wanted to take a photo, she could go ahead. He stepped closer to guide her, saying, "That's right, just like that. Now press that round button." After taking the picture, it was time to cut the cake and enjoy it. He held the knife and said, "Cut down like this. I'll shift it a little." "Yes, just make a cut like this." After cutting a piece of cake, she handed it to Hyo-sung, saying, "You eat first." He replied, "Okay, but I'll just take a small piece. The rest is all yours. Enjoy it." Hearing him say that the cake was all hers made her feel happy, especially with the words written on the cake. Seeing Jiang stare at the cake, he stepped closer and asked, "Why aren't you eating? Don't you like it?" She quickly replied, "No, I do." Then she hurriedly took a bite of the cake and smiled widely because it was so delicious. Seeing her expression left him in awe. He thought to himself, "The first time I had cake as a child, I probably had the same expression. When did I grow up? Maybe it's because I've eaten too much, or because there are so many delicious things these days, so it doesn't seem as tasty as before. How long has it been since I felt so satisfied with a delicious dish?" Seeing her like that, he smiled contentedly. He handed her a can of soda and cheerfully clinked glasses with her, feeling that Jiang's presence was a stroke of luck. But for himself, it didn't feel that way, did it? Taking the can from him, she expressed her gratitude, thinking that life is short and there are only a few times, like 15 years, when one can experience such simple joys. Being remembered by someone from the past is not in vain. Reminiscing about it later is also an interesting thing. At that moment, the two clinked their Coca-Cola cans together. Hyo-sung was petting the cat while looking at Jiang. Jiang bowed her head, hugging a plate of cake, and began to tell him a story. In the 4th year of Invade, a plague of locusts appeared in the land. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of the Great Lord in exterminating the locusts and combating the natural disasters, they managed to avoid scenes of countless corpses. However, a natural disaster is still a natural disaster. At that time, Guinang had fled from the countryside to Tacha. Guinang often said this place was a prosperous age and the Great Lord was a sage. In her room, she had set up an altar to the Great Lord of Immortality. Regardless of whether the camp was in hardship or abundance, each time they had a meal, Guinang would eat half of what others ate. Daedangra often scolded her for being foolish, but she only smiled and said she was enjoying half the blessings, leaving the other half to share with her benefactor, so that this world could endure longer. Hyo-sung asked in surprise, "Aren't you people from the Jianghu? Why do you worship the imperial court and the tablet of immortality?" Jiang continued sadly, "Without him, Guinang basically wouldn't be able to escape that grave pit. Who knows how many more would die?" Guinang said that each day she lived was one more day gained. She said, "I haven't experienced those things, so I don't understand." Hyo-sung was astonished and asked Jiang, "Did you really come from the era of Gaiwan?" He thought to himself, "If this peaceful and prosperous age is like this, What would a chaotic age be like? Jiang continued, without wars, without harsh politics, everywhere there are natural disasters and man-made calamities. If there were no man-made calamities, then it would already be a prosperous age. With a saint like the great Lord battling locusts and fighting against natural disasters, this is indeed the most prosperous time. Weineng had told me this. We are living in an extremely prosperous age, so we shouldn't demand too much. She fell silent, gazing at the cake with a pensive expression, wondering if this was truly a peaceful and prosperous age. Hyosung searched online for information about that era, and after finding it, he read it to her. In the 56th year of Beiwan, there was a famine in Yen land. He said, "The year you came was a prosperous age, but it wasn't entirely so." He bowed his head in thought, comparing himself to Jiang He. I am just luckier than her, fortunate to be born in a prosperous age. Hyosung turned to look at Jiang He, pondering the two characters of prosperity. He then placed both hands behind his head to comfort her, saying, "Don't think about it anymore. Let the past go. Let's go eat some cake." Jiang He, feeling grateful, thanked him. Hyosung glanced at the remaining half of the cake. Jiang suggested, "Can I save it for tomorrow?" Hyosung replied, "If you save it for tomorrow, it won't be as delicious as it is now." But Jiang He didn't mind, wiping the small board to respond to him. "But it's still very delicious." She happily fiddled with the board that had her name on it, exclaiming how nice it was that food could be consumed freely in the streets. Everywhere you can see people with slender legs. Weineng was wrong. This is what we call prosperity. It's a pity she can't see it. Suddenly, Hyosung said, "Then let's toast." This statement startled Jiang He, making her turn to look at him. He held up a can of soda, smiling at her. "Let's toast to this prosperous age." The two clinked their cans together for the prosperous age. Jiang looked up at the ceiling, squinting with a happy expression. She silently resolved that she must help Weineng and everyone see this world. A few days later, in Hyosung's room, Jiang He was stealthily standing at the door watching him, her eyes fixed on him, causing him to take notice of her presence. Hyosung helplessly asked, "What's wrong? Did you get caught?" Jiang He, feeling embarrassed as if caught doing something wrong, immediately ran away. Hyosung looked in the direction she ran, puzzled. A moment later, Jiang He returned to him with a worried expression. Seeing what was behind her, he immediately understood. It turned out she had run out of sanitary pads but was too shy to tell him. Hyosung took his phone and scolded her. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Let me order a pack for you online." But he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He turned to her and said, "Let me transfer you a few hundred yuan. You can buy these yourself. Later, I'll teach you how to go to the supermarket." He thought that the first step in learning and living was to learn how to shop. Online shopping may be convenient, but Jiang He still needed to experience the infrastructure of modern society. As if he suddenly remembered something, Hyosung gestured to ask her, "Right. Have you thrown away that long white rectangular thing of yours? It's bad for your health if it's too tight." Hearing him mention that, Jiang's face turned as red as a tomato. Hyosung awkwardly hurried to explain, No, I just care a little. Modern life should have the appearance of modernity. Living comfortably here is the most important, right?" Jiang shyly lowered her head. "That thing has been making my back hurt." Hearing her say this, Hyosung was stunned. This was beyond his knowledge. He could only helplessly search online. "Let me look it up a bit. You can go back to your room and try on other ones. I remember I bought a lot. Maybe the size isn't right." Jiang responded with a soft yes, turning to leave, her hand on the doorknob. Before leaving the room, she asked Hyosung, "Are we normal like this?" Looking at Jiang, Hyosung replied, "We're very innocent. How can we not be normal?" Jiang opened the door and said, "You're right," then slammed the door shut. She thought about Hyosung's words. "We're very innocent." The sunlight illuminated the calendar on the table. The phone rang, notifying a transfer. Jiang stared at her phone with a gloomy expression, murmuring, "Did I really just pay 100 yuan?" Seeing her serious expression, Hyosung broke into a sweat and replied, "I received it." Jiang continued to stare at her phone with a disbelieving look. I already paid 100. Seeing this, Hyo-sung worriedly thought, if she's regretful, she shouldn't have paid that quickly. Jiang looked dejected. Hyo-sung thought he needed to find a way to get her to do something. He asked, by the way, do you know how to cook? Jiang looked up, thinking for a moment before answering, I know how to make porridge and reheat food. Hearing this, Hyo-sung cheerfully said, then would you like to learn how to cook? He pondered that there's a saying, wealth lasts for 3 generations, and as long as you have a skill, you can survive anywhere. Unfortunately, Jiang's martial arts skills couldn't be utilized and she didn't have any particular talent. This was about helping Jiang develop her abilities, to see what jobs she was suited for, definitely not because someone praised him a bit and then wanted a maid. Jiang's eyes lit up with anticipation as she asked, can I really learn to cook? She felt that she couldn't rely on playing games forever. How could she spend every day cooped up inside, playing games without any sense of reality? But cooking was different. Being a chef was always a respectable job. Hyo-sung waved his hand, signaling her to follow him, saying, of course. If you want to learn, then follow me. Today, I will teach you how to stir-fry shredded potatoes. He explained, since my kitchen can't use a big fire, we need to clean up a bit first. I'll teach you how to use the cleaning solution and the steel brush. I'm going out to buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. You get familiar with these first, then wait for me to come back. Jiang eagerly replied, yes. Before closing the door, Hyo-sung glanced at her, secretly thinking that when it came to cooking, he only knew a few simple dishes, like stir-fried shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He closed the door, telling himself that girls had no reason not to know how to cook. He would figure it out later. After that, Hyo-sung went to the supermarket to buy all the necessary ingredients. At home, Jiang wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling exhausted but finally finished. After cleaning the kitchen, it was spotless and brand new. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Jiang was craving the delicious dishes she had seen before, wondering if she could cook such tasty meals. Suddenly, she heard a clattering sound at the door. Hyo-sung came in, panting, saying, I'm back. Jiang curiously looked at the ingredients he had brought, focusing on the bag of potatoes beside him and asking, what's this? Hyo-sung turned to explain, these are potatoes grown in the fields. There are plenty of potatoes in the fields. They can be used as vegetables or eaten instead of rice, and they're cheap too. If you had these where you are, the famine would surely lessen. Let's make something with them. He sighed, help me bring this stuff into the kitchen. I'm exhausted. Hearing this, Jiang used both hands to carry the items, responding, yes. Hyo-sung carefully guided her to wash the potatoes in the sink to clean off the dirt, then told her to peel them. Just peel the outer layer. Jiang followed his instructions. Hyo-sung continued to wait for her to learn how to cook, saying, as for washing the dishes here, I'll pay you 10 yuan for a meal. How do you feel about that? Jiang frowned, saying, I eat at your house. I help you with your work, and you're going to pay me that little? Besides, I'm eating too, so it's like I'm doing it for myself. It's unreasonable. Hearing this, Hyo-sung replied, then consider it a reward for you. A reward for eating at home. It's healthier than eating out. Now learn to cook. I believe in you. Jiang turned her head, feeling that the phrase eating at home sounded a bit strange, but she agreed nonetheless. Hyo-sung continued to guide her. Now we're going to cut the potatoes into strips, just like in the picture. First, cut them into slices, then cut them into strips. Suddenly, Hyo-sung's phone rang, displaying the caller ID as Kinhao. Before leaving, he reminded Jiang to soak the potatoes in water with a little salt after she's done. I'll be on the phone for a bit. You soak the potatoes for a while and wait for me to come back to teach you more. Jiang replied, yes. Hyo-sung picked up the phone, asking Kinhao what was going on. Kinhao's voice came through the phone, nothing's going on. Is that why you called? You can only call when there's something. He asked if they were going to have barbecue tonight. Hyo-sung replied, barbecue? It's almost winter. Let's plan to eat hot pot when we have time. Kinhao said, then let's talk about it next time. I'm cooking at home today. Kinha, while hugging a puppy, sighed, next time, who knows how long I'll have to wait. Suddenly, Kinha froze and exclaimed, wait a minute. Did you just say you can cook? Hyusong covered his ears, wondering what was so surprising about it. It's just cooking. Just so you know, I didn't buy many ingredients, so you can't eat my leftovers. Kinha exclaimed that something seemed off, but before he could finish, Hyusong interrupted. All right, I'm hanging up now. He pressed the button to end the call, sighing to himself, thinking if he didn't say something, that kid would probably be thrilled and rush over here with bowls and chopsticks. It was best not to let Jianghe appear in front of Kinha. Hyosong turned back inside and saw Jianghe still standing there. In fact, she had been searching online to see if it was normal for a guy and a girl to cook together at home. After a while, looking at the search results, her face showed some concern. Hyosong pointed to each item on the stove, introducing them to Jianghe. This is oil, this is salt, soy sauce, MSG, and sugar. These are all spices. He continued, later, you need to watch carefully how much I use. Jianghe wasn't really listening to Hyosong. She was just looking at him with a shy expression. She thought about eating dinner together during the day and then going to bed together. Suddenly, Hyosong turned around and asked if she remembered, don't add too much seasoning. Eating too much MSG will make you stupid. Seeing him suddenly look at her, Jianghe felt flustered and turned away. I remember. Seeing her like that, Hyosong carefully added the ingredients to the pot while asking if something was strange. What's wrong? Jianghe muttered shyly, not loud enough for him to hear. Hyosong asked again, and when he heard him ask, Jianghe shyly avoided the question, saying, I just think it smells really good. When dinner was finally ready, the table was filled with steaming, fragrant dishes. Seeing this, Jianghe's eyes sparkled like headlights. This dish smells so good. Hyosong casually served her rice, then pulled up a chair to sit beside her. He thought to himself that since the two had been living together, it was the first time in the 2 months since Jianghe had been allowed to stay that they were eating together. Jianghe focused on picking up food to eat. After tasting a bite, she felt the delicious flavor, and her eyes lit up. This is really delicious, she innocently asked. Are these potatoes grown in the ground? Hyosong cheerfully replied, that's right. Can they really just come from thin air? Then he added, a freshly steamed potato is really good. I like eating them plain. He picked up a hot potato, but because it was too hot, he could only toss it back and forth in his hands, exclaiming, it's so hot. He then handed it to her, saying, try this carefully, it's hot. Jianghe looked at the potato in her hand, observing it closely, realizing she had never seen one before. Hyosong said it was normal she hadn't seen it. This type of potato was imported from the West. He continued, I'll just say that if one day you can go back, you should build a big ship and head southeast to reach another continent. Hyosong kept imagining that scene, talking excitedly, if you bring this kind of potato back and plant it, it will surely be recorded in history. I can imagine history books praising you. Jianghe focused on the potato, not listening to what he said. Then she spoke, I was thinking about whether I should find a place to cultivate a piece of land. If I had that, I could live there. She thought that if she had a piece of land, she could grow crops and create something herself. Seeing him cook seemed not too difficult, so she felt she had found a way out. Hearing her mention land, Hyosong turned around in surprise and asked. Jianghe happily replied, that's right. Even though I've never seen it, I know farming can be learned. After hearing this, Hyosong immediately extinguished her hopes, saying, I advise you not to hold on to such unrealistic dreams. Farming is no longer suitable now. He thought that the descendants of the previous generation always had a deep connection to the land, wanting to have their own piece of land at all times. Having land in their hearts meant having a place to rely on. However, times have changed. Jianghe, still unwilling to accept, asked, why can't I? I have the strength, and I just need to save a little money and store enough food. Then I can find a place that's uninhabited to farm. When the food runs out, I can plant again. In the meantime, I'll stay at your house. I'll earn money to pay you back for the food I store like that. Within 3 or 4 years at most, I'll have my own piece of land. Hearing her grand plan, Hyo-san quickly interrupted. Wait, wait, wait. First, just learn to live here, okay? We'll talk about that later. He thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't let her stay for 3 or 4 years. Seeing Hyo-san's firm rejection, Jiang sadly turned away and mumbled a response, realizing she had spoken too much. Hyo-san quietly watched her, then said, "You can consider this your home." He added, "If it comes to it, I'll support you." Hearing him say he would support her, Jiang's face turned bright red, and her head spun as she stammered, "You want to support me?" Seeing her strong reaction, Hyo-san also felt awkward. He had misunderstood. He meant it in an innocent way, like keeping a pet. Then he glanced at the chubby pet lying around and thought, "This girl from 1,000 years ago is quite interesting. If I could, I wouldn't want her to leave either." As for later, they could figure it out. After all, they would find a way to resolve it. Although he had explained to her, Jiang still felt shy, lowering her head as she ate the potato and said, "Hero, don't joke around. Letting me stay is already a great kindness. I'll repay you, but I can't repay you with my body." Upon hearing her say the 4 words "repay with my body," Hee-sung was stunned, feeling flustered and speechless, falling into a situation where he felt like he was speaking nonsense. Jiang shyly continued, "I can't consider this my home. This is your home, I'm just staying here. We're very innocent." Hyo-sung couldn't take it anymore and immediately agreed. "All right, we're very innocent. Innocent hearts. You're just staying here. I never said anything. Do you think I'm a bad person?" Jiang naively replied, "You are a good person." Seeing her obedient and compliant attitude, Hyo-sung irritably said, "Don't call me a hero anymore. Also, don't say I'm a good person." Jiang pouted like a small cat, responding with a soft "okay." In the evening, Hyo-sung and the pet relaxed on the sofa, while Jiang was busy on the computer. Suddenly, she froze at something she saw, then clicked on an application with a golden star icon on the screen. When she saw what appeared before her, she curiously clicked on it as if discovering something. She stared intently, and what she saw were dark, murky photos of Hyo-sung from the past. She nervously asked, "Is this you, hero?" Hearing this, Hyo-sung pretended to be clueless. "What do you mean?" "It could be me," he said. Jiang looked at Hyo-sung, then back at the photo, noting how much it resembled him. Despite being talked about like this, Hyo-sung still resolutely denied it, saying, "Though it looks like me, it's not." But sensing the insincerity in his words, Jiang insisted it was indeed him and continued to stare at him, making Hyo-sung feel as if his face would burst from her gaze. He could only break out in cold sweat and remain silent until he reluctantly admitted, "All right, it's me." Jiang commented, "You were quite strange back then. Looking at the flamboyant photos, even a doctor would advise him to consider donating his eyes if he didn't need them anymore." Hyo-sung had no choice but to explain to her, "I wasn't paying attention before. Those flamboyant photos are from a dark history. Don't look at them anymore." However, despite saying that, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, feeling that this humiliation could never be washed away from his heart. He thought, "The photos were saved in a secret album to remind myself not to make the same mistakes again. I never expected Jiang to find out." Fortunately, all the short videos were hidden in a concealed folder, otherwise, he would have been seen as a lecherous person. After all, there was no way he could avoid misunderstandings. Hyo-sung moved forward, thinking that if he mentioned a particular dating trend, she wouldn't understand it anyway. Thinking about that scene, he didn't know what to say. If he hadn't looked like a vagabond back then, he wouldn't be in a situation where he was urged for rent by an old man now. After that, he decided to create a new account for Jiang. "I'll make you a new account where you can post pictures of desserts. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be stored forever. You won't have to worry about losing your password. I'll use your name in Pinyin." But when she entered the password, he realized she didn't know Pinyin. "Then let's use this. I love you 3000. She entered it again to see if she remembered. She focused on what he wrote and then memorized it. After that, Hyo-sung sat down and said, "First, let's choose a name." I'll name you Flight Answer. Once she heard the name Flight Answer, she exclaimed, "This is my nickname." Seeing her reaction, he asked, "Is that okay?" It sounds like someone from the underworld using a fake identity online, so you don't need to reveal your real information. He then moved the mouse, helping her join some gaming chat groups to see how they communicate and possibly join in. He advised her, if you meet someone who makes you uncomfortable, just ignore them. If you encounter something you don't understand, just search online. Right, just click here and enter what you want to ask. After finishing the instructions, Hyo-san plopped down on the sofa, breathing heavily. He thought that she definitely wouldn't turn into a web-addicted girl. Whatever, it's better than going to the mountains or running around acting chivalrous. Time passed quickly. 2 months had flown by. Some habits had formed, either with someone asking her a lot or her silently exploring on her own. She would gradually adapt to life here and then think of ways to settle down in this world, ultimately transforming into a city dweller. He suddenly opened his eyes, thinking of where she lived over 1,000 years ago, which was part of the Gaiwan era, and that his place was part of a thriving period. He thought he could help, but it would only go so far. Time flew by so fast. Jang Yi stood up and said, "I'm going to take a shower." He replied, "Go ahead." "Oh right, I bought a very large towel that absorbs water well. You can use it to wrap your hair and dry it vigorously. That way, it will dry faster." After hearing this, she seemed to understand. In the bathroom, she took off her outer clothes, revealing a back covered in scars. She thought to herself that Hyo-san was right. Now everything exists for people to enjoy. Seeing is all there is. Everything is like that, unlike in her time, where everything was about survival. In just 2 months, even she had realized how different she was now compared to when she first arrived. After finishing her shower, she stepped out to see Hyo-san waiting for her. He told her to come over so he could dry her hair before he took a shower. Hyo-san held a hairdryer in the living room, urging her on. She sat down so he could dry her hair. Suddenly, while he was drying her hair, she turned to Hyo-san and suggested he could try growing his hair long, saying he would look very handsome as long as he didn't dye it red. She offered to dry his hair too. Upon hearing this, he was startled because every time he dried Jiang's hair, she always complained and then cut it short. He replied that he was fine as he was. Men needed to be neat and tidy to have a good spirit, but he would help her with her hair. It was a small task. The hair salon outside had people available to help every day. There was no need to feel shy. One day, he would take her to get a proper haircut, and she would look better. After hearing this, she thanked him, thinking to herself how kind Hyo-san was for someone with such weak martial arts in her time. He surely wouldn't survive. Saying so, she realized she might not be able to protect him either. He could just wave his hand and say it was just a small matter. Then, she looked at him with sparkling eyes and smiled. In her flourishing world, it was better that he didn't come here. Things were not bad now. The next morning, the two went out. Jang Yi stood on the sidewalk, posing as Hyo-san instructed. "That's it, keep that pose and don't move," he said as he took a picture of her. Looking at the photo of Jiang He, he found her incredibly cute. He let out a breath and pointed, saying, "Look, if you were out alone now, you'd freeze to death. Luckily, this hero is thoughtful." Jiang replied, "My martial arts can withstand the cold a bit better than yours." He teased her about her red grass shoes, saying her toes weren't even moving. This made her angry, and she glared at Hyo-san, scaring him a bit. He hurriedly grabbed his coat, opened the door, and told her before leaving to cook for herself if she got hungry. "There's still tomato and eggs in the fridge. You don't need to make anything for me. I'm going out now." After giving her instructions, he quickly closed the door behind him. As Hee-san walked, he thought about how half of January had already passed, and he still hadn't paid the rent. He was thinking of transferring money to his dad, but remembered that last month his parents had reduced his rent. Maybe he should visit home soon. Otherwise, his parents might come up here. Living with Jiang Yi was perfectly normal, but people would still misunderstand them. A man and a woman living under one roof, spending time together, it would be hard to convince others that nothing was going on. After acting like a fool, he had accepted his own excuses. When he got home, his mom curiously asked, Why don't you bring that girl back with you? He replied while eating, Mom, it's just a friend. Why bring her home? She gave him a look while they were eating and said, Aren't you too young and already living together? He sat down in a chair. His mom, choking on her tea in disbelief, asked, Where did you find someone so mature? He answered, She's working alone in a strange city. He imagined Jiangyi in tattered clothes, carrying her belongings to the city for work, seeing the towering modern buildings for the first time. She was diligently working and earning money. It was the image he painted for his mom. Normally, I just help her out a bit. It's like taking care of a little sister. Helping out more just makes us closer, Mom. He still didn't believe her, so she pressed him about where she was from. He had already anticipated this question from her. While eating an orange, he smoothly replied, She's from a remote mountain area. When I met her, she was wearing old grass shoes she couldn't bear to throw away, and her clothes were all patched up. It was pitiful. She doesn't even have enough to eat, Mom. As he chewed on the orange, he calmly replied, I'm not exaggerating, it's true. You just haven't seen someone like that before. He still thought he was lying. He looked at the photos and insisted, Mom, look at her. She doesn't look like an ordinary person. A poor family would have to worry from an early age. She's definitely not like that. In this day and age, girls have everything they need. They enjoy life and drink milk tea, which is completely different from her. He felt quite proud because he had prepared a strong image for her. He no longer doubted her identity, but became curious about the relationship between them. What are you two planning living together? Hearing his mom ask this, he choked, his hand trembling as he dropped some orange slices. He quickly wiped his hands with a tissue and rushed to explain, What do you mean planning? We're not sleeping together or anything. She's sleeping in the storage room. Our relationship is very pure. I have nothing to hide from you, Mom. He continued drinking tea, while she understood that whether it was pure or not, she didn't care. He just needed to be cautious. He used a tissue to wipe his hands clean of orange juice, secretly thinking that his relationship with Jiangyi was just about helping each other. Forget it, you just pay attention, his mom retorted and got up to put on an apron. Next time, bring her home for me to see. If she's not suitable, break up quickly. He suddenly asked, If she's suitable, will you exempt me from rent, Mom? He stood in the kitchen without turning around and replied, We'll talk about that when the time comes. She seemed to remember something and turned back to him, asking seriously, Have you still not found a job? He quickly replied, I'm looking. At this point, the clock struck 7 p.m. His dad showed up and asked, You're back to pay the rent, huh? He challenged back, saying, No, I'm home for dinner. His dad, with a serious face, looked at him. His mom was there, and he spoke up, Wash your hands, dinner's ready. He was very happy to eat. His mom cooked sweet and sour ribs, and hers were always the best. As he ate, he thought of Jiangyi, wishing he could bring her home to try this dish. He imagined her delight at enjoying good food. That girl must have finished her dinner by now, probably gaming late into the night. Seeing her son suddenly smile, his father looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was laughing about. He was surprised to hear his father mention his smile. Me smiling. His father thought his son was showing some symptoms of something. After dinner, he helped his mother wash the dishes, moving quickly. His mother was busy with other tasks nearby. He noticed a type of plant in the sink and curiously asked, Is this ginger? His mother replied, I heard that eating this is very good for health. I planted one. He curiously examined the ginger plant and reached out to touch it, but his mother stopped him, hitting his hand. What are you doing? What are you doing? He hugged his hand that was hit and replied, Just give me a sprig. I'll take it home to my future wife, Mom. His mother looked at him with a puzzled expression, and after a bit of persuasion, he finally managed to get a sprig of ginger. He looked at it happily, thinking Jiangyi would surely like to plant this. I'll bring it home for her. His mother reminded him it was late and asked if he hadn't gone home yet. But at that moment, his mind was completely on Jiangyi, and he didn't pay attention to his mother. Suddenly, he told her, I think I'm in love. After saying that, he covered his mouth with his hand out of embarrassment. His mother, calm as if she had known about it for a long time, said, "You two are living together. What do you mean, I think?" She added, "You're blushing like that. Are you coming down with a fever?" He blushed and replied, "No, I'm just saying you two should sleep early and not let Dad stay up too late." He stepped out the door, ginger in hand for Jiangyi. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up, his face slightly flushed from the cold air. He thought, is it too greedy to love a girl from over 1,000 years ago? He didn't dare to be greedy, pulling his hat down tight, exhaling deeply, feeling embarrassed. He remembered joking about having the girlfriend before, but at that time, he was just teasing that little girl. It felt strange to him, recalling the image of her sitting on him. The girl staying at his house had turned into his girlfriend. It didn't sit well with him. He pulled his hat tighter in embarrassment, thinking that other people's girlfriends were all very ordinary, while his girlfriend was someone from over 1,000 years ago. How strange. That night, Hyosung returned home. He pushed the door open, and it creaked as he entered. As soon as he walked in, he saw Jiangyi sitting in front of the computer, doing something. Jiangyi, knowing he was back, seemed to be scared of something. She jumped and started sweating profusely, like a startled mouse. Seeing this, Hyosung immediately asked her, "What are you doing?" His tone was serious, his eyes full of doubt and sternness. Jiang then turned around, her expression a mix of worry and slight fear. She shook her head and stammered, I was going to play a game." Her voice was shaky and fragmented, clearly hiding something. Hyosung took out a small pot of plants and handed it to Jiangyi. Inside was a plant with roots submerged in water, and the green shoots were reaching upwards, placed in a small transparent pot. Jiangyi widened her eyes, staring at the pot, unsure of what it was. Before she could figure it out, Hyosung said, "Jiangyi, come here." She accepted the pot from his hands, and at that moment, with only the two of them in the room, the tension she felt earlier seemed to dissipate. Jiang raised the pot higher to her eye level and observed it carefully for a long time, still looking curious. She asked, "What is this?" Hyosung, taking off his coat to hang it up, turned and looked at her, responding, "It's ginger, a small ginger plant." He continued, "You can put it anywhere in the kitchen, or even in your room. Just take care of it like this, it's perfect for you." He gifted her a small ginger sprig to nurture. After Hyosung finished speaking, Jiangyi happily took the pot and said, "Then I'll keep it in the kitchen." Her face lit up with childlike joy, reminiscent of every time her mother brought her gifts from the market. Seeing this, Hyosung glanced in the direction Jiangyi had gone into the kitchen, intending to say something, but then held back. While Jiangyi was busy in the kitchen with her small pot of ginger, Hyosung was outside, intently watching her. He couldn't take his eyes off her, observing every little movement she made, and as he watched her so carefully in the kitchen, he seemed to sense something. Jiang suddenly realized this too. Hyosung's gaze remained fixed on her as he approached the kitchen door and asked, "Do you still want to play the game?" Jiang jumped, quickly responding, "I won't play anymore. I'll continue tomorrow. Now it's time to sleep." Hyosung turned around, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he walked toward the living room sofa, reminding Jiangyi as he walked, "It's getting cold lately. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket." He added, "It should take 2 or 3 weeks for it to warm up again." After saying that, he told Jiangyi, "Come here for a moment." Jiangyi was unsure what was happening, but upon hearing Hyosung call her, she followed him into the living room. They both sat on the comfortable gray sofa, now sitting quite close together. Hyosung sat beside her, his expression serious as he closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. His arms were crossed over his chest. Jiang sat beside him, still looking confused, clutching her hands tightly on her lap, her face revealing anxiety and a hint of fear. Hyosung's expression changed gradually. He frowned, seemingly displeased about something, his arms still crossed. Seeing this, Jiang's worry was evident on her face, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. She gathered her courage to face Hyosung's serious demeanor and asked softly, "Is something wrong?" Suddenly, Hyosung opened his eyes, looking at Jiangyi. He extended one hand in front of her, then spread his palm open and gently said, "Let me feel your hand." Jiang was startled, surprised by Hyo-sung's request. Her eyes widened and she puffed herself up like an angry cat, shouting, "No." Faced with Jiang's overly dramatic and agitated reaction, Hyo-sung calmly replied, "I just want to see if your hands are cold." He used this excuse to hold Jiang's hand. But Jiang remained shocked by the unexpected situation. She remained fluffed up and insisted loudly, "Not cold." But right after that, Jiang proactively extended her hand towards Hyo-sung. Her face was flushed, clearly embarrassed and shy, and her tone softened as she said, "If you don't believe me, then feel for yourself." Hyo-sung gently took her hand, placing it in his palm, his eyes fixated on Jiang's hand without looking away. Little did he know that Jiang was also secretly watching him. Her feelings at that moment were quite complex, and perhaps Hyo-sung felt the same way too. Hyo-sung gazed intently at Jiang's hand, his expression thoughtful. Suddenly he spoke, saying that holding a sword every day wasn't supposed to be like this. He gently stroked each of Jiang's fingers, gliding over her palm, which made her feel increasingly shy, embarrassed, and confused. Jiang asked him what he was doing, her other hand clenching tightly to her body, sweat trickling down her cheek. Hyo-sung didn't stop there. He held both of Jiang's wrists, pulling her closer. Jiang still felt perplexed and bewildered as Hyo-sung continued to stare at her hands. He remarked that he wanted to see if her hands looked rough from practicing martial arts, and if they didn't, he would join her practice. At that moment, Hyo-sung thought about how, in winter, playing computer games would surely make her hands cold, and he planned to buy her a heating pad later. It turned out that his questions about her hands and martial arts were merely an excuse to hold her hand. He cared for her and wanted to check if her hands were cold, and was even planning to buy her a heating pad. Jiang's face turned as red as a tomato, feeling truly awkward and uncomfortable as sweat continued to pour down her face. She bit her lip, unsure of what to do, and suddenly yelled out to relieve herself, saying she was going to take a shower. After that, she stood up and dashed straight to the bathroom, leaving Hyo-sung with a puzzled and confused expression as Jiang ran away, leaving him sitting alone on the empty sofa in the living room. After such an encounter, he sat there contemplating whether he had done something wrong. A moment later, Hyo-sung suddenly remembered something, raised his head, and looked sternly toward Jiang's room. He hurried to the computer on the table, focusing intently on searching for something while pondering. Earlier, when she entered, she looked the same way, so there had to be something suspicious he needed to investigate. He quickly searched the computer for Jiang's browsing history while he was away. His hand swiftly moving the mouse, the clicking sound incessantly ringing out as he sought to uncover what Jiang was trying to hide from him. After some time, he found Jiang's search history, which revealed a series of strange inquiries. For instance, what to do when staying at someone else's house, why some girls like to post their pictures online, how to help someone find a girlfriend, why food never runs out, whether he could go back to the Gaywan era, why he knew everything, how to earn a lot of money, if desserts were expensive, how to reduce breast size, how to make quick money from games, whether fairies existed in this world, and finally, how to watch horror movies on the web. Jiang had searched a range of questions while he was away. Hyo-sung thought to himself that she was a search expert. Upon realizing what Jiang had looked up, he rested his chin on his hand, displaying an expression of boredom and confusion. What was she searching for? He had no idea what bizarre thoughts were occupying Jiang's mind. Later, around 10:40, Hyo-sung returned to the sofa, fiddling with his phone. At that moment, Jiang approached, wearing yellow long-sleeved pajamas and a towel wrapped around her head as she was drying her hair. As she walked over, she said she was done showering. Hyo-sung turned around, looking at Jiang with a sharp gaze that startled her, causing her to pause her hair drying. Hyo-sung calmly stood up and said, "Come here, let me dry your hair." Although Jiang had just finished showering, she felt a bit scared and worried upon seeing Hyo-sung's demeanor and gaze. She clutched the two ends of the towel draped over her shoulders, her face reflecting a contemplative expression. She thought to herself, why was Hyo-sung's gaze so strange? Then she realized that something was off. There were many unusual occurrences that night. Hyo-sung went to get the hairdryer from the cabinet, while reminding Jang-gi, searching online isn't always infallible. In fact, someone is actually responding to you. He continued, as a person, everyone makes mistakes at times, so you can't fully trust what you find online. Jang suddenly understood, recalling her searches, including those regarding symptoms that could indicate illness, or if discovering a lump meant she might have cancer. She had even searched for proof and started an online cancer diagnosis. Jang curiously asked if that was so. Hyo-seung, still fiddling with the hairdryer, turned around to answer her, of course. Otherwise, how could one know everything? There are malicious people with ill intentions who use it to deceive and even kill. He added, remember not to trust too easily. Jang then sat down, allowing Hyo-sung to dry her hair. She obediently sat still like a small cat, while Hyo-sung stood behind her, meticulously drying her hair as if he were cherishing a treasure. His hands ran through her hair, gently smoothing it back. Jang suddenly remembered something and asked Hyo-sung why he had brought up this topic out of the blue. Hyo-sung smiled, reassuring her that it was nothing, just a random thought that crossed his mind. He claimed he didn't know what she had searched for. He deliberately chose not to reveal that he had secretly viewed her search history on the computer to spare her any embarrassment or discomfort. It was late at night, and everyone had returned to their rooms to prepare for sleep. Hyo-sung lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Most of the time, he thought about Jang-gi, resting his arms on his forehead as he pondered. He thought that at this rate, Jang-gi would be able to integrate into modern society in no time. At this thought, a look of sadness briefly crossed his face, yet he didn't understand why he felt that way. Hyo-sung was lost in thought, raising his hand in front of his face as he continued to ponder. What would happen next? He asked himself. Perhaps he had been too concerned about this girl. A dark thought flickered in Hyo-sung's mind, questioning whether he should trick her into becoming his girlfriend or let her go to someone else. The desire to monopolize Jang-gi had taken root in his mind, and the image of that girl had etched itself deep within his thoughts. He couldn't stop thinking about Jang-gi. As he realized this, Hyo-sung brought his hand up to cover his face while his other hand clenched the blanket tightly. He could no longer understand what he was thinking, feeling utterly chaotic. After a long period of reflection, Hyo-sung slightly parted his fingers that were covering his face, revealing his blue eyes, filled with determination and confidence. Clenching his teeth, Hyo-sung found it quite ridiculous. Then he made a decision. He had to figure out a way to trick this girl into being his girlfriend, no matter what. The thought flashed through Hyo-sung's mind that he wanted Jang-gi to be his girlfriend, but not willingly. He wanted to trick her into being his girlfriend. Dawn broke, waking Hyo-sung and Jang-gi. Jang was brushing her teeth, preparing to start a new day when suddenly, she felt someone staring at her. Her expression turned serious, and she felt a bit scared, anxiety visible on her face. Jang-gi turned around in panic to find Hyo-sung leaning against the door watching her. Her fear shifted to anger as she asked him, "What are you doing?" Hyo-sung stood there, arms crossed, calmly replying, "I'm not doing anything. You just keep brushing your teeth." His gaze on Jang-gi had slightly changed. It was no longer as sharp as the night before, appearing gentler. He observed her features and figure, filled with pleasant thoughts about her, finding her increasingly beautiful. Her eyes and nose were perfectly proportioned, and as he watched her brush her teeth and wash her face, his gaze never wavered. Was this what it meant to be infatuated? Hyo-sung suddenly spoke up, "When are you free to meet my parents?" Upon hearing this, Jang-gi immediately turned to him with a puzzled expression, still having some water on her face and holding a towel, looking captivating in the early morning light. However, the question remained, why did Hyo-sung want her to meet his parents? In response to Jang's confusion, Hyo-sung continued, "You can pretend to be my girlfriend and come with me for a meal, so they won't nag me anymore." Jang furrowed her brows in confusion and retorted, "I heard a girlfriend has to sleep with her partner." Hyo-sung answered, "You don't need to do anything. Just eat until you're full." His tone became more casual as he added, "Of course, if you want, We could sleep together. Perhaps this was what Hyo-sung truly desired. After all, he had been thinking about this issue all night. Jang angrily replied, I don't want to. Hee-sung turned to leave but reminded her, then just eating a meal is fine. There's no need to do anything else. It's just pretending, not real. Jang sighed and lowered her head, accepting his proposal. All right, I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. Hearing this, it was as if his wish had been fulfilled. Hyo-sung's eyes lit up. He happily turned to Jang-yi and said, So let's practice first. Jang looked confused. Isn't it just a meal? What am I supposed to practice? Hyo-sung stumbled and floundered at her question, scratching his head as sweat dripped down. A few seconds later, he thought of a reason that sounded convincing. Let's practice eating lunch, going to a buffet. He remembered that he had previously promised to take Jang-yi to eat at a buffet. Wasn't this the best opportunity? It would help him keep his promise to her. Hyo-sung thought seriously. A man must keep his word. Upon hearing the 3 words, eat whatever you like, Jiang's eyes sparkled and drool began to flow. In her mind, an image of herself lounging with her arms wrapped around her round belly, full from indulging in food, instantly appeared. Her face beamed with joy, satisfied with her endless passion for eating. Still seemingly in disbelief, Jiang asked Hyo-sung, I can eat as much as I want, right? Seeing her look, Hyo-sung stroked his chin, appearing very experienced, and replied, That's right. We'll eat hot pot until we can't eat anymore. As he spoke, he laughed with delight, confidently resting his hand on his hip. Before long, both were dressed warmly and ready to go out for lunch together. That day, the sky was a deep blue, with sunlight streaming through the fluffy clouds. The towering buildings stood out clearly. Perhaps they would go to some shopping center to eat. Hyo-sung wore a sweater underneath a long orange coat, while Jiang-yi wore a red sweater topped with a pink puffer jacket, the brim of which was adorned with fluffy white fur. She also wore a knitted hat with a pom-pom on top, with small balls hanging from each side of the ties. At that moment, she looked just like a little bunny following closely behind Hyo-sung. Hyo-sung had both hands in his jacket pockets as he walked ahead. Because it was cold, the breath of both turned into white mist. Glancing at Jiang-yi, who was warming her hands, he asked her, Are you cold? Jiang-yi cheerfully replied, Not cold, this outfit is really warm. After saying this, she quickly ran to catch up with Hyo-sung, her face glowing like a child's, her cheeks flushed from the cold, but even more adorable. Hyo-sung smiled at her, saying, What if one day you suddenly come back wearing this puffy outfit? You wouldn't lose anything, right? Or do you want to bring some potatoes back? Perhaps not realizing it was just a joke, Jiang seriously replied, Or I could earn money to buy a computer and bring it back every day, okay? Jiang imagined buying a computer, then going back to her own era to show off the computer and the strange things she learned. She would become the center of attention, and everyone would look at it in amazement. In response to Jiang's silly question, Hyo-sung answered, That's fine, but I don't encourage it. Besides, if you bring a computer back, what will you do with it except download a ton of files? Who knows if you'd be seen as a monster? Then let's just plant potatoes. Jiang shot him a sideways glance, secretly thinking that after they finished eating, she needed to go online to learn how to plant potatoes. Although everything was good here, it still couldn't compare to home. If she could return, that would be best. After walking for a while, they saw a middle-aged woman struggling to pull a large sack, having great difficulty moving it because it was too heavy. Seeing this, Hyo-sung approached the woman and asked, Aunt Trince, why did you buy so much rice? Where's Uncle Wam? It turned out the woman was Hyo-sung's neighbor. Normally, her husband, Uncle Wam, would carry the rice home, but now that he was sick, she had to do it herself. The woman replied to Hyo-sung's question, My husband has high blood pressure. Are you free, kid? If you're not busy, could you help me? She was panting, clearly tired. Hyo-sung cheerfully responded, Sure, I'm free. Jiang, come here and help me. After saying this, Jiang rushed over to assist him in placing the rice sack on his shoulder. Hyo-sung bent down to lift the sack, initially struggling to get used to the weight, but with his tall and strong build, The rice sack was nothing for him. 3 people walked together towards Auntie's house. Hyo-sung and Auntie walked ahead while Jiang-hee lagged behind. Hyo-sung chatted and laughed with Auntie, who remarked that she saw him planning to take his girlfriend out to eat. Hyo-sung felt proud, acting as if Jiang-hee was truly his girlfriend. Auntie laughed and asked, "Last time you said she wasn't, and now you're admitting it. What's your girlfriend's name?" Hee-sung took the opportunity to answer proudly, "Jiang." Jiang means beautiful, and Jiang means fire. Auntie burst into laughter, saying the girl was cute and her name was nice, implying she might already have a fondness for Jiang. Although Jiang said nothing along the way, just looking at her face was enough to endear her to people. As for Hyo-sung, he was visibly delighted. He placed the rice bag on the ground, stretched his back, and said to Auntie, "Maybe you've met Jiang before." Auntie looked at Hyo-sung in surprise and replied, "I've met her, but I don't remember her." After saying this, she turned and called for Uncle to open the door. Hyo-sung turned to Jiang and vigorously explained that she had indeed been there before, saying it was when he just started college, about 4 years ago. Back then, she wasn't as tall as now, with a round face. Everyone used to tease them. Didn't they remember? While Hyo-sung was trying hard to explain this to Auntie, Jiang still looked confused, her face blank. Auntie pondered for a moment and said, "Is that so?" Hyo-sung replied, "Maybe she's changed so much that you don't remember her." That round face was hers. Jiang had only appeared recently. Who was he actually talking about? Auntie replied, "Old people like us can't remember as well as you young ones. It's normal for you to forget." Hearing this, Hyo-sung laughed and said, "Make sure to remember this time." At that moment, Uncle Wang also opened the door and Auntie and Uncle waited for the two to come in, saying, "Come in for some water and take a rest. You look tired." Hyo-sung quickly declined, pulling Jiang's hand as he said to Auntie, "No, I'm taking her out to eat. We've been at home all day, just glued to games." After saying this, they bid goodbye and Auntie and Uncle continued on to lunch. While walking, they maintained the same formation as before, with Hyo-sung putting his hands in his jacket pockets, walking ahead, and Jiang following closely behind. After a while, Jiang turned to him and asked, "Did I come here 4 years ago?" Hee-sung replied, "How could you even know where you were back then?" He simply stated that having an impression was good, but it didn't matter if there wasn't one. After all, there was nothing to remember. Hyo-sung glanced at her, raised a finger, and continued explaining, "If no one but me knows you, then it means you don't exist. Do you understand, Hyo-sung?" He wanted to hide Jiang's true identity, so he taught her how to lie to others, not existing. Jiang was confused and asked Hyo-sung, who sighed and looked up at the sky. Then he gestured, indicating that socially speaking, she really didn't exist. No one knew she was here, and naturally, there wouldn't be any future occurrences of her being here, just like she was in the Tang dynasty. That was not allowed. Hyo-sung used his hand to block his view and explained, "Here, you must leave some foundation so you can live well." He continued, "That aunt just now is like a loudspeaker, gossiping about everything with the old folks." In his imagination, Auntie was sitting there chatting with the neighbors, saying, "That Hyo-sung kid has a girlfriend, she's really pretty, her name is Jiang." It turned out it was to protect Jiang's identity from being exposed, and to avoid the townsfolk's gossip that Hyo-sung spoke this way. Hyo-sung continued walking with his hands clasped behind his head, a casual expression on his face. He further explained to Jiang, "If anyone asks about us, just casually mention you a bit. This will leave an impression on others. Later, everyone will know there's someone like you. If you casually say you've met her a long time ago, that's even better. This is called community awareness." Jiang walked behind, only daring to listen, not wanting to speak up. It turned out that survival and existence in this modern world were that complicated. Jiang thought for a long time, her eyes showing sadness. She tightly held her collar and softly replied, "I think I understand what you mean." After walking a bit more, the two encountered a middle-aged man sitting leisurely on a wooden bench by the roadside, smoking in the chilly weather, with a cup of hot water in his hand. Hyo-sung approached to greet him. "Uncle Joe, isn't it cold?" he asked while gesturing towards the man. Uncle Joe, seeing this, put down the half-finished cigarette and replied, "Today is freezing to the bone." Uncle Joe was a middle-aged man and a security guard for the building. He looked very amiable and approachable. Hyo-san moved closer and asked, "Why don't you sit in the security room?" Uncle Joe answered, "It's boring sitting in there too long. I come out to smoke a bit, then go back in." Hyo-san smiled friendly and replied, "Then you just keep doing your job." After saying this, right in front of Uncle Joe, he took Jiaoing's hand and proudly announced, "I'm taking my girlfriend out to eat. We'll be going ahead now." Holding hands, they turned to leave. Uncle Joe cheerfully responded, "Go ahead. Young people in love are really great." The two continued holding hands, walking a long distance. Hyo-san had likely waited a long time for this feeling, but only realized it now. After walking a bit, Jiang-yi slowly pulled her hand into her sleeve, avoiding Hyo-san's hand. The more they walked, the more Hyo-san thought, where did her hand go? What happened? He suddenly realized something was off. It seemed he had held her hand for too long. A feeling of embarrassment began to rise in his heart. He pretended to cough into his hand. Jiang looked at him with a confused expression. He hurriedly explained, "This is called seeking a sense of existence." At that moment, Hyo-san's face turned red from embarrassment as he struggled to use words to cover his feelings. Jiang listened in a daze, looking at her empty sleeve and asked, "Should I offer you my hand?" After saying this, she sincerely extended her empty sleeve towards Hyo-san. Upon hearing this, Hyo-san quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "No one is watching. It's not necessary." He wanted to hold Jiang's hand, not her empty sleeve. Unfortunately, Jiang was innocent and didn't understand this. Hyo-san thought to himself, "What's the point of holding something you can't see? Am I holding silence?" The task of pretending to be a girlfriend turned out to be not easy at all. While Hyo-san was lost in thought, Jiang walked beside him, still filled with doubt about his strange behavior. The two walked to a busy intersection, where cars usually passed by in droves, but today, only a few vehicles were trickling through. Hyo-san led Jiang across the street and turned to remind her that there was a hot pot restaurant up ahead. Suddenly, Hyo-san stopped, his face filled with panic, signaling for Jiang to halt as well. Jiang was confused, not knowing what was happening before them. Two police officers were chatting, one of whom was Hyo-san's friend. Hyo-san panicked at the sight of Kin Hao and thought about how he had been trying to avoid him lately. Just as Hyo-san was about to turn and leave, Kin Hao spotted him. He realized he had been seen. Hyo-san furrowed his brow, contemplating that turning away now would arouse suspicion in Kin Hao. He reluctantly stood still and awkwardly raised his hand to greet Kin Hao, saying, "Hey Kin Hao, busy, huh?" Kin Hao quickly approached Hyo-san, his expression serious as he replied, "What's it to you?" At that moment, Jiang was standing behind him, the small girl hiding behind Hyo-san, only daring to peek her head out to take a look. In front of Hyo-san, Kin Hao crossed his arms and sternly asked, "Where are you headed?" Seeing Hyo-san's awkward demeanor and the girl behind him, Kin Hao felt that something was off with his friend. Hyo-san answered while pointing ahead, suggesting they go eat hot pot together. Kin Hao declined, saying he was on duty. Then he noticed Jiang standing behind Hyo-san and asked, "Is she your cousin? A high school student? Why don't you share some theorem with us?" Kin Hao assumed Jiang was Hyo-san's cousin and a high school student, which was why he asked her about a math theorem. Upon hearing this, Jiang had naturally felt dizzy, her expression blank, as in her time, there were no abstract theorems like that. Even if there were, girls like her would have no opportunity to encounter them. Flustered and confused, she didn't know how to respond appropriately. While Jiang was bewildered by whatever math theorems Kin Hao was referring to, her expression darkened. She clasped her hands together, silently praying for a way out, beads of sweat pouring down her face despite the cold weather. Hyo-san quickly intervened, saying, "All right, that's enough. This is my girlfriend." With no other option, he had to say that. What was he supposed to say, that she was a stranger falling from the sky? With Kin Hao's knowledge, experience and perspective, He immediately recognized the issue. Kin Hao thought, this kid must be hiding something. If she was his girlfriend, then why did he have to say she was a cousin who was a high school student? Kin Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he asserted to Hyo-sung, "You're hiding something from me?" Hyo-sung quickly changed the subject, smirking at Kin Hao. "Yes, I'm hiding something from you. You're a great detective. I'll explain it to you someday. Right now, I'm hungry." After saying this, Hyo-sung stretched out his hands. Kin Hao continued to provoke, "How about you take me back to the station for an interrogation? Just treat it like I'm questioning a criminal." His words indeed had an effect. Kin Hao was so furious he couldn't speak. After all, they were friends. Kin Hao turned angrily to Hyo-sung, saying, "Go ahead. I'll let you off today. But if you don't clarify this to me someday, I'll tell your dad." Hee-sung had a history of fighting and drinking, but thanks to Kin Hao's help, those embarrassing incidents never reached his father. However, Hyo-sung didn't seem too concerned. He stood beside and scratched his head, whistling. Kin Hao's words were like music to a deaf person for him. After Kin Hao finished speaking, Hyo-sung turned to Jang Yi, saying, "Don't mind him. Let's go eat hot pot." Before leaving, Hyo-sung didn't forget to give Kin Hao the middle finger to deliberately provoke him. Jang Yi saw this and quickly took Hyo-sung's hand to follow him, but she still glanced back at Kin Hao. At this point, Kin Hao was even angrier, feeling helpless toward his friend. Soon after, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant. They entered and looked for a place to sit. Hyo-sung glanced around, spotted a table with nice lighting, and turned to Jang Yi. "Let's sit there. The lighting is better." The two sat down facing each other. Hyo-sung took off his coat, but Jang Yi sat across from him, still very reserved, feeling out of place with everything around her and clearly showing her anxiety. Then she looked up at Hyo-sung and asked, "Shouldn't I be out?" She felt she had caused a lot of trouble for Hyo-sung. Hyo-sung calmly reassured her while taking chopsticks from the holder. "What's there to be should or shouldn't? Do you want to stay cooped up at home every day?" Hee-sung continued, "If you stay indoors all the time, you might not learn anything in a year. You should go out and experience things. You have to integrate into life here." Jang Yi pointed outside the window with a worried expression, and Hyo-sung followed her gaze, understanding her thoughts. He comforted her, "Don't mind them. You haven't done anything illegal. Would they really arrest you?" Outside the window were two police officers happily chatting with an old lady, who was also smiling and talking with them. Hyo-sung smiled and continued, "As long as you don't reveal your true identity, if you say you're a wanderer, they might even help you find your relatives." Jiani tightly gripped the edge of the table, looking confused. She looked at Hyo-sung, puzzled, "But you didn't say that before." Caught off guard, Hyo-sung quickly grabbed her hand to go get food to divert attention. As he left, he hurriedly justified, "Today is different. Let's go get the food first." A few minutes later, a beautifully arranged hot pot was placed on the table, with a bubbling red broth in the center and various ingredients around it, including beef, seafood, and vegetables. The lavish spread made Jiani exclaim in awe. She clasped her hands and bowed to Hyo-sung, thanking him for his kindness. Hyo-sung felt a bit shy but also happy. Seizing the moment, he advised her not to be so polite and to quickly take off her coat and hat. "What's that gesture of thanks?" Jang hurriedly took off her hat and coat, setting them aside, preparing to enjoy the delicious meal. Hyo-sung picked a piece of meat from the plate and placed it into the pot, kindly asking, "Does your time have this hot pot dish?" At this moment, Jang Yi was so hungry, her eyes glued to the food as she swallowed hard, chopsticks ready to grab a piece for her mouth. She replied, "They have a similar way of eating, but I've never had it before." This was Jiang's first time eating hot pot, so it was understandable that she was drooling. This dish would be unforgettable for her. She remembered they would talk while eating. Hyo-sung picked up food and dipped it into the pot for Jiang Yi while reciting a poem, saying, "Add more meat." He placed meat into the pot for Jiang Yi. This small action clearly showed how much he cared for her. Seeing the food cooked, Jiang's eyes sparkled like car headlights, her heart filled with joy, and she cheerfully replied, "Thank you, young hero." Jiang ate each piece one by one, each bite touching her tongue, bringing her happiness. She squinted and smiled, her face flushed with delight. Perhaps for food lovers, enjoying a delicious dish is the greatest happiness in the world. While Jiang focused on eating, Hyo-sung sat across from her, humming the lines from a poem. Lu Yi new wine, red mud small fire pot, lately the sky wants snow, can drink a cup. Hyo-sung thought these lines meant there was newly brewed wine on the lotus leaves, a small fire pot made of red clay, and in the evening, as snow was about to fall, could one drink a cup? Jiang, while eating, kept praising how delicious it was. Hyo-sung handed her a plate of peeled shrimp, gently saying, "Here, eat this." In response to Hyo-sung's kindness, Jiang expressed her gratitude again. "Thank you, young hero," and accepted the plate of shrimp he had peeled for her. Eating happily, the delicious food made her extremely happy. Each bite made her shoulders lightly shake, her eyes squinting with joy, looking very adorable. Suddenly, Jiang seemed to remember something and looked at Hyo-sung, asking suspiciously, "Aren't you eating?" Hyo-sung, having no appetite, had been staring at her the whole time, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze following her every move. His eyes clearly showed that he was infatuated, watching the lovely girl in front of him. Just seeing her eat happily made him feel full. Hyo-sung gazed at Jiang with infatuation and thought, "Oh no, I'm falling for her. Love is a pain." Jiang's question startled him, and he calmly replied with a smile, "I'm full. Look, I'm peeling shrimp for you. This way, you can eat faster." Since they were friends, they had to help each other, and Jiang, being tricked by him, sincerely replied that way. After that, they continued to eat and chat happily. That day recorded in Jiang's modern diary as going out for a buffet with Hyo-sung. After a while, both were full and the plates on the table were completely empty. Jiang hugged her full stomach and sighed. Hyo-sung asked if she was full, and Jiang replied that she was a bit full. Hyo-sung then stood up, put on his coat, and said, "Let's walk back and digest our food." Jiang happily agreed, standing up to put on her coat, preparing to go home with him. At the restaurant door, Hyo-sung placed a beanie on her head, carefully ensuring it didn't mess up her hair. Hyo-sung said, "All done." While they were adjusting their clothes and hats, a woman with long hair across the street was staring at them, but it was unclear who she was or why she was doing that. Hyo-sung glanced at the woman, but didn't pay much attention, and turned to look at Jiang, who was small and standing beside him. While the two were chatting happily, they were unaware of a camera pointing at them. What could happen next from the mysterious woman and the camera aimed at them? However, Hyo-sung and Jiang weren't too concerned. They strolled away. Hyo-sung pointed in another direction, saying, "Let's walk this way." His eyes sparkled with happiness. Perhaps today he had fulfilled his wish, which was to go on a date with Jiang. Although it wasn't an official date, seeing Jiang happy made him feel very joyful. The two walked to the bank of a small river. Hyo-sung asked, "Can you slide on the water?" He continued, "In my place, there was a master who could walk on leaves to cross rivers." Jiang shook her head and replied, "I don't know." Then he pointed to a rock and curiously asked, "Can you break it with your hands?" Jiang, feeling helpless, retorted, "How could flesh be as hard as stone?" Hyo-sung began to look around, unsure what he was searching for. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her away, while pointing at something in the distance, asking, "Can you break that?" Jiang, wanting to show off a bit, assumed the stance for a powerful move, warning, "Don't force me to throw a punch." It seemed her strength wasn't ordinary. With just one punch, the tree, which was hard as iron, broke in half and fell down. Hyo-sung exclaimed, "You're destroying public property. Let's hurry." Clearly, he was the one who instigated trouble, yet she complained, "Didn't you tell me to break it?" Hyo-sung, afraid of being caught, quickly pulled her to run away. After running a short distance, they finally stopped, panting heavily. At that moment, she shyly spoke, "You can let go of my hand now." He was startled, realizing he had been holding her hand the entire way. Flustered, he released her hand and quickened his pace, saying, "All right, let's go home and play games." He sat on the couch teasing a cat while she sat using the computer, playing video games. She curiously asked, "What does romantic fate mean?" Upon hearing this, he expressed surprise and asked back, "Wait, what romantic fate?" His reaction was a bit excessive. The two suddenly fell into silence for a few seconds. Hyo-san jumped off the floor and then stared at the computer screen with sharp eyes. Jiang pointed at something and replied, "This person is saying it." He quickly pressed the F2 key on the keyboard. Hyo-san spoke in the deepest tone possible, addressing the other player, "Hey, bro, do you want to have a romantic fate with me?" After that, the other player was kicked out of the team, with the system notifying, "You have been expelled from the group." Our main character calmly stated, "Now it's your turn to cook. I'll play for you." The beautiful girl obediently complied, tying her hair up and preparing to go to the kitchen. Hyo-san waited until she was out of sight before double-clicking the mouse, and the screen displayed a notification. He happily hummed a melody. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, the figure of someone startled him. He irritably asked, "Dad, it's not the day to collect rent." Seeing his son's attitude, the father grumbled, "What are you talking about? I'm just passing by to check on the house." He added, "And I'm here to see how the air conditioning is working." He was about to say that if there was any issue, as the landlord, he would help solve it, but before he could finish, Jiang emerged with food. She was a bit surprised but politely greeted, "Hello, uncle," to which he was equally astonished, thinking, "What is going on here?" The scenario was off-script. He originally thought he'd come home to educate his ungrateful son about not spending all day playing games, as he expected them to have run out of living expenses and that Hyo-san would have to find a job. Yet the reality before him left him in disbelief. Hyo-san's father looked around, surprised to find the place clean and tidy. Everything was so organized it was hard to believe. He thought back to the last time he visited, when it looked like a dog's den. Now it seemed to resemble a proper home. He greeted Jiang, saying he just came to check if the heating system was working properly, and if it wasn't, he would call someone to repair it. Hyo-san quickly assured him that the heating was very warm, and that he didn't need to worry, and there was nothing wrong. His father didn't linger for long, saying, "I should head back now, or your mother will start nagging me again." He turned and reminded his son to come home sometime. With the door slamming shut, Jiang quietly asked, "Should I continue stir-frying the food?" Hee-san watched her from against the wall, observing her carefully. Suddenly, he found her radiating an unusual charm that made him blush and his heart race. Jiang looked up at Hyo-san. Her face momentarily saddened as she murmured, "It will be like this in the future too." Upon hearing this, Hyo-san laughed, saying, "Let it be, it'll be like this in the future." Jiang abruptly raised her head and, in a determined tone, said, "I won't always be a bother to you." Then she bowed her head again, sadly stating, "You and I aren't acquainted. I don't know if you can help me like this. It's already a great kindness. I can't dare to ask for more." Vinang once said that in this world, no one owes anyone anything. If someone helps, it's a goodwill gesture, but you can't take advantage of it. Hyo-san was surprised by how much the girl was thinking. He awkwardly tried to explain to her, "Look, we're only strangers to each other. You see, I'm not married yet, and you're not engaged. It's fate that we met." He blushed and said that it was destiny. Jiang firmly disagreed, saying, "No, you're my benefactor. I can't be like that. I must repay the debt I owe you." Hee-san felt as if a heavy stone was weighing on him. He imagined a scene where he was a noble hero, saying, "I don't require you to repay me with your body. I just need you to be willing." After that, they would happily hold hands together. But then he got angry, realizing that this was not how it should develop. Repaying with one's body could also be a form of gratitude. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Didn't Minang say that a favor must be repaid? Repaying with your body is shameless. If you can't repay, you lean on others. In his imagination, Hyo-san shouted, "What's wrong? Over 1,000 years have passed, ruining someone else's relationship. You didn't do any good, Yinang, and now you're cutting ties with scissors." The anger made Hyo-san's blood boil. He snapped back to reality and asked Jiang, "Can I not be your benefactor anymore?" She replied loudly, "A benefactor is still a benefactor. You don't have to pity me. I will work hard to earn money and won't bother you anymore." Hearing this, Hyo-sung knew Linang had won. He hadn't expected the road from benefactor to making her his girlfriend would have such a huge obstacle. They were both in their corners of the living room, each thinking that if they kept progressing at this rate in their game, they wouldn't finish repaying their debts for years. He wanted to transform into a fox spirit to make her obey him, but she appeared incredibly fierce, which frightened Hyo-sung to the point of shaking. Bidao climbed onto the sofa, but was quickly scooped up by Hyo-sung, who said as he approached Jiang-yi, "When you go over to her, be careful." Jiang looked at Bidao snuggling into her lap, and at that moment, she thought that aside from gradually adapting to modern life, she also needed to find a way to sustain herself. Otherwise, she would feel unsafe and never feel a sense of belonging. In the blink of an eye, it was early December. Sparse snowflakes fell on the tall buildings. At the dining table, Hyo-sung's friend asked, "Honestly, what was your last girlfriend like?" Hyo-sung explained, slightly concealing the truth. "She didn't have any family here, so I felt sorry for her and brought her home to be my girlfriend." Hearing this, the friend was incredulous and choked on his drink, saying, "That move is not normal." Hyo-sung looked at him in fear and replied, "How is that not normal? Men and women falling in love is voluntary." His friend still looked skeptical, saying, "Nonsense. You said she was your sister. I don't believe you." Hyo-sung transformed into a bodhisattva, explaining that he wanted to help her hide her identity. She had previously wandered and done all sorts of jobs, and never mentioned her identity. He had even investigated her background, finding out that she had been sent to a shelter. They both knew what a shelter was like. That was why she had to conceal her identity, to avoid running around and ending up back in another shelter. Hearing this, the friend could only say, "I'll temporarily believe you." Hyo-sung continued, "The other day when we went out for barbecue, I asked you about getting an ID. You said you'd think of a way to help her solve that, right?" Another friend interjected, "Come on, let's not talk about this anymore." Hyo-sung teased him, "Why are you being so stingy after not seeing each other for a few days?" They ended their conversation by clinking glasses. One friend left early, and only Hyo-sung and another friend remained. On the way home, Hyo-sung asked the friend if he had something to discuss that wasn't suitable to mention earlier. "Are there any shops of yours where you can work without needing an ID? Like part-time jobs?" The friend asked, "Is this for your girlfriend?" "No problem, just give a shout and it'll be settled." He added that this would be useful in the future, as if she wanted to apply for any documents, her constant wandering wasn't feasible. It would be easier if they could investigate some information. It's best if she's been working since she was 16. The friend remarked, "Are you saying she worked at my family's shop 2 years ago? I'll check it out and see how it goes. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Returning home from the bar, Hyo-sung slowly opened the door, and as soon as he entered, he notified Jiang-yi that he was back and asked if she had eaten yet. However, he found Jiang-yi sitting at the study table. Knowing Hyo-sung had returned, she turned to him and said she had already eaten and saved a portion for him in the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyo-sung sat down on the sofa where Bigao had just been lying, startling the cat. At that moment, he looked quite pleased, enjoying the feeling after a night out with friends. He said, "You even saved some food for me, which is great because I'm hungry." Then he lifted Beidao, feeling it was a bit heavy, and commented, "Have you gained weight?" Jiang Yi slowly approached Hyo-sung, bending down closer as if sensing some smell coming from him. She could guess where he had just been, possibly smelling the familiar scent of alcohol. Jiang furrowed her brow and asked if he had been out drinking. Hyo-sung quickly sat up straight, startling Bigao, who ran away. Hyo-sung anxiously asked her why she thought that. Suddenly, images of beautiful girls surrounded Hyo-sung appeared in Jiang's mind, making her feel worried. She told him he had a scent on him. Hyo-sung, curious, sniffed his sleeve and recognized the familiar fragrance. He realized it was the scent from riding in Wang Zijun's car. He felt wronged at being accused of going to a brothel. A thought flashed through Hyo-sung's mind, As a good man, he could never do such a thing, absolutely never commit a crime. He then explained to Jiang, "What are you thinking? In this day and age, brothels don't even exist anymore. It's illegal and the police would catch you. The law forbids the buying and selling of bodies, so don't worry. If I run out of money, I won't sell you off. A good man wouldn't do that." Perhaps it was the first time she had heard about such laws and rules, so she felt surprised. She had no idea that the world she lived in had so many rules. Hyosung continued, also reminding her that without limits, selling one's body or organs could become a legal transaction. Don't think that just because the world is peaceful, everything is safe everywhere. Where there is light, there is also darkness. Evil people will never decrease. Hearing Hyosung say that, Jiang imagined terrifying images of bad people wanting to harm her, making her feel a chill down her spine and worry about becoming a victim. But fortunately, this noble man before her was not the kind of scary person. Seeing Jiang look worried, Hyosung decided not to bring up that topic again. He then sat up, trying to appear cheerful, and asked Jiang if she felt any more comfortable lately. "That's good, but you should always stay alert." Jiang's mood still seemed very confused and anxious, clearly visible on her face, while Hyosung was quite casual, thinking she was imagining very scary things. After saying this, Hyosung stood up and went to the kitchen to see what Jiang had prepared for him to eat. He did what he said and went down to check. He saw a large plate covered with a white cloth, very carefully prepared. At this moment, Hyosung felt an indescribable emotion, because Jiang had thoughtfully prepared food for him. He lifted it up, thinking that even if he wasn't hungry, he should try what she made. Who knows, if he didn't try, there might not be another chance. After eating, he took the dishes to wash, wanting to save Jiang some effort since she had worked hard preparing the food. After tidying up, Hyosung stepped out of the kitchen, passing by Jiang who was working, heading towards the sofa. He sat down, breathing a sigh of relief. Hyosung looked at Jiang, thinking to himself how it felt to hug someone else. The more he looked, the more he wanted to embrace this lovely girl. He wondered what it would feel like to hold her. Would she agree? He really wanted to but didn't dare out of fear of being hit. Hyosung asked her how she felt about meeting his father last time. Hearing this, Jiang hesitated and replied she didn't know. He said his father was conservative and rarely smiled at him, always frowning and making demands. Sometimes I envy other families. They can have meals together, chat, and stroll happily. She didn't know how to comfort him, just sitting there attentively listening to him share. He continued telling her that throughout his life, his father had never hugged him. He looked down at his hands, as if wanting to use them to feel that warm hug. He covered his face with his hands and said, "I often think how nice it would be if he could just hug me once. But he never did. Jiang, could you hug me? I want to experience what it feels like to be hugged." Hearing Hyosung make such a request made her hesitate. She thought about why their relationship had come to this point. This request seemed a bit hard to accept, so he didn't hope for too much. He continued, "After all, you're not him, and you don't have to do that for me. I just want to know what it feels like, but maybe it's not something I can have." Seeing Hyosung like this made her feel a bit sympathetic towards him. At that moment, she also felt very awkward, unsure how to face these words. Finally, she clenched her fists and resolved to agree to help him fulfill this request. After saying this, she stood up and walked over to Hyosung, opening her arms wide, hoping to make him feel better. Her face turned red from embarrassment. He immediately stood up, grasped Jiang's shoulders, and unexpectedly pulled her close, hugging her tightly. Jiang was embraced tightly by Hyosung, feeling an indescribable sensation. She felt very flustered, but gradually accepted this feeling and became calmer. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Bidao below also didn't understand what was happening between the two of them, and then asked Hyosung if he was done. But he said he wanted to hold on a bit longer. Being hugged by a man for so long made her body tremble with embarrassment. At that moment, all Hyosung wanted was to experience the feeling of being hugged. After all, he had no ulterior motives. He could clearly feel the warmth from Jiang's body and the faint scent of shampoo from her hair. He used both hands to hold her. If he weren't afraid of scaring her, he would want to hold her even tighter. Then she shyly asked him if that was enough now, feeling like she had been holding him for a bit too long. He immediately thanked her for allowing him to experience the feeling of being hugged. Hyo-sung expressed his gratitude, and she flusteredly waved her hand, saying it was nothing. He didn't need to thank her. Just after saying that, he stood up and said it might be due to drinking a bit too much alcohol, so he felt a little dizzy and needed to go shower. She watched his back, feeling surprised by his actions. She thought that normally, he probably wasn't as carefree as he appeared. The next morning, Jang took out her sword to practice a few moves. This was her usual morning exercise. The movements of the woman wielding the sword were very precise. Hyo-sung over here was filming, recording her training process. After filming for a while, he pressed the stop button. Jang looked a bit tired. She was drenched in sweat, just like every other morning. She gently greeted him, and he politely replied. He then asked, "Is this type of kung fu meant to build a strong body, or is it some other kind of training?" She answered affirmatively that it was indeed to strengthen the body and emphasized that she was stronger than him. He might not have fully believed her, but when he saw the girl before him wielding the sword with power, he started sweating too. While holding his phone, he contemplated why people who practice traditional martial arts needed to have a strong physique and robust body. He called out to her with a pitiful expression, looking directly at her with pleading eyes, hoping for guidance. He knelt down and said, "I want to learn this type of kung fu." His action left her extremely surprised, her face full of doubt, not understanding what this guy ultimately wanted to do. What kind of act was this? He looked up at her and said, "I see kung fu as a traditional culture. It would be a shame to let it fade away like this." In contrast to her perplexed expression, he appeared very enthusiastic about learning this type of kung fu. His face was bright with joy, clearly showing his determination. He firmly stated that he would definitely train diligently and strive to become a new generation master. With great ambition, he then struck a pose for her to see. Not even 10 minutes later, however, his initial determination had diminished significantly. He was really too exhausted to continue. He collapsed to his knees, breathless. Contrary to his fatigue, she was quite serious when training or working. She reminded him not to stop, to get back up, and to raise his hands high to practice martial arts, not letting his hands drop while kneeling. Kung Fu is something that accumulates over time. If he still wanted to become a new generation master, he needed to persevere. He flatly refused, his face pale as he gasped for air, saying no. "I don't want to practice anymore. That's enough." He told her that he just wanted to have a healthy body. She replied that if he persevered, he would be able to do it, and that once he could stand still for half an hour, she would teach him boxing. In his mind, he envisioned a strong body standing proudly in a stable posture. He said, "I've got it now. Later on, I can box in the snow without feeling cold." Not hearing his strange question, she couldn't understand his thinking. With a puzzled look, she asked him why he wanted to run outside barehanded when it was snowing. Didn't he feel cold? He replied, "No, I was just asking casually." The scene shifts to a bridge covered in white snow. This was the first snowfall of winter in Gangseong, also marking the early days of Hyo-sung seriously training in martial arts. At this moment, Hyo-sung took Jang-hee outside to enjoy the winter atmosphere. He stood beside her, observing while she appeared to be very pleased with the winter weather, despite the slippery road. He asked her if she was happy, thinking that this girl, when she first arrived, hadn't been able to calm down, yet now she was becoming more lively and enthusiastic. Had she been liberated from her nature? She played joyfully like a child, a bright smile on her face, showing her satisfaction with her current life. After playing for a while, he took her hand and led her to the car they had booked, saying they would continue playing later, and the driver was waiting ahead. She happily agreed. Once in the car, they each sat on opposite sides, not bothering each other. She also seemed quite surprised. Perhaps it was the first time she had seen this. She noticed the driver in front seemed very relaxed, not having to endure the elements or pull the car. He just needed to sit there and lightly shake the steering wheel. She turned to ask, "Hyo-sung, can I do this?" He replied that she couldn't drive yet. She needed to learn a lot of things. Teaching her the basics wasn't enough. If she crashed into someone, it could result in a deadly accident. At least for now, I won't allow you to learn this. She then asked, "So why do you know how to drive but don't have a car?" He happily answered, "Simply because I'm poor." Upon arriving, the two got out of the car and walked inside. He told her not to be nervous. It was just a simple meal and a little chat. She was Jiang Yi, who had escaped from the War Valley to work. "Remember?" She hesitated, replying, "I remember." They continued to stroll, and at that moment, he seemed to recognize a familiar figure. He called out loudly, "Is that you, Uncle Kin?" Immediately, he turned to request her to take his hand. She could only comply, gripping Hyosung's sleeve tightly, thinking to herself that it was just pretending anyway, so there was no need to feel embarrassed. However, even while doing this gesture, she still felt somewhat shy. At this moment, the referee of the exchange competition announced loudly, "I hereby declare the first National Martial Arts Student Exchange Competition officially opens." He then invited the team members to enter the competition arena. The team members entered the field one by one. This exchange competition had a total of 4 teams: the Mando Martial Arts Team, the Kimdo Martial Arts Team, the Martial Arts Alliance Team, and the 8 School Alliance Team. Among them, the 8 School Alliance Team was formed by the Hwago Martial Arts University, Kimdo University, and other 8 school martial arts universities, together with 9 other martial arts universities across the country. The competition is based on a team-style combat format. Each team sends out 5 members for each match. It's a one-on-one format, where the losing person leaves the stage, and the winner can continue to challenge. The 4 teams draw lots for the first round, and after the matches, the winning teams will face off, while the losing teams face each other. Finally, through the final match, the ultimate result will be decided. The referee then began to introduce each team. The captain of the Mando Martial Arts Team is Fang, a top-tier expert. The captain of the Kimdo Martial Arts Team is Hangsu, a top-tier expert. The captain of the 8 School Alliance Team is Weibin, a top-tier expert. Hearing these introductions, Yang Somin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. All top-tier experts. Being the top-tier expert seems almost worthless now. Fu Changding sneered and said, "There are still differences even among top-tier experts. For example, you can't beat me." Yang Saman, not happy with the comment, clenched his fist in defiance, saying, "Explain clearly, who can't beat whom?" Hearing the argument, Fang Ping thought to himself, Fu Changding is right. Even among top-tier experts, there are differences. Right now, the elite first-year students from martial arts universities across the country are gathered here. If I can defeat these top-tier experts, won't that make me shine? At that moment, the loudspeaker sounded again, announcing, "Captain of the Martial Arts Alliance Team Sun Mingbai, second-tier expert. Member Chen Jisheng, second-tier expert." Fang Ping was slightly surprised. The members of the Kimdo Martial Arts Team were also very surprised and began discussing, "I didn't expect the Martial Arts Alliance Team to have 2 second-tier experts." After the introductions, Zhang Beihao walked over to the drawing box and said, "Now I will preside over the drawing of lots to determine the order of competition for the first round. I invite the team captains to come up." Fang Ping stepped up to the box, nervously extending his left hand. At that moment, Fang Wan, sitting in the stands, anxiously looked at Tan Zhenping and the other second-tier experts, wondering if they were stronger than Fang Ping. "Is my brother going to be okay?" Tan Zhenping rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Based on the current ranks of the teams, the Martial Arts Alliance is the strongest team. If we face them, we'll lose." Fang Wan quickly clasped his hands together and prayed, "Please don't let us draw the Martial Arts Alliance." Meanwhile, Fang Ping's pupils constricted. "God, please help me. We have to draw the Martial Arts Alliance." At first, he had wanted to face a top-tier expert to gain fame, but now there were also second-tier experts, making it a golden opportunity. Fang Ping tightly grasped the ball with the letter B on it in his hand, thinking, "I want to defeat the second-tier experts and become famous across the country." Kimdo Martial Arts University truly is the top martial arts school in the nation. And if we crush the captain of the Martial Arts Alliance Team, It seems that this student exchange competition won't be easy. At that moment, Fang glanced at the ball with the letter B in his hand, looking confused. On the other hand, the captain of Kimdo, Hangsu, held a ball with the letter A and said, "This is not bad. We, Kimdo, are drawn in the same group as the Martial Arts Alliance. This is just perfect." He then turned to the captain of the Martial Arts Alliance, Sun Mingdai, and said, "Although the Martial Arts Alliance has 2 second-tier experts, we are all first-year students. They must not have had enough time to practice their battle strategies or complete missions. So these 2 second-tier experts will be defeated by our top-tier experts." Sun Mingdai was very uncomfortable hearing this but said nothing. Fang understood that Hangsu was quite perceptive, and his judgment was confident. As expected, the Kimdo team's strength must be very impressive. Then, Fang recalled what Tang Feng had said earlier. Kimdo and Mando had been rivals for many years, and so Kimdo was their biggest competitor in this exchange competition. If they defeat Kimdo and win the championship, Kimdo will have to allocate 10% of the national resources to Mando. And at that time, each participant will receive at least 300 study points. Fang walked up to Hangsu and said, "You're lucky. I'll leave this opportunity of top tier versus second tier for you." Hangsu sneered and pointed at the members behind him, saying, "You guys from Mando shouldn't even think about taking the top spot from us. Even our reserve members are top-tier experts. You're prepared for a crushing defeat." Fang crossed his arms and calmly replied, "Don't get too cocky. Kimdo and Mando will clash sooner or later." He thought to himself at the same time, "It's only 300 study points, but I'm still going to take you down." The 2 teams prepared for the match. The loudspeaker announced, "The match in Group A is now beginning. Kimdo Martial Arts University versus the Martial Arts Alliance team." The first match was between Kimdo's Hangsu and the Martial Arts Alliance's Sun Mingdai. Sun Mingdai looked up at the stage. Fang and Fu Changbing were discussing. Hangsu is the national top student. He's an elite martial artist with powerful strength. The first match is perfect. Let's see what his strength is like. The match began with the referee's announcement. Sun Mingdai, holding a large axe, charged forward toward Hangsu, swinging it hard. The axe instantly pierced through Hangsu's body. What? Sun Mingdai was extremely shocked. It turned out to be a ghostly move. Hangsu's figure appeared on the stage like a ghost, and in an instant, countless afterimages appeared. Fu Changbing exclaimed, "Hangsu has mastered the middle-tier ghost step technique. With this speed, Sun Mingdai will never be able to hit him." Suddenly, Hangsu thrust a spear with the sound of wind, instantly stabbing through Sun Mingdai's stomach. Fu Changbing exclaimed, "Hangsu has also perfected the spear technique. One move and Sun Mingdai is severely injured. It's over now. The difference in strength is just too great." At this moment, Sun Mingdai suddenly gripped the spear's head tightly, then raised his large axe in his right hand and swung it fiercely. "Let's see where you can run now," Fu Changbing said, "unless Hangsu drops his spear, otherwise he will be split in half by that axe." The large axe, filled with violent force, came down and bloodied Hangsu's waist. In a split second, there was a loud thud as Hangsu spat out blood and fell to the ground. He quickly jumped backward, a short distance away. Sun Mingdai's left hand had already fallen to the ground nearby. Sun Mingdai stood there, stunned, staring at his severed left hand in disbelief. The stands immediately erupted. "No way! That student's hand was severed. What happened? Isn't this supposed to be a competition? How brutal!" At this moment, the coach of the Martial Arts Alliance team quickly shouted loudly, "The Martial Arts Alliance surrenders," the referee declared. In the first match, Kimdo won, but now, Fang could no longer stay calm. Kimdo's strength was indeed very impressive. Hangsu had a secret technique, the sword of the hidden spear. Just when he was about to be struck by a spear, Hangsu quickly drew his sword forward and immediately severed Sun Mingdai's left hand, taking back the spear. One could see that Hangsu's footwork and swordsmanship were incredibly fast. But unfortunately, Sun Mingdai's strength had erupted. He unleashed immense power. In the end, Hangsu was struck by the axe handle, and his injuries were serious. This new student exchange competition was likely not going to be easy. The following matches were fierce and brutal. Hangsu, wounded, caused another participant to be severely injured. With his blood nearly drained, he fell off the stage. Almost every participant who went up was injured to some degree. The Martial Arts Alliance's strength was indeed weaker than Kimdo's, but each person displayed strong willpower. Even though they couldn't win, they fought desperately to exhaust their opponents. As a result, while Kimdo won the first round, they paid the price with 2 severely injured members and 2 lightly injured. After the morning matches ended, due to the bloody scenes, more than half of the audience chose to leave the freshman exchange competition. It truly turned into a cruel, bloody affair. Martial artists always fight for dominance. This is the true world of martial artists. In the afternoon, it was Mando's turn to take the stage. Fang instructed, "You all saw the morning's matches. Next, we face 8th School. Everyone must stay alert and take the match seriously. 8th School has the same resilience as the Martial Arts Alliance, so don't be careless." The announcement sounded. Group B. Mando vs. Martial Arts Alliance's 8th School. Round 1. Mando's Fangping faces 8th School's Zhang Guanglin. The match began. With the sound of the referee's shout, Zhang Guanglin rushed forward with his long staff at Fangping, who stood still, motionless. Zhang Guanglin was stunned. The Martial Alliance team didn't seize the opportunity. "Taking the initiative then, I'll hit you with my staff." Zhang Guanglin swung the staff and struck Fangping, but Fangping quickly dodged with a nimble side jump. "Zheoxuimai," exclaimed, "Cloud Step." Fangping's Cloud Step technique was now perfected. Fu Changding remarked, "With this speed, Zhang Guanglin can't even touch him." Yang Saman was speechless, only seeing Zhang Guanglin continuously attacking fiercely, but not managing to injure Fangping at all. Fangping didn't counterattack, instead leading Zhang Guanglin all around the field. A moment later, Zhang Guanglin bent over, panting heavily. Before the match, the coach of the 8th School team had devised a strategy for dealing with Mando. The first match was to build momentum, and they would definitely send the captain. Fangping could be the captain, and his strength was certainly not weak. "We can't go head-to-head. The safest way to fight right now is to exhaust his energy first," the coach said. "In the second round, Weibin will finish him. Fangping wouldn't have enough energy." "Zhang Guanglin, you go first." "I know. Even if we can't win, we have to make sure he gets injured, at least slightly." However, at this moment, Zhang Guanglin was sweating profusely, breathing deeply, yet still couldn't catch him. Fangping grinned, hands on hips. "Once you're done, it's my turn." Then he started to prepare for an offensive stance. "Don't remind me before the match. I'll be careful dealing with the 8th School students. They might be as tough and reckless as the Martial Alliance." Exhausting him. "What you said isn't wrong, but I don't think that's something I should consider. Because I won't give you the chance to be reckless." As soon as he finished speaking, Fangping vanished in an instant. There was the sound of a ding, and Zhang Guanglin's body shook. The tremendous force made him wince. Fangping didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Another ding sounded, and the long staff in Zhang Guanglin's hands was actually dented. Fuanqi's sword raised, and with a third ding, the long staff was split into 2. The sword blade cut down along Zhang Guanglin's shoulder. The captain of the 8th School Alliance hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Guanglin concedes." The referee declared, "Round 1. Group B. Mando wins." Fu Changding, in disbelief, muttered, with just a flick of his finger. Fangping struck 3 times. The first 2 strikes released 60 points of energy each. The final one was at least 80 points. That's a total of over 220 points of energy. Jiaxuimei, amazed, said, "So strong. My staff technique can only unleash 30 points of energy." As Mando celebrated, suddenly, Fangping dropped to one knee on the ground. "What's happening here?" Zhang Guanglin, lying on the ground, had a slight grin on his face. Although it wasn't as expected, the strategy had succeeded. Recalling the training session, there was a loud crash as Fangping smashed a large rock with his sword. Yobongyu picked up a piece of the shattered stone and said, "Your total energy must be over 300 points, right? Now, with all your strength, One strike can release 80 points of energy. That means one strike uses 1/4 of your total energy. We call such an attack a killer move. If you release 1/3 of your total energy in one strike, it can be considered a finishing move. You must be careful. If your remaining energy drops below 1/3 of your total energy, you could die. Most people would think like that. At this moment, Fang Ping took out a blood replenishing pill. Then next, I'll have to take the medicine when my energy is low. Jacques Suimeng, worried, said, "Wait a minute. You just released 220 points of energy. Doesn't that mean?" Yang Sumin also said, "Right now, even if you take the medicine, it won't be fast enough to replenish your energy." Fu Changding clenched his fists and said, "It's okay. Let me help you next." Continue to teach them a lesson. The people from the 8th School Alliance were growing serious. Tang Feng said, "This Fang Ping. Does he have any strategy? He used up so much energy in the first match. How will he fight next?" Meanwhile, Fang Ping on the field was focused, expending 220,000 wealth points to replenish his energy. Afterward, he shouted to the referee to continue. Yang Sumin and Fu Changding couldn't believe it. Fang Ping's energy had recovered. Is this a constitution that absorbs medicine quickly? Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right. It's a constitution that absorbs medicine quickly. Next match, Mando Fang Ping faces off against the 8th School Alliance. Weibin, having just entered the arena, gives a thumbs up to Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, your strength is impressive." Fang Ping, somewhat confused, responds, "I know, I'm quite strong." Weibin laughs and continues, "Your knife technique is impressive too. It really can cut through level F gear of your teammates. Looks like it's made from a high-grade alloy, right? Your swordsmanship is also powerful, with a blood value that peaks at over 200 points at the first-class peak level. You've really trained to this level, it's incredible. To be able to clash with such a strong opponent like this, it's truly an honor." Mando's new champion lives up to the name. Fang Ping can't help but rub his head and awkwardly say, "You're exaggerating." Weibin continues, "Especially the triple blade annihilation. Your bloodthirsty blade technique. I'd really love to see it again." Fang Ping smiles, "Thanks for the compliment. I'll use the triple blade annihilation again in a bit." At this moment, the referee's voice rings out, signaling the start of the match. Fang Ping stamps his foot, and first, the bloodthirsty blade bursts out of the ground. Weibin holds his breath, preparing to block the blade. A clang sounds as Weibin successfully blocks the first blade. As expected, he's very strong. Fang Ping raises his blade again, and Weibin secretly smiles. "But Fang Ping, you've fallen for it," he thinks. "If I can make you trigger your blood value 3 times in a row, I'll win for sure. Your level D blade is strong, no doubt, but mine is also a level D blade. Sure, you can trigger a high blood value, but your limit is 200 points. Once you block the 3rd blade, you'll be left vulnerable." At that moment, another metallic clash rings out as Weibin successfully blocks Fang Ping's 3rd blade. Then he uses both hands to forcefully knock Fang Ping back. Fang Ping slips on the ground, finally stopping at the edge of the arena. He quickly tilts his body and pulls a medicinal pill out of his bag. Weibin, seeing this, immediately rushes forward with claws drawn, aiming at Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, don't even think about taking that pill. Admit defeat already. Your blood value is depleted. The game is over." At this moment, Weibin laughs loudly as he approaches Fang Ping. "The current state you're in, you can't even fly anymore." Weibin, having no claws, suddenly swings both his arms as if to strike but misses. Because at that moment, Fang Ping is above his head. "What?" Weibin turns around, his face filled with disbelief as he sees Fang Ping flying in midair. "Since you told me to fly, I thought I'd give it a try." The members of Mando are also stunned. Fang Ping is actually flying. That's the Sky Station. Fang Ping's skill has reached the Sky Station level. Then Fang Ping takes out a medicinal pill and slowly puts it in his mouth. "Weibin, you really thought you could trick me. Too bad, all your plans are already part of mine." Fang Ping suddenly stamps his foot into the air and charges downward toward Weibin below. With a loud crash, Weibin spits blood and crashes violently into the ground. Mando's Fang, with one bloodthirsty blade, instantly defeats the 8 School Alliance's representative. Fang, the dark horse of the exchange competition, has now taken down 3 members of the Martial Arts Alliance in just a few seconds and remains unharmed. Fang's father and colleagues are watching the live broadcast of the exchange competition. This team captain from Mando is really strong. Isn't this Fang, the son of Fang Miao from Namiang? We're about to become famous. Fang's father is also completely astonished. My son is this strong. Back to the match, Zhao says, it's completely different from the morning. Kimdo and the others were destroyed like that. Fang played 3 matches, and not even his clothes are torn. Fu Changding is filled with anticipation, saying, I knew you were strong. Now, hurry up and let us take the stage. On the arena, Fang Bin arrogantly takes a sip. This exchange competition is pretty easy, huh? At this rate, the name Fang will soon be known across the country. The 4th match, Mando's Fang faces Zhang Guanglin. Fang smiles wickedly, thinking, this is a great opportunity to make a name for myself. Of course, I have to make the most of it. So he begins to show off. Fu Changding and Zhao are both astonished. Fu Changding says, is this some sort of stretching exercise? Fang's blood value just now is even higher than before. Zhao also thought, the gap between Fang and me is widening. Tang Fang, however, was very annoyed. The force of that blade landed on the ground. Chasing in the air is slower than on the ground. This is a waste of blood energy. What a show-off. At that moment, Fang slashed across Zhang Guanglin's back. Zhang Beihao declared, Mando wins. Then he asked Fang if he wanted to continue. Fang pretended to be troubled and said, no, I'm done. My pills are all used up, and left the arena. Fu Changding, full of admiration, rushed up to meet him. You're finally done, huh? Don't worry about the other guy, leave him to me. Fang smiled. Be careful not to lose and embarrass Mando. Immediately after, Fang thought, after winning 4 matches, I'll step down. Not only will it give my teammates a chance to play, but it will also save face for them. It would be too embarrassing if I defeated them all by myself. Moreover, I've already demonstrated my strength. It's a win-win situation. I'm truly a genius. At this point, Tang Feng interrupted Fang's triumphant air and said, don't waste your blood energy like that. It's not good. He then continued seriously. If you keep wasting it, the school will soon run out of pills. Fang pouted. Right, Teacher Tang Feng, I've already consumed them all. The school only provides us with 5 first-grade blood energy pills, which are barely enough. Then he added, flattering, anyway, I've single-handedly defeated 4 opponents. For my efforts, do you think you could give me 15 more pills? Tang Feng was speechless. 15 pills? Are you kidding me? Fang played his trump card, citing his poor background and his efforts to rise up. Watching the two haggle, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Fang's family isn't as well off as ours. His whole family is just ordinary people. He's only been able to reach this level through his own efforts. On his first outing, he created momentum for us. He's truly made a great contribution. While thinking, Fang ran up to her with an expectant expression, rubbing his hands. Su Mei, you didn't go on the field and waste blood energy. How about giving your pills to me? Zhao suddenly couldn't speak. Earlier, it was truly empathetic, but it was useless. Enough, Fang came a shout from behind. He turned around and went to the logistics department himself, requesting 5 key and blood pills, first grade, non-negotiable. For the remaining matches, he would be restricted from fighting. Fang complained, what's the problem? If I fight less, it's fine. It's better to fight fewer matches, I'll be more comfortable. Being stingy with 5 pills at this point. Fu Changding leaned on his long spear, shivering as he stepped off the arena, saying, I have to ask, Fang, how did you win so easily earlier? I had to work so hard, and still took so much damage. You have to tell me, what should we do when we face Kimdo next? Fang patted him lightly, confidently saying, don't worry, with Fang here, we'll definitely win against Kimdo. The next match will be the fourth match of the National Student Exchange Competition. Kimdo Martial University facing Mando Martial University. The first match is Jiaxuemi from Mando against Wei Shuji from Kimdo. Fu Changding confidently said, in the previous round, Wei Shuji was defeated by someone from the Martial Alliance in just 2 moves. I think Sui Mei will definitely win. Wei Shuji on the arena angrily said, my opponent isn't Fang Ping. Jiaxuemi, right? Peak first grade? Mando's first to fight? And they send someone as weak as her to the arena, and she's a girl too. She's not even qualified to be Fang Ping's shield. Suimi didn't care about his mockery, gripping her staff tightly. What's this about being a shield? Your opponent is me. The match started, and both exploded at the same time, with a burst of air energy instantly emanating from the point of collision. Jiaxuemi was overwhelmed, and her body was sent back. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Fang Ping's face. In the previous match, Wei Shuji had only released a maximum of 30 points of qi and blood, but this blow from the staff released almost 50 points. He had been hiding his strength. Wei Shuji, while attacking, mocked her, I see you're quite weak now. Oh, not bad, you took 2 of my staff strikes. He then swung his staff again, releasing 2 more powerful blows which clashed violently. There was a cracking sound of bones. Jiaxuemi's right arm was shattered, and her staff fell to the ground. Too weak, Wei Shuji said, taking advantage of the situation to strike again. With a sharp sound, Jiaxuemi was sent flying like a cannonball, landing several meters away before stopping. Wei Shuji threw his staff aside, walked up to Jiaxuemi, and sneered, already collapsed. Seems like Mando has no strategy at all. He grabbed Jiaxuemi's injured arm, pulling her up, and added, with your strength, you would have been severely injured after 3 of my blows, fractured bones, and internal injuries. He then immediately threw Jiaxuemi to the ground. Weren't you so arrogant earlier? To be my opponent? You're not even qualified. Suimi slammed into the ground with a loud thud, spitting out blood. Seeing Jiaxuemi being tortured, everyone from Mando was enraged, and Yang Soman couldn't hold back from rushing to the stage. Meanwhile, the Kimdo team smugly remarked, sending Wei Shuji first was the right choice. His fighting style is the most ruthless. Mando was too arrogant before, this is just cutting down their morale. Fang Ping, furious, crushed the water bottle in his hand. Wei Shuji's fighting style wasn't about severely injuring his opponent, but about humiliating them. Wei Shuji grabbed Jiaxuemi by the collar, lifting her up with one hand, then preparing to strike with his fist. You better give up now. Jiaxuemi, with a determined gaze, said, don't even think about it, before delivering a powerful kick to Wei Shuji's lower body. Wei Shuji turned pale in an instant, his eyes bloodshot, and screamed loudly, covering his lower body as he collapsed to the ground. Kimdo conceded defeat. Jiaxuemi also collapsed to the ground with a thud. Medical staff rushed to take her away for emergency treatment. Fang Ping stared at Jiaxuemi lying unconscious on the stretcher, lost in thought and silent. Why couldn't you learn from your experience? The young girl had struck a direct blow to defeat the Kimdo team captain earlier, but now she lay severely injured. Chen Yunixai sat by her bedside, sobbing, I know you're always so strong, but is it worth getting injured like this? Even though you gave up, the others can still win the match, but now you're injured so badly that it'll delay your future training. Jiaxuemi forced a smile. It's okay. The people from Kimdo just wanted to crush Mando's morale. We can't let them get what they want. Hearing their conversation, Fang Ping stood at the door, unconsciously clenching his fist, and then punching the door in frustration. Deep inside, he blamed himself. Suimi clearly wasn't Wei Shuji's match, yet she still fought desperately to win. And as for him, at that moment, Fu Changding walked in and pointed to the arena. Soman, the pig head on the stage is yours. Yang Soman, his eyes narrowing, said, all right, I'll go up, looking at Hangsu's half-swollen face. Yang Soman was momentarily stunned before he couldn't help but laugh. Your face is so swollen, it looks so bad. Aren't you going to treat it? Hangsu sneered, a swollen face doesn't mean my strength has dropped. Only female martial artists like you care about those trivial things. Yang Soman smirked, So what if it's a female martial artist? What does that matter? I just don't understand why Kimdo is so arrogant. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. When competing, we must respect our opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Soman exploded with power. Hangsu quickly grabbed Yang Soman's fist, sneering, all right, respect the face, no problem. But I'll tear your face apart." Yang Soman raised her hand to block the blow. Hangsu grabbed her arm and mocked, "You want to protect your face, but I'll dominate you now." "Enough with the nonsense," Yang Soman said, kicking her leg back and striking Hangsu's lower body. Hangsu quickly clamped his legs together, trapping Yang Soman's leg. Damn it! Yang Soman's arms and right leg were tightly controlled by Hangsu, unable to move. Hangsu continued mocking, "You're pretty skilled at striking the lower body. Is this what you call respect?" Before he finished, there was a loud thud. Yang Soman headbutted Hangsu, causing him to stagger. His eyes rolled back, and he stumbled backward. She then swung a punch with all her strength, aiming for his face, but suddenly heard a noise. Hangsu, from who knows where, pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into Yang Soman's left shoulder. The punch he had thrown was interrupted. Yang Soman, startled, thought, "When did he draw the knife? So fast." Hangsu contemptuously said, "You think you can defeat me? My speed and strength are both superior to yours, no matter how despicable your tactics are." Before she could finish her words, Yang Soman headbutted her again. Wait a moment, she thought, but Yang Soman headbutted her once more. After 2 headbutts, Hangsu was dizzy, almost losing consciousness. At this point, Yang Soman unexpectedly threw a punch, and with a loud thud, Hangsu flew out like a bullet, flying off the ring and landing over 10 meters away before stopping. Hangsu was knocked out cold after receiving a series of blows from Yang Soman. Yang Soman, panting heavily, looked on. The referee announced that Mando had won. In the Mando treatment room, apart from Fang, the other 3 members of Mando had been badly injured and were out of the game. Looking at this scene, Fang's face turned serious. He wondered how things had come to this. His team members were seriously injured, and the young man was enraged, using his ultimate technique, the infinite blood rage. Then there was a tragic scream as Dang Songjiang's arms were actually snapped in half, and he fell to the ground. The referee declared Kimdo the winner. The next team member from Mando was called up, but there was no one in the preparation area. The announcer spoke again, calling Fang to the ring. "Is Mando's team scared now? Everyone is injured," they said. At that moment, Fang was at the treatment room door, looking at his teammates lying in their beds. Fang felt immense self-blame. The Mando team members had risked everything for victory, while he, as the team captain, had wasted his energy showing off, only thinking about gaining fame and securing a large supply of pills to ensure victories, leaving the other team members injured. Relying on his system, Fang had grown arrogant, and now, as team leader, he asked himself if he was truly worthy. At this moment, Baikyaki hurried over to Fang. "What are you doing here? It's your turn to fight. The last person from Kimdo is very strong. If you can't defeat him, save your strength for the final." Fang clenched his Fuangqi blade, his gaze sharp. "To protect those around me, sometimes we have to disregard the means." With that, he walked directly toward the arena. Fang Wenqiang spread his arms and said, "Isn't this the one who defeated Dai before? Fang, since that battle, all of us from Kimdo wanted to face you, thinking that if we beat you, we'd become famous. I'm really lucky." Fang, furious, said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, let's begin." With a whoosh, Fang Wenqiang moved first, approaching Fang and launching a fierce attack. Fang casually deflected the powerful strike with his Fuangqi blade. How could this be? Fang Wenqiang was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Baikyaki, watching from the sidelines, muttered, "It seems Fang has trained intensely in martial arts." Fang Wenqiang's 80-point attack was easily neutralized. Fang swung his Fuangqi blade confidently. "That's good, but I'm stronger than you." Then, Fang suddenly unleashed his blood rage double slash technique. Fang Wenqiang quickly raised his hands to defend, but his gloves were cut through instantly, blood gushing out. Fang Wenxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. A 100-point attack from Fang Ping had just landed. Fang Ping had perfected his ultimate technique. Then, Fang Ping took a blood pill and swallowed it. Fang Wenxiang couldn't help but curse inwardly as Fang Ping's blood vitality instantly recovered. Again, Fang Ping executed his blood rage double slash. Baikyaki broke into a cold sweat. The reason a technique is called an ultimate technique is that it's the strongest move used by martial artists to escape from despair. But Fang Ping's physical strength seemed to allow him to use this technique continuously. Tang Feng, watching from the sidelines, felt helpless. If you can use your ultimate technique continuously, is it even still an ultimate technique? Chen Yunxi clenched her fists. This was the first time she saw Fang Ping exert all this strength. He was venting his anger for Zhao Xuemi and the others. On the arena, Fang Wenxiang knelt with one knee on the floor, supporting himself with his hand on his knee. His body was covered in blood, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Fang Ping swallowed another blood pill. How's this? Are you still feeling lucky? Fang Wenxiang's eyes suddenly widened. The blood vitality from Fang Ping spread everywhere. You people from Kimdo think you're so strong and always believe your opponents are easy targets. Now, all my team members are seriously injured because of you. As the captain, I can't swallow this anger. With a darkened face, he unleashed his blood rage frenzy technique, slashing out with 2 more devastating strikes. Fang Wenxiang struggled to raise his hands to block, but in the end, he couldn't hold it anymore, and his hands were shattered. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Fang Wenxiang, drenched in blood, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Fang Ping took the last pill from his pouch. Just wait to die, he muttered as he swallowed the pill. At this point, Fang Wenxiang, trembling, raised a hand to signal the referee. I surrender, he said. Zhang Beihao raised his palm. The second match ended with Mando victorious. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and swore, I've taken the pills and you surrender. Pay me back for the pills. Fang Wenxiang, right? If I see you again, I'll make sure to kill you. Looking at his teammates who had fought so hard for Mando, the once weak girl awakened with great strength and led the team to win 3 matches in a row, securing the national champion title at the first-year student martial arts tournament. At this moment, Tang Feng looked at the match information in his hand and said, Kimdo has defeated the Martial Arts Association in the semifinals. Today, we'll face Kimdo in the final. I'll announce the lineup now, he continued. Jono confidently stood up. Finally, it's my turn. Chen Yunxi, Li Juk, Sueji, Jono. Fang Ping was surprised. Jono paused for a moment, and Fang Ping seemed a little worried, saying, let the reserve members take the field. What if they get injured like before? Jono replied, I think the school wants everyone to practice after the previous matches. Right now, Kimdo is basically made up of injured soldiers, and for Mando, it's just me and you, our 2 trump cards. In other words, no matter how the 3 reserve members perform in the end, Kimdo will be beaten to a pulp by us. Li Juk and Sueji only have top-tier strength. Chen Yuanxi, although her vitality and rank are decent, will soon give in to weakness and fear and surrender. So this time, I'll go first. By the time I win 3 matches in a row, there will be no opponent left for you. At this point, the announcer spoke again. The next match will be Mando's Chen Yunxi against Kimdo. Hangsu invites the members of both teams to the arena. Chen Yunxi, with a serious expression, stepped onto the arena. Hangsu raised his hand and said, Chen Yunxi, I have heard about you from my grandfather. You are the principal of the Martial Arts University. He has invested a lot of educational resources into you since you were young, but I think those resources are being wasted on you because your personality is weak. You don't like to fight, and you're not suited to be a martial artist. I advise you to admit defeat quickly. However, Chen Yunxi was not angry. On the contrary, she placed her hands on her chest and said worriedly, Classmate, your internal organs are injured. You should go get treated. Rest and recuperation are the most important. The people from Mando in the audience could no longer stay calm. Fu Changding rubbed his head and said, What is Chen Yunxi saying? This is a competition. Jono looked disdainful and said, How can you still care about your opponent? Just admit defeat quickly. Fang Ping was also helpless. Chen Yuanxi's temperament is too good. Even though Hang Su insulted her like that, she didn't get angry. On the field, Hang Su was annoyed, shaking his head in anger and saying, "Are you advising me to admit defeat? I am the team leader of Kimdo, the top scorer in the martial arts entrance exam. How dare you suggest I admit defeat?" With that, he grabbed his spear and charged toward Chen Yuanxi like a storm. "I hate the most when others look down on me," he shouted, thrusting his spear. But the next second, Chen Yuanxi's figure disappeared from her position and appeared behind Hang Su. Hang Su was extremely surprised. Even Jono couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast! Is Chen Yuanxi really this strong?" But by the time Hang Su realized Chen Yuanxi was already behind him, he didn't speak, and she continued, "Classmate Hang Su, you misunderstood my intention. If you don't get treated now, your cultivation will be affected in the future." Hang Su was so angry that his eyes widened. "I already told you, I hate the most when others look down on me." He continued swinging his spear, but Chen Yuanxi easily avoided every strike. The people of Mando nervously watched the match. Fu Changding shouted, "Fight back. Now is not the time to pity your opponent." Chen Yuanxi glanced at her teammates in the audience, her heart shaken. The students of Mando were all giving their best for victory, so what reason did she have to feel discouraged or back down? They had awakened her, and so she began her counterattack. With one kick, she sent Hang Su's spear flying to the ground. What is going on? Hang Su was stunned. Then, she quickly gathered energy in her right leg. The next moment, a kick followed by the sound of wind struck Hang Su on the head. Hang Su only heard a bump as if a bullet had been shot out. The referee declared Mando the winner. The audience buzzed with excitement. "Isn't this a reserve player? How did they defeat Hang Su?" They whispered. "They look weak and frail, but you really can't judge someone by their appearance." Fu Changding couldn't believe it. Chen Yuanxi defeated Hang Su so easily. "I spent a lot of effort just to hurt him a little." Fang Ping smiled. Chen Yuanxi is no longer weak. She is an excellent martial artist. In the following matches, Chen Yuanxi continued to show her strength. Her sword and leg techniques had reached the peak stage, and she defeated each opponent from Kimdo. Besides Hang Su, other reserve members were also sent to fight. The final result of the championship was set. Fang Ping mischievously said to Jono, "I heard you wanted to win 3 matches in a row." Jono looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't shed tears. "I haven't even stepped onto the field yet." Zhang Bihao announced, "I declare that the champion of the first-year National Student Martial Arts Exchange Competition is Mando Martial Arts University." The first-year students of the university showed no fear in battle and upheld the reputation of the school. "I officially declare the first National First-Year Student Martial Arts Exchange Competition has concluded successfully." What? A second-tier student has to go to Diquat? Isn't that asking for death? At this moment, the Mando train station was crowded with passengers. Fang Ping and Fang Wan were on the train back to Yangsong. Fang Wan craned her neck and asked, "What are you so absorbed in?" Fang Ping replied, "After the exchange competition, Hokwak released the rankings of the top 100 first-tier students at Martial Arts University." Fang Wan looked at the rankings and was shocked. "This isn't right, bro. Did they make a mistake? Aren't you the champion of the competition? Why are you only ranked 6? Fang Ping casually leaned back and said, "6th place is fine. I don't mind." Fang Wan looked at him in confusion. "This isn't like you." Suddenly, Fang Ping leaned closer and whispered to her, "I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone. I have broken through to become a second-tier martial artist." "What? You've reached second tier?" Fang Wan suddenly shouted. Fang Ping hurriedly covered her mouth. Fang Wan then beamed with excitement. "Wow, so now your signature will be worth more." Fang Ping was speechless. "I really shouldn't have said anything." He then opened the system control panel, and regarding money, he realized that the exchange competition had really earned him a lot. The prize for the competition was 500 study points, and a breakthrough to second tier gave an additional 100 study points. His assets had directly increased by 20 million. "Let's go home and celebrate the new year with the family. Mom, Dad, we're back!" Fang Wan shouted as she rushed home. Let me tell you, my brother is amazing. He's reached second tier. What? Second tier? Their parents exclaimed. Fang Ping was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the ground. Fang One gestured and said, and also, the exchange competition. Fang Ping defeated his opponents effortlessly. At first, I was worried, but he defeated everyone with a single strike and won the championship. Fang Ping's mother smiled and said, no wonder your dad got promoted a few days ago. However, Fang Miangyang seemed displeased. He turned and walked toward the house. Enough, go put your luggage away. Time for dinner. Fang Ping wondered, what's going on with Dad? Later, the family of four happily had their New Year's Eve dinner. After the meal, Fang Ping gave red envelopes to everyone and posted new couplets on the door. Fang Wan and her mother sat in the living room watching the program. The whole house was filled with the festive atmosphere of the new year. Fang Ping and his father sat in the room drinking tea. Fang Miangyang couldn't help but recall the situation when Fang Ping participated in the exchange competition. Oh my god, both of this kid's hands were broken. And this is still a competition? That guy from Kimdo was too strong. His fighting style was more aggressive than the other students. Mando has a tough road ahead. The next martial artist from Mando, Fang Ping, was about to step onto the field. Old Fang Miangyang, your son is about to compete, someone called. Where's Fang Miangyang? He was here just a moment ago. Fang Miangyang picked up a cup of tea and asked, does the exchange have to be like this? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood, thinking to himself, no wonder Dad has been so quiet and upset. It turns out it's because of this. He then smiled and placed his arm around his father, saying, Dad, don't worry. This exchange is due to some special circumstances. Normally, when we fight, we stop once we reach the point. We won't fight to such an extent. Fang Miangyang put the cup of tea down, paused for a moment, then said, as long as you know your limits, that's fine. Your father doesn't understand martial artists, nor do I understand why you all risk your lives like this. Recently, everyone in the department has been praising our family for raising such a good son. It's true, being the best is good. Being second is also good. We're happy for you, but what we want most is for you to come back safe and sound. Fang Ping suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled and poured tea for his father, saying, Dad, don't worry. I'm not stupid. I won't do anything dangerous. Fang Miangyang slowly picked up his cup of tea and said, that's good, feeling the warmth of being with family. Fang Ping couldn't help but wonder, why do martial artists risk their lives like this? He thought it was probably to protect others. At this moment, in the governor's residence of Namyang, many martial artists had gathered. Governor of Namyang, Zhang Dingnan, spoke up. In other words, this operation to sweep out the cults in Namyang is preparing for second-grade students to enter Diquat. Yu Bongyu stood up in agitation and said, second-grade martial artists, no matter how strong they are still only second grade. Going into Diquat is like looking for death, isn't it? I can't allow my students to take such risks. Zhang Bihao quickly raised his hand to stop Yu Bongyu. Don't be so emotional. The Ministry of Education is also doing this out of necessity. The situation in Diquat is getting more tense, and the cults are using this opportunity to cause chaos. There's no time for us to slowly train new martial artists anymore. Yu Bongyu was about to say something, but Huang Jing hurriedly pulled her back, then turned to Zhang Dingnan and said, apart from martial artists, there are also many soldiers stationed in Diquat. They are ordinary people, but martial artists don't avoid battle, they don't fear it. Martial arts students are martial artists, so they have no reason not to fight. Deputy Minister Zhang, if this matter is confirmed, we, Mando, will not refuse. What about Gangsam? Can it be that the entrance to Diquat is in our home? We must quickly strengthen our forces. At this moment, Fang Wan excitedly held up a poster and said, this year on the 15th night, there will be a fireworks display by the riverbank. Fang Ping's parents also excitedly said, I heard this time it will be quite grand with so many people. If we want to go, we have to leave early to secure a good spot. Since the ban on fireworks during New Year's, there's been nothing. This time, it'll be a little livelier. Fang Wan ran up to Fang Ping and asked, Are you going? Are you going or not? Fang Ping replied indifferently, isn't it fine to watch from home? Why bother fighting through the crowds? Fang Wen looked at Fang Ping with an expectant expression. Come on, our whole family hasn't gone out together in a long time. Fang Ping was speechless, but felt it was true. The last time their whole family went out together was before the school year started. Just then, Fang Ping's phone suddenly rang. The scene switched to Fang Ping arriving at Yangsan Hotel, where a crowd had already gathered. Fang Ping asked Tan Zhenping in confusion, "What's going on here?" Tan Zhenping answered, "There's an announcement. All martial artists in Yangsan must come here now." Bai Jinshan, the mayor of Yangsan, stood on stage and greeted everyone, saying, "Welcome to the Yangsan Martial Artists Exchange. I will get straight to the point about the reason for gathering everyone here today. The Namiang province has just issued a new directive that requires the enforcement of two rules for martial artists' vitality. First, it requires counties to set up civilian martial artist teams to undergo tactical training for 1 month. Second, it mandates the annual evaluation of martial artists' vitality and tactics to reassess their physical condition. The entire hall immediately became noisy. What? We have to train in tactics. I'm already 50 years old. Why train? Several people angrily protested. I oppose it. Mayor Bai, this is too much. Didn't we become martial artists just to make a living? Why should we fight in wars? We have so many responsibilities in our companies and families. We don't have time for training. Bai Jinshan shouted, "This is an order. No objections. If you refuse to comply, your martial artist status will be revoked and all benefits will be withdrawn." The hall immediately fell silent. Fang Ping pondered. Among these martial artists with vitality, many use their status for benefits, but with such strict enforcement, could something be happening? After class, Bai Jinshan called Fang Ping aside. "Fang Ping, I don't know how much you understand about the real world of martial artists." Fang Ping hesitated and said, "Is this about Diquat?" Bai Jinshan responded, "So you know already. Actually, the new policy announced in the conference is only being applied in 3 provinces, Namiang, Namhai, and Nams. The main reason is related to Diquat. We've analyzed the time and location of the Hell Gates opening in recent years and discovered a pattern. The next gate will likely open in Namiang." Namiang? Fang Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that it will appear in Yangsan? Bai Jinshan's expression became serious. There's a high possibility. That's why we're urgently adjusting and strengthening the local forces. Our economy in Namiang is weak, and it's not easy to nurture strong individuals, nor is it easy to retain them. He then grabbed Fang Ping's shoulder and said sincerely, "If one day the Hell Gate really opens here, I hope you, Fang Ping, will come back to help Namiang and protect Yangsan." Fang Ping solemnly replied, "Don't worry. As long as my strength is enough, I will definitely not avoid the fight." On the 15th night, by the Chuanjiang River, many people gathered to watch the fireworks show. Fang Wen pouted in anger, and her parents comforted her, "Don't be upset, dear. Your brother suddenly received an advisor's notification and couldn't help it. We'll take a video and send it to him. It'll be like watching together." Fang Wen angrily said, "No, I won't take a video. If he wants to come, he can come. I don't care about him." Suddenly, fireworks burst brightly in the sky above Yangsan. However, Fang Ping could only enjoy the scene through his phone. The voice of his parents came through the phone. "Fang Ping, remember to eat rice cakes at school. Train well, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you're tired, come home. Fang Ping, you're a liar, saying you come but not showing up. If it weren't for Mom and Dad begging me, I wouldn't send a video of the fireworks to you." Looking out the window, Fang Ping's face became solemn. Could Yangsan appear at the Diquat entrance? It's not impossible. Yangsan is his homeland, and his family is there to protect them. He must quickly become stronger, even faster than before. The next day, Fang Ping and Yeoban Yu were walking around the Mando campus. Fang Ping spoke up, asking if there was an urgent reason why the teacher had called him back. Yeoban Yu replied, "There's no time left. At the end of the month, the commander will send you to Namiang to carry out a mission to sweep the cult. It's highly likely that you'll encounter a third-grade enemy. He continued, "There's one more thing. It's possible that a second-grade student will be sent into Diquat ahead of schedule." Fang Ping looked serious. "Isn't that?" Yu replied, "It's almost like going to your death. That's why the urgent mission is to rapidly increase your strength to protect the important people." "I have to become stronger," Fang Ping thought. The team was established, but unexpectedly, their first mission was to confront two second-grade leaders. At that moment, in a practical training building, Fang Ping and Chen Yongxai were practicing, but Fang Ping wasn't focused. Ever since he found out that the Diquat gate could open in Namyang, he had been having nightmares, seeing his parents and the cold corpse of Fangwan hanging in the middle of the room. He absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. He had to become stronger. With that, Fang Ping slammed his Fuangqi sword into the ground. "Everyone, I want to form a second-grade team to take on the army's mission. Who's interested?" Fu Changding exclaimed, "The army? I agree. The army's rewards are sure to be generous. We've all reached the second-grade realm, so we should be doing something big." Seeing everyone agree, Fu Changding gritted his teeth and added, "The army's mission is nothing. It's like a small matter for us." Chen Yunse lowered his head and said, "Although I've reached the second-grade realm, I'm afraid I'll drag everyone down." Jono waved his hand and said, "If you're afraid of being a burden, don't go. Don't let your kindness harm everyone." Fang Ping smirked and said, "What's this, Jono? Are you a puppy, with a back leg to hold onto?" Jono's face turned purple. "What did you say?" Suddenly, Fu Changding yanked down Jono's pants. "Let me see if these two legs are even real." Jono's face turned red. "Fu Changding, I'll hit you now." Yang Sumin comforted Chen Yongse, "Don't mind Jono." Hearing this, Fang Ping also smiled broadly. "Exactly, believe in yourself. You're Chen Yongse, not weaker than anyone." Chen Yongse was moved, biting his lips. "I'll definitely try my best." Yu from the bleachers said, "In the next few months, second-grade warriors will take on the Diquat mission. It's good to practice more now, so you're not caught off guard later." Jiaxui Mai immediately raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I want to join." Yu yawned and replied, "No, your injury has just healed, and you haven't broken through to second grade yet." Jiaxui Mai immediately felt disappointed and slumped against the railing. That night, Fang Ping's team arrived at a forest. Fang Ping laid out the plan. This mission is to destroy a base of the chaotic cult. The leader of the base is a second-grade peak warrior, and there are 3 first-grade warriors as well. Yang Saman and Dang Songjiang will guard the back entrance and cut off the enemy's escape route. Jono and I will handle the second-grade peak warrior. Fu Changding will deal with the first-grade warriors, and Chen Yuansai will handle the civilians. Dang Songjiang cautiously asked, "This mission intel isn't wrong, right? Last time we suffered." Fang Ping tore the mission intel apart with a loud rip. Yang Saman was astonished. "Are you crazy?" Fang Ping raised a finger and gestured for quiet. "Don't fully trust the intel. If a second or third-grade warrior shows up unexpectedly, I'll stop the strongest one. Jono will handle the other. Lastly, remember this rule: if we can fight, we fight. If not, we run. We're here to make money, not to risk our lives." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. "Understood. Everyone take your positions and wait for my signal. Prepare to act." At that moment, a bald man was nodding off at the door. The group slowly approached, quietly getting close, then acting quickly. Fang Ping quickly advanced, covering the bald man's mouth and nose with one hand. The bald man, holding a lunchbox, immediately fell unconscious. The others slowly surrounded him. Suddenly, there was a crack as Jono stepped on a branch. Fang Ping thought, "This isn't good." The lights in the room suddenly went out. Then, a loud bang sounded as a window shattered. A figure quickly leaped out of the room, heading straight for Jono. Chen Yunxai quickly appeared in front of Jono, taking a punch for him. Then, 2 more figures rushed out. Fu Changding and Jono quickly engaged them. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open, and 2 weapons crashed through. Fang Ping quickly grabbed his Fuangqi sword and turned to block the attack. To his surprise, there really were 2 second-grade leaders. "They're really pushing me." Fang Ping thought. The young man's anger flared as he drew his sword and made 3 quick slashes, killing the 2 second-grade cult leaders. At that moment, 2 more second-grade cult leaders broke through the door. Fang Ping confidently thought, even though they're second grade, their strength is still limited. My craft has reached the unreachable stage. Dealing with them will be no problem. The sound of 2 attacks rang out. Fang Ping managed to block the 2 strikes, sliding several meters across the ground. A smile curved on his lips. With the help of my strong teammates, I don't need to use up any value assets to win this fight. Now I just need to hold these 2 off until my teammates arrive to help. But suddenly, a sword flew towards Fang Ping's back. Fang Ping was startled. Is there another enemy? Just as he was about to speak, the sword struck him in the head, creating a large bump. Ouch! That hurts. It turned out to be Jono, knocking the weapon out of the hands of a cult member. Even the sword was knocked away by me. Your strength is really too weak, Jono said. Fang Ping angrily shouted, Are you crazy, Jono? That sword almost hurt me. On the other side, Fuchangding jumped up and thrust a spear into a heretic. But the heretic dodged the spearhead and rushed straight towards Jono behind. Hey, move aside, you damn Jono! Jono, frightened, quickly jumped up. The 2 of them started tearing each other apart. Fuchangding, you want to kill me. Who told you to be behind me? I didn't see you. Why didn't you choose a different spot? Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. The 2 were blasted into the air. Yang Saman apologetically said sorry, I couldn't control my power on the 2 of them. Are you okay? This action directly made Fang Ping angry, causing a huge crack in the ground. Are you all just messing around? Can we have a little team spirit? Fang Ping struggled to fend off the attacks from the 2. It was supposed to be a mission that could be completed quickly, but it's like the heavens are pushing me. Looks like I can't save money now. Therefore, Fang Ping suddenly sprang up, his blade flashing. One heretic leader was directly sliced in half at the waist. Fang Ping shifted his gaze to another one. The remaining heretic leader, frightened, turned and tried to flee. Want to run? Fang Ping stamped the ground and in a few blinks of an eye, he was right behind him. Consuming 430,000 in blood essence for recovery. Fang Ping jumped up with both blades and with a sharp crack sound, the heretic leader met his end. Fang Ping's sharp gaze said, I'll say this one last time. The purpose of forming this team is to earn money and accelerate cultivation. Everyone needs to take it seriously. Are you all crazy? That's a peak 3rd-rank martial artist. The young team had just experienced their first 3rd-rank mission and had destroyed a heretic hideout. Fang Ping set a briefcase on the ground. All the spoils are here, total value about 6 million. The cost of this battle was also around 2 million. Everyone fell silent. That means, after deducting the cost, we only earned 4 million. Plus, it has to be shared among 6 people. Fang Ping held his head. A team of rookies like this, with 5 monkeys and a horse. How could we ever save enough money? Half a month later, in a hotel, Fang Ping held a pen, writing while speaking. In the past half month, we've completed 12 missions, but they were all low-reward tasks. He then took out a wanted list. Everyone picked the next mission. It should ideally be a high-reward one. Fuchangding tore a page from the wanted list and said, Hey, mission number 0508. How about this one? It has a 10 million reward. Besides, it's a heretic mission we're familiar with. The target is Wang Mao, the heretic leader, reward, 10 million. Yang Saman was shocked. Are you crazy? Can we handle a 3rd-rank criminal? Fuchangding pointed at Fang Ping, who was sitting on the sofa confidently. Fang Ping is already a peak 2nd rank. With the 6 of us, we can't defeat him. At this point, Chen Yonsi also tore a page from the wanted list and said, Everyone, turn 2 pages further and look at wanted list number 05. The target is Fei Haiyuang, peak 3rd rank, 10 million reward. Yang Saman collapsed immediately. Van Hai, are you crazy too? You're picking a peak 3rd rank, but they just picked a 3rd rank early stage. Fang Ping analyzed. Wang Mao is a combat martial artist, and he's killed people. He's clearly a dangerous and cunning criminal. The bald guy is just a knowledge martial artist, suspected of selling confidential information, hasn't killed anyone. Knowledge martial artists are weak in battle. Fighting him might be easier, but his activity time and location are uncertain. We don't even know where to start. He then ripped the wanted notice of Wang Mao off the list. So I've decided, we'll capture Wang Mao. The scene transitioned to a park, where a blonde man was selling balloons. Yang Sumin and Fu Changding were hiding in some nearby bushes. Yang Sumin said, "That's Wang Mao for sure." Fu Changding activated his communication device and said, "Fang Ping has confirmed the target." Fang Ping replied, "Understood. Everyone, be careful. Surround Jono and Dang San Jian, who are disguised as park janitors, and get ready. My hands are itching." Just then, a few children, attracted by the balloons, ran up to Wang Mao. Chen Yunxi, startled, said, "This isn't good, there are kids." Fang Ping quickly commanded, "Everyone, hurry and act. We must catch him before the kids get there." Thus, everyone quickly surrounded Wang Mao, moving through the crowd. Fang Ping and Chen Yunxi suddenly froze. "Bro, I found the bald guy over there. What do we do now? Who do we catch first?" Fang Ping quickly made a decision. He turned to look at the bald guy, then glanced back at Wang Mao. Just then, a child suddenly ran up and hugged Wang Mao's leg. "Uncle, I want a balloon." Soon after, several other children ran up. Fang Ping saw this and said, "Don't worry, Wang Mao is also on a mission. As long as we don't show ourselves, you won't hurt the children. Now let's change our target and catch the bald guy." The blood pressure was intense, and this was the power of peak third rank. The Fang Ping team was now chasing the bald guy, who entered a dense forest. They saw the bald guy open a hidden hatch and carry a large briefcase as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, his hand twitched and he quickly turned his head upwards, where Fang Ping stood, tightly gripping his Fuangqi blade, suddenly striking. But the bald guy, a peak third rank, reacted extremely quickly, leaping back just in time to dodge the attack. Fang Ping withdrew the blade and prepared for another strike. At that moment, the bald guy counterattacked and a huge explosion rang out. Numerous stones flew out from the secret door. Fang Ping quickly jumped back to avoid it, wiping his mouth. His gaze hardened as he stared at his shaking Fuangqi blade. He was slightly surprised. This was the peak third rank. But the bald guy didn't intend to fight Fang Ping. He grabbed his bag and started running. While fleeing, he disdainfully said, "A second rank dares to attack me." Fang Ping swung his blade and slowly followed. "Who says I'm the only second rank?" Just as he spoke, there was the sound of wind rushing by. In the blink of an eye, his teammates rushed out of the forest, surrounding the bald guy. The bald guy, full of blood energy, said disdainfully, "What difference does it make with 6 people?" Fang Ping, sensing the blood energy the bald guy emitted, was slightly surprised. The blood energy projection is powerful. This is the true strength of peak third rank. The bald man glanced at Chen Yuanxi and said, "If I wanted to kill someone, I would definitely kill her first." Chen Yunxi widened her eyes in fear, instinctively gripping her hands tightly. Fang Ping also felt uncomfortable. Indeed, the peak-level third-grade expert could spot the weakness in their encirclement with just a glance. But the bald man continued, "However, I don't want to kill anyone." Hearing this, Fang Ping felt somewhat suspicious. Clearly, he was in an advantageous position but chose to show weakness. The knowledge of martial artists was indeed weak in combat. Fang Ping spoke up, "Coincidentally, we don't want to kill anyone either. We just want to capture you in exchange for the 10 million reward." The bald man, understanding the situation, immediately opened the briefcase in his arms and said, "In that case, let's make a deal. It's only 10 million, right? It doesn't matter who takes it." He pulled out several bundles of cash from the briefcase and handed them to Fang Ping. "This 10 million is for you. You can pretend you've never met me." Fang Ping tilted his head. His opponent definitely wanted to avoid a fight, so it seemed like he had to change tactics. The others remained silent and tense, watching Fang Ping. Fang Ping threw the Fuangqi blade to the ground, then raised both hands, smiling, "Brothers, put down your weapons." Jono shouted, "Fang Ping, what are you doing?" Fang Ping thought to himself, "If we really fought, Chen Yunxi would definitely be in danger, so I need to calm him down first. Therefore, he smiled and said, if this can be solved with money, there's no need to fight, right, old man? Hearing this, everyone started to put down their weapons one by one. The bald man saw this and also retracted the blood energy he was releasing. He then handed Fang Ping 10 million in cash. Fang Ping counted the cash on the ground and said, according to the bounty order, it seems you're not a major criminal. The bald man's eyes darkened. I too have my own struggles. Fang Ping smiled and said, that's right. Hardships often lead people to do evil. The bald man didn't want to speak anymore. Are you done counting? If there are no issues, I'll be leaving now. He turned around, preparing to leave. Wait. Fang Ping quickly stood up and said, Dang Song Jian, holding a large sword, quickly stepped in front of the bald man. The bald man turned around and cursed, little brat, you want to play dirty? Fang Ping smiled and walked up to the bald man, handing him a bundle of cash. Here's 1 million back. This is our sincerity. The bald man looked confused. What do you mean by this? Fang Ping stuffed the cash into the bald man's pocket. I already said, this is our sincerity. Moreover, splitting the 10 million between the 6 of us isn't easy. 9 million is just right. Well, thanks then. The bald man responded awkwardly before leaving. Take care. Fang Ping waved, smiling. After the bald man left, the others started to criticize Fang Ping wildly. Fang Ping, how could you make a deal with a criminal? Do you even consider yourself a martial artist? Fang Ping didn't care about their dissatisfaction. He took out his phone and called Wang Jinyang. Your trader from Mando is Fi Haibuang. I've attached a tracking device to him. You should send someone to catch him quickly. Everyone suddenly realized. So that's why, Fang Ping. Didn't expect you had this trick up your sleeve. What? You want us to challenge Namiang's martial arts experts? A second-grade battle is no problem. We'll definitely play the villain right now. Fang Ping and the others had successfully obtained 9 million in cash from their target. The task was the bald man. Looking at the money on the ground, Fang Ping raised his hand. All right, you can start dividing the spoils now. Some of the group, sweating coldly, said, really, it's only you, Fang Ping, who could make money from a criminal. We misunderstood you this time. Next time, let us know beforehand. Don't make us look like fools. A few people replied, all right, this time it's our fault. Fang Ping crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, so, do I have martial ethics, no enlightenment or intelligence? Fu Chengding, with a look of admiration, replied, yes, absolutely. I finally understand what the joy of earning money is. Sitting on the ground, Jono and the others couldn't help but feel helpless. Yang Sumin looked up at Fang Ping. Did Namdo capture the bald man? Will they give us the reward? Fu Changding raised his finger. The reward is just a few small coins. It's better to directly find Wang Jinyang. He's shown us a bright path. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. That's right. Old Wang is now a 4th-grade expert. Finding him will definitely be beneficial. Therefore, everyone went to the Namiang Martial Arts Science University. Wang Jinyang went ahead, leading the way for everyone for a while, and along the way, 6 second-grade people followed. Namdo and Mando's group really have a lot of spirit. Fang Ping scratched his head and said, sorry, Wang Jinyang, don't laugh at me. We're about to go crazy from being poor. We came to you hoping to earn a little more money. Wang Jinyang said, I actually have a way to make double the money. I don't know if you guys are interested. Fang Ping was startled. Double the money? What way is that? Wang Jinyang replied, do you guys still remember when I told you about the method of emotional manipulation? The anger caused by humiliation not only makes a person burst with blood energy, becoming super strong for a short time, but it can also help a person improve. The students at Namdo right now don't want to make progress, they just want to enjoy life. The senior officials at Namdo want to reform, but they've always been slow to act. That's why I want to ask for your help, so the students at Namdo can also taste the bitterness of humiliation. Fang Ping was amazed. You don't mean for us to challenge Namdo, do you? Wang Jinyang grinned and said, exactly, challenge Namdo. Fight a second-grade battle. Fang Ping thought for a moment. Wang Jinyang, this doesn't seem right. What if someone gets injured? Wang Jinyang could see through Fang Ping's thoughts. Don't worry, you guys won't suffer any loss. Each person will get 3 second-grade blood energy pills. Besides, at that time, we can invite the governor and the principal to watch the match. Fang Ping turned to look at the people behind him. What do you all think? The group responded excitedly. We have to play. Fang Ping turned back to Wang Jinyang. All right, we agree. As soon as the news spread, Mando quickly gathered a crowd to watch the match. Next to the arena, Wang Jinyang spoke to everyone. On my side, I can only gather second-grade peak fighters, so out of the 6 of you, 1 person won't be able to fight. Dang Songjiang stepped forward and said, I'll stay out. I'm the only one without 2 toe caught in our group, so I won't participate. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, That's fine, we'll count on you guys. Jono is active, reassuring them confidently, leave it to us. The big boss, Chen Yangxi, is by his side, but there's still worry as they look at Yang Soman. Soman, have you seen Fang Ping? He's gone missing, Yang Soman asks. The Grand Martial Arts Challenge for the Southern region is underway, with the 3 Grand Masters personally overseeing the event. This is the first time the young warriors are fighting, and they are already showcasing overwhelming strength. At this moment, Fang Ping, holding his phone, excitedly announces, I've got some good news for you all. Principal Guangjing and Advisor Beruaxai are coming to support us. Everyone looks at each other, confused. What's with that reaction? You don't believe me. Fang Ping laughs. Fu Changding, wiping the bead of cold sweat from his face, hesitates. No, it's just that. We didn't expect you to be so excited about this. Fang Ping tries to hold back his laughter. Well, isn't it obvious? He sighs dramatically. But more importantly, the school will provide 20 blood essence pills for support. 5 first-grade blood pills and 5 second-grade pills. The group is stunned. Fu Changding laughs. Fang Ping, you really are a business genius in the martial world. No one can beat you at making money. Yang Suman can't believe it, muttering, This guy is shining too brightly today. The match begins with the referee's whistle, and the names of the competitors are announced. Chen Pengfei, 3rd-year student from the Weaponry Department, Southern Yang Martial Arts University, 2nd grade peak. Jono, 2nd grade peak. As the 2 charge forward, Zhang Dingnan grins, not bad, not bad. Right from the start, we've got the scent of gunpowder. Meanwhile, Wang Jing arrives at the arena. Sorry I'm late, Principal, he apologizes. Zhang Dingnan jokes. Old Huangjing, you're late enough that I thought the champions had won the exchange competition. The freshman must be feeling pretty proud now. Guangjing responds, I just got the news from Fang Ping. The principal teases, it's better that you came a little late, so you don't have to see your students suffer defeat. Huangjing refuses to be outdone. Right, if I saw you lose twice in a row, I'd be a bit heartbroken. Yu Hyo-sang angrily snaps. Huangjing, you old fool, this is not about Mando. Zhang Dingnan, however, isn't so sure. Which side will win? We'll only know after the fight. Chen Pengfei, full of arrogance, shouts, Let's see how you handle this. He swings at Jono. Jono leaps into the air, dodging the attack. Chen Pengfei smirks, thinking, I didn't expect you to dodge. He follows up, Your feet have no roots. You'll have to land eventually. Watch this. He anticipates where Jono will land. But suddenly, Jono freezes mid-air. Chen Pengfei's eyes widen in disbelief. What's going on? He didn't land. The Mando team is equally stunned. Fang Ping smirks, not bad. Jono has reached the fighting realm. There's a loud crash as Jono kicks Chen Pengfei squarely in the face. Chen Pengfei is sent flying. Jono grabs the spear that was knocked from Chen Pengfei's hands and swings it in the air, pointing it at him. You give up. Chen Pengfei, frightened, shouts, I surrender. The young man's eyes burn with fury as he thinks, You really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Jinyang turns to Fang Ping. Next match, you should quickly take out the remaining 4. That way, we can push through the reform of the southern region smoothly. Fang Ping smiles, I'll follow the advice of my employer. With that, he grabs the Fuangqi saber and steps onto the stage. Mando Fangping, second grade peak. I hope the senior sister will go easy on me. Who's your senior sister? Lan Kai yells as the ground shatters beneath her feet. Fangping sidesteps the attack, thinking to himself, I will use the system in this match, mainly to save money and test my real strength. Below, Zhang Dingyan comments, this kid, I remember using my Blood Fury Frenzy blade in the National Martial Arts Competition. Yu Hyo Sang sighs, this kid is from Southern Yang. It's a shame he didn't make it to the university. Southern Yang really lost a talent. Huangjing laughs, what do you mean, principal? Whether it's Mando or Southern Du, we all fight for the country, right? Zhang Dingyan strokes his chin. Let him come meet me later. I have something for him. On the arena, Lan Kai glares angrily, you coward. All you know how to do is run. Fangping teases, you can't cut us. What can I do? Lan Kai growls, if you dare, stop running. Fangping lowers his Fuanche saber. All right then, I'll show everyone how weak someone at the second grade peak from Southern Du can be. With that, Fangping suddenly charges and unleashes the Blood Fury Frenzy blade. 3 loud bangs echo as Lan Kai is sent flying off the stage, landing several meters away, only coming to a stop when her classmates catch her. Zhang Dingyan smirks. Nice, you can use both the Blood Fury Frenzy blade and the palm technique. Fangping smiles deviously. You've lost. Change to someone else. A bulky man clenches his fists and charges. Before he can even speak, Fangping cuts him off with a swift gesture. No need to announce yourself. I don't remember weaklings. The man growls in fury, charging with a large sword. I'll chop you to death. There's a loud slap as the man is struck by Fangping's saber, his teeth knocked out, and the man is sent flying off the stage. His sword spins through the air, slashing the ground, and his pants fall off in front of him, making him so scared he wets himself. The score is 3-0. Wang Jinyang smirks. Fangping really does fit the role of the villain. This is the result I needed. In the next match, a man with green hair stepped up. He was jumping and speaking as he did. The genius Mando is truly remarkable. But to look down on my student Namdo like this, isn't it a bit too much? Fangping felt uncomfortable. This man was different from the others. It was rare to meet an opponent who didn't need a system and didn't need to log out. He wanted the audience to be convinced by his performance. So, Fangping pointed at the man with green hair and said, all right, for this match, I won't use my hands to fight you. The two began their direct confrontation. A roar rose from the audience. Both of them took a few steps back and threw powerful punches. Fangping looked at his sore fist, slightly surprised, but the man with green hair was not feeling any better. Once again, the man with green hair shouted loudly and charged at Fangping. Fangping was startled. He had encountered a tough opponent. However, Fangping didn't continue to fight him with punches. Instead, he planted one hand on the ground and kicked straight at the man's head. Unexpectedly, the man was knocked backward by Fangping's kick, but his reaction was quick. He grabbed Fangping's right leg, and Fangping quickly kicked with his left leg. The man with green hair blocked it with his left hand, sliding backward a bit. Before Fangping could stabilize himself, the man yelled loudly and threw a punch. It was too late to avoid it. Fangping thought to himself, not good, and in the next second, he was hit in the face by the man with green hair. He slid a few meters on the ground before coming to a stop. Beiruoxi exclaimed in surprise, who is this guy? Has he been on the battlefield before? Wang Jinyang, with a serious expression, said, the teacher is right. His name is Ko Hung, from a military family. Fangping was in danger now. Ko Hung didn't give Fangping a chance to breathe and charged at him again. Fangping thought to himself, this chicken with some strength still dares to crow. Fangping's eyes turned red. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Completely mad, the young man fell into a frenzied state and fiercely defeated the military descendant. He was praised by the governor of Namyang and received a top-level secret technique. At that moment, the punches of Fangping and Ko Hung collided violently. The sound of metal clashing came from their fists, and a powerful shockwave spread from the point of impact. The collision was truly terrifying. Chen Yonsai was shocked, thinking to himself that the bones had been tempered, and when they collided, it sounded like metal. To his surprise, Zhang Dingnan also couldn't help but praise Huangjing. With a smug expression, he said, "My student Mando doesn't just rely on accumulated resources. Without the guts to fight, Fang Ping wouldn't have become the top freshman." After saying this, he walked towards the ring. "If they keep fighting, they'll be seriously injured. Let's call it a draw." Zhang Dingnan grabbed his shoulder, saying, "Wait a minute." At that moment, the system's voice sounded, "Blood levels below 15%. Fang Ping shouted in a frenzy, "Come on." He then headbutted Ko Vong, who was stunned. Fang Ping completely lost control, his head raised again. Another loud bang echoed, and blood shot out from the heads of both men. The system's warning sounded continuously, blood levels below 10%. But Ko Vong's consciousness began to blur. "It's over," Fang Ping shouted loudly, and suddenly kicked Ko Vong, sending him flying over the heads of the audience. With a loud thud, Ko Vong hit the ground. At this point, Fang Ping had blood all over his face. Without the system, he could only barely defeat him. He was still too weak. Next, as his voice trailed off, Wang Jinyang grabbed Fang Ping's shoulder and said, "Defeating Ko Vong proves your strength." Fang Ping hesitated, thinking, "Wasn't I supposed to suppress them? How can I still make them back down?" Moreover, Wang Jinyang said it was enough. "Governor Zhang Dingnan wants to meet you." Fang Ping was very surprised. "Governor Zhang Dingnan?" He immediately went to the office to meet Zhang Dingnan. Zhang Dingnan, with his arms crossed behind his back, said to Fang Ping, "It seems you've always been using my Blood Fury blade." Fang Ping awkwardly rubbed his face, replying, "It's simple and rough, very easy to use." Zhang Dingnan turned and said, "You learned the Blood Fury blade from me. When I first created it, it was only at the 4th grade level and was average." As he spoke, he turned back, raising one hand as a secret manual slowly floated into his hand. "After I reached the Master Realm, I improved the Blood Fury blade. Take this." He handed the manual to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was deeply shocked. He couldn't believe the technique was so powerful, capable of floating the item without touching it. He took the manual with both hands and said, "Thank you, Governor." Zhang Dingnan waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, you may leave, Fang Ping." Fang Ping nodded and left. At that moment, Huangjing pushed the door open and entered. "I hope my student doesn't disappoint the governor." Zhang Dingnan took a deep breath, feeling anxious. The Diquat crisis in Namyang is about to erupt. I just hope these children grow up quickly. At this moment, in another development, there was a loud thud. A Mando student fell to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, as the referee's whistle rang out. In the final match, Mando won. Fang Ping clapped and laughed, saying, "Soman didn't fight badly." Yang Saman, dismissing it, waved his hand. "The opponent is just a bunch of rookies. I didn't even fight to my full potential." "What did you say?" The Mando student struggled to stand and gritted his teeth. At this moment, Wang Jinyang stepped onto the stage. "Did she say something wrong? Next time, try this." Several senior students from Mando had been utterly defeated, while a group of first-year students from Mando had secured a glorious victory. You all need to think carefully about why you are on the stage. What is the real reason? The Mando student lowered his head, unwilling to accept the silence. Fang Ping clenched his fists. "Of course, it's to change and grow stronger, to be capable of defending oneself." Wang Jinyang continued, "I believe you all understand more than anyone else. The weak will always fall behind. Do you want to stay weak?" The Mando student yelled in frustration, unwilling to accept it. Fang Ping was also reflecting on himself. Wang Jinyang is using us to wake up the younger generation. Truly, with all sincerity. It seemed that Fang Ping himself had learned this lesson. Wang Jinyang's gaze sharpened. "If you're unwilling, think about the path ahead. How should you proceed?" Fang Ping touched the martial arts manual in his heart, contemplating his next move. "Of course, I need to become stronger. When I return to school, I'll break through to the 3rd level." The scene of a young man successfully breaking through to the 3rd level appeared in his mind. This kid can already use 6th level abilities. Spiritual strength can only be sensed at the 6th level. Could he be a potential master? At this moment, in front of Building 3 in the southern area of Mando, Fang Ping was sitting on the steps waiting for Yo Bongyu. He looked at the system interface, smiling slyly. This trip to Namyang was worth the effort. Finally, I have money. His asset value increased to 21 million, accumulating 80 points. But immediately after, a cold sweat ran down his cheek. I don't know how much money I'll need to break through to the third level. Follow me now. The voice of Yo Bongyu came from inside the building. Fang Ping could see Jin Bongqiang at that moment, currently fighting with a male student. Fang Ping's eyes widened. Isn't that senior brother Jin Bongqiang? Yo Bongyu observed the fight and said, "This is a sparring session." Jin Bongqiang has already reached the peak of the third level. You can see the strength of a third-level expert. Fang Ping curiously looked at Yo Bongyu. Who's fighting with senior brother Jin Bongqiang? Yo Bongyu replied, "Si Li, a high third-level expert. Besides you, there's one more from Mando, the three-time Diquat champion." At that moment, Si Li raised his right fist and shouted loudly, "Jin Bongqiang really thinks that just because he reached the peak of the third level, he can be arrogant." With that, he threw a punch straight at Jin Bongqiang. Jin Bongqiang didn't use a sword but threw a punch as well. The two fists collided. Si Li was extremely shocked and quickly jumped backward to create distance. Jin Bongqiang smirked. "So what if you're a three-time Diquat champion? Today, I'll play with you to the end." At that moment, Si Li's right hand went limp, dripping blood continuously. Fang Ping was amazed and said, "Senior brother Jin Bongqiang is so strong, playing rough like that and not even getting injured." Yo Bongyu calmly replied, "That's the peak of the third level. What else do you see?" Fang Ping said seriously, "The blood and energy are flowing naturally. It's both offensive and defensive." "Exactly," Yo Bongyu explained. "Second-level martial artists train their limbs with dispersed strength, and it's difficult to concentrate the blood energy into one spot. At the third level, it becomes much easier. A third-level martial artist has enhanced strength through the whole body, connecting the limbs and the torso, creating a well-rounded power. That's why third-level martial artists are considered elites." Fang Ping asked suspiciously, "But why does senior brother Jin Bongqiang seem to take hits so well?" Yo Bongyu answered, "At the peak of the third level, the tendons, muscles, and bones are all fully trained. He's now like a man of steel. CLA has only trained his skeletal structure. The rest of his body is still normal." Fang Ping's mouth curled into a slight smile. "So, the training of tendons, muscles, and bones is not about the quantity of bones trained, but the stages of the third level. It's a bit more interesting than I thought." The scene shifted. Yo Bongyu led Fang Ping to the energy room. The staff member extended a hand with a smile. "Hello, student. The practice room for 5 hours requires 50 study points. Please present your martial arts certificate." Fang Ping looked at Yo Bongyu, who nonchalantly said, "Don't look at me, pay for it yourself." Fang Ping was stunned, and then reluctantly took out his martial arts certificate. "I earned some study points so easily, but this is way too expensive." Yo Bongyu swiped Fang Ping's martial arts certificate in front of the practice room door. A beep sounded, and the door opened. Fang Ping slowly walked into the practice room, feeling discomfort. "My money is crying." Yo Bongyu coldly said, "Stop complaining. You'll understand once you're inside." As Fang Ping walked in, he suddenly looked up, then straightened and shouted excitedly, "There's so much energy here." He felt his blood and energy surging through his body. Yo Bongyu said, "This is the effect of the energy mineral. It helps your blood energy recover faster, and your Diquat process is more refined. Get ready and start." Fang Ping didn't waste time and immediately sat down cross-legged. Yo Bongyu leaned against the wall and said, "To break through to the third level, you must connect all 26 branches of your spine in one go. Don't stop suddenly or it could be fatal. If you run into trouble, don't panic, I'll be watching." "Understood, master," Fang Ping replied, then focused and began the breakthrough. He used his mental power to sense the branches of his spine. Yo Bongyu was startled. This kid, he can actually use mental power to sense the spinal branches. She stroked her chin and walked over to Fang Ping. Usually, only a 6th-level martial artist can sense the existence of spiritual power. Could Fang Ping be a potential master? At that moment, Fang Ping smiled slightly. Isn't it much simpler than I imagined? What the master said really shocked me. Just then, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his spine. Fang Ping thought to himself, something's wrong. At the critical moment, Yobonyu struck his back with a palm. Warm energy flooded into his body. Focus, don't get distracted. With Yobonyu's help, Fang Ping gradually calmed down. As time passed, sweat dripped from Fang Ping's face. 4 hours later, the system's reminder sounded. You have broken through to the 3rd level realm. Fang Ping sighed in relief, then opened his eyes and joyfully shouted, Master, I've broken through to the 3rd level realm. Yobonyu yawned and said, you focus on consolidating your strength. Don't rush, I'm going back first. After Yobonyu finished speaking, she immediately left the training room. Looking at the abundant energy filling the room, Fang Ping thought to himself, with such rich energy in the training room, isn't it a bit wasteful to only use it to stabilize my realm? I should take advantage of this and continue practicing. It's expensive to cultivate at the mid-stage of the 3rd grade realm. I must make full use of its value. So, Fang Ping once again closed his eyes and began breaking through to the mid-stage of the 3rd grade realm. As he immersed himself in his cultivation, fresh blood began flowing from his nose. What? He actually broke through to the mid-stage of the 3rd grade realm directly? This kid truly is a genius, a future master. Just as Yobonyu left the training room, Old Lee arrived, watching Yobonyu leave. He then sneaked over to the door of the training room. My client is progressing quite fast. He can even use this energy for cultivation now. I need to check what realm he's reached. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Fang Ping once again recalled a scene that had appeared in his dreams. He quickly focused, trying to stabilize his mind to avoid distractions. However, it was too late. The next moment, Fang Ping clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness starting to blur. Then, with a loud crash, he collapsed to the ground outside the door. Old Lee was pressing his ear against the door, listening intently. That little brat isn't slacking off, is he? Why is it so quiet in there for so long? At this moment, a staff member arrived and startled Old Lee. The staff member smiled and said, Why are you personally here to check on the repairs? But the room that needs repairing isn't this one. Old Lee quickly replied, The other room's repairs are finished. I just wanted to check this one. The staff member looked puzzled. This room is fine, and there's someone inside. Old Lee pretended not to know and asked, Oh, is that so? When will this person check out? The staff member replied, Actually, it's already past the checkout time. I came to urge them, so I knocked on the door, but there was no response. Old Lee narrowed his eyes. Past checkout time, something doesn't seem right. He then kicked open the door and saw Fang Ping lying unconscious on the floor. The staff member quickly helped Fang Ping up. Senior, what should we do? Old Lee remained calm. Don't worry, he can be saved. He then took a pill from his pocket and placed it in Fang Ping's mouth, pressing it firmly onto his forehead. A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted. The next moment, Fang Ping abruptly opened his eyes. Looking up at Old Lee, he said, Old Lee, why are you here? Old Lee was furious. What? You thought I was just sitting around doing nothing? Fang Ping scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. No, I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. Thanks, teacher. Old Lee's face twitched. You better thank me properly, brat. He then pointed to the floor and said, Try punching the ground. Fang Ping was stunned but didn't question it. He stood up and began gathering his energy. After a moment, he threw a punch at the ground, and with a loud boom, the floor shattered instantly. Fang Ping stood up in disbelief. I've broken through to the mid-stage of the 3rd grade realm. Before Fang Ping could react, Old Lee slapped a piece of paper onto his face. What the hell is this? Fang Ping looked at the paper and exclaimed. Old Lee laughed. A high-quality marble block and a training room door, total 1 million. Pay within 7 days. Thank you. Fang Ping suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Didn't you tell me to punch? And what about the door? Didn't I break it? Old Lee ignored Fang Ping's explanation and gestured for him to leave. Also, you still owe me a life. Remember that. The next day, Fang Ping went to Yobonyu's dorm. Yeobongyu, in disbelief, exclaimed, "You actually broke through to the mid-stage of the third-grade realm." Fangping scratched his head and smiled. Isn't it because teacher taught well?" Yeobongyu looked at Fangping seriously. "This brat really is a future master. Looks like I need to guide him more." She then turned around and handed Fangping a document. "This is the mission briefing for this time. Teacher Tangfeng will lead the team. The location is still Namyang." Fangping was stunned. Namyang again? Could it be that the next entry to Diquat will open there? Exactly. The remnants of the heretic sect have gathered in Namyang, waiting for the next entry to Diquat to open, to receive Diquat creatures. This mission will involve a joint effort from Mando, Kimdo, and Namyang. A cold sweat trickled down Fangping's face as he thought to himself, "Most of them have already been beaten by me. How will we cooperate smoothly?" Yeobongyu placed her right hand on Fangping's shoulder and said, "Although you were opponents before, when facing a common enemy, you'll eventually become teammates. This is also a mandatory course to become a master." Fangping nodded seriously. "I understand. These guys are really clueless." The young ones, participating in their first large-scale operation, never expected to encounter an ambush. Just then, a sharp whistle echoed through the air, and all the martial arts students quickly assembled in the open area of the barracks. The Namyang general, Liashiping, spoke. "I'll get straight to the point. 3 rules. First, do not fight with teammates. Second, do not desert. Third, do not keep loot for yourselves." The entire group responded in unison. Liashiping then explained the mission details. The heretic sect's followers are currently surrounded by the military in the Thuongsan area. Your mission is to eliminate all of them in a small village called Backpack, where about 300 heretic followers are hiding, equal to the number of your team members. Fangping looked troubled. Fighting 300 against 300, this situation seems too difficult. Tangfeng said, 300 against 300 is fine, even less is fine. The battle plan is for you to discuss amongst yourselves. One more thing. All the teachers will retreat 5 kilometers away and will not participate in the battle. The entire group was shocked. Liashiping and Tangfeng ignored the murmurs of the students as they turned and left the barracks. The students looked at each other, confused. What does this mean? Are they abandoning us? As they saw Tangfeng and the others drive off, Fangping felt uncomfortable. It seems they really don't plan to care about us. Many of them had never experienced combat before. Without a solid strategy, they would likely become disorganized. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, I have a suggestion. I'm Zhaoyang, the team leader of Kimdo. How about we send a few of our strongest members from each team to discuss a battle plan?" After the discussion, all students went to sleep that night. At this moment, in the surveillance camp 5 kilometers away, Liashiping and Tangfeng were watching the surveillance images. Liashiping, clearly disappointed, spoke up. "After we discussed the battle plan, they ended up falling asleep. Even the night watchman is missing. These kids are really stupid. I seriously doubt whether it's worth spending thousands of billions every year on the martial arts university." Tangfeng responded, "Newcomers always have shortcomings. Moreover, the martial arts university has trained so many talented people. Don't you know that?" Liashiping snorted coldly. "They think the enemy will just sit there and wait for them to attack. Why doesn't Tangfeng have any opinion about such a large-scale siege task? Their experience is clearly lacking. That's why they came here to train, isn't it?" Liashiping turned to look at Tangfeng. 15 kilometers away is the stronghold of the evil sect. If the evil sect's disciples launch a surprise attack right now, how many will die? Tangfeng fell silent. Liashiping's gaze grew sharper. "In short, I want them to remember this lesson." Tangfeng didn't reply. On the other side, Fangping suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Who is it?" Ko Hung quickly raised his hand, saying, "It's me." Ko Hung, Fu Changding, and Zhou were all awakened. "In the middle of the night, at our camp, could it be a revenge attack?" Ko Hung replied, "Don't think so badly of others." Zhou said, "So, you're scared and want to sleep with us?" Ko Hung said seriously, "I'm here to tell you that the sect may attack the camp. If you're not sleepy, come guard with me." The three of them from the camp were startled. The scene shifted. A few people were outside the camp. Ko-wung said, "In battles of this scale, the chance of an ambush is very high in the military and Diquat. All the martial artists must keep their eyes wide open while they sleep. We've been too careless. I'm not comfortable with this." Fang Ping asked in surprise, "Have you been to Diquat?" Ko-wung replied, "Martial artists of the third rank must go to Diquat. I went once. At that time, 2 armies were fighting, and the casualties were heavy. That's when I understood. The grudge between us and Diquat is one where neither side can survive." Ko-wung continued, "Let's not talk about this anymore. You'll find out soon enough. The reason I came to see you guys is because the sect leader said to contact you for help when it's crucial." Fang Ping grinned widely. He really thinks highly of me. Suddenly, Fang Ping's ears perked up. He whispered quickly, "Someone's here." At this moment, from the tree above them, several evil sect martial artists were looking down. "Looks like it's my turn," Fang Ping thought. Blood rush. The young man killed an evil sect martial artist of the third rank in one strike. Meanwhile, several evil sect martial artists were running swiftly toward the martial arts academy's camp. One of them said, "Big brother, the camp ahead is the martial arts academies. I feel like those students are intentionally leading us here." The one with red hair, known as Big Brother, scolded angrily, "First the military, now these damn students dare to bully us." At that moment, someone fell from the tree and looked down, saying, "Below, there seem to be some students, but they don't look like the ones from earlier." A few people discussed, "Either way, we can't escape the military's encirclement. How about we kill these damn students?" The eyes of the red-haired man grew cruel. "Right, kill one, and we gain one. If we keep one as a hostage, maybe we can break out of the military's encirclement." They huddled together and whispered, "Our sacred souls will eventually return to the real world." Suddenly, a rustling sound rang out. One person was cleaved in half, and the others were horrified. Fang Ping stood on a branch nearby, swinging his blade. "The lives of you all, we'll take them." At this moment, Ko-hung and the other two also jumped up from below. Ko-hung threw a punch at the red-haired man, who dodged and countered with a kick. Ko-hung was sent flying. He grabbed a large sword and jumped toward Fang Ping, shouting, "You're seeking death." A powerful aura suddenly exploded in the air. Fang Ping raised both hands to block with his Fuangqi sword, pushing back with force, thinking to himself, "So he's a third-rank intermediate stage. Since I entered the third rank, this is the first time I've faced a martial artist of the same rank." He shouted, "Ko-hung, lead this guy to me, go help Fa-changding." Ko-hung turned and ran to another battlefield. On the other side, Fa-changding wielded a spear, stabbing one evil sect martial artist in the stomach. He then twisted the spear in his hand and drove it down, but the evil sect martial artist dodged, causing Fa-changding's spear to hit the ground. The evil sect martial artist kicked hard, sending Fa-changding into a critical situation. Just then, Ko-hung dropped from the sky and slammed his fist down, breaking the evil sect martial artist's leg. The martial artist fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Now a fish on the chopping block. Meanwhile, Jono kicked away another evil sect martial artist, sending him crashing into a large tree. Jono didn't give him a chance to breathe, punching him straight in the face. A loud noise rang out as countless leaves fell. As for Fang Ping, the two were momentarily locked in a fierce battle. Fang Ping grinned widely and said, "Wearing each other down like this isn't the solution. Do you have any special moves? Let me see." The red-haired man was displeased. "Are you looking down on me?" His whole body exploded with violent energy. "My sacred soul will finally return to the real world." The red-haired man suddenly leaped up, swinging his sword at Fang Ping's neck. Fang Ping moved to dodge the attack. With a loud crash, the giant tree behind him was instantly chopped down. Fang Ping's eyes narrowed. "Damn, that really is a special move." Before Fang Ping could steady himself, the red-haired man swung his sword back around. Fang Ping was startled and quickly dodged. The sword plunged into the ground at an angle. He used the hilt to knock the large sword out of the red-haired man's hand. Fang Ping then took advantage of the opportunity to strike, using his blood rush technique. The red-haired man dropped dead on the spot, fresh blood splattering across Fang Ping's face. Fang Ping spoke indifferently. 800 points, 800,000 from the large alliance, all attacking simultaneously. Who would have thought we'd be ambushed on the way? The young man spoke coldly. Just now, the broadcast in the camp announced that all students should pay attention. The base score for this assessment is 100 points. The school's tactical guidance deducts 10 points. Other schools deduct 5 points. Kovang awarded 15 points. Mando Fuchangding awarded 15 points. Mando Jono awarded 30 points. Mando Fangping awarded 80 points. The next morning, everyone gathered together again. Zhao Ang said after last night's raid, "We have to admit that everyone was too optimistic. We need to discuss what to do next." Koung said the cult knows of our existence now. We can't treat them like the deaf and blind anymore. I suggest we march to Bakthak village immediately. Fangping also stroked his chin and said, "That's right. Let's not waste any more time. Who knows what kind of tricks they're planning now." The flower district leader of Mando pointed to the map and said, "But how do we get there? The camp is 15 kilometers from Bakthak village, and all the vehicles have been taken by the military." Everyone fell silent. Koung said, "If I understand correctly, they're doing this to simulate the hellish battlefield environment for us. In hell, there is no transportation and we can only walk." So, everyone immediately started heading towards Bakthak village. Yang Somin scolded Fangping, "You guys really have no sense of brotherhood. You were on guard last night. Why didn't you call me and Chen Yuanxi?" Chen Yunse lowered his head sadly and said, "I didn't even know what happened. By morning, points were deducted." Fangping retorted, "How could I call you? I can't exactly barge into the girl's tent." Yang Sumin angrily shouted, "What are you talking about? Don't you have a phone?" Chen Yunse anxiously said, "We might end the evaluation with 85 points, and we'll definitely be scolded when we get back." Fu Changding smiled and said, "That won't happen. I bet you'll finish with 60 points. Yang Sumin grabbed Fu Changding by the neck. "Fu Changding, damn it, shut your mouth. If you're not going to help us, at least stop talking nonsense." Fu Changding quickly apologized, I'm sorry. Fangping seriously said, "If we don't want to be scolded, we need to kill more cultists to earn points, so get ready." Chen Yunsi seriously nodded, "I'll do it right now." At that moment, a giant rock suddenly fell from the sky with a loud crash, landing exactly where Fangping was. Chen Yunsi widened his eyes. Then, countless giant rocks fell from the sky. The students scattered in all directions to escape, and there was an ambush with third-grade martial artists supporting. Chen Yunse stared blankly at the rock in front of Somin. "Fangping, he!" Yang Sumin quickly shouted, "Yunsi, get out of the way!" A large rock fell straight toward Chen Yunxi's head. Just in time, Fangping jumped up and sliced the rock in half. Fangping and Fu Changding approached, "Are you okay?" Yang Sumin fearfully said, "I'm fine, but Yunsi just scared me to death." Chen Yunsai looked up worriedly at Fangping. "I thought." Fangping blamed himself and said, "Sorry. I wish I had noticed the danger earlier." While everyone was talking, a cultist suddenly jumped out of the forest and swung a sword straight at Fangping. Fangping's pupil shrank, and with a quick counterstrike, he took down the cultist. Yang Sumin. Everyone was stunned. Before they could regain their composure, dozens of figures rushed out of the forest, instantly surrounding the 5 students. Fangping's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. "The alliance of 5 schools is ambushed terribly. The casualties are heavy." The young man decisively said, "Change the attack strategy." Immediately, they became the turtles in the jar. Following Fangping's orders, Fu Changding and the others began to kill frantically. In no time, the surrounding cultists were all wiped out. Kovung rushed over to Fangping. "What's the situation on your side?" Fangping replied, "2 ran, the rest are dealt with." "What about your side?" Kovung's face darkened as he heard this. The scene changed. Fangping and the others arrived at the Mando team and saw the corpses of students lying on the ground. Kohung greatly said, 9 injured, 3 dead. Fangping clenched his head in pain, saying, "This shouldn't have happened. There shouldn't have been casualties." Before entering the village, Kohung expressed discomfort. This is terrain warfare, more dangerous than this. At that moment, Zhao Yang and the others from Kimdo arrived. Instead of talking about how dangerous the enemy is, we should say, our strategy has a problem. The large formation is actually not suitable for our martial artist's style. Speed and destructive power are the characteristics of our martial artists. Fang Ping's face was serious. Zhao Yang coldly said, the solution is to form an elite team. Launch an attack surrounding Backpack Village. They'll become the turtles in the jar. Ko Wang stroked his chin and said, now everyone is full of energy. Even if we meet strong enemies, we can fight back. Continuing to advance slowly will only get us worn out. Fang Ping thought for a moment. Changing the fighting style makes sense. Maybe this is the point of the evaluation, to adapt to the environment and continuously adjust strategies through failure. The ones who adapt survive, the weak are eliminated. So, Fang Ping spoke up. Now that everyone is in agreement, it's easier. He used his Fuangqi sword to draw lines on the ground and said, I have a suggestion. Behind Backpack Village is a mountain. We can split into 3 teams to attack from 3 sides. The Kimdo team, the Mando team as one team, and the Namiang 3 school team as another. Each team will have 10 people, including the strongest 3rd and 2nd grade martial artists from each school. The others will act as backup forces outside, ready to support or withdraw at any time. What do you think? Zhao Yang and Ko Hong nodded in agreement. So, everyone began to follow the plan. The Namdo team took their positions. The Team Vo team took their positions, and the Mando team took their positions. With the signal, the 3 teams quickly rushed into Backpack Village from 3 directions. Fang Ping was charging forward when he suddenly froze. He saw a thin old man standing motionless in front of a house not far away. Fang Ping raised his hand. Wait! Everyone was confused. Why is there an old man here? What's going on? The old man slowly turned his head to look at everyone and suddenly opened his mouth to scream, kill. Immediately, chaos erupted in the village. Countless people holding sickles ran out of the houses. Everyone was horrified. They were children. Ko Wang pressed his earpiece and said, another group of old people and children ran out of the village. They're acting like they're insane. The left side of the village is the same, the right side too. Fang Ping saw a little girl holding a sickle running toward them. He couldn't help but think of his little sister, Fang Wan. Fu Changding interrupted Fang Ping's thoughts. Fang Ping, what should we do now? Damn it, it turns out that there are so many people. The young man was furious and said, watch me flatten Backpack Village. Zhao Yang kicked an old cultist, saying, knock out the children and take them back for the military to deal with. The other cultists should be killed. Ko Wang also said, that's the only way. I can't bring myself to hurt children. Fang Ping dodged the girl's attack, then struck her with a palm, knocking her unconscious. As he said to knock out the children and eliminate the other enemies, the Mando team roared in unison and rushed forward. In a flash, the 5 martial artist students, like tigers among sheep, slaughtered the incoming cultists. Fang Ping and his group slowly moved toward the remaining cultists who stood nearby. Seeing them approach, the cultists turned and fled. Zhao Yang sneered, just as I thought, these cultists are no match for us. The group pushed forward, but Fang Ping quickly stopped them, warning that it could be a trap. They should first ensure the children's safety. Suddenly, a loud, blood-curdling laugh echoed, filled with the power of Blood Kai. Killing innocents? This is the way of martial artists? How hypocritical. You dare use us as target practice? Then I'll show you what it's really like. Fang Ping's face darkened as he sensed the immense power of Blood Ki nearby, though its exact location remained unclear. Zhao Yang shouted, a martial artist doesn't have to hide like a cultist. If you're brave, come out here. As soon as Zhao Yang finished speaking, a series of explosions erupted behind them. The group turned in shock. Explosions rocked their surroundings, and a cultist's body exploded violently, sending shockwaves through the group. A Mando student screamed in pain, my hand. In the chaos, students from Kimdo and Namdo suffered heavy casualties as well. The group immediately called for a retreat, prioritizing the wounded. As they hurried out of the village, Zhao Yang gritted his teeth in anger, pounding a rock. If we had detected those bombs earlier, they wouldn't have died. The mood was grim. Manhwa spoke up. Suicide bombs in a battle with cultists have been recorded, but we've never encountered them. When we go to war, we only think about charging forward and killing. Chen Yunzi was in disbelief. Those children were only about 6 or 7 years old. Jono roared, "What are we waiting for? Let's go kill those bastards." Fang Ping calmly responded, "Don't act impulsively. The cultists are using their terrain advantage. If we enter the village, we'll be picked off one by one in guerrilla warfare. We can only force them into a direct confrontation if we want a chance to win." Zhao asked, "Then we destroy their terrain advantage by demolishing the village." Kovan, his face serious, replied, "But destroying the village requires at least a second-tier martial artist. It will consume a lot of blood chai. If the cultists take advantage of that, we won't have time to recover." Fang Ping spoke up, "It's fine. I have an ability to absorb medicine quickly. As long as I have enough medicine, I can keep regenerating my blood ki. If everyone is willing to supply me with some blood ki pills, I can become a destruction machine and wipe out Backpack Village." Just then, a loud crash shook the ground, and a cultist ran in, shouting, "The Grand Preacher! The martial students are destroying the village. They're almost here." The man, referred to as the Grand Preacher, calmly lifted his teacup. "What are you panicking about? A bunch of pups who haven't even grown their fur yet. If they are using their blood ki so recklessly to force us out, then let them. We'll show them who they're dealing with." Another loud crash sounded as Fang Ping smashed through a house, the building collapsing behind him. Covered in sweat and gasping, Fang Ping muttered, "That should do it. If these cultists aren't foolish, they'll show up when our blood ki runs low." He had faked a recovery, but in truth, he was the one exhausting himself. If they kept up the destruction, it might force the cultists to unite. Fang Ping shouted, "Anyone whose blood ki is low, retreat to the camp. Don't stay here to replenish. Watch out for the cultists' ambush." The group pretended to retreat, but then the sound of hurried footsteps approached from all sides. Cultists quickly surrounded them, trapping the martial students of the academy. Zhao Yang's eyes narrowed, "It's finally here." The Grand Preacher raised his finger, "Kill them all. Fulfill their trial." The cultists charged in, but they were immediately wiped out by the martial students. To their shock, the Grand Preacher's expression darkened as he saw the situation unfold. The Grand Preacher's face twisted in disbelief. "What is this?" Kohung charged at him, shouting, "Are you an idiot? You dared underestimate us. We go after the leader in any battle." The Grand Preacher mumbled to himself, "Did I fall for their trick?" However, a sinister smile spread across his face as he turned back to Kohung. "I'm scared," he mocked. Before Kohung could react, the Grand Preacher launched a powerful roundhouse kick, knocking Kohung back and spitting blood as he slid across the ground. He shouted, "We need someone at the peak of the 3rd tier to deal with him, quickly." Fang Ping was stunned. "Peak 3rd tier? Isn't that just like Jin Bongqian from before?" With that, Fang Ping and several of the more powerful students rushed to help. The Grand Preacher scratched his ear disdainfully, "Interesting. A 3rd tier middle stage, no hesitation. Everyone, go." The group immediately joined forces to attack. Yuxiangua swung her sword, but the Grand Preacher dodged it, leaning low. Jono seized the opportunity to land a punch, but the Grand Preacher blocked with both hands, retreating a few steps. Fang Ping jumped up and tried a downward kick, but it made a loud clang as he was sent flying. Fang Ping couldn't believe it. His kick had no effect on the Grand Preacher. Zhao Yang charged in, but was also struck with a brutal slap that sent him flying, blood pouring from his mouth. The Grand Preacher sneered, "That's it? I haven't even used my full strength yet." Zhao Yang collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. A cold, ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. "Hold him back. Create an opening for me." Zhao Yang gathered his strength while the others kept attacking. The Grand Preacher, buying time for Zhao Yang, focused on defense. When Zhao Yang's power was fully charged, his right hand turned bright red, and he swung his fist toward the Grand Preacher's neck. But just as it was about to land, the Grand Preacher suddenly lifted his head and roared at the sky. His blood ki exploded, sending several people flying. Zhao Yang's fatal punch veered off course and struck the Grand Preacher's back. The Grand Preacher turned to look at Zhaoyang, his lips curling into a smile. What a shame! The voice just ended, and he suddenly turned around to strike a counterpunch, sending Zhaoyang flying. Zhaoyang crashed into a wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, cursing. Seeing this, everyone rushed towards the Grand Missionary. The Grand Missionary calmly stood in place, watching everyone approach. He kicked Koang, sending him flying, then quickly leaned backward to avoid Yuxiangwa's sword strike. He kicked Yuxiangwa's sword up into the air, then grabbed the sword tightly, swinging it mid-air. Two Kimdo students instantly spat blood, falling backward. With a loud thud, Fu Changding was also hit in the stomach, flying out. As the commander of the center, the Grand Missionary naturally wouldn't overlook Fangping in the distance. He released the long sword in his hand, then kicked its hilt. The sword shot out like a cannonball straight at Fangping. Fangping's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly raised his sword to block. After a few breaths, everyone was pushed back. Koang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. He's deliberately toying with us, depleting our energy." The Grand Missionary threw his head back and laughed, "Haha, isn't that right? So soon. Let's keep going." Fangping took deep breaths. The blood energy of a peak third-grade martial artist was up to 1,000 points. Aside from the head, the entire body, muscles and skin were tempered to the point where they were impervious to blades. The Grand Missionary relied on his formidable physical strength, just attacking to drain their energy. Each of his casual blows was no weaker than their killing strikes. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. At that moment, on another side, a martial artist from the cult swung a staff, knocking the group of martial students from the Martial University. One student yelled, "There's a high-level third grade here." Several third-grade experts rushed to help. Everyone turned around in shock. Fangping's expression became serious. A peak third grade was enough to hold back their third-grade fighters. Their siege was now unfavorable. Therefore, Fangping, holding the Fuangqi saber, slowly walked towards the Grand Missionary. "Everyone, go deal with the high-level third grade over there. I'll take care of this one." Kohung was stunned. "What did you say?" The Grand Missionary scratched his ear. "Did I hear that right? You want to solo me?" Then he grinned. "A third-grade middle level with less than 600 blood energy. A peak third grade has 1,000 points. My blood energy can explode with a force 2 or 3 times stronger than the middle level. If it's just about endurance, I could kill 6 or 7 middle-level third grades. And if it's a one-on-one fight, just a few moves and this kid will be done." Fangping suddenly sped up, charging at the Grand Missionary. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up!" Koang shouted, "Be careful. We'll go help the others first." The Grand Missionary sneered, "Haha, you still want to fight one-on-one after losing to my group? Martial students from the university, you really have something wrong with your brains." Fangping gritted his teeth. The gap in strength was huge, but he had no choice but to fight desperately. With that thought, Fangping slashed with the saber. The Grand Missionary raised both palms to catch the Fuangqi saber. "You don't know your own limits. Let's see how many moves you have left." Fangping didn't waste words and attacked directly. With a blood eruption move, the Grand Missionary raised both hands to protect his head, sliding several meters on the ground before stopping. He grabbed the Fuangqi saber, looking at Fangping with disbelief. "How did you do that?" Fangping grinned, "Kneel down and I'll tell you." After saying that, he executed another blood eruption. The Grand Missionary used one hand to push off the ground, sliding backward. He stared at the wound on his hand with a dark expression. Could this be the genius student everyone talks about? Then his expression suddenly became ferocious. "In that case, I'll kill you." Fangping laughed, "Want to kill me? Go ahead and try." The Grand Missionary viciously lunged at Fangping, throwing a punch. Fangping raised the Fuangqi saber to block in front of his chest, then quickly activated his system to recover the depleted blood energy, spending 750,000 points to fully replenish it. With his blood energy restored, Fangping performed a swift movement and instantly appeared beside the Grand Missionary. He jumped again, launching another blood eruption attack. The Grand Missionary's arms instantly sprayed blood into the air, his clothes torn apart. He slid several meters on the ground, barely stabilizing himself. Before he could regain his footing, Fang Ping appeared behind him. With a clang, blood sprayed from the Grand Missionary's lower back, though it didn't cause significant damage. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. This guy is too strong. One slash consumed 100,000 points, and his asset value was now almost 4 million. But at this moment, Fang Ping had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep fighting. The 36th and 37th strikes landed. Then, with a loud thud, the Fuanqi saber in Fang Ping's hand cracked. Fang Ping silently cursed. This isn't good. I'm done for. Although his blood energy was limitless, his body had limits. The Grand Missionary saw this and laughed loudly, advancing towards Fang Ping. What's wrong? Keep slashing. With a loud crash, Fang Ping was knocked back, sliding backward. He quickly planted the Fuanqi saber into the ground and aimed a kick at the Grand Missionary's head. The Grand Missionary turned and rolled, and with a crash, Fang Ping's metal-plated boots exploded. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent Fang Ping flying. Fang Ping slammed one hand on the ground, sliding several meters before staring at his broken boots in shock. Peak 3rd grade, is this how strong it is? 5 million asset value, and now his boots were destroyed. It was a loss, and even if he killed this guy, it would still be a loss. Fang Ping glanced at the battlefield beside him, where the siege of the high-level 3rd grade fighters was ongoing. Just a little more, wait for Ko Hung to finish with those high-level 3rd grades. At that moment, the Grand Missionary suddenly spoke. You're really interesting. With your strength, you might be able to wipe out an entire team of middle-level 3rd grades. Too bad your martial path ends here. After speaking, with Fang Ping's terrified gaze, he suddenly threw a punch that caused the air to whip up with a loud whoosh. The Fuanqi sword that Fang Ping was holding blocked his chest, but was bent by the force of the punch. The punch struck the Fuanqi sword fiercely, pushing it through his chest. Fang Ping let out a boom, and in an instant, his eyes rolled back, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then like a cannonball, he flew out, skidding more than 10 meters on the ground. At this moment, the Grand Priest panted heavily as the dust cleared. Fang Ping lay motionless on the ground. The Grand Priest slowly smirked, then tilted his head back and laughed maniacally. Haha, I've killed a martial genius. It's well deserved, well deserved. My ultimate move can shatter everything. Any below 3rd rank is guaranteed to die. The 5 people, shocked, turned their heads. What did he just say? Chen Yunxi bit her lip in astonishment, her eyes wide. Fang Ping is dead. Immediately after, her eyes filled with tears as she quickly ran toward Fang Ping. No way, Fang Ping is so strong, he won't die so easily. Unexpectedly though, he revived from the brink of death, an endless burst of blood carrying the Grand Priest away. At this moment, Chen Yunxi slowly walked to Fang Ping's side. The long sword in her hand dropped to the ground with a clink. She trembled as she supported Fang Ping, took out a pill from her pouch, and choked out, Fang Ping, wake up, take this pill. She brought it to his mouth, but Fang Ping didn't move at all. Chen Yunxi, in pain, bowed her head, tears falling uncontrollably. Wake up! Her tears fell onto Fang Ping's face, causing his eyebrows to twitch. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw the girl crying nonstop. Fang Ping weakly said, Yunxi, why are you crying? I'm still breathing. Chen Yunxi suddenly widened her eyes, hurriedly brought the pill to his mouth, and said, You need to take this, quickly. Fang Ping struggled to open his mouth. It was indeed a pill that could rapidly heal both external and internal injuries. That guy, Ko Hung, and the others. After dealing with the 3rd-rank evil martial artists, they began to encircle the Grand Priest again. He kicked one person away, arrogantly saying, Even if I exhaust all my blood energy, so what? You still can't kill me. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Get out of the way, he's mine. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone joyfully turned around. The Grand Priest couldn't believe it. How is this possible? He's still alive. Fang Ping, holding the Fuanqi sword, slashed forward. The Grand Priest quickly jumped back to avoid it. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were bloodshot, clearly still not fully recovered. Ko Hung also backed off. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Fang Ping's eyes were completely red, as he unleashed a violent blood-infused frenzy, slashing continuously. The Grand Priest couldn't withstand Fang Ping's intense attacks and hurriedly grabbed another sword from the ground. He looked at Fang Ping, who had completely gone mad. The five of them couldn't help but gasp. Is Fang Ping really a third-rank middle tier? With one sword after another, there seemed to be no end in sight. With a clink, Fang Ping slashed again. You used children as shields to block bullets. The Grand Priest was struck by a blow that sent Fang Ping flying again. Fang Ping rushed at him once more. You seduced the elderly and killed my Martial University classmate. At this point, the Grand Priest started to panic. This was completely unreasonable. Fang Ping roared in anger. You ruined my sword, destroyed my battle blood, caused me a loss of over 10 million. He then raised his sword and struck, sending the Grand Priest's sword flying from his hand. The Grand Priest looked horrified as Fang Ping continued, You deserve to die for everything you've done. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of blood energy flashed, and with a tearing sound, the Grand Priest's head left his body. Seeing this, the entire hall fell silent. The Grand Priest fell to the ground with a loud thud. We won, a Kimdo student hesitantly said, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the Grand Priest's corpse fell with a crash. Cheers erupted immediately. We won! We won! Fang Ping won! The five students excitedly raised both hands in celebration. Fang Ping shakily supported the Fuangqi sword, finally sighing in relief. Over 100 slashes, nearly 10,000 blood energy points, and he had finally slain the Grand Priest. His body wobbled and fell backward. Fu Changding and Chen Yonxai quickly stepped forward, supporting Fang Ping. Smiling, Fu Changding said, Fang Ping, you did great, you've worked hard. Fang Ping lowered his head, feeling disappointed. I've lost out. A revival pill costs 200 study points. How can I repay this? Chen Yonxi stepped forward and said, The revival pill was for saving your life. I never intended for you to pay for it. Fang Ping grinned and turned his head. I still have a batch of third-rank blood-restoring pills. Do you want them? Chen Yonxi was stunned. A bead of cold sweat rolled down her face. Fang Ping looked at her with eager anticipation. Chen Yonxi sighed helplessly. Fine. Looking at Fang Ping and Ko Hung, the others in the distance were grinning widely. Let's go. Fang Ping has solved the biggest issue. The rest is just cleaning up. Fang Ping handed a small box to Chen Yonxi. 10 third-rank blood-restoring pills. I'll sell them to you for 11 million. How about it? Chen Yonxi was speechless, realizing that he was about to die. Chen Yonxi helplessly smiled, fine, and reached out to take the pills. Fang Ping suddenly took a step back. Chen Yonxi was stunned. What now? Fang Ping fell silent for a moment, then said, If converted to study points, 10 third-rank blood-restoring pills are worth 400 points. After deducting 200 points for the revival pill, I'll only take 5 million from you. Chen Yonxi said, No need, I told you the revival pill was a gift. Before Chen Yonxi could finish speaking, Fang Ping threw the pills into her hand. Let's settle this, but remember to transfer the 5 million to me. Fu Changding tilted his head and looked at Fang Ping. Aren't you the one who likes to take advantage of others? Chen Yonxi said, You said I don't need to pay. Why are you insisting on charging me? Fang Ping tightened the cloth band on his wrist and said, When did I take advantage? I call it an equal exchange. Fu Changding helplessly said, Oh, come on, you really see everything as a transaction. Someone uses a pill to save your life, and you turn around and exchange it for money with no sense of camaraderie. Fang Ping stood up calmly, saying, My master once said, Don't invest too much emotion into martial artists. Fu Changding awkwardly smiled. She was right, it really sounds cold. Fang Ping helplessly laughed. I also used to think that phrase was cold, but after going through this life and death experience, I suddenly understand what she meant. Fu Changding turned her head in surprise. What's that? Fang Ping sighed. We don't know when we might die. If we invest too much emotion in each other, the one left behind will suffer terribly. Hearing Fang Ping, Fu Changding's gaze also became dimmer. Ko Hung and the others had returned. Fu Changding smiled and said, You guys are back. How did it go? Yuxianghua slowly collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Koum, irritated, said that after taking stock, they had eliminated a total of 214 heretics, 140 at the first rank, 65 at the second rank, and 9 who broke through to the third rank. 6 martial artists from their side had died, and all those who broke through to the third rank were seriously injured. Zhaoyang, sitting on the ground, spoke about the loot. The total value of the medicinal pills and weapons was 50 million, minus 10 third-rank blood-restoring pills given to Fangping before the battle, worth 12 million. The compensation for the families of the 6 fallen students was 3 million each. After these deductions, only 20 million remained. Zhaoyang paused and then said, "This 20 million will be distributed according to labor." Fu Changding raised both hands in disbelief. Nearly 300 people sharing 20 million. How much can we get? She sighed. This battle was a loss. Kovung forced a smile and said, "If we count the loot, we're definitely at a loss. But if we consider this a regular battle, we still won." Zhaoyang, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, said, "All right, we only won a Pyrrhic victory. I thought we were elites among elites, but now it seems like we're nothing." Yuxianghua also said, "That's right. If Fangping hadn't held back the Grand Priest, we might have lost far more than just 6 people. You guys really disappoint me." A loud shout suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned around to see Tang Feng, sternly scolding them. "You bunch of self-righteous fools. Do you even know the meaning of strategy?" Everyone bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Tang Feng continued, "You ran and prepared 500 alloy spears, yet no one noticed the mountain trap. You couldn't even use the school to your advantage. Was I teaching just for the sake of it?" He glared at them. Over 200 second-rank students surrounding the area, leaving Fangping alone to challenge a peak third rank? If he died, it would have been your fault for being too weak and too foolish. You went into battle without brains, just a bunch of martial idiots. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, Fangping spoke up. "Teacher Tang Feng, the challenge wasn't their fault. It was my choice. At that time, there was no other way." Bop! A loud sound as Tang Feng suddenly grabbed Fangping by the ear, pulling him along and saying, "You still have the nerve to defend them. Out of the 300 of you, you're the one with the most problems. Tell me, where did that enormous blood energy of yours come from?" The sudden question made Fangping nervous. He quickly made up a reason. I stored it up." Tang Feng sneered. "Stored up? Stored what?" Fangping sweated nervously, wondering how to explain. He thought, "Well, I'll just make up something to get out of this." He started to explain, "Teacher, if I take the medicinal pills but haven't fully digested them, they could be stored for later use. So before the battle, I took 10 pills. Tang Feng yelled, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You took so many pills. Aren't you afraid of blowing up? Go get checked out with me." "Got it." Fangping grit his teeth and resisted. "I'm not going to get checked. That's my secret move. No one else can ask." Tang Feng was stunned, then released his grip. "Fine, I won't ask anymore. But with so many people seeing this, you better have a good explanation. Otherwise, get ready to be dragged off for body experimentation." Fangping looked around nervously. Tang Feng was right. With so many people seeing, what if a teacher asked him to demonstrate by swallowing dozens of blood-restoring pills at once? Could he explode and die? His mind raced, his head full of sweat, thinking about what he should say if someone asks. At that moment, a military staff member approached Fangping. "Someone's looking for you, come take the call." Fangping was startled. Why didn't they call my cell phone? He took out his phone and saw the incoming call. His eyes filled with tears. "All right, let's go do the mission. Not much loot, and my phone's ruined." Fangping stood up and followed the military staff member. As he was heading out, he wondered, "Who's calling me now?" Fangping picked up the call from Yobonyu. "Hello, this is Fangping." "Teacher Yobonyu, why are you calling?" Yobonyu replied, "You've killed a peak third rank." Fangping was stunned, not expecting his achievement to spread so quickly. He rubbed his nose and said, "Oh, it's all thanks to Teacher Yobonyu's good teaching." Yobonyu scolded, "Cut it out. You stabbed your opponent over 100 times, each strike with 100 explosive points. What was that blood energy explosion? Do you think everyone else is an idiot? Then, she seriously said, you shouldn't be using blood-restoring pills. You can recover your blood energy naturally. That's a characteristic of third-rank grandmasters. You can also avoid bone marrow injuries like the water people with extraordinary spiritual power. If you can't do these things, then you'll be caught for body experimentation. Fang Ping, pale, trembled in fear. Body experimentation, teacher? I don't want to go to the lab. You're not going to let me die, right? What is bone marrow like a water person? Yu sighed. Bone marrow like a water person only happens when breaking through to Grandmaster. The transformation of the whole body, with the bone marrow refined in a single day. Once this is completed, the body can absorb energy from space, continuously replenishing blood energy. Fang Ping was shocked. You can refine bone marrow too. He hurriedly opened the system, but there was no option to refine his bone marrow. Yu said, I know someone who was born with marrow like a water person. You could ask them. Fang Ping was shocked. Born with marrow like a water person? Who's that grandmaster? Yu answered, a grandmaster in Namyang. The scene shifted, and Fang Ping arrived at a milk tea shop in Namyang. Wang Jinyang, pale, said, it's impossible to refine it. I was born this way, I've never practiced it. Fang Ping, stunned, thought, does this mean I really have to go to the lab? Wang Jinyang smiled. Although I haven't practiced bone marrow refining, I can give you a hint. It's up to you whether you can bear the price. Fang Ping, serious, asked, what is it? Wang Jinyang said, use energy stones for cultivation. When the energy stone's energy reaches its maximum, it will liquefy. This liquid energy can pass through the bones and permeate the bone marrow. Fang Ping, sweating, said, do you know how expensive energy stones are? Wang Jinyang replied calmly, 1 million per stone. Fang Ping was speechless. Can you not say that so casually? Wang Jinyang continued, saying this wasn't the hardest part. While the liquefied energy can enter the bone marrow, it won't stay there. It will prioritize selecting the skull, which has not yet been refined. There is only one way to solve this. Use spiritual power to guide it. Fang Ping replied, then it seems that energy conversion is still more difficult. Wang Jinyang was stunned. Fang Ping added, my spiritual power is almost at the grandmaster level, haha. Wang Jinyang didn't believe it. Fang Ping immediately stood up and said, really, and began to release his spiritual power. Wang Jinyang broke into a sweat. His eyes widened like two beans. Fang Ping used all his strength to release his spiritual power. His eyes turned red. Suddenly, a weak stream of spiritual power brushed lightly through Wang Jinyang's hair. Wang Jinyang stood up in shock. Fang Ping, smug, said, do you believe me now? Wang Jinyang, with a serious expression, rubbed his chin and said, how could it be? But it's not impossible. After all, some people are capable of this. Fang Ping, still proud, looked at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang grinned, finding it interesting. I believe you halfway. Keeping the other half in reserve though, it wouldn't hurt to let this slide. Fang Ping raised his hand and softly asked, Wang Jinyang, I heard you're about to become a grandmaster. Wang Jinyang was surprised. A grandmaster? If you sponsor me 3 to 5 billion, I think there's hope. Fang Ping cleared his throat and took a sip of milk tea. Fang Ping thought to himself, now I have a plan. Maybe the source stone is a controlled resource, expensive and hard to find. He considered the system, which was more reliable. It was true. Fang Ping suddenly had an idea. When the asset value is at 1 million or 10 million, it increases to the next level, which is 100 million. Could there be an option to code it up to 100%? He still had to force himself to earn money. With assets reaching 100 million, money would allow him to experiment more. The scene shifted to Fang Ping at the Mando logistics department. He pulled out a broken phoenix wing sword and a pair of alloy shoes. The weapons from Mando are really bad, Fang Ping complained. Lao Li casually remarked, you fought a peak third-grade fighter and say the weapons are bad. Do you feel no shame? Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. Teacher, you already know about this. Look at my performance. Could I get these fixed for free? Immediately, he lifted his shirt to show his injuries. Look, My injuries are serious and treatment costs a lot. The old man opened one eye and glanced at him. The phoenix wing sword can still be repaired, but the shoes can only be retrieved as repair fees. Fang Ping hurriedly said, "Teacher, I bought those shoes for 40 learning points. The repair fee must be over 1,000,000. Lao Li responded, "What's done is done. They're going to be thrown away." 2 streams of tears rolled down Fang Ping's face, but Lao Li didn't give him a chance to say more. "Are you fixing them or not?" A staff member came and took the phoenix wing sword and alloy shoes away. At this moment, Fang Ping smiled brightly and asked, "Teacher Li, has the school considered building an online shopping platform?" Lao Li was startled. "An online platform? What are you talking about?" This kid was truly a business genius. The young man, relying on his smooth talk, had successfully convinced the principal of Mando. As a result, he had the right to create an online shopping platform within the campus. At that moment, Fang Ping was speaking with Lao Li in the logistics department of Mando. Lao Li hesitated. "An e-commerce platform," Fang Ping explained. "Nowadays, everyone shops online. We have to keep up with the times. It's very inconvenient to go back to school every time we exchange resources." He then rubbed his head and smiled widely. "Teacher, what do you think? If I build this online shopping platform for free, with me managing the logistics and deliveries, do you think the school would support it?" Lao Li was frustrated. "You're in charge of deliveries." Fang Ping quickly raised his hand. "I've opened a delivery company that does odd jobs. The school doesn't have to spend a penny, and I won't take a single cent for wages." Lao Li pointed at Fang Ping angrily. "I see what you're doing. You want to take advantage of the school's resources, don't you? You're just trying to make a profit and run off, right?" Fang Ping was alarmed. "I wouldn't dare. There are so many grandmasters at the school." He immediately pretended to be sorrowful and said, "My family is ordinary. I just want to earn a little money doing odd jobs for the students. Now that the e-commerce platform has just emerged, it's a great time to develop my company. It's been tough though." However, in his heart, he was calculating. The delivery fee would be 100 RMB. Martial artists are all wealthy, so they probably won't care about the cost. Lao Li closed his eyes and thought, while Fang Ping remained confident. He quickly put both hands on the counter and continued, "Teacher, I know you're worried. The school's resources are worth at least millions or tens of millions. In the beginning, I will only handle deliveries within the school. If there are any losses, I'll compensate. I've also thought of a future development plan. Most of the materials in the logistics department are brought by students from the basement by borrowing them. Everyone can strengthen themselves before the deadline and bring back more valuable items from the basement. When they reach a higher level, they can return lower-level items. Learning points, debts can be paid back easily, right? This encourages everyone to be more proactive. This is a healthy cycle. Moreover, think about it, teacher, those who have borrowed against their assets, won't they work harder?" Lao Li opened his eyes wide. "That makes sense. Our older generation of martial artists doesn't understand the tricks of e-commerce. Let the young ones hustle a bit. It seems fine." Lao Li asked, "What's in it for you?" Fang Ping shook his head generously. "What's in it for me? I'm serving the people." Lao Li smiled, saying it as if it were obvious. "You sly little devil." Lao Li grinned, "Haha." Fang Ping tentatively added, "Maybe I'll make a little profit. Just the management fee for the online platform." Lao Li smirked. "You're pretty smart, but this is a big deal. I'm afraid I can't make the decision alone." The scene then shifted. Lao Li led Fang Ping to the principal's office. Fang Ping stood with his arms crossed behind his back, standing straight. "Principal, I assure you that according to my plan, Mando will soon surpass the martial arts channel." The principal casually replied, "You have quite the ambition. If you can do it, then do it. But you're still too weak. Focus on your training." Fang Ping had expected the principal to say this, so he seriously responded, "Business can stimulate the growth of spiritual power." Both the principal and Lao Li's pupils immediately shrank. Seeing this, Fang Ping didn't waste any more words. He directly began to release his spiritual power. A stream of spiritual energy slowly flowed out of Fang Ping's body, brushing through the principal's hair. 2 seconds later, the principal suddenly stood up. His vital energy exploded immediately. Fang Ping was shocked by the strong impact, causing him to fly backward and crash into the wall behind him. He then slumped down onto the sofa. His reaction was even more astonishing than Wang Jinyang's, as expected of a master of qi and blood who didn't need money. Principal Wang Jing smiled. How interesting. A third-grade martial artist can actually feel spiritual energy. Lao Li also felt uncomfortable. Could this be why the top leaders in politics and business break through so quickly? The principal's gaze sharpened. Whether it's business, politics, or even complaining, it all helps to train the brain and keep it active. Maybe this explains why the principal of another school broke through his spiritual energy so quickly. Lao Li said seriously, "Principal, how about I manage some of Mando's businesses?" The principal turned around and placed a hand on Lao Li's shoulder. Lao Li, you should leave some assets for the school. Mando's assets were earned through everyone's collective efforts. They didn't come easily. Lao Li's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead. Fang Ping covered his mouth and laughed until tears welled up. The principal truly didn't hold back when slapping someone's face. The principal confirmed again. Fang Ping, are you sure you felt spiritual energy from business? Fang Ping scratched his head and said, I'm sure. Business didn't go well, so I started to focus all my energy on it. Over time, I started to feel a bit of spiritual energy. Fang Ping secretly rejoiced. To feel spiritual energy as a third-grade martial artist, it was proof right in front of him. Nothing else mattered. The principal narrowed his eyes and sat back down, saying, It's possible, but I advise you not to charge interest to students. The purpose of lending learning points is to encourage students to improve. Fang Ping replied, Principal, the interest isn't much. The point is to show everyone that you can't get results without hard work. Only through effort can you achieve results. Principal Guangjing said, That's true. It fits the definition of a martial artist. Then he tapped the table. Okay, we'll proceed with your method. Set up an online shopping platform on campus. The school will give you a learning points limit of 100,000. 90% of the profits will go to the school to cover losses. The remaining 70% will be your platform's management fee. Thank you. Principal Fang Ping calmly bowed his head. At this point, Fang Ping was extremely excited. He had succeeded. The learning points limit was 100,000. He could earn at least 10,000 learning points a year. The 10% profit would be worth tens of millions. But then, Principal Guangjing continued, however, before proceeding, you must meet the school's conditions. First, you must have a powerful figure to guarantee your business and take on the risk of goods loss. Second, outsiders cannot come into Mando to deliver goods. Fang Ping immediately frowned. Earning money was really difficult. After the meeting, Fang Ping and Lao Li left the principal's office. Fang Ping clasped his hands together and said, Thank you, Teacher Li. Lao Li casually replied, Don't thank me yet. Yuobongyu must also guarantee you before this will work. A cold sweat ran down Fang Ping's face. It shouldn't be a problem with Teacher Yuobongyu, but the issue was the school wouldn't allow outsiders to come in. So, the only option left was to find students to deliver the goods. Hiring martial arts students would be too expensive. Lao Li narrowed his eyes at Fang Ping. Are you an idiot? I thought you were smart. Looks like I praised you too early. Fang Ping was surprised. Teacher, do you have a solution? Lao Li said, You can set up a martial arts exchange club. Say that there's an opportunity to interact with seniors at the 4th and 5th grade level, or even 6th grade masters. Don't be fooled by Mando's reputation. Many of the new students aren't martial artists yet. They won't care about the delivery fee. What they lack is a good teacher. If you organize a club and use your status as the strongest new student to attract them, they'll join. Fang Ping's mouth hung open. This old man was really devious. He thought he would be paying wages, but now the old man had helped him save money. Fang Ping scratched his head and smiled, Is this okay? Lao Li said, Actually, you're helping the slow students. Whether you do it or not is up to you. A sleek grin spread across Fang Ping's face. I'm the strongest new student. I should create a good training environment for everyone. Just then, a few school buses arrived and Tang Feng stepped off the bus. He looked up and saw Fang Ping and Lao Li together. He angrily raised his hand and shouted, "Fang Ping, come here." Fang Ping, appearing helpless, walked over obediently. Tang Feng crossed his arms and scolded, "Who allowed you to leave without permission? Disrespecting the rules and lacking discipline." Fu Chengding and Yang Somen whispered, laughing at Fang Ping's expense. Tang Feng continued, "Also, stop clinging to Lao Li all the time. I heard you often take small advantages from the logistics department. What if everyone starts demanding from Lao Li like you?" Fang Ping retorted, "I bought in bulk, so it's a discounted price." Tang Feng said, "But you can't make things difficult for Lao Li. The prices are set by the school. Lao Li can't change them." He added, "Honestly, the missing funds are all out of Lao Li's pocket." Fang Ping stared wide-eyed, speechless for a long time. Tang Feng turned around and waved his hand. "Just get it. Everyone gather at the training building." Fang Ping stood still, suddenly hearing a ping. He pulled out his phone to check. It was Chen Yuanxi, who had transferred 5 million to him. Chen Yuanxi pursed her lips, her gaze complicated as she looked at Fang Ping holding his phone. Fang Ping only glanced up indifferently in response. At the training building, Tang Feng announced the results of everyone's performance. Jono, 130 points, Fu Chengding, 120 points, Fang Ping, 800 points, Yang Somen, 95 points. The passing grade for the test was 100 points, and more than half the students didn't meet the requirement. No excuses. As the top student at Mando, this was a disgrace. Of course, the task was still completed, and the reward was 25% of the test points in learning points. Those who didn't pass would still receive rewards. Fang Ping raised his hand and shouted, "Teacher, this is too little. I only have 200 points left from the 800 points, enough to buy a revival pill." Tang Feng said, "These rewards are additional from the school. They're not guaranteed. Dealing with heresy is a duty, not to be made too practical." Fang Ping quickly replied, "It's not that bad. We'll cover our own expenses. We're all students and rely on tasks to earn points. If the training is like this, students who don't meet the basic points will be seriously affected. Not everyone has the same financial background. The cost will be a burden. Please understand, Principal." Fang Ping kicked Jono, who was beside him. Jono turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" Fang Ping gestured for him to stop looking. "If we don't take advantage of this moment, we'll just be left with nothing but the northwest wind." So Jono raised his hand and said, "Master, it's really too little. There's hardly anything to share from the loot." Someone initiated the discussion, and soon other students joined in. "That's right, we're lacking resources. The cultivation process will only get harder later. My family can't make ends meet, and I can barely afford healing medicine anymore. If it goes on like this, how can we get into Diquat?" Tang Feng raised his hand and shouted, "All right, that's enough." The students quieted down and then sighed in defeat. "I understand now. All students will receive 50% according to their evaluation scores." The students immediately cheered and thanked their teacher. Fu Chengding, giving Fang Ping a thumbs up, said, "Great." However, Tang Feng continued, "Those who don't meet the basic score this month must complete at least 3 tasks. The second-tier students haven't gone through enough life and death experiences. Without these, you can't grow." Fang Ping, feeling uncomfortable, asked, "Teacher Tang Feng, has the date for Diquat been confirmed?" Tang Feng replied, "June and Diquat. The remaining time is for doing tasks and learning about Diquat's culture, geography, and creatures. The course will start after everyone disperses today." Fang Ping, annoyed, muttered, "More than a month left. There's not much time. I need to improve quickly and gain assets." "This kid has a big mouth," someone remarked. "He dares to challenge the president of the martial arts club in his first year?" Meanwhile, Fang Ping was recruiting members on campus. A short, chubby boy walked up. Fang Ping asked, "What's your name?" The chubby boy replied, "Goshing." "Aren't you a martial artist?" Fang Ping asked. "No," Goshing responded. Fang Ping continued, "Do you know me?" Teacher, we've been talking about you. They say you're the genius of this batch, strong and smart." Fang Ping coughed awkwardly and then handed Goshing a membership form. I'm planning to start a club, recruiting like-minded teammates to work together. Do you want to join? Goshing wiped his sweat and said, but the school clubs only accept martial artists. We non-martial artists get no attention. You're not going to charge a fee, are you? Goshing seemed troubled. Although I really want to join, if there's a fee, I can't afford it. Fang Ping held his head and said, do I seem like the type to charge fees? Then, he suddenly stood up and said loudly, students, listen to me. The students around turned their heads to Fang Ping. In Mando, martial artists are the only true students. For newcomers, becoming a martial artist isn't easy. The martial arts path is tough, and for the weak, it's even harder. Everyone who enters Mando is excellent. Why are we progressing so slowly? I often think it's partly because of our poor backgrounds and lack of resources, and partly because we don't have high-level masters to guide us. He suddenly jumped onto the table, exerting his blood and energy, and shouted, students, let me ask you this, are you content? Are you willing to graduate as just a first-tier martial artist and spend your whole life inferior to others? Goshing shouted, I'm not content. I want to become a martial artist, someone everyone recognizes. A female student spoke up, even if we're not content, what can we do? Fang Ping glared at them. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. We must be self-reliant. I, Fang Ping, will rely on my own efforts to become the strongest of the new students. I'm already in the middle stage of third tier and am finishing my first year. I'll challenge the president of the martial arts club, and I dare say that I can also take his position as president. The students around started whispering. At this moment, a senior from the upper floor sneered, how laughable. The president is a fourth-tier martial artist. He doesn't know his own limits and just pretends. Fang Ping put his hands on his hips and retorted, senior, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I, Fang Ping, will not back down. The senior gritted his teeth. Fine, if you're not afraid. Let's fight a few rounds. A person nearby quickly grabbed him. Stop. You're just at the peak of second tier. Don't embarrass yourself. Fang Ping lowered his head, clenching his fists. I come from an ordinary background, but I will never give up on my dream. Sooner or later, I'll become a master. Today, I'm establishing the Bin Gaian Club. No matter your background, no matter your tier, if you join, you're welcome. Together, we will discuss martial arts and share experiences. This club will provide opportunities for everyone to interact with high-level seniors and masters. I hope that, in the future, everyone can become a grandmaster. Then, he took a registration form and said, if you agree, please fill out the form. There's no pressure for those who don't want to join. We're only accepting 100 members. The students around immediately rushed forward. I want to join. I want to join. Give me a form. Yang Suman, standing nearby, crossed his arms and angrily said, was he really from a poor background? I've spent 20 million buying medicine from him before. Jaxume, shocked, asked, he sold 20 million worth of medicine. Yang Suman replied, yes, he really is capable. This time, he made 40 or 50 million from selling medicine. Fu Changding stepped forward, grinning. Should we join this Bin Gaian Club? Yang Suman was surprised. Why would we join? Fu Changding, sweating, said, do you know Fang Ping? Do you think he'd do something against his own interests? The two girls were stunned for a moment, unable to respond. Meanwhile, in the office, Principal Guangjing took a sip of tea and said, when he first started, you said he wasn't determined enough. Now he's so determined it's surprising. Tang Feng scratched his head, confused. Why would he suddenly want to start a club? Huangjing laughed. He wants to build a logistics foundation for an online shopping platform, but the school doesn't allow outsiders to deliver goods. Do you think he'll deliver the goods himself? Tang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. I get it now. I thought he was just thinking about non-martial artists, but it seems he's just looking for a business opportunity. Huangjing responded, as for the future, no one knows. If he really succeeds, the members of his club may not be mistreated. But if they get tricked, it's because they weren't smart enough. It's better to gain experience in school than to get deceived in Diquat and end up dead. Tang Feng, grinning, said true. The school needs a few crafty people, like the principal here. Huangjing nearly choked on his tea. Tang Feng wasn't dumb either, and he'd just been teased by Fang Ping. At the Bin Gaian Club recruitment site, Fang Ping laughed and said, "That's enough. If you didn't make it this time, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity." He continued, "Tonight, we'll have a club meeting. Members, pay attention to the messages." After that, everyone dispersed. At this moment, Fu Changding and the others approached. "Fang Ping, why didn't you let us join?" Fang Ping, the ambitious child, looked at the towering building, saying, "Sooner or later, all martial arts resources of Hokwok will pass through my hands." Fu Changding slammed his hands on the table in frustration, asking, "Fang Ping, why didn't you let us join?" Fang Ping coldly responded, "You don't meet my requirements." Fu Changding retorted, "What requirements? I see that you've accepted mostly non-martial artists. Aren't we stronger than them?" Yang Sumin added, "We'll join to help you defend." Jiak Suimei, clasping her hands, said, "We've spent too much lately. If you have a way to make money, help us out." Fang Ping was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll let you into the club, but you must contribute to it." "No problem," the three of them responded together. However, Yang Somin immediately hesitated and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by contribute?" Fang Ping answered, "You'll help solve the new students' martial arts problems. Then, if any troublemakers come around, you'll handle it." The three of them exchanged looks. Seeing this, Fang Ping raised his hand and laughed. "If it's too hard for you, then forget I said anything." The three quickly replied, "Who said it's hard? It's not hard at all." A dark line appeared on Fang Ping's forehead. Manual labor, everything done by hand, no turning back. The scene shifted to a meeting room. All the members of the Bin Gaian Club were gathered there. Fang Ping stood up and said, "Fellow students, tonight is our first full club meeting. Including myself, we have 108 members. In the future, the Bin Gaian Club will have 108 elders. We must have dreams. Becoming a grandmaster is only a matter of time. I won't say more. I have some good news. After my efforts, the logistics department will launch an online shopping mode. Our Bin Gaian Club will be in charge of operations, but we need 50 members who are ready to help with deliveries." A male student raised his hand and asked, "Isn't delivery handled by delivery personnel?" Fang Ping responded, "Excuse me, if you were a delivery person, could you deliver to martial artists' homes every day?" "No," came the reply. Everyone started murmuring, "Looks like it's not possible." Fang Ping continued, "You'll be delivering to senior students and high-ranking masters at the school. Normally, you wouldn't be allowed into the teachers' dorms. Don't underestimate this opportunity. One day, if you're delivering for a master, and they take notice of you, they might give you some rare resources. Do you think you could meet a senior and ask them martial arts questions? Would they refuse to answer you?" One male student raised his hand and said, "But there could be bad situations too. What if the guy doesn't take notice of us?" Fang Ping raised his hand and smiled. "What if some of you really are unlucky? If you're not guided or supported, don't rush to judge. I promise that as long as you do well in the club, we'll give you a chance to buy medicinal pills at a discounted price. Others will have to pay 30 study points for a pill, but you might only need 27. Everyone started discussing. 3 points off. That's not bad. Seems like joining this club is the right decision." Fang Ping pretended to sigh, saying, "If I hadn't said this, you wouldn't know how difficult it was. Earlier, the principal was worried about losses and required everyone who joined to pay a 5 million deposit. I had to ask teacher Yobonyu to guarantee us, so we were exempt from that payment. That's why you all need to work hard and not disgrace teacher Yobonyu." He continued, "Later, the platform will also synchronize with a system that allows you to borrow study points to improve your strength." Yang Sumin asked, "Fang Ping, if we borrow, is the interest high?" Fang Ping glared at Yang Sumin, who had veins popping on his forehead. Fang Ping grinned and said, "If you borrow study points, there is interest, but as long as you're a member of the Bin Gaian Club, the interest rate will be super low. Borrow 100 points for a month, and you only need to return 101 points. Yang Sumin laughed, "Nice, you could create your own policy at Mando." Fang Ping pretended to be embarrassed and lowered his head. "The strength of an individual doesn't represent everything. I hope we can all become stronger together." Fu Changding and the other two whispered, "I told you, following Fangping is definitely beneficial. Look at him, so smug." Fangping placed both hands on the table and said, "I've explained the club's tasks and benefits. If anyone wants to withdraw, feel free to leave." The hall fell silent. No one spoke up. At this moment, Fangping laughed and said, "Now let's start organizing the positions in the club. Zhou Yohong will be the director of the club's office. We will choose 50 people to handle the orders. Guoxing will be the minister of the Foreign Affairs Department, responsible for delivery. Fu Changding will be the vice president of the club, in charge of interaction and communication between clubs. Zhao Xuimai will be the minister of the External Operations Department, and Yang Soman will be the minister of supervision, responsible for evaluating the departments and club members based on their rewards." Yang Soman looked up at Fangping and asked, "What about you?" Fangping laughed loudly and said, "Of course, I will be responsible for unifying the overall situation and bringing benefits to everyone. Although it's very exhausting, I won't give up. I want to show everyone that the strength lies in enough effort, not just position." The entire hall erupted with applause as the class leader said, "As long as we put in enough effort, we can surpass those who live recklessly." "That's right, we must rely on our own efforts." Yang Semen and the others fell silent. They completely did not understand Fangping. Fangping smiled, curling his lips. "Next, we just need to wait for the money to roll in. I also need to start training myself to be strong enough to have a say in the club. 1,000-story building starts from the ground. Sooner or later, all the martial arts resources in Huaguo will have to pass through my hands in Diquat. I may even have the opportunity to break through and become a master directly." At this moment, Fangping gritted his teeth, collapsing to the ground. His whole body trembled, his veins shaking, and sweat dripped down. Fangping silently cursed old Li as a fraud, saying that taking the medicine would allow his body to withstand the effects of the pills. The guessed 5th-grade pills weren't supposed to hurt this much. Fangping gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain. "If I want to become strong, I must endure real suffering. Can I endure it? I'm not so noble. I do everything just to live for myself, to live for my family. Suffering today is better than being unable to save anything in the future." After a while, Fangping collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His arm was quickly training, and it was clear that each time he trained, there was an adaptation period. With difficulty, he stood up. Time was running out. The best training plan was to improve his physical strength first, and then use the system to train his entire spine, shortening the adaptation time. Soon after, he opened the system. Since reaching the 3rd grade, every time he trained 1%, it consumed 30. To train an entire block, it required 1,800,000. His current asset value was 32,600,000, with 24 million in cash. Training 26 blocks of spine required 40 million. For now, it was enough. The asset value must exceed 100 million to upgrade, but it couldn't be kept just for enhancing strength. Cleaning Diquat was necessary to better protect his life. In the southern area, number 2 of the Mando War Simulation Center, the instructor was explaining to the students about Diquat. The entrance to Diquat does not correspond to the real world. Diquat is vast, and no one has ever been able to enter Diquat from another entrance. The southern entrance to Diquat is 1,000 kilometers from the sea, a habitat for many creatures. The eastern and western parts of Diquat span 5,000 kilometers in total, with 13 cities. Fangping stroked his chin and said, "In other words, the Mando entrance alone is half the size of our country." The instructor replied, "That's right, this is still the result of our incomplete exploration." Fangping was stunned. "It's so huge. Does Diquat have a sun? How do we distinguish directions in Diquat?" The instructor explained, "Diquat is powered by a stone-like object that acts like the sun. It doesn't have the concept of sunrise or sunset. Day and night change in the blink of an eye. Some human knowledge doesn't work here. In Diquat, direction can only be determined by maps and compasses." A bead of sweat rolled down Fangping's cheek. How can we remember anything when the mountains and trees all look the same? Fu Changding secretly laughed. "Fangping, you're a genius, but you do have some weaknesses." Then he patted Fangping on the back and said, You're a directionally challenged person, aren't you? Fang Ping pretended to be surprised. No way. Fu Changding laughed. You definitely need to come with us. If you get lost, you won't be able to find your way back. Fang Ping glanced at him. Wait, I think there's a practical lesson tomorrow. Do you want to practice with me? The instructor continued. To resist the invasion of Diquat, we will build a base at the entrance of Diquat. The nearest city to our base is Taiman, which has a population of 2 million, with 200,000 soldiers, including 20,000 martial artists. The martial artists stationed in Diquat, Mando, are fewer than 5,000. A student asked. 5,000 people can defend a whole city. So they aren't that strong after all. The instructor's eyes brightened. Wrong. It's not about defense, but a forced defense against the enemy. We've failed before and don't dare to attack recklessly. We can't wipe out Chaman unless we have enough strength to oppose them. 7 years ago, the 13 allied cities of Kimdo gathered more than 40 masters in an attempt to destroy Diquat Kimdo. The result was that they lured out a terrifying expert deep within Diquat, leading to the death of 16 masters. The students suddenly became serious. One asked, "So, what hope do we have now? Can we only defend?" The instructor smiled and said, "You don't need to be too pessimistic. The future of our country is bright. In recent years, the number of masters in our country has been increasing. Therefore, we always defend, giving humanity time to grow stronger. Remember the Diquat book in your hands. You will enter Diquat to search for medicinal resources, plants and creatures. In Diquat, human beings, especially energy stones, are valuable. Energy stones have many uses: scientific research, weapons manufacturing, or even as medicinal ingredients. Energy stones are categorized by purity into 2 types: basic energy stones and cultivation energy stones. 50 grams of basic energy stones can only be refined into 1 gram of energy stone. Cultivation energy stones contain impurities and cannot be used for training. The price of energy stones varies depending on purity. You won't need to worry much about training in the future. The area that humans have currently explored is very small, and later, the chances of finding good resources will be very high. There's even a possibility that with just one opportunity, you could directly break through to become a master. Everyone was shocked. What? Directly break through to become a master? The students began discussing excitedly. Diquat has such treasures. How come we've never heard of it before? If we really can break through in an instant, that would be amazing. The teacher's mouth slightly curved up. This is a secret of Hoago. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will understand more. Of course, I won't tell you the details of this process. You're not qualified yet. If you want to know, work hard to become stronger. The student suddenly became full of confidence, loudly proclaiming with enthusiasm, "I want to go into Diquat and kill the enemies. I also want to go into Diquat and destroy them." Fang Ping closed the book on Diquat and slightly smiled. This really needs to be studied thoroughly. Who knows, he might find valuable items worth thousands of points for learning, making the asset value directly exceed 100 million. At that moment, a student hurriedly ran in. "Everyone, the teachers have returned." All the students gathered at the school gate. The scene shifted to the school gate. The principal of Mando, Yuren, a peaked 9th grade, stood in the middle with a cane. Guanjing and Tangfeng stood on either side to greet him. A few buses and ambulances were parked at the school gate. The medical staff used stretchers to carry the wounded from the ambulances. A few advisors also carried urns of ashes, weeping as they stepped down. From the bus, an elderly advisor took heavy steps and came before Yuren. He raised his fist and shouted loudly, "In this battle, we did not disgrace our mission. We killed the enemy's army, 3 of 6th grade, 11 of 5th grade, 27 of 4th grade, raising the prestige of our country, raising the prestige of Mando. We died in battle, 6 teachers, none of whom retreated," he said, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Yuren's expression darkened. After a moment, he walked over and gently patted the teacher's arm, softly comforting, "It's good that you're back." The Mando students were all in mourning. At this moment, Yuren raised his right hand, signaling for the heroic salute. The entire school quickly raised their right fists in salute, saying, "We bury the fallen at the Mando martyr shrine and care for the martyrs' families." After saying this, Yurin stomped on the ground and flew into the air. Huangjing and Tangfeng exchanged a glance and nodded, both flying into the air to follow him. A teacher sighed, "Today, Diquat, Mando, there's definitely going to be a battle. The old principal is heavily wounded, and his injuries will likely worsen." At this moment, Chen Yunse suddenly screamed and rushed out, "Teacher!" Chen Yunxi collapsed into Beiruoxi's arms. Beiruoxi held her and comforted, "Teacher is fine." Chen Yunside had long been crying with red eyes. Her left arm had vanished. Fang Ping and the others remained silent. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Beikyaki is still alive. Why are you crying?" Yu stepped forward. "Life and death are sometimes this simple. If one day I die in hell, I don't need these useless tears. If you have the ability, calm the situation and take revenge for us, avenge us." Fang Ping quietly nodded. Beiruoxi looked at Yu and said, "Yunxi, I'll leave her to you from now on." Yu said to Chen Yunxi, "Teacher, you've suffered serious internal injuries. The best case scenario is that it'll take 2 years to fully recover. You can't continue to guide me in martial arts anymore." She then turned to Beiruoxi. "If you want me to take care of her, I can, but I won't protect her in silence like you did. If you hadn't wasted a month, you'd already be at the 6th grade. Perhaps you wouldn't be injured so severely this time." Fang Ping asked in surprise, "Teacher Beiruoxi, you've been protecting us all this time during missions." Chen Yunxi became even more saddened. "So it's my fault for involving you." Beiruoxi reassured them, "Don't think too much. When new students do missions, the school always sends someone to protect them. Moreover, all of you are the elite students of Mando." Teacher Yu intentionally said this to motivate you to improve. Yu closed her eyes and said, "All right, let's go. I need to visit the cemetery." After saying that, Yu placed her arm around Beiruoxi's and they left. Watching the two leave, Fang Ping fell into deep thought. "Is this hell? Is this where martial artists are buried?" Fu Changding angrily muttered, "They all deserve to die." To this day, they still haven't had a familiar classmate die in hell. Perhaps they'll soon witness this scene, and it might be themselves who die. In recent years, too many people had died, and in the hearts of many teachers, only hatred and a stronger desire for revenge remained. That night, at Mando, no one slept. 1,000 points of learning. Teacher Yu really had good intentions this time. At that moment, Fang Ping, Jacques Suime, and Chen Yunxi arrived at Yu's dormitory. Yu sternly said, "Fang Ping, you're in the middle of the 3rd grade. Zhou and Fu Changding have long been in the middle of the 2nd grade. As for you, Chen Yunxi, with 199 points of vitality breakthrough, you have strong talent, and your family has no shortage of resources. It took you this long to almost reach the middle of the 2nd grade. If it weren't for Beiruoxi's help, I wouldn't have accepted you." Chen Yunxi bowed her head and bit her lip. Fang Ping coughed twice, then rubbed his hands and chuckled, "Teacher, shouldn't we hold a ceremony for our teacher?" Yu replied indifferently, "Get lost. By the end of the month, Diquat, if it doesn't reach 100 pieces, you can go back to your home." Chen Yunxi responded with a yes and turned to leave. Yu looked at Jacques Suime. "Suime, you should try to reach the peak of the 2nd grade before entering Diquat. Sell the company to your uncle. Didn't he always want to exchange it for money? Come here and buy medicine from me. The main goal is to cultivate." Jacques Suime hurriedly said, "But teacher, that was something my father left me." Yu scolded, "Do you want to end up like your father, dying in hell?" Jacques Suime fell silent. Yu said, "At this stage, trading resources to improve yourself is the most important. Your family's company is worth about 200 million. That's enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the 3rd grade. After that, taking back the company will be as easy as flipping your hand." Fang Ping was astonished. 200 million? How is Suimi's family so rich? "Once it's sold, she'll be able to pop medicine like candy," he added. Jacques Suime lowered her head, looking dejected. "I understand." Afterward, Yu turned to Fang Ping and said, "As for you, What's going on with you? Lately, I haven't seen any progress. Fang Ping was startled, scratching his head awkwardly. Teacher, I made progress quickly before, but I consumed a lot of resources to do so. Now, it costs 40 learning points for one third-grade pill. It's too expensive. I don't have a company to sell, so I guess I'll have to rely on myself to earn money to restore my vitality. Yubong Yu coldly said, "Stop crying about being poor to me. I know you invested 40 million into the company. You'd thought I didn't know." Fang Ping widened his eyes and whispered, "That company wouldn't sell for much now." Yubong Yu gave him a meaningful look, then propped her chin and smiled. "Don't you always complain that I'm unfair and don't give you any benefits? How about we make a deal? Help me kill someone, and I'll give you 1,000 learning points." Fang Ping was stunned. What's wrong with this? 1,000 learning points? Teacher, you're almost a grandmaster. If you can't kill someone, how can I? Yubong Yu stood up and walked to the locker behind her, took a scroll of paper down from the shelf. "I'm not asking you to kill right now. Wait until you're strong enough, then you can kill." Fang Ping asked if the target was a grandmaster. Yubong Yu replied no. Fang Ping asked again if it was a peak 6th grade martial artist. Yubong Yu handed the scroll to him. "If you're from Diquat and agree, I'll give it to you. If you don't agree, I'll give you 1,000 learning points instead. If you die midway, I won't ask for the learning points back." Fang Ping thought for a moment. This is 1,000 learning points. It takes many tasks to earn that. He knew that if he passed up this chance, it might never come again. Yubong Yu saw Fang Ping silent and was about to take back the scroll. "If you don't agree, fine." Fang Ping hurriedly took the scroll from her. I agree. Fang Ping eagerly held the scroll, feeling that 1,000 learning points was within reach. Yubong Yu really meant well this time. The scene shifted to Fang Ping in the logistics department of Mando, where Old Lee was operating a computer, creating a Diquat 4th grade creature and a pair of C-grade combat boots and gloves. The total cost was 700 learning points, to be picked up in half a month. Fang Ping immediately felt exhausted. Now, I understand why martial artists are always poor. 21 million, right? Fang Ping said, "I'll pay in cash in exchange for 65 first-grade blood vitality pills, then use learning points for the rest." Old Lee was surprised. "You're not bargaining today. Feeling generous?" He swiped Fang Ping's martial artist ID and asked, "Where did you get so many learning points?" Fang Ping happily tossed the scroll to Old Lee. "I got a mission from teacher Yubong Yu minus 1,000 learning points." Old Lee looked at the scroll and his brow twitched. "You've already accepted this 1,000 learning points." Fang Ping crossed his arms and replied, "I've accepted it." Old Lee gave a pale smile. Fang Ping hesitated, then asked, "Do you know this person, teacher?" Old Lee smiled and handed the scroll back to Fang Ping. "The enemies of Yubong Yu are also my enemies. It's the Lord of Thangman." Fang Ping froze as if struck by lightning, stunned by the information. "Just 1,000 learning points, and I'm hiring a future 9th grade powerhouse to help me." Fang Ping sighed and rubbed his head. Teacher Yubong Yu really has a sharp eye. He realized that he'd soon be entering the 9th grade level. Old Lee remained silent, his expression unreadable. "If you don't make bulletproof vests, it's truly a waste." Fang Ping curiously asked, "Teacher, you mentioned the Thieman City Lord. Is he also your enemy?" Lao Li's face darkened, and he spoke in a subdued tone. 10 years ago, Yubong Yu's daughter was killed by the Thieman City Lord. I was there at the time, but the difference in power was too great, so I couldn't save her. I barely escaped myself." Fang Ping was astonished. Teacher Yubong Yu had a daughter. I've never heard her mention this. He looked at the scroll in his hand, his brows furrowed. A cold and extreme personality. So that's why. Losing a loved one must have been incredibly painful. Lao Li changed the subject. "Let's not dwell on that. What's going on with you lately? You haven't made any progress at all. Are you still fiddling with that foundation of yours?" The teacher's insight was sharp. Fang Ping scratched his head sheepishly. "Recently, my training speed has indeed slowed down a bit." "That won't do," Lao Li said as he stood up, patting Fang Ping on the shoulder. "Come with me. I'll take you somewhere." To achieve the 8th tier mental indestructibility, to truly become an unbreakable diamond body, Lao Li remarked as he led Fang Ping to the research facility in the southern zone of Mando. Inside, researchers were conducting experiments on a Diquat individual. Suddenly, the subject's body began trembling violently, the shaking intensifying. A researcher's face turned grim. This isn't good. He can't handle it anymore. Before the words fully left his mouth, the Diquat subject's body exploded, disappearing completely in an instant. Fang Ping, standing outside the window, stared in shock at the scene. What? What just happened? Lao Li explained, when a Diquat dies, their body will resurrect back in Diquat. A Diquat killed on Earth doesn't truly disappear. Currently, we don't have an explanation for this phenomenon. We can only study it gradually. Fang Ping asked, puzzled, what kind of research is this? Does it require living subjects? Lao Li pointed to his forehead. We're studying the relationship between mental force and the brain, whether there exists a carrier of mental force within the brain. Old Li narrowed his eyes. We have no choice but to do this. Mental energy is related to grandmasters. If we succeed, it might help everyone sense mental energy sooner and create more grandmasters. He continued, regarding the sweep mission you participated in, you released a blood vitality burst of 10,000 points. Some have suggested that it could be used in the military. Perhaps you'll have to be tested here as well. Fang Ping broke into a sweat and quickly explained, Teacher, I'm genetically unable to pass the test. Wang Jinyang from Namdo is the same. Old Li's face went pale. He's a normal phenomenon. You, however, are an anomaly. Fang Ping continued, my bone marrow is like a water spirit, able to grasp energy essence. Old Li replied, telling me that doesn't help. The test results are what counts. He glanced toward the lab, then added, but don't worry too much. It's unlikely that you'll die. They might just take a little flesh, scrape a bit of bone, and extract some marrow. Nothing major. Fang Ping paled, trembling with fear. Old Li quietly chuckled inwardly, enjoying the effect of his scare. However, he continued seriously, Mando can withstand pressure, but you need to show us your value. If someone insists on dissecting you, you won't be able to resist if you're weak. Fang Ping nodded gravely. After a moment, Old Li gestured for Fang Ping to follow him. They entered another room. Fang Ping, intrigued, looked at the energy stones on display. This is the first time I've seen energy essence stones. Old Li said, you can hold one and try sensing it. Fang Ping carefully picked up an energy stone and released his mental energy to feel it. The moment his mental energy touched the stone, it emitted a sizzling sound. Fang Ping quickly withdrew his hand, startled. Old Li was surprised. You're using mental energy to sense it. He stroked his chin and added, that's right. Mental energy can trigger energy stones. That's why you felt danger. Once your mental energy grows stronger, for example, when you reach the Grandmaster level, you'll be able to predict danger in advance. Fang Ping was shocked. He didn't expect that the mental force had so many uses. He curiously asked his teacher, so, what is the standard for a Grandmaster? Lao Li explained, the skull begins to undergo refinement. Once it can project mental force outward and combine it with blood energy to release combat skills, one can become a middle-tier Grandmaster. Refining the skull requires a combination of blood energy and mental force to do so. Once refined, you will enter the 8th-tier mental realm, becoming a true, indestructible body, unlike regular people. Fang Ping was taken aback. What happened? Why does the principal seem so weak? Lao Li replied, it doesn't mean indestructibility. The principal was previously harmed by the Theman City Lord, who used mental force to erase some of the immortality seals. That's why the principal became like this. Fang Ping suddenly understood. So, to kill someone at a higher tier realm, one must use mental force. Lao Li nodded, exactly. That's why we don't want her to become a Grandmaster. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Fang Ping looked at the energy stone in his hand and muttered, a Grandmaster? He then absorbed an energy flow from the stone. Lao Li was horrified, quickly slapping Fang Ping's hand, knocking the stone out of his grip. I told you to observe, not absorb it. Fang Ping grinned, teacher, that feeling was real. No wonder people say energy stones are good. The conversion speed is much faster than pills. Lao Li angrily dragged Fang Ping out of the room. Don't mention this again. Otherwise, you'll have to pay for it. But Fang Ping still reluctantly stared at the energy sources on the counter. The scene changed. Lao Li took Fang Ping to another room, where he saw colorful Diquat plants. Fang Ping happily said, "Today really opened my eyes." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Lao Li, exasperated, responded, "Focus. You are the one with the most potential to become a grandmaster in this school." Fang Ping nodded seriously. "Yes, I need to make as much money as possible." Lao Li was left speechless, lifting Fang Ping by the collar. "Don't you know what's important? I've shown you so many things and you're still obsessed with money. Martial arts should come first. Earning money is secondary. Do you hear me?" Fang Ping could only helplessly reply, "Got it. It's hard to get off the tiger once you're riding it." The system's failure was exposed, attracting the attention of the higher-ups at the school. Fang Ping cursed inwardly, realizing that he had no choice but to risk it all. At that moment, Fang Ping was soaking in the body refinement fluid, training his body. After a period of time, Fang Ping seriously studied humanities, Diquat, and geographical knowledge. He also kept improving his combat theories and practical experience. Today, Fang Ping went to the South Zone, Building No. 3 of Mando, preparing to refine his bone marrow. "Teacher, can you open the energy room for me? I need 3 days. That'll be 720 study points. Please show your martial artist certification." Fang Ping rubbed his head and smiled. "Teacher, I'm a middle-tier 3rd-grade martial artist. Can't I get a discount?" The teacher raised his thumb. "You're 3rd grade already? Wow, you're a genius student. Then the total is 720 study points." Fang Ping shivered as he took out his martial artist certification. The teacher coldly extended his palm. 720 study points. Fang Ping felt a pang of heartache. So stingy. The teacher handed back Fang Ping's certification. "Thanks for your support." Just then, Yu entered, apologizing. "Sorry, I'm late." Fang Ping cursed inwardly. She really knows how to act, coming in only after I paid. The two of them entered the energy room. Yu said, "The spine has been refined. The entire bone structure will form a circulation, undergoing a body transformation. That's when your chance comes. You can try refining your marrow now." Fang Ping replied, "Got it." At that moment, the vice principal of Mando, Wu Kuishan, an 8th-tier expert, and 2 others arrived to observe. Seeing them enter, Yu turned and left the room, preparing to start. Fang Ping responded seriously. Lao Li smiled. "This kid is interesting. He's not refining a single bone, but treating the spine as a unified entity to refine." Huangjing skeptically asked, "Is it feasible to refine 26 bones at once? With the amount of blood energy he has, it can only last about an hour." Yu replied, "I just observed. He doesn't have any pills with him, nor is there any sign of blood energy accumulation in his body." Lao Li looked at Wu Kuishan. "Look at this kid. He exploded with tens of thousands of blood energy in Southyang. He must have some trick up his sleeve." Wu Kuishan, looking serious, said, "It's starting." The energy appeared. Fang Ping spread his legs and assumed a stance, bringing his palms together in front of his chest, beginning the marrow refinement. Blood energy rapidly gathered in his spine. Fang Ping closed his eyes, focusing his mind and relaxing his mental force. After a moment, energy particles appeared around him. In his consciousness, Fang Ping carefully used his mental force to capture the energy particles. But as soon as his mental force wrapped around them, the particles vanished. Wu Kuishan was astonished. He's using mental force to catch energy particles. Huangjing commented, "His mental force is still too weak. Although he can catch them, he can't draw the energy into his body." Lao Li, sweating profusely, looked at the teacher beside him. "Can you see it?" The teacher was speechless. "I'm only 4th tier. How could I see his mental force?" At this point, Fang Ping consumed 49,000 study points to replenish his mental force. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. "I feel like a lab rat for everyone to watch. They all know I have problems but still choose to help me hide it. The only way to explain is to use mental force to move these energy particles and recover my blood energy." With his current mental force, he couldn't capture the energy particles, which had been stagnant at 499 points for a while. Should I forcefully level up my mental force? Fang Ping wondered. What will happen if I forcibly increase my mental force? He didn't care anymore. I don't believe that increasing just 1 point will kill me. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and forced his mental force to level up. A ding sound echoed, and the system's voice reminded him that the mental force limit had broken through 500. But the next second, his mental force suddenly erupted from his head. He only heard a loud pop, and Fang Ping suddenly fell backward. Everyone outside the energy room was horrified, their expressions changing drastically. Old Li exclaimed, "What's going on?" Wu Kuishan rushed into the energy room, saying, "What is this? Why is the mental energy source continuously activating? Could this kid be a mutated warrior?" At that moment, Wu Kuishan and the others quickly rushed into the energy room. Fang Ping remained in his stance, his eyes completely white, standing still. Old Li anxiously said, "What is happening here?" Yubongyu waved her hand in front of Fang Ping's eyes. "Have you encountered something like this before?" Wu Kuishan, irritated, remarked, "His mental energy initially only reached the level of awareness, and he couldn't move the energy particles. But it seems like he suddenly broke through. His mental energy spiked sharply, suddenly attacking his consciousness. He lacked enough power to break through his limits, but he still did it. This is like an ordinary person suddenly lifting a 1,000-pound stone and crushing themselves. It's reckless." Old Li walked closer, asking, "So what should we do now?" Wu Kuishan quickly placed his hand on Fang Ping's head, and gentle mental energy began to flow out slowly. His consciousness hasn't completely dissipated. I'll use mental energy to guide his consciousness back together. If we can't restore it in time, it could lead to brain death. The situation is grim, and we'll need to see his willpower. Old Li asked, "Are you saying it's his desire to survive?" Wu Kuishan confirmed, "Yes." Old Li stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then whispered into Fang Ping's ear, "Fang Ping, I'll give you 10,000 points. Do you want them? 500 blood essence pills, free of charge. Someone's trying to steal your sales channel." Everyone looked on, speechless, wondering if it would work. Old Li continued, "Fang Ping, if you don't wake up, I'll take you to the laboratory for dissection." Suddenly, Fang Ping's fingers twitched. Wu Kuishan was startled. "He's awake." Fang Ping's consciousness slowly recovered. "What happened just now? Where am I? Oh right, I just broke through." Fang Ping noticed his mental energy seemed to have lost awareness temporarily. After a short moment, he checked the system interface. His mental energy had successfully increased. "Great! No major issues. Let's try again." Fang Ping refocused and relaxed. Suddenly, mental energy slowly flowed out of his body. Fang Ping grasped an energy particle and began to pull it back. Fang Ping was overjoyed. In the blink of an eye, the energy particle entered his body with a loud ding. The system's notification sounded, blood essence surged. Fang Ping smiled, thrilled by the result. Incredible! 1 energy particle can restore 50 blood essence points. Seeing this, Huangjing was slightly surprised. "He really can move energy particles," Wu Kuishan remarked. "A 3rd-grade warrior can achieve this level. It's beyond my expectations." Huangjing added, "His mental energy is still weak. Even with his best effort, he can only restore 40 to 50 blood essence points. It still doesn't explain how he restored 10,000 blood essence points earlier." Wu Kuishan frowned. "Look closely. Just now, Fang Ping spent 300,000 wealth points to restore his mental energy. Catching 50-point energy particles requires more wealth points than directly restoring 50 blood essence points. But the mental energy consumption and recovery are invisible. With a slight change in perspective, it's possible to deceive the system." As Fang Ping continued using his mental energy to catch energy particles and restore blood essence, he also used the system to recover his mental energy. Huangjing, watching from the window, was amazed. This continuous mental energy source, Old Li wondered, could Fang Ping be a mutated warrior too? Namdo Wang Jingyang, a gifted genius from Kimdo, has completed skull training since birth, and Yang Song from the military department has even achieved 4th-grade external mental energy projection. Fang Ping might have some characteristics of a master like them. Wu Kuishan nodded. Even Huangjing, and I don't understand much about mental energy. Even with deeper research, we might not find an answer, unless a 9th grade grandmaster conducts an examination. But Yo Bongyu was upset. She turned angrily to Wu Kuishan, shouting, "Are you targeting my student? I won't let this slide." Everyone was taken aback. Wu Kuishan, irritated, asked, "What are you talking about?" Yu Bongyu gave him a sharp look. "You're so cunning. You'd even use your daughter as bait. Who knows what you'll do next?" Wu Kuishan, fuming, retorted, "That's my responsibility, but it's not what you think. I didn't intentionally harm my daughter." Yu Bongyu's eyes darkened. She lowered her head and whispered, "Then why did the two of you survive while only my daughter died? Now I suspect that other students of mine have also been killed by you too." Wu Kuishan said nothing more. Huangjing sighed in resignation. "Your student is also our student." Old Li added, "None of us want to see our loved ones or students die tragically. These things are unavoidable." Yu Bongyu angrily pointed at Old Li. "Shut up. You were there too. Sooner or later, I'll investigate everything." Wu Kuishan's face darkened. "This is unreasonable." With that, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, having spent a vast fortune, successfully broke through to a higher 3rd grade rank. From now on, he was officially a top-tier warrior. At this point, 60 hours had passed since Fang Ping entered the energy room. Yo Bongyu and Old Li had been keeping watch outside. The energy and blood essence surged around Fang Ping. His face showed signs of exhaustion and sleepiness. Yo Bongyu had been meditating but suddenly opened her eyes. "It's almost done." At that moment, Fang Ping's back arched slightly and his spine crackled. Yo Bongyu shouted, "Fang Ping, don't forget to train your bone marrow." Fang Ping responded, "Got it." As his voice finished, his face suddenly puffed up. Fang Ping froze. Before he could react, his skin began to swell all over his body. "What's going on?" he thought. Then, with a boom, his swollen skin suddenly contracted. Fang Ping smiled, thinking, "This high-grade 3rd tier is really different from the other stages." His body contracted and expanded, making his skin firmer. His bones and blood essence were also transforming inside. But at that moment, the system notification sounded again. "Blood essence insufficient, less than 15%. The transformation will stop." Fang Ping hurriedly closed the system interface. "I've spent more than 20 million wealth points already." He clenched his teeth and continued. He spent 820,000 wealth points to restore his blood essence, and his body began to swell again. Yo Bongyu and Old Li watched anxiously, staring at the scene. After a while, Fang Ping slowly let out a breath of relief. The system notification sound rang out, "Successfully reached high-tier 3rd grade." Fang Ping suddenly clenched his fists, and with a loud crash, it sounded like metal colliding as it echoed through him. Excitedly, he looked at his hands and said, "I've become like a man of steel." At that moment, the energy room door opened, and Yo Bongyu and Old Li entered. Yo Bongyu said, "Not bad, your bones, muscles and skin have all been refined to the next stage." Old Li also smiled and added, "It's just a bit of a pity. You were so close to reaching the peak of 3rd grade. Your marrow hasn't fully cracked yet." Fang Ping awkwardly scratched his head. "I tried my best. My body transformation has consumed all my vitality points." Then he raised a finger and pointed at Teacher Li. "You said you'd give me points, right? And you were going to give me blood essence pills too." Old Li calmly said, "When did I say that? You must have misunderstood." Fang Ping narrowed his eyes, and Yo Bongyu shot a glance at Old Li, beads of cold sweat dripping down his face. Then she said to Fang Ping, "Next, you should focus on practicing your battle techniques, building your strength and foundation. Don't rush to break through to the peak." Fang Ping looked at Yo Bongyu expectantly and asked, "Teacher, can I easily defeat a mid-tier 3rd grade now?" Yo Bongyu replied indifferently, "Not necessarily. It depends on how well you control your power. A mid-tier 3rd grade can explode with blood essence to reach high-tier 3rd grade with just a 40-point burst, but you can only explode with 40 points for now. To increase the burst, you need to enhance your blood essence control. And as for battle techniques, they are said to be the key to controlling power. That's the true explosion. You need to reach 10% of your current blood essence. But in my opinion, martial artists who don't have ultimate skills are just useless. Fang Ping looked disappointed and said, "So, even now, I haven't fully mastered the power of a high-tier 3rd grade." Just then, the sound of something zipping through the air was heard, and a dagger suddenly stabbed into Fang Ping's chest. The spot where he was stabbed emitted a sharp cry, and Fang Ping shouted, "Teacher Li, what are you doing?" A cold sweat ran down Fang Ping's face. Old Li said seriously, "Your power is still weak, but with your current physical condition, letting a 2nd-grade martial artist attack you randomly might not even break through your defense." Fang Ping fell silent for a moment. "Teacher Li, you are a 6th-grade martial artist, and yet my heart is bleeding," Fang Ping said. Old Li quickly pulled the dagger out, and blood sprayed from Fang Ping's chest. "Sorry, I meant to say, you're already very strong. Don't be discouraged. Thank you for the cut, teacher." Fang Ping sighed in relief. "I'm not discouraged, I'm just heartbroken. To reach high tier, I've used up all my vitality points." But right after, he clenched his fists, the corner of his mouth curled. "But from now on, I'm officially a martial arts elite." At that moment, in an office at the top of the Fang company building, Fang Ping and Li Sung-taek were talking about the company's recent situation. Fang Ping asked, "How is the fundraising going?" Li Sung-taek replied, "There's a company very interested in our food platform, hoping to invest 20 million for a 30% share." Fang Ping put down the teapot and said, "A valuation of 60 million, huh? That's a bit low. Since Fang was established, we've invested 35 million in offline delivery services and 20 million in building and promoting the platform. We've accumulated a large user base during this time. With the development of the internet age, the value of these users will grow enormously." He then slowly picked up his cup of tea. 30 million is acceptable. I can sell 30% of the shares to them." Li Sung-taek hesitated and said, "We've just invested less than 20 million in the food platform. Is it really worth that much?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "The internet is about selling concepts, not material things. If I say it's worth $1 billion, then it's worth $1 billion. If I say it's worthless, then it's not worth anything." Fang Ping's eyes lit up, and he continued, "Tell them this from me. Fang is mine. I'm a high-tier 3rd-grade martial artist, and I'm in need of money, which is why I'm selling shares of the company at a low price. You're the first to show interest in investing in our company. Besides getting shares, you'll also receive the friendship of our company. Investing in Fang is like investing in CEO Fang. You all are smart people, so you must see the benefit in this." The people from the partner company were all astonished. CEO Fang Ping has really reached high-tier 3rd grade. Li Sung-taek wiped the sweat off his palms and said, "Yes, you should make a quick decision. CEO Fang Ping will soon be leaving. And once that happens, the opportunity will be gone. A few online lending platforms have been activated, and some students from various sites curiously logged in to use them. The logistics department's traffic reached the highest level since the school's establishment. The staff at the counter were too busy, with no time to sit down. The members of the Bin and Gayan Club were also constantly moving between the logistics department. Outside the building, the martial arts club was furious. Jin Bongqiang yelled at Fu Changding and Zhou No, "Why can't we borrow credits? I've seen the pills and weapons already. I'm just waiting to pay with credits, and now others have taken it all." Several other 3rd-grade martial artist seniors chimed in. "Martial artists of the 1st and 2nd grades can borrow, why can't we? Why isn't the school doing anything? Why is Fang Ping bullying us so much?" At this moment, Fang Ping was in Huang Jing's office. Fang Ping looked at his phone and said, "The online lending system has been running for 3 hours and has already lent out 80,000 credits. This shows just how much our students need credits." Huang Jing asked in confusion, "Why don't you let 3rd-grade students borrow credits?" Fang Ping replied, "It's not that we don't let them, but it's about risk control. The remaining 20,000 credits are reserved for them. However, they must pass a strict assessment to qualify for a loan. For 3rd-grade martial artists, part of the reason is to encourage them to go down to Diquat, and part of it is to control risk. Some students are very arrogant, and I'm worried they'll immediately rush to Diquat to die after getting the best equipment and pills. Fang Ping added, in addition to strengthening the assessment, we may also increase the interest rates for some third-grade martial artists. Huangjing was unhappy and Fang Ping explained, if third-grade martial artists want to go down to Diquat, too many casualties will cause my company to suffer immense losses unless the school gives me more credits. Huangjing frowned and said, fine, increase the interest rates, but there are no more credits. The school's financial gap has already appeared. The new semester is coming, and we still need to prepare medicines and weapons for the new students. Fang Ping, confused, said, didn't Kim Do promise us 10% of the resources during the last exchange? Huangjing frowned, still sensing a gap. Fang Ping stroked his chin for a moment before continuing, actually, it's simple to resolve this. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Mando's founding. We could organize a celebration and ask alumni to donate. Most Mando graduates are prominent figures in society, so if I take responsibility for raising between 8 million to a billion, it should be no problem. After saying this, Fang Ping quietly calculated in his mind. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to network with powerful people across various industries and get them to invest in him. Huangjing clasped his hands together, pondering the idea of alumni donations. Seeing Huangjing hesitate, Fang Ping continued, the principal of Mando wants to cultivate even more powerful people, so I think a small donation wouldn't hurt. Huangjing waved his hand. I know, you can go now. I'll think about it. Fang Ping turned to leave. I'll be on my way, principal. As the door closed, Fang Ping quickly opened it again and said, Principal, if the school really wants to raise funds, I can take charge. As a student, I could make the request. Huangjing growled impatiently, Go away, you brat. With the secret technique passed down by the seductive teacher, how powerful. It's perfect for me. At that moment, in the Mando campus, Fang Ping looked at the battle technique in his hand, focusing on the blood key aperture and blood sword technique. This method looked too simple. Yeo Bongyu, holding a stone, walked over. Like a martial artist injured, they would hold blood in their mouth and spit it out to disrupt the opponent's vision. These small tricks won't work against stronger enemies. She then showed her own blood dart technique. My technique is a death-striking battle method. She threw the stone into the air and said, Watch carefully. As her voice ended, a blood sword suddenly shot out of her mouth with a loud bang, piercing the stone and sending it flying. Fang Ping was startled. This technique is really vicious. But then he realized he misspoke and quickly turned to give a thumbs up. I meant to say, this technique is really impressive. Fang Ping then smiled devilishly. It's not just impressive, it's perfect for me in battle. Close combat with an enemy, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood and exploding their head. What could be more convenient? Yu Bongyu replied nonchalantly, Actually, many people have thought of this technique, but no one has been able to master it. The key isn't the amount of blood you spit out, but the refining of the soft cartilage in the throat. When the cartilage is refined, the blood key weakens as it reaches the neck due to the unrefined skull, so the technique can't reach full potential unless the skull is refined as well. The magic technique is the solution to this issue. She then reminded Fang Ping, Remember, this is a secret technique, don't disclose it. Fang Ping nodded seriously, and Yu Bongyu briefly added, Refining the throat cartilage isn't difficult. Just study the technique and you'll be able to start. Time passed quickly, and by evening, Fang Ping puffed out his cheeks, and with a puff, a blood dart shot out, landing on the stone, then exploded into a small hole in the stone. Fang Ping frowned, and Yu Bongyu remarked that its power was still weak. To pierce the skull, the blood dart technique needs at least 30 points of mastery. Fang Ping turned and rubbed his throat, hoarsely saying, Master, I've spit it out dozens of times already. My throat feels like it's about to break. Yu Bongyu replied indifferently, It's fine, you'll just have to become mute for a while. Keep practicing. There's also the blood blade and the splitting steps, don't neglect them. She then lowered her gaze slightly. By the third level, almost everyone can understand the technique. If you want to gain an advantage in speed, you have to refine the footwork further. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, if you can't land a hit, It's useless. Fang Ping was thinking about it. I really need to put in the effort with my footwork. I can't beat them in close combat, but I need to be faster. The techniques weren't just theories, they needed practice. Practicing will deplete my ki and blood. Right now, I can only rely on myself to recover and take supplements to replenish my energy. It was too slow, so he feigned looking pitiful and asked, Master, with such intense training, is there any supplement I can take? Yu Longyu narrowed her eyes. I'm getting sleepy now. Goodbye. Watching her leave, Fang Ping stood there, shedding tears over his poverty. On June 10, the power rankings for the Martial Arts University of Hokwak were updated. But unlike previous years, the rankings included 5 major lists for the first time, along with personal achievements and explosive topic trends for the year. The major ranking lists immediately surged to the top of trending searches. Everyone was shocked and confused by the rankings. Isn't the Martial Arts University a school? Why are students killing people? What's going on at the Martial Arts University? Why does everyone have a life in their hands? However, regarding the online discussions, the official response was simple. Students at the Martial Arts University have the right to enforce the law, and those who were killed were deserving of it. From the exchange event to the establishment of local teams, and then the publicizing of Hokwak martial artists' achievements, step by step, the public was being prepared to accept some hard truths. The goal was that when the truth was eventually revealed, people wouldn't be too shocked, and they could understand the actions of the martial artists. After hearing the news, Fang Wan hurriedly called Fang Ping. Did you kill someone? She asked anxiously. Fang Ping laughed. What's wrong? Are you scared? It's just that I only killed bad people. Right. Fang Ping calmly answered, yeah. Fang Wan suddenly got excited and shouted, haha, I told you killed bad people. Fang Ping replied, when you become a martial artist, we can kill bad people together. Fang Ping was speechless, thinking she was more concerned about his safety. All day, she was worried about strange things. How's your exam preparation going? Fang Wan said confidently, don't worry, I'm ready. I even want to take the exam tomorrow. It's on the 17th. Will you be able to come back? Fang Ping smiled gently. I'll try my best to come back. Do well in the exam, and after it's over, I'll get you a big gift. Later that day, the time for entering Diquat was set, and the normally cold teacher gathered the students to tell them that they all had to return safely. At that moment, in the Vien Fang Group's building, Fang Ping, dressed in a neat suit, stood with Li Sung-tak to greet Zhang Yuanhao, the vice president of an investment fund. Zhang Yuanhao smiled and said, Mr. Fang Ping, despite your busy schedule, you still made time to meet me. It's such an honor. Fang Ping responded politely. Director Zhang Yuanhao, you're too kind. It's our honor at Vien Fang to have such sincerity from you. A few people entered the living room. Zhang Yuanhao stood up and placed the contract in front of them. Fang Ping hesitated and said, Mr. Fang Ping, our company values this very much. Vien Fang also trusts your abilities. Fang Ping raised his hand and smiled. Director, if the conditions are right, we can discuss it. There's no need to be hesitant. Therefore, Zhang Yuanhao spoke. Mr. Fang Ping, you are indeed quick-witted. I'll speak frankly. We are investing in Vien Fang, as well as in you personally. I believe you understand this. However, we do have some concerns, which we've included in the contract. If, in the future, there are any changes in the shares of Vien Fang, or if you no longer hold the position of chairman, our investment will lose its value. In that case, we have the right to ask Vien Fang to compensate for the loss. The compensation amount will be 3 times the contract amount. Are you joking? How could I leave a company that I have worked so hard for? Fang Ping laughed, showing no problem. Zhang Yuanhao didn't say anything more and immediately gestured for the contract to be signed. As per the contract, we will invest 30 million to purchase 30% of Vien Fang's shares. After Fang Ping signed the contract, he said, Director Zhang Yuanhao, if possible, I'd like the money to be transferred today. Zhang Yuanhao was slightly surprised. So soon? Fang Ping replied, yes, I really need the money now. Zhang Yuanhao gestured for his secretary. A moment later, Fang Ping's phone rang. He picked it up and saw the amount, 27,600,000. Looks like the tax has been paid, missing 2 million. The system notified that his asset value had increased to 80,500,000. It seems I should focus more on the company. One day, if it's valued at a few hundred billion, I might have to worry about my assets not being enough. The cooperation was concluded. Both stood up and shook hands to say goodbye. Thank you, Director Zhang Yuanhao. Vian Fang will not disappoint you. We'll wait and see. After finishing the company matter, Fang Ping thought, estimating that Diquat would cost 10 million in asset value. He still needed to earn 30 million to reach the 100 million milestone. Now he had to save money. The days without real asset value were quite annoying. After Fang Ping returned, Mando happened to run into Jin Bongxiang at Bininbine, causing trouble. Where is Fang Ping? Tell him to come out here. Why is my interest rate higher than others? Fang Ping felt uncomfortable. If you dare come looking for me again, let's see how I deal with you. The next day, Yu Bongyu brought all the students she was mentoring to the dormitory. Everyone met for the first time and introduced themselves. Yu Bongyu calmly said, "Over the years, I've had 15 students, but now only 7 remain. I called you all here to tell you not to die anymore." She arranged for each person to have a specific task, one to prepare to break through to the 4th rank for graduation, another for a position in a unit, one to quickly break through to the 3rd rank high stage, and another to rapidly break through to the 3rd rank peak. None of you are allowed to go to Diquat anymore. Fang Ping, Sui Mei, and Youngsi, none of you have been to Diquat before, but this time you must go. Remember my words. Only if you're alive can you have a future at the school. Many masters will tell you that martial artists must dare to fight, not fear battle, but it's not necessary to fight to the death. In Diquat, the military will tell you to rather die than surrender. But I want to say that those who risk their lives are fools. Fang Ping, people are selfish. When others die, it doesn't matter, but for your fellow disciples, they must return in one piece. If you truly face life-threatening danger, run. Each of you should run in different directions and act based on the situation. Sumei Youngsi, I specially remind you too. When Fang Ping runs, you two must run faster than him. The 2 girls couldn't help but giggle. Fang Ping showed a helpless expression. Master Yu Bongyu, are you praising me or criticizing me? I'm such a brave person, and now I'm the one running? But Fang Ping was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had seen Master Yu Bongyu speak this much. She really cared about them. So, he responded seriously, "Yes, Master. I will absolutely not abandon my teammates." Afterward, Yu Bongyu rubbed her forehead and said, "That's enough. Everyone, go back and focus on your cultivation." After saying this, everyone turned and left. At that moment, Yu Bongyu suddenly called Fang Ping back. "Fang Ping, stay for a moment." Fang Ping sat on the sofa, laughing. "Master, you're not keeping me here to cook for me, are you?" Yu Bongyu looked at Fang Ping with some concern. The time for Diquat has already been set. There are only 5 days left. On June 20th, it officially begins and Tang Feng will lead the team. Fang Ping felt helpless. Why Tang Feng again? Yu Bongyu explained. Tang Feng is at the 6th rank peak. His intellect may not be enough, but your safety will still be ensured. She then handed Fang Ping a decoration. "This is for you. My father left it behind. It contains his photo. Last year, he went to Diquat and disappeared. If you meet him, you can ask for his help." Fang Ping curiously asked, "Master, what level was your father?" Yu Bongyu calmly said, "Peak Master of the Grand Sect." Fang Ping was secretly pleased. The Peak Master of the Grand Sect? I need to keep this safe. If I meet him, maybe he'll give me something useful. Yu Bongyu continued, "Also, if you're in danger, protect Xui Mei. When fleeing with Youngsi, it's best to take her along." Fang Ping was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Yu Bongyu smiled. "What? Do you really think I asked her to go with you just so you could protect her? The Chen Youngsi family only has one granddaughter, Youngsi. Her grandfather will definitely arrange some things for her. Her chances of survival are much higher than yours." Fang Ping broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Yes." Then, Yu Bongyu's gaze became distant. Finally, besides the old principal, be cautious of some other masters from Mando, including Wukuishan. They are all resolute people of mankind. A few years ago, I offended many people from the demon side. I know what they think. For the greater good, they may sacrifice a few insignificant people, and you are within that range. If they kill my students, they might strike at me to prevent me from breaking through to Grand Master, to avoid causing trouble for humanity. You're clever and quick-witted, so be careful. Watch and see if it's an accident or if someone is deliberately targeting me. Fang Ping scratched his head. Is it really that serious? These masters, for the sake of protecting the country, have all been severely wounded. Though it seems unlikely, it's still better to be cautious. Fang Ping helplessly said, Master, I wasn't too scared before, but now I feel like there are enemies everywhere. It's only a matter of time before I lose my life. Yubongyu responded indifferently. That's right. Fang Ping, full of expectation, said, Do you have anything to protect my life, like a scroll that seals your power, or a weapon that could unleash the strength of a Grand Master at least once? Yubongyu stroked her chin and said, I wish I had something like that. If you have any, give me some. Fang Ping was speechless. Do you have any pills? Yubongyu paused for a moment, then took out 3 blood-boiling pills. After taking this pill, your blood can explode twice as powerfully as normal, she explained. The side effect is that it burns your blood. Fang Ping was shocked. It burns everything. You're sure to die. Yubongyu reassured him. It won't kill you as long as you recover before it's burned out, but you'll be heavily injured. Do you still want it? Fang Ping quickly closed the box and eagerly responded, Yes, I do. Just then, the system notification sounded. Asset value increased by 4.5 million. Fang Ping was stunned. Is this thing really worth that much? 3 pills are worth 4.5 million. That means it's at least 2 million per pill. While Fang Ping was still reveling in his luck, Yubongyu had already turned to walk toward her bedroom. Fang Ping hurriedly called out, Master, could you give me a bit more? After all, anyone else who takes it would die. Yubongyu stopped and coldly said, Stop talking nonsense. Go home and say goodbye to your family. Leave a will in case you die. If you do, the school will take care of your family. Now leave. She walked up the stairs as Fang Ping stood there with a complicated expression, quietly smiling as he bowed his head toward the stairs. 18:6, the middle school entrance exam ended. Fang Wan excitedly ran outside, waving and shouting, and her brother Fang Ping waved back. However, behind Fang Wan, a group of female students followed her. Fang Ping was stunned, not having reacted yet, when the girls all shouted in unison, Hello, Vice Village Chief. Fang Ping was left dumbfounded. What's going on? Fang Wan awkwardly pointed at herself. Well, I'm the village chief. You're the vice village chief. Fang Ping's face turned pale. How many people are in your club, girl? The girl in front answered confidently. Those who have ambition will succeed. Patience brings achievement. Heaven rewards those who strive. Fang Ping's eyes widened. 3,000? My military origin club only has 108 members. Are you planning a rebellion? Fang Ping pinched Fang Wan's cheek and said, Village chief, you're something else. Fang Wan explained, They kept asking to join, and I couldn't say no. If I didn't accept them, they would form their own club, calling it a branch of mine, collecting membership fees and bringing them to our house. Fang Ping had no words. So you agreed because of the money, he asked. Fang Wan nodded. I agreed, but I told them I didn't want the membership fees. The result was that they claimed they wouldn't charge any fees, but if I didn't acknowledge them, they'd cry in front of the school gates. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. So they're such a good thing. But then he quickly reacted, taking out his phone. This is reckless. With so many people, what if something happens? Who will take responsibility? I need to talk to Uncle Tanzanping. We can't let you keep causing trouble. Fang Wan rubbed her cheek. But Uncle Tanzanping asked me to open the door for his niece to join the club. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of water. Has Tanzanping lost his mind? He sighed, helpless. Well, just be smart. Don't associate with bad people, and don't act for others recklessly. Then he turned around, took a gift box from the car, and handed it to Fang Wan. Here, for you. Fang Wan immediately brightened up. Wow, is this the big gift you mentioned? Fang Ping smiled. Open it and see. Fang eagerly opened the gift, but her face turned puzzled. Blood-boiling mad blade. What is this? Young man, you're about to go to Diquat. Fang sighed. I'm going on a long trip soon. I'm afraid I might get lost and not be able to find my way back. You have to take good care of mom and dad. Fang looked at the combat technique in the gift box and was so angry her face turned red. Fang patted her head. Look at these martial arts manuals more. Don't be a martial artist who just cries. Once you become a martial artist, you can start training with these. Before practicing, you need to master the blood-boiling mad blade and the blood torrent technique. You need at least grade 2 to practice them. After learning, burn the techniques. If you get into a martial school like Namdo or Mando, find Wang Jinyang if you go to Namdo, and let him arrange a good instructor for you. If you go to Mando, you'll meet Yo Bongyu, my teacher. As for the old friend, Lee Sumtak, he's the logistics manager. You can look for them if you run into trouble. Just say you're my sister. Fang rubbed his chin seriously. As for mom and dad, you're already an adult, so take good care of them. Fang impatiently shouted. What's the point of all this, huh? Fang paused, then bent down, his expression a bit sorrowful. Fang I'm a martial artist. If you already know I've killed people, then I might be in danger one day. Fang eyes suddenly filled with tears. Fang added, if you don't care about me anymore, I'll be really sad. Fang gently wiped away her tears. I'll be gone in a few days. Even though I don't think I'll die easily, I'm still afraid of getting lost. I don't want to be unable to find my way back. Fang suddenly hugged Fang tightly. I don't want the gift anymore. Please don't go. Fang patted her back gently. Keep training hard. Next time, try to get a little fatter. You're getting thinner and thinner, and it doesn't feel right. 19:06, that evening, at a hot pot restaurant in Mando, Fang and his group had their final gathering before entering Diquat. But the atmosphere was heavy, with no one speaking. Suddenly, Fang slammed his chopsticks on the table. Can we stop acting like Diquat is so scary? Martial artists have to face this sooner or later. We should eat well and drink freely now. Jono commented, do you need me to comfort you? Becoming a martial artist means no longer fearing life or death. Fang spoke seriously, you fools. Isn't it obvious we should live well? Let me tell you, once we're in there, you all better listen to me. This time is mainly to get familiar with the environment. Don't act like idiots in those TV dramas, rushing into battle when you can't even win. If danger comes, save yourselves. Run if you can. At that moment, a couple walked by, laughing and chatting. The group turned to look. Fang raised his hand and teasingly said, have you thought about how to find a lover? The three girls blushed immediately. Fang nudged Fang with his elbow. Fang, you go first. Fang sighed helplessly. Why me? Fang laughed. You're the strongest here. Fang stroked his chin, thinking seriously. Someone gentle, preferably a martial artist. It'll be easier to relate to them. They don't have to be super strong. Hearing this, Chen Yunse turned her face away shyly. Yang Sumin raised her hand and said, I want someone taller than 180 centimeters, handsome, stronger than me, considerate, can cook, take photos, and loves to travel. Fang interrupted, next. Yang Sumin angrily said, I haven't finished talking yet. Chen Yunse shyly stammered, I don't know what kind of person I like. I feel the same way. Jiaxuimai said, her eyes sparkling. Fang replied, I just want to find someone beautiful. Whether they're a martial artist or not doesn't matter, but they must have a good figure. Jono pointed at himself, what about me? Why did you skip me? Fang glanced at Yang Sumin, then said, but I must admit, Yang Sumin's figure is really great. Yang Sumin noticed his gaze, stood up immediately, and clenched her fists. What? Fang, do you like me? Fang broke into a cold sweat, quickly waving his hands. No, I don't. Yang Sumin grew even angrier. Not daring is one thing, but are you implying something else? Everyone burst into laughter. Fang stared at his wine glass. We martial artists never drink alcohol. But I remember my grandfather always had a little before entering Diquat. He took a sip and immediately stuck out his tongue, the taste unpleasant. Fang Ping, curious, asked, "Your grandfather? First time I've heard you mention him." Fu Changding smiled. My grandfather was a leader of a department at Kimdo, a high-level 6th grade master. Fang Ping was taken aback. Really? Your grandfather is that strong? Then, why did you come to Mando? Fu Changding replied, my grandfather is even stronger than Yunxi's. She also came to Mando, didn't she? Chen Yunxi smiled shyly. Fu Changding continued, it's not just me. Many children of masters didn't apply to their parents' school. They chose martial arts universities instead. They fear seeing their loved ones die in front of them. Isn't that what happened with your teacher? If her daughter hadn't died under Principal Wu's eyes, things wouldn't have gotten this far. Fang Ping nodded. That makes sense. Fu Changding went on. Before, my grandfather opposed me training in martial arts. I didn't understand, but when I learned about hell, I understood. He was afraid I would die. Hell is a completely different world. If you don't try, you won't be at peace, right? I suddenly feel a little scared. Fu Changding said, I'm afraid I might really die. There are so many things I still need to do. Jonah also said, there are many second-grade martial artists, but they still face dangers. Master Tang Feng might not be able to take care of everyone. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly stood up and said, I don't know if I will die, but I know that accidents happen every day. Natural disasters, traffic accidents, food poisoning, objects falling from high places. You could be laughing 1 second, and the next second, you're gone. We are lucky to be here together, eating and talking. He raised his glass. The only thing I can say is, let's try our best to survive. Yang Samin also stood up, raising her glass. Yes, let's try to survive. Everyone raised their glasses, and the clink of glasses echoed. Survive, fight to protect the country, fight for humanity, and return victorious. At that moment, at the main headquarters of Mando, the 3 principals of Mando were personally seeing off the students who were about to head to Diquat. With both hands behind his back, one of the principals said loudly, today, standing here, all of you are the backbone of Mando, the backbone of our country, Hokwak. If I could, I wouldn't want to see you young ones go to Diquat and only think about protecting and escaping. That's not the true heart of a martial artist. Right now, Diquat is under heavy attack. You are the elite martial artists of humanity, with both the duty and the responsibility to fight. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Mando, I send you off. I wish you all a safe return. Everyone quickly raised their right hands to their chest. Tang Feng shouted, 1, 2, 3, start. In less than a moment, the bus arrived at its destination. The entrance to Diquat Mando was a huge round building surrounded by numerous tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets, all ready for action. The students of Mando entered the building, and a soldier stepped forward to announce, we will begin security checks now. Everyone, please present your IDs and certifications. The martial artists took out their phones and electronic devices. These things will only increase the enemy's harvest, the soldier said. Once all the students passed the security check and entered the inner area, they lined up neatly. A soldier ran over to report, the security check is complete. The team leader nodded and raised his right fist. This mission is to fight and protect our country, fight for humanity and return victorious. With a loud rumble, a large metal door slowly opened. Fu Changding, feeling worried, said, throughout this journey, the masters seeing off the soldiers really put a lot of pressure on me. Yang Somin and the others expressed their sympathy. Fang Ping smiled helplessly and calmly, we've come this far. Let's just keep going. The students walked down the stairs into a hall with several large screens hanging from the ceiling. Many martial artists had gathered here. Everyone looked up and one of them exclaimed, so this is the mission system. The free martial artists greeted the Mando students with raised hands, and the students from Mando reciprocated with a salute. They continued into a giant metal door with a smaller door beneath it, enough for one person to pass through. Fang Ping raised his hand and asked Master Tang Feng, is this the entrance to Diquat? Tang Feng replied, this is our defense against the invasion. made entirely of classa alloy to form the entrance to Diquat inside. Fang Ping was astonished. Classa alloy. If I remember correctly, classa alloy isn't on the logistics exchange list. It takes over 100 study points per kilogram for classa alloy, he added. At that moment, a man with a scar on his face emerged from the door. Kid, you want to take it? Fang Ping excitedly replied, Can I? The man with the scar laughed. Try hard enough and you might. He then threw his arm around Fang Ping's shoulders. Once Diquat is subdued, this door will be useless. Let's work together to dismantle it. Fang Ping said helplessly, By that time, I might not even care about this door anymore. Haha, this kid's got big words, the man with the scar laughed. He looked at the students in front of him and said, Oh, you kids haven't even enjoyed life yet. No women, no men. He squinted, raised his hand to his mouth and whispered, I'll tell you, it's great. Don't die too soon. Tang Feng couldn't bear it any longer and shouted angrily, Liu Xiangpeng. Liu Xiangpeng replied, What's wrong? We're all adults here. Just then, another man poked his head out from the door and said, all right, let's go everyone. We need to let the people in the passageway know we're coming. The first time into hell is always a hassle. Now, line up and go through the small door. The students lined up neatly and entered one by one through the small door, heading toward the massive energy portal that appeared before them. Fang Ping's eyes dimmed as he finally arrived. The ground of Diquat was covered in dried blood. How many battles must have been fought for it to become like this? At this moment, Fang Ping held the Fuangqi sword as he entered the gate, transferring energy. A powerful blue energy surged and roared through the passage. Fang Ping, astonished, said, This is the energy entrance. Tang Feng, stunned, replied, You figured it out. Fang Ping, with a serious expression, nodded. I can feel the solid state of the energy particles. Not sure if I can capture them. Tang Feng urgently shouted, Don't do anything rash. Although I can't see how strong you are, the interference of spiritual energy could cause the passage to destabilize. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Destabilize? What do you mean by that? Tang Feng's face became serious. If the passage destabilizes, no one will be able to move between the two worlds. Last year, during the Diquat Vietnam crisis, several masters used spiritual energy to seal the passage, stopping the Diquat invasion. Fang Ping stroked his chin and said, If that's the case, can we just keep sealing it forever? The enemy can't enter, but we can't either. If we block all Diquat entrances nationwide, the pressure on us won't be so great. Tang Feng replied, That's not possible. The passage will become increasingly solid with time, eventually fully formed. After all the students from Mando entered the passage, Tang Feng led them to the other end. The passage was 1 kilometer long, and everyone quickly reached the other side. Both sides of the passage were made of metal alloys, with the only difference being that there was only a small door on this side. Stepping out of the small door, Fang Ping looked up at the sky. This was the Diquat sun. Everyone looked up at it, amazed at how large and ugly it was. They were in a place called Haivong City, the human base in Diquat Mando. At this moment, all the students from Mando stood in formation on the square. The highest-ranking vice-general of the Diquat Mando army, Sumofu, a peak 6th grade officer, gave a welcoming speech. The conditions here are quite rudimentary. We won't dwell on the tedious procedures. After speaking, Zumofu immediately began to explain intelligence regarding Diquat Mando. Haivong City had 50,000 soldiers, fewer than 8,000 martial artists, while Themon City had an army 4 times our size and launched dozens of military attacks on Haivong each year. To the north, 80 kilometers away, was Themon City, with many human villages outside the city. The martial artists of Diquat, when idle, would organize attacks on Haivong. Martial artist squads would often conduct raids on warriors outside the wilderness, and the army and monsters were the top priority for the forces stationed at Haivong. After Xumofu's introduction, Tang Feng began explaining the mission. For those of you here for the first time, there is only one goal: to familiarize yourselves with the terrain and environment. During the first 3 days, we will operate within a 10 kilometers radius, getting acquainted with the military base and supply points. After 3 days, we will expand our exploration to 30 kilometers. After 1 week, you will be able to operate freely. In 20 days, we will leave Diquat. Fangping raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, does everything we acquire in Diquat belong to us?" Tangfeng replied, "Of course." Fangping's eyes brightened. "Can the army provide any recent energy mine locations?" Tangfeng hesitated. If an energy mine were exploitable, the army would have already acted on it. Why would it be your turn? Also, energy mines are highly concentrated with energy, making them ideal for cultivation, but they are often guarded by powerful wild beasts. If you encounter them, you should run immediately with your level. If you're detected, you will definitely die. Fangping became serious. "So even if we find one, we won't be able to take it." After arranging everything, Tangfeng led everyone to begin the mission. The city gates opened with a loud rumble, and everyone began to leave the city, staying alert and observing their surroundings. Fangping looked at the outer city wall, deeply amazed. The wall was indeed made of metal, but upon further thought, it made sense. Second-grade martial artists could easily destroy it. Lowering his head, he saw dry blood all over the ground. How many battles must have been fought for it to look like this? Following everyone, the gates slammed shut with another loud rumble. Everything was progressing too smoothly, which made people feel uneasy. The group arrived in the wilderness, where Tangfeng began teaching them to find water sources, observe ambush points, and set traps for 5 years. Some plants in hell looked very familiar, while others were entirely new. The animals resembled those on Earth, except they all contained accumulated energy in their bodies. Becoming familiar with the location of outdoor military camps was another important task for the trip. Everything was new and interesting, even making everyone forget just how dangerous Diquat was. At that moment, Tangfeng raised his hand and shouted for a rest. Yang Suman plopped down on the ground with a contented expression. "The air here is amazing." Fangping replied, "How do you know it's air? What if it's not?" Yang Suman angrily retorted, "Didn't you sleep in class? The air's already been checked." Fangping looked skeptical. "Is that so?" Yang Suman yelled, "Of course it is." Tangfeng turned around and shouted, "Quiet down, no matter how many people are here, don't make a fuss." Fangping asked, "Teacher Tangfeng, Diquat doesn't have transportation. Why don't we ride horses?" Tangfeng responded, "Horses are creatures with strong life force, and they won't know how to control themselves. They easily attract the attention of powerful creatures. If we encounter high-level martial artists, their spiritual pressure would render them useless." Fangping asked again, "What about using Diquat creatures as mounts?" Tangfeng said, "Don't even think about it. Only creatures that can resist high-level spiritual power have intelligence. Even if you tame them, they could turn on you at any time. The principal once tamed a crocodile, but the moment we arrived at Haivom, trouble arose. The military doesn't allow creatures from Diquat into the city." Fangping sighed in disappointment. "Well, there goes my dream of riding horses. The principal hasn't even successfully tamed one, so how can I expect to do it?" The scene shifts back to Haivong City. In the blink of an eye, hell shifted from day to night. Torches were lit one by one on the observation platform. Fu Changding leaned against the window, sighing, "The night in Diquat is so dark. It really is just like what the teacher described. Day turns to night in an instant. At least on Earth, you can still see the moonlight. Here, you can't even tell the direction." He then turned and grinned. "What do you guys think? If I sneak over to the girls' side, do you think they'd recognize me?" Fangping wiped a cold sweat off his face. A 4th-grade martial artist who can see at night and is not afraid of death should just go ahead. Fu Changding collapsed on the bed. "Not used to it. If only I could play on my phone. Take a stroll for a day in Diquat. It seems like it's not as scary as the teacher said." Jono then said, "Where did we just arrive? We are only operating within a 10 kilometers radius today." Fangping was at the training area. In his heart, a faint sense of unease started to rise. Everything was going too smoothly. On the contrary, it made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, a loud explosion came. Fangping suddenly opened his eyes. A loud scream from outside could be vaguely heard. There was a voice saying the enemy was attacking. Martial artists of the middle grade gathered at the north gate. Those under 4th grade stayed inside. As everyone was about to rush outside, they hesitated. Fang Ping's face became serious. He hesitated and said, "We cannot go outside." Then, 2 more explosions sounded, and Fu Changding's forehead began to sweat coldly. The teachers and the others must have gone to assist, right? Jono was also worried, saying he didn't know how many enemies were coming. Fang Ping's face was serious, but in the end, he chose to stay inside and wait for orders. Explosions continued. Just like that, Fang Ping and the others anxiously waited. Nearly half an hour later, cheers were heard. The siege was lifted, and the enemy had retreated. Everyone hurried out of the room. Fang Ping noticed something and suddenly looked up. The next moment, he was extremely surprised. His spiritual power sensed that there was indeed a high-level martial artist in the sky. Fu Changding and the others were stunned. "Fang Ping, where are you? Did you see anything?" Fang Ping pointed upward. "There's a high-level martial artist in the sky, about 50 meters high." But at that moment, Fu Changding's perspective was like this, and he couldn't see anything. Just then, Tang Feng and Nailchin jumped down from the sky. Nailchin had a wound on his chest, running diagonally from his shoulder. Seeing everyone outside, Tang Feng shouted, "Go back inside." A bunch of blind people rushing out to be bullet shields for the enemy. Everyone hurried back inside, but Fang Ping stayed in place, staring at Nailchin's wound. Fang Ping exclaimed, "Teacher." Nailchin raised his hand to cover the wound. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Fang Ping anxiously asked, "How's the battle situation? Why haven't the other 3 teachers come?" Tang Feng replied, "They were lightly injured and went to treat themselves. In this ambush, we lost a middle-grade martial artist and 2 soldiers." Fang Ping's eyes suddenly widened. Only a moment ago, and a middle-grade martial artist has died. Teacher Nailchin, a 6th-grade martial artist, was severely injured like this. Were the other instructors really only lightly injured? Fang Ping's face grew serious. "Is this kind of situation common?" Tang Feng replied, "It could happen at any time. This ambush was carried out by scattered martial artists. We've killed quite a few of them. Their losses are greater than ours." He then waved his hand helplessly. "Enough with the questions. You can't help. Focus on your training and reach middle grade." Fang Ping ignored Tang Feng's frustration, pointing at the sky. "That person up there is a sect master, right? There are dozens of middle-grade martial artists attacking the military camp. This has never happened before. The situation has worsened. It seems we have to accelerate our actions." At this moment, Nailchin looked at Fang Ping in surprise. "You can sense that from this far away." Fang Ping said, "I can't see clearly, but I can sense it. There's a strong energy particle fluctuating up there." Nailchin stroked his chin and smiled, impressive. Usually, middle-grade martial artists have tempered their organs and senses to see at night. But you've skipped that step, relying on your spiritual power instead. Interesting. Tang Feng then said, "With such weak combat strength, your spiritual power is only a little stronger, and it's practically useless. Don't worry about it. Go back inside." Fang Ping pouted and turned to go back into the house. "At least teacher Nailchin knows how to talk. I wonder if he can become a sect master next year. When that happens, I'll definitely give Tang Feng a lesson." After Fang Ping left, Nailchin quietly asked the others, "They're injured so badly, what should we do tomorrow?" Tang Feng replied, "It's fine. The 2 of us can protect the students well. The school is short on personnel and can't send more people." He then turned and left. Nailchin could only sigh helplessly. The next day in Haivong City, the students were discussing. "What happened last night? Were there any casualties? Haivong is our major base. Are these people coming here to die?" Tang Feng shouted, "Silence, line up, and prepare to leave the city." A student raised his hand, asking, "Teacher, why hasn't my instructor come?" Tang Feng replied, "They have urgent matters. Today, Teacher La and I will lead everyone." Fang Ping fell into silence, fearing things weren't as simple as they seemed. On the 3rd day, the military camp outside Haivong was ambushed. Everyone witnessed Tang Feng's action for the first time. At that moment, they saw him leap high. his whole body radiating an immense blood-ki power. The cheers rang out as he suddenly threw a punch, and the head of a Diquat martial artist was immediately crushed. Then, a swift kick followed, and another Diquat martial artist had his head smashed in. Instantly, Fang seemed to enter a flock of sheep. In just a few breaths, he killed several Diquat warriors. The Mando students were stunned. Teacher Fang is so strong. This is too violent. In the middle of the conversation, Fang casually dealt with 2 more Diquat warriors. Fangping couldn't help but admire. Fang is amazing. Killing a middle-grade martial artist is like killing a chicken. If it were me, even against a 5th-grade martial artist, I'd just be a punching bag. He still pretended to be a good kid and thought, let's go, finish off all the enemies attacking the military camp. They began handling the bodies of the fallen comrades. They covered their bodies with red cloth and then used shovels to start digging graves nearby. Fangping asked his teacher, "What are they doing?" Nailchin replied sadly, "We can't cremate them here. If we transport the bodies, we might be attacked. So, burying them here has become customary. It's like being with our comrades until the day we defeat Diquat." Fangping was stunned. The victors over the humans can't even hold a single Diquat stronghold. When will we win? Nailchin continued, "Being sad over Diquat is useless. Only by becoming stronger and making everyone stronger can we change all of this."